Pingjiang Province, Sealy First High School. Today was the day to awaken one's professional talent. Asterisk ding. Detecting the host's participation in the awakening ceremony. Binding infinite attribute modification system, asterisk. System, you're finally here? It's been 5 years. Do you even know how I've survived these past 5 years? On the school field, Jiang Tian almost shouted his lungs out. He was a transmigrator. 5 years ago, just after finishing graduate school, he got ambushed by a romantic rival. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in this world. He thought he'd have no cheat system this life, and tried to resign himself to accepting his ordinary fate. But at the most critical moment, the system arrived. All right, tell me, what can you do? Every second, gain 1 modification point. Points can be used to modify any of the host's attributes: strength, defense, speed, magic resistance, critical hit, evasion, and more. +1. +1. The number of points on the interface before Jiang Tian began climbing rapidly. Jiang Tian's heart pounded. In this world, talent determined your potential, while attributes determined your strength. Others had limits. He did not. Is this endless growth? A system panel appeared in front of him. Host, Jiang Tian. Level, 0. Modification points, accumulating continuously. Strength, 1 point equals 1 pound. Defense, locked. Speed, locked. Critical hit, locked. Magic resistance, locked. System level 1. Upgrade requirements, 0/100. Defeating exotic beasts grants energy points. System upgrades will increase point accumulation rate to 2 points/section. Jiang Tian took a deep breath and looked at the awakening platform. E-grade talent. Next, another E-grade. Next, the teacher leading the ceremony looked incredibly frustrated. Out of over 200 students, nearly all had E-grade talents. At this rate, this year's martial arts university entrance exam would be a disaster. Next up, Class 1's monitor, Jiang Tian. The moment his name was called, all eyes turned to him. Jiang Tian had been top in academic performance for years. Based on experience, someone who excels in academics is more stable during the awakening process, with at least a B-grade talent expected. If he really achieved B-grade, he might even stand a chance at the provincial top 100 ranking. Go Class 1, someone cheered. Others sneered. What's with the bravado? Watch him awaken some trash-tier talent. Several students from Class 2 secretly gloated. They'd been overshadowed by him for years and couldn't wait to see him fail. Jiang Tian, awakening failed. No talent detected. The announcement came, and the entire field went into an uproar. The class monitor had failed. Statistically, 80% of students could awaken a talent. For Jiang Tian to fall into the 20% of non-awakeners was shocking. Sneers erupted from the crowd. Guess he's destined to be an errand boy at some company. Someone jeered. Even the teacher wasn't willing to accept the failure and tested him again. Still no result. The entire class fell silent. Jiang Tian, however, remained calm. His infinite attribute modification system was far mightier than any talent. No matter how strong someone else's talent was, could it possibly surpass his system? The awakening ceremony concluded, and the principal began announcements about martial arts university exam procedures. After school, Jiang Tian checked his accumulated points, 8,200. Allocate all to strength. Modification successful. Jiang Tian's strength attribute shot up to 8,200 pounds. A force surged through his body, making him grin. An A-grade strength talent could only provide 800 pounds upon initial awakening, yet he'd surpassed that tenfold in just 2 hours. By the time the martial arts entrance exam arrived, starting at 20,000 pounds wasn't out of the question. What was the provincial top 100? He was aiming to become the martial scholar champion. As soon as Jiang Tian stepped out of the school gates, he got ambushed by Zhou Xiaolong and his lackeys. Oh, look who it is. The no-talent loser, Zhou sneered. Before he could finish insulting, Jiang Tian swung a single punch. One of Zhou's lackeys went flying over 10 meters and slammed into a tree, knocked out cold. The area immediately went silent. Zhou Xiaolong turned pale. Where's that strength coming from? He stammered in disbelief. Zhou was a B-grade strength talent himself and prided himself on his muscle. But even he couldn't hit hard enough to send someone flying. In truth, Jiang Tian held back. If he hadn't, that guy would still be airborne. Everyone, attack together. Zhou commanded, trying to suppress his fear. Asterisk bang. Bam. Thud. Asterisk. A few seconds later, the surrounding trees were decorated with Zhou's crew, all of them dangling pathetically. When it was Zhou's turn, Jiang Tian grabbed him with one hand and tossed him like a basketball. Splash. Far off, the artificial lake erupted in waves. The gathered students were dumbstruck. Didn't Jiang Tian fail his awakening? Wasn't he supposed to be some average Joe? 200 pounds thrown like a toy. How's that average? Average? Yeah, okay. Keep telling yourself that. At home, Jiang Tian's father, Jiang Gua, greeted him with cautious optimism. So, what talent did you awaken? None, Jiang Tian replied calmly. No talent. Jiang Gua froze, then let out a heavy sigh, seeming to age a decade in that moment. Well, at least you're safe. That's all that matters, he said, trying to console his son. Let's cancel the martial arts entrance exam application. You can focus on literature instead. For those who failed awakening, they'd have to go withdraw their applications manually. There's no need to cancel. Just trust me, Jiang Tian said, smiling serenely. Jiang Gua nodded after some hesitation, thinking his son was just clinging to his last sliver of pride. It was fine. He'd figure it out before the exam 2 days away. Back in his room, Jiang Tian opened the class group chat, where notifications were popping up nonstop. He stayed busy, mostly trying to comfort the others, though some reached out to him in private messages. Then there were the martial arts exam materials and skill manuals sent by the school. The skills were originally designed for awakened individuals, but he downloaded a copy as well. These were all first-tier skills, split into 5 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, super, and ultimate. There were techniques for fists, spears, knives, you name it. Having powers alone wasn't enough. You needed martial techniques to stand out in the exam and fight off the beasts. Jiang Tian skimmed through the files. He didn't care much for the beginner or intermediate techniques. Advanced and super looked decent. He focused on 3 sets in particular. Advanced skill, Flame Fist. Super skill, Divine Wind Kick. Ultimate skill, Sun Halberd Art. These are meant for those with special abilities to train with, he muttered. But, could I maybe learn them too? Jiang Tian thought about his sheer physical strength. These techniques looked like they'd suit him perfectly. He opened the Flame Fist file first. Detected modifiable skill, Flame Fist. Modify. Jiang Tian paused, startled. Even skills could be altered? Flame Fist, entry level. Points required to modify, 1349.10. He had 1349 points available, and it only took 10 to reach basic level. Modify, he said. In the next instant, the moves of Flame Fist unfurled clearly in his mind, as if he'd practiced them hundreds of times already. His points dropped to 1339. He kept going, spending 100 points to reach intermediate level, then another 1,000 points to reach mastery. Skills were divided into entry level, basic, intermediate, and mastery. Under normal circumstances, even someone with an S-grade talent would need half a month to reach basic. A prodigy with exceptional comprehension might still require 3 days. Jiang Tian. He reached mastery in seconds. The system was downright broken. He wanted to max out Divine Wind Kick and Sun Halberd Art as well, but his points ran out. He'd have to wait till tomorrow. The next morning, after 10 hours, a notification came. Points available, 36,000. He quickly upgraded Divine Wind Kick to basic. Super tier techniques cost double, while ultimate tier techniques doubled again. 20, 200, and 2,000 points. Divine Wind Kick reached mastery. 40, 400, and 4,000 points. Sun Halberd Art maxed out too. He still had 29,400 points left. He spent them all on his strength stat. Adding it to his original strength of 8,200 pounds, he now had an unbelievable 37,600 pounds of raw power. After getting ready, Jiang Tian stepped out of his room. His father, Jiang Gua, had already left for work, leaving a note and a bank card on the table, telling him to buy whatever he liked. Jiang Tian had already made up his mind. He needed to buy super alloy and forge a battle halberd. Only then could the Sun Halberd Art unleash its full potential. Super alloy was officially authorized and the only material allowed in the martial arts examination. High density, extremely durable, it could pierce even the thick hides of beasts in a single strike. The downside? It was ridiculously heavy. Even a piece the size of a dagger weighed over 6,000 pounds. Heavy for most people, but perfect for Jiang Tian. He wanted a weapon that was both heavy and sharp. Otherwise, he'd be stuck trying to rip apart beasts with his bare hands during the exam. After breakfast, he headed straight to a super alloy specialty shop. I want a custom order a battle halberd. The shop owner blinked. A halberd? Are you sure? With super alloy's density, one would weigh at least 10,000 pounds. Jiang Tian did some quick math in his head. His current strength was shy of 10,000 pounds, but by 6 p.m., he'd break past it. By the time the exam started at 9 a.m. tomorrow, he might hit 20,000 pounds. He could handle a 10,000-pound halberd just fine. Make the halberd, he nodded. You handle the rest. All right, the shop owner said, impressed by his decisiveness. They finalized the dimensions and aesthetic details. Jiang Tian paid a 40,000-pound deposit up front. The shop owner promised to have it finished by 9 p.m. tonight. Stepping out of the shop, Jiang Tian checked his remaining balance. He'd started with 50,000 pounds, but now he only had 10,000. The remaining cost for the weapon was 360,000. Burns threw money fast, he muttered to himself. Still, with 37,600 pounds of strength, making cash wouldn't be a problem. He'd just head into the dungeons, hunt a few beasts, and gather some first-tier materials. If he got lucky and found an energy core, he'd have the rest of the money in no time. The nearest dungeon was about 100 miles from Sealy City. Access required passing through an official spatial gate, a teleportation array built by Space Affinity users. The gate was packed with people, mostly beginners between levels 1 and 10, plus martial arts instructors guiding their students. After awakening their abilities, students had a one-day adaptation period where instructors would protect them during practical experience and help them level up a bit. Families that could afford it loved buying this opportunity. In a single day, their kids could rise 1 to 3 levels, depending on the instructor's skill. One instructor sized up Jiang Tian. Hey kid, you heading to the dungeon on your own? That place has a terrifyingly high mortality rate. He lowered his voice. Join my group. We've got one spot left. 10,000 pounds, and I'll protect you the whole time. Hey, kid, don't listen to him. Another instructor chimed in. He's only level 8. I'm level 10. You're far safer with me. In no time, Jiang Tian was surrounded by instructors trying to sell him their services. Thanks, but no thanks, Jiang Tian said, brushing them off. The truth was, he didn't have the money, and even if he did, he wouldn't waste it on this. Control your emotions and step back. One of the team leaders roared out, trying to create a plan even in this desperate situation. But fear was gripping everyone's hearts as the giant 8th-level Ice Wolf King loomed over them, its icy breath whispering death in every exhale. They were no match. None of them. Even together, the odds were slim to none. But just as the despair started to suffocate the group, a calm, yet unfamiliar voice cut through the tension. An 8th-level Ice Wolf King, huh? Everyone turned around, confused. It was that reckless young man again, the one who ventured solo earlier. But he didn't look scared. No, there was something unnaturally tranquil about him, as if the scene unfolding before him was no more intimidating than a light drizzle on an early morning. Kid, what are you doing here? Get out of here. This isn't a place for amateurs, one of the older hunters shouted. Jiang Tian smirked. Without responding, he started moving towards the pack of ice wolves and their towering king. Is he insane? Someone in the group stammered. Does he have a death wish? Another hunter cried, trembling as he watched. Jiang Tian stopped before the line of advancing beasts. The Ice Wolf King snarled, its crystal-like fangs shimmering menacingly under the canopy's dim light. It took one lumbering step forward, and the ground seemed to shake. But the young man simply raised his head, locking eyes with the monster. There was no fear in his gaze, only a flicker of excitement. Then, in a low voice, he muttered as if addressing himself. Perfect opportunity to test my new strength. The tremor in his voice was absent. Instead, it was steady, borderline casual. His feet shifted slightly, lowering his stance. And in an instant, energy began to pulse violently around him, his body emanating a faint reddish glow that grew hotter and hotter with each passing second. What the? Someone's voice trailed off. That aura. That's not something an amateur has, murmured another. Realization hit the group like a tidal wave. This wasn't just some inexperienced kid. He was far from that. The Ice Wolf King roared, leaping forward to swipe its massive claw downward in an arc meant to incapacitate or outright kill. Jiang Tian didn't flinch. Crimson Flame Fist, he announced in a calm, chilling tone. And then came the explosion. His punch connected with the Ice Wolf King's claw head-on. A deafening boom echoed through the snowy forest, and a shockwave surged outward, blowing back the surrounding wolves and sending leaves scattered in the air. As the dust settled, what they saw was beyond belief. The Ice Wolf King, the mighty 8th-level beast, stood frozen mid-motion, its body trembling unnaturally. Jiang Tian stood his ground effortlessly, his fist still buried deep into the massive claw. A sharp crackling echoed. Suddenly, the beast's claw, along with half of its forearm, shattered like fragile ice. Blood and shards rained down as the monster stumbled. "No way!" Someone gasped, their voice barely above a whisper. Was this real? Did this young man just break an 8th-level beast's limb with a single punch? Jiang Tian exhaled, flicking his wrist as if brushing off dust. That punch felt off. "I guess I held back too much," he muttered, seemingly disappointed. The Ice Wolves, including their crippled leader, looked hesitant for the first time. The Beast King whimpered, backing up slightly. "You're not going anywhere," Jiang Tian growled, his once casual demeanor darkening. Without warning, he charged toward the beast. His speed was blinding. Faster than their eyes could follow, the young man closed the distance in a heartbeat. "Falling Stars Barrage," he declared. What followed was a blur of violent, glowing fists. The Ice Wolf King didn't even have time to let out a final howl before its massive body was reduced to a lifeless, unrecognizable heap. Bones cracked, flesh tore, and crimson sprayed across the battlefield. When it was over, there was nothing but silence, all except for the faint hum of energy dissipating around Jiang Tian as he stood amidst the wreckage of fur and blood. The remaining ice wolves took one apprehensive step back before turning tail, scattering into the forest. And just like that, it was over. Jiang Tian crouched down, retrieving the fallen beast's core and wiping off some of the blood on his sleeve. Behind him, the other hunters remained frozen, still processing what had just happened. "Did he?" Someone tried to speak, but failed to string together words. "Just kill an 8th-level Ice Wolf King alone?" Another stammered, slack-jawed. Yet others couldn't even bring themselves to vocalize their thoughts, their minds racing but blank at the same time. Jiang Tian pocketed the core, giving a satisfied nod. He then turned to the group, briefly glancing at their stupefied expressions. "This area is too noisy. I'll go deeper," he said nonchalantly, as if what just occurred was an everyday chore. And with that, he disappeared into the forest, leaving them all standing there in stunned silence, their earlier despair long forgotten, replaced by one collective thought. Who the hell is this guy? Talent unleashed, muscles swelling, appearing as if three small giants had fused into one. Die. Their momentum was overpowering, yet the outcome was brutal and disastrous. Smack. With a single swipe of the Wolf King's massive paw, one person was torn in half on the spot. The chests of the other two were clawed open, flesh and blood mangled, their hearts nearly visible. They were essentially out of the fight. The three strongest fighters, all annihilated in an instant. Jiang Tian's heart sank. The force behind that claw, at least 25,000 pounds, maybe even more. Meanwhile, those level 6 strength types? At best, they had a strength of just over 3,000 pounds. The gap was insurmountable. What now? We can't escape, and we definitely can't fight. The crowd was in full panic mode. Can anyone save us? I'll give them all the money I have. Save me. I'll follow you anywhere. A couple of women shrieked, utterly breaking down. Haha, lucky for you all. A rough, booming voice broke through the chaos. Trudging through the snow came a burly man, flanked by 6 students. Jiang Tian recognized him. It was the martial arts instructor who'd previously tried to recruit him for their training classes. His name was Xiong Ba, and he was at level 8. Allow me to introduce myself. Name's Xiong Ba, instructor at the Titan Bear Martial Arts Center. Profession? Boxer. Talent? Strength. He grinned smugly. I can save all of you, sure. A glimmer of hope reignited in the eyes of the desperate crowd. But it's going to cost you. He raised one finger. 1 million per person, not a penny less. Extortion, plain and simple. We don't have that kind of money, someone blurted out. Most of them were material scavengers, scraping by with meager earnings, not exactly wealthy. You can write me an IOU, pay it off after you get out, or hand over anything valuable as collateral, Xiong stated coldly, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Take it or leave it. The crowd hesitated, exchanging nervous glances. Don't hesitate, one person muttered softly. The instructors from Titan Bear Martial Arts Center are top tier. At their level, they're nearly unbeatable. He's level 8. He can definitely take on that Wolf King. Hope and fear swirled through the crowd, battling for dominance. All right, I agree. Here, Instructor Xiong. This is my card. It has 200,000 in it. I'll give you an IOU for the other 800,000. With someone taking the lead, others quickly followed suit, nodding in agreement. A million sounded like a lot, but for most of them, it was just a few years' earnings. If they lived, they could always make more money. It was a deal worth taking. Xiong collected the cards and IOUs, carefully confirming their validity before finally turning his attention to the Wolf King. The beast stood there, unhurried, coldly watching the exchange like it was all some sort of farce. An ice wolf beast? I've killed over 1,000 of these things. Xiong chuckled grimly. His talents activated, and his fists swelled to half a meter wide, knuckles protruding as power surged through him. His boxing talent came with armor-piercing capabilities, perfect for dealing with a creature like the ice wolf. Pay close attention, class. Watch how I handle this beast. He made sure to show off in front of his students. After all, the more impressed they were now, the easier it would be to recruit them and rake in profits later. The Wolf King snarled low and leapt forward in a flash. Boom. Fist collided with claw, sending shockwaves that pushed both parties back a good 5 or 6 meters. The Wolf King's paw trembled, but Xiong wasn't faring much better. The sharp claws had already left bleeding gashes on his fists. Gritting his teeth, he endured the pain. Looks like I'll have to get serious. Gathering his energy, his fists began to glow with a fiery red hue, waves of heat radiating outward. Remember, this is a level 1 advanced combat skill. Asterisk Flaming Fist. Asterisk took me 3 years to master. Before his words even settled, he launched a devastating punch. Boom. The Wolf King was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily into the ground, a cloud of dust rising around it. A ripple of applause erupted from the onlookers. The Titan Bear Martial Arts Center is incredible. I'm definitely enrolling my kid there. Instructor Xiong is amazing. The students watched in awe, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch of admiration. Xiong puffed out his chest even more, basking in the adoration. Yet Jiang Tian frowned. Although the Wolf King had been knocked far away, it didn't appear to be seriously injured, not even the faintest trace of blood. Ice wolves were notoriously tough-skinned. This level of impact wouldn't faze them much. And right on cue, a woo. The Wolf King howled toward the heavens, its eyes turning crimson, its aura surging dramatically. The air grew tense in an instant. Is that a mutated Wolf King? It only took Jiang Tian a moment to figure it out. The Wolf King had mutated. Once an ice wolf undergoes mutation, its strength skyrockets by nearly 50%. From its previous level of 25,000 pounds of force, it now surged to a terrifying 37,000. Xiong screwed. Jiang Tian muttered with a grim smirk. Even the students sensed something was wrong and frantically shouted warnings to Xiong Ba. Xiong, however, dismissed it all, still putting on airs and boasting that everything was under control. But in the very next second, the Wolf King lunged forward with blinding speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Its claws lashed out, faster than the eye could track. Only then did Xiong expression change as he hastily raised his fists to block. Thud! The impact sent him hurtling through the air, his arms dripping blood, the scent of it enraging the wolf pack further. Embarrassed and enraged, Xiong roared as he mustered his strength for another flaming fist, unleashing a massive fiery projection of his punch. The Wolf King didn't evade. Its head bristled with crimson scales as it met the attack head-on. Another deafening clash. A deafening roar echoed as a flurry of punches shattered midair, but the wolf leader didn't stop and charged forward without hesitation. Xiong felt a chill in his heart. He knew he had underestimated his opponent. Behind him were his students. Retreating would mean death. But if he stayed, he doubted he'd survive either. In a moment of life and death, he suddenly pivoted and initiated his movement technique. "I'm out of here." Before the words fully left his mouth, he had already dashed into the forest. Xiong knew his Tier 8 strength gave him enough speed to escape. The wolf leader might not even bother chasing him. As for the students, their survival didn't concern him. Dead men don't talk, after all. He figured he'd claim it was a mutant beast outbreak once he made it back. Plus, with the payout he received, the trip wouldn't be a loss. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became, and his feet moved faster. Sure enough, the wolf leader didn't chase after him. Instead, its eyes locked onto Jiang Tian and the others. From the wolf leader's perspective, taking out these weaker opponents was a better deal. Its next target was Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian, meanwhile, was engrossed in his system interface. Since upgrading his stats earlier that morning, he had accumulated over 10,000 modification points, now totaling more than 11,000. His base strength earlier was over 37,000 pounds, approximately on par with the wolf leader, but this gap was about to widen drastically. "System, allocate all points to strength," he commanded. Ding, modification successful. Current strength, 48,600 pounds. As his power surged, he smirked. The disparity in their strength was now overwhelming. The wolf leader lunged forward, crashing its massive head into Jiang Tian and driving him back a meter, leaving a deep groove in the ground. Jiang Tian steadied himself, muscles flexing as his feet dug into the earth. The wolf's bloody jaws lunged down, razor-sharp teeth gleaming, each fang nearly half a meter long. But Jiang Tian shot his hands upward, forcibly holding the wolf's mouth open. No matter how hard the wolf leader struggled, it couldn't bite down any further. "That's all you've got? And you call yourself a leader?" Jiang Tian sneered, grabbing onto two of the wolf's enormous fangs and yanking violently. The wolf's pained scream tore through the air as blood gushed wildly. Its fangs were ripped out alive. The now panicked wolf struggled to flee, but Jiang Tian grabbed one of its massive paws and swung it like a rag doll. Again and again, he slammed its enormous body into the ground, each impact shaking the earth. Several wolf captains charged in to save their leader, but Jiang Tian seized the wolf leader's tail and swung it like a weapon, sending the wolf captains flying in every direction. Howls filled the air as the Tier 6 wolf captains collapsed one after another. Ice crystals and energy cores spilled across the ground. In the far distance, other hunter teams couldn't help but gaze longingly at the loot, but no one dared approach. This young man, a one-man army who crushed a wolf leader with his bare hands, was terrifying. "I'm done playing around," Jiang Tian muttered coldly. He raised his fist and struck the wolf leader's armored hide. The scales shattered, its skull exploded, and an energy core tumbled out of the wreckage. Everyone froze in shock. "Is it over already? We're alive. We really survived this." Survivors embraced tightly, their relief palpable after narrowly escaping death. Jiang Tian quietly collected the materials dropped by the wolves without a word. They were worth a fortune he still needed to pay off some debts. Several students approached him, their faces glowing with admiration. "Dude, you're insane. Let us team up with you." Safety wasn't their concern anymore. Staying with this guy seemed like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. "I don't come cheap. Each of you will owe me 200,000 yuan. Jiang Tian smirked, naming his price. Why exhaust himself hunting for materials when he could just drag these rich and ridiculous students into the wild? He could steer them toward weaker beasts to gain some experience, all while stuffing his wallet. "Deal. Let's transfer now." They didn't hesitate. 3 guys and 3 girls immediately whipped out their phones to send payments. Jiang Tian checked his account. 1.2 million yuan transferred in seconds. Feeling satisfied, he led the group deeper into the forest, all while mentally kicking himself. He could have asked for more. "Hold it right there." A stern voice from the underbrush stopped them in their tracks as Xiongba emerged. Originally, Xiongba had fled, but midway, he heard the dying howls of the wolves and realized a high-level expert must have cleared the scene. If that person was still there, he could pass it off as someone he recruited to save face. If the expert wasn't around, well, dead witnesses tell no tales. He'd ensure no one spilled what had really happened. Parting the grass, Xiongba saw a battlefield littered with wolf corpses, but no sign of the supposed savior. He steeled his resolve. Mr. Xiongno? Xiongba, why are you here? The students looked bewildered. I want to get reinforcements. Sorry I was late, Xiongba replied smoothly. Reinforcements? You ran away. Xiongba's face darkened. Since you know the truth, I don't need to keep the act up. None of you are leaving here alive. His words immediately enraged the nearby hunting teams who hadn't yet departed. You abandoned your students and now want to silence them. What kind of scum pretends to be a teacher? We'll report Tai Xiong Marshall Hall when we're back for hiring someone like you. Xiongba sneered. You won't make it back alive. Letting out a monstrous growl, Xiongba charged, his face twisted and feral. But before he could even touch them, Jiang Tian intervened, swift and decisive. With a single move, he crippled Xiongba's limbs, leaving him writhing in shock and fear on the ground. You were the one who saved them? Xiongba stared up in disbelief. It didn't make sense. Jiang Tian had just recently awakened his abilities. Even if his talent was rated S-class, he shouldn't have grown this powerful so quickly. Just what kind of monster was this young man? Even more unsettling was the lack of any detectable energy fluctuations from Jiang Tian's body. He wasn't using superhuman abilities or mutant powers at all. This strength was purely physical. Before Xiongba could piece together the mystery, the 6 students wasted no time tying him up and tossing him aside. They dragged him back to face justice. For the next 3 hours, Jiang Tian was in charge of killing beasts, while the 6 others followed behind to collect materials and occasionally dealt the finishing blow. After a series of battles, all 6 had leveled up to level 2. Beyond excited, they felt their chances at the Wu-Ku martial arts division college entrance exam had significantly improved. But Jiang Tian wasn't fazed. After all, he wasn't an awakened ability user. No matter how many beasts he killed, his level wouldn't increase. Tossing them a few kills didn't matter. Ding. Energy reached 100. System upgrade in progress. Current level, 2. Modification points, plus 2 per second. Next level requirement, 0/500. To level up again, he needed to kill 500 beasts, not something he could manage today. Jiang Tian decided to stop and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he dumped the 10,800 points he had accumulated over 3 hours all into strength. The other attributes hadn't been unlocked yet, so strength was all he could focus on. The strength value shot up directly to 58,400 pounds. In just 12 hours, since last night, his strength had multiplied several times. Even with S-class strength aptitude, not even someone at level 25 could be this insane, let alone the fact that his system had upgraded to level 2, escalating his growth rate even further. +2, +2, ***. The points kept rising. After returning to the city, the 6 students shared their experience with their families. A group of well-connected parents promptly stormed into Tai Xiong martial arts dojo. Reporters followed closely, turning the scene into quite a spectacle. Jiang Tian couldn't care less. He dropped the students back home and accepted 500,000 from each family as a token of gratitude, a total of 3 million yuan. His bank balance jumped straight to 4.21 million yuan. Selling off the collected materials brought in another 340,000 yuan. Now flush with cash, Jiang Tian casually picked a restaurant and enjoyed a massive feast. With such a dramatic increase in strength, his appetite had doubled and hunger struck more quickly. But with this much money on hand, he could afford to indulge without hesitation. Afterward, he briefly checked the Wu-Ku College entrance exam details. The exam started at 9 a.m. the next day and lasted for 3 days. Having familiarized himself, he headed home and went straight to bed, sleeping until 6:30 p.m. The first thing he checked upon waking was his system points. Available modification points, 64,000. Jiang Tian made another breakthrough, pushing his strength to an astonishing 122,400 pounds. Next on the agenda, picking up the custom-made war halberd he ordered from the superalloy shop. Soon, he entered the store and immediately spotted the gleaming war halberd resting on a rack. It was unmistakably his. This halberd weighs 108,000 pounds. Can you even lift it, young man? The shop owner asked with concern. Piece of cake. Jiang Tian stepped forward, gripping the shaft with one hand. With an effortless lift, the war halberd left the rack. He seamlessly transitioned into performing the great solar halberd technique, the halberd's shadow slicing through the air as howling gales erupted. The shop owner was dumbfounded, completely at a loss for words. It had taken over a dozen men more than an hour to haul this finished halberd into the shop. Yet this teenager was now wielding it with one hand? Was he even human? Oh, by the way, young man, take this dagger as a gift, the shop owner quickly offered, handing him an exquisitely crafted dagger. In the Wuku exams, sometimes a dagger comes in more handy. For a 400,000 yuan custom order, it was only right to offer a goodwill gesture. Besides, with this young man's incredible talent, forming a good relationship was undoubtedly the best move. Thank you. Jiang Tian paid the remaining balance, packed away the halberd and dagger in their respective sheaths, and departed. Considering how heavy the superalloy weapon was, even its protective gear had to be custom reinforced for safety. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, Jiang Tian woke up. His father had already left for work. Seeing how calm Jiang Tian had been the day prior, his father assumed Jiang Tian had given up on applying for Wuku and didn't say much more. Without the Wuku path, Jiang Tian was still confident in excelling at the Wunku liberal arts division, where he could likely land within the top 100 in Pingjiang province. Even without pursuing martial arts, his future prospects wouldn't be dim. The Wuku college entrance exam began at 9 a.m. Jiang Tian woke up at 7:30, slung the war halberd over his back, equipped the dagger, enjoyed a hearty breakfast, and boarded the bus designated for taking candidates to the exam venue. In the Summer Nation, the college entrance exam was of utmost importance, and the Wuku track was the gateway for selecting the strong. Each designated testing zone offered shuttle buses, with traffic restrictions enforced 3 days prior to ensure smooth travel. Jiang Tian scanned in his exam ID and got on the bus. Thud! The entire bus abruptly sank as if it had been hit by an enormous weight. The chassis groaned under the pressure, and the tires screeched against the road. If it hadn't been reinforced as a high-spec vehicle, it might have broken down on the spot. The driver and the rest of the candidates froze. What just happened? The driver instinctively glanced at Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian only carried his halberd sheathed in a long black cover on his back. Yet that oppressive weight seemed to radiate from under his feet. The driver never suspected the sheath contained a superalloy weapon. After all, that sort of thing weighed tens of thousands of pounds, far beyond what any candidate, no matter how strong, could carry. Left puzzled, he got out of the vehicle to check the tires and backups. The bus carried 4 spare tires, just in case unexpected mishaps occurred on the way. The consequences of a breakdown delaying candidates' arrival would be too severe. Did the bus pick up some gunk on the wheels? The driver muttered under his breath. Everything looked fine during the earlier inspection, yet now the vehicle had noticeably sagged under pressure. This transport was designed for 100 passengers without batting an eye, but today it only carried a dozen or so. What could possibly be happening? It felt off, truly abnormal. He couldn't figure it out, so he decided to let it go. All that mattered was getting everyone to the test site. Once everyone was on board, he called out, "Sha Chong, check attendance for me." Sha Chong was the latest AI system developed by Xia Nation. With just a scan of an admission ticket, it could record attendance instantly. All present, ready to drive. The total distance is 4 kilometers. Estimated travel time will be 12 minutes. As the vehicle started moving, someone in the back seat recognized Jiang Tian. Isn't that Jiang Tian, the class leader from Class 1? He's taking the martial arts exam too. Jiang Tian was quite well known at First High School. Unfortunately, his awakening had failed, turning him into a laughingstock. He probably couldn't let it go, huh? Too bad. Ended up as just an ordinary person, a girl sighed. She once had a crush on him. He used to be tall, handsome, and popular with the girls. But life had taken a cruel turn. She awakened with a D-level talent, while he failed. Awakened talents and ordinary people were not truly meant to be part of the same world anymore. The conversation quickly shifted. Let's not talk about him anymore. Let's discuss this year's star contender. It's Zhou Xiaolong, of course. B-level strength ability. our school's best chance at cracking the provincial top 100. Didn't we have other B-level contenders make it to the top 100 before? He might stand a real chance. I used to think he was ugly, but now, he's looking better and better to me, someone quipped. Several D-level girls giggled in agreement. Talent dictated one's future, strength was dazzling, and strong individuals naturally became more attractive. This method of turning a blind eye and brown-nosing was a common strategy for girls whose talents were average. Puffed, a B-level talent aiming for the top 100? Dream on. A cold voice came from the back row, a student from Pingjiang Province's Element High School. Element High was far superior to Sealy First High School. Most of its students awakened with elemental abilities, with the weakest being C-level talents. This year's lineup included dozens of B-level talents and over 10 A-level talents. Every year, at least 20 of the provincial top 100 came from their school, with some even ranking in the top 10. What nonsense are you babbling? You're just jealous of a B-level talent. The girls instantly fought back. Still want to argue? The Element High students didn't bother with more words and directly displayed their talents. Look closely, B-level, Earth Elemental Master. And I'm considered one of the weaker ones here. I'm A-level, Wood Elemental Master, another chimed in. The rest followed suit, showcasing their talents one by one. The students from Sealy First High suddenly fell silent. Their school's strongest candidate was B-level, while the opposing school had 2 A-levels. The gap was undeniable. Frogs in a well, one mocked. Being at an underperforming school for so long has stunted your vision, another added. Let's not waste time engaging with them. After this martial arts exam, they won't even qualify for a Tier 1 Awaken University. Last year, the threshold for Tier 1 was, what, for 150 points? Sealy First High barely had over 100 students make it past that mark. This year will likely be worse. Over 1,000 test takers, and not even 10% will make the cut. Pathetic. Each insult hit deeper than the last. The girls turned red with anger, but they lacked the courage to argue further and instead looked toward Jiang Tian. But Jiang Tian couldn't be bothered to respond. What was the point of winning a verbal skirmish? Better to save his energy for the upcoming exam. By 8:20 a.m., buses from each district began arriving at the entrance to the test site. The Martial Arts College entrance exam site was located inside a dungeon created by a level 90-plus powerhouse from Xia Nation. The terrain inside was complex, filled with level 1 to level 10 beasts of varying difficulty. As he stepped off the bus, Jiang Tian caught sight of their homeroom teacher, Shirley. She had been waiting there all morning, knowing her students' results would directly impact her career prospects. In the past few days, she had barely slept. Half of her concerns focused on Jiang Tian. She once believed he would awaken with a B-level talent and make it into the provincial top 100. That would have earned her bonus points for her job title evaluation and even a hefty bonus. But now, those hopes were dashed. Jiang Tian, why are you here? Didn't you cancel your martial arts exam? Shirley couldn't help but ask. According to exam rules, cancellations had to be confirmed at least a day prior. Of course, there was no requirement to officially cancel, but students who signed up and failed to show would have a serious blot added to their record. Don't worry, teacher. I'm here to take the martial arts exam, Jiang Tian replied calmly. Don't push yourself too hard, Shirley sighed. She assumed his failure had hit him too hard to accept. As per the rules, anyone with an admission ticket could participate, regardless of their situation. Well then, best of luck. Maybe you'll take first place, she said half-heartedly, though deep down she knew it was impossible. No one from Sealy First High had ever taken first place. This time, they were sharing the exam site with Zhejiang High School and Element High. Those schools had far greater resources, allowing them to cultivate contestants with levels ranging from 3 to 6 before the exam. Some past top contenders even hit level 8. By contrast, the strongest contestant from Sealy First High, Zhou Xiaolong, was only at level 3. The gap was overwhelming. Thank you, teacher. Jiang Tian walked toward the exam entrance. At the entrance, the mayors of 3 cities, the directors of education, and the principals of all the participating schools had already gathered. At the center of the crowd stood the chief examiner, Lin Jingxiong, a level 56 powerhouse and B-level blade warrior. His presence was intimidating, and a single glance from him could send chills down anyone's spine. Once all the candidates had arrived, he explained the rules. The exam would begin at 9 a.m. and last for 3 days. All participants would be teleported into the dungeon, where they would score points by defeating beasts. 1 point for a level 1 beast, and 1,000 points for a level 10 beast. But across the nation, those who have managed to slay a level 10 beast over the years number fewer than 5. With the rules explained, the examinees proceeded to receive their space bracelets. The bracelets display scores and rankings and come equipped with 3 energy pills. Yet, those 3 pills alone are far from sufficient. From here on, it's every man for himself. Most candidates rely on hunting beasts on-site to feed themselves, while others utilize special abilities to absorb energy from their surroundings. Wood affinity candidates thrive in forests, while fire affinity candidates shine near volcanoes. The martial arts entrance exam is fraught with peril. On the space bracelet, there's a red button. Once pressed, it immediately teleports the user out of the test zone to save their life. Jiang Tian received his bracelet and used the AI, Xiao Stupid, Xinghao Sabchag, a humorous name, to inspect the internal space. It was only 1 cubic meter. He tried to fit in his super alloy battle spear, but the space was too small. It couldn't fit at all. The spear was simply too long. It's currently 8:45. We have 15 minutes until the exam begins, Lin Jingxiong reminded everyone. Teaming up is allowed in this exam. Strong candidates forming groups significantly enhance the success and survival rates. Many students from Sealy High School surrounded Zhou Xiaolong. Most of them had E or D level talent, finding it hard to pass the first-tier university line on their own. But Zhou Xiaolong had a B level talent, making it easy to pass by following him. Brother Xiaolong, take us with you. A few girls pleaded, acting cutely. Zhou Xiaolong, full of smug satisfaction, basked in the attention. He had once been short and unattractive, ignored by everyone. Now, being the center of attention filled his heart with vanity. Slapping his chest confidently, he agreed, deliberately casting a glance at Jiang Tian. However, Jiang Tian didn't even look at him and was instead focused on observing students from other schools. Sea-level strength affinity. Anyone want to join forces? Sea-level speed affinity here. Count me in. The calls to team up were endless. Students from elemental high school stood out as the most organized. Their teams were long decided, optimized for cooperation, and their teachers had guided them through numerous practice dungeons. They even had targeted training based on probable test content, with difficulties surpassing the actual exam. Rumor had it their average scores would exceed 520. At 9 o'clock sharp, students from all 3 schools entered the test zone simultaneously. In a flash of white light, Jiang Tian found himself in a devastated area. It looked like the ruins of a city once ravaged by a fierce battle between mankind and beasts. The outskirts of the city had diverse terrains, forests, volcanoes, and mountains intertwined. For students with elemental affinities, this was a natural battlefield. Soon, shadows of ferocious beasts began to appear, with level 1 beasts making up nearly 60% of the population. Clearly, this setup catered to the majority of test takers. Many students immediately started killing, afraid of falling behind. The leaderboards began updating swiftly. Jiang Tian, however, didn't rush. Carrying his massive battle spear, he strolled through the mountainous outskirts near the ruined city, searching for food first. Beast meat is rich in energy, and while he didn't possess any innate abilities, he still needed sustenance. Carrying a weapon weighing over 50,000 kilograms, if he didn't prepare in advance, facing a powerful enemy on an empty stomach would spell disaster. He pulled out a small alloy dagger, small in size, but weighing 7,000 kilograms. Earlier, he had spotted 2 level 2 one-horned green bulls nearby. Their meat was of the highest quality. Just one piece would be worth as much energy as an entire energy pill. He decided to hunt a few, roast them, and store them in his space bracelet for later. Sneaking up behind the bulls, he suddenly erupted with force, hurling the dagger forward. The 7,000 kilograms knife, combined with an explosive strength of 120,000 kilograms, instantly killed one of the bulls. The other let out an enraged howl, charging at him with its horns like a cannonball. Jiang Tian swung the battle spear, preparing to meet the charge head-on. Boom! The impact numbed his hands, delivering over 9,000 kilograms of force. However, the bull's skull shattered on the spot, brain matter splattering everywhere. Two level 2 beasts eliminated, earning 10 points, announced Xiao Stupid. Jiang Tian didn't bother checking his points. He dragged the bulls to a nearby spring, skillfully skinning and butchering them before setting up a fire to cook. His movements were swift and precise. Before long, the aroma of roasted meat filled the air. He took a bite, warmth spreading through his body as energy surged within. Devouring an entire bull leg, he felt his vitality soar. He roasted the remaining 400 kilograms of meat, storing it in his space bracelet, ensuring he wouldn't go hungry later. Chewing on some meat, he issued a command. "Xiao Stupid, show me the leaderboard." A virtual display popped up. 1. Han Li of Jiujiang High School, B-level Titan Talent, 45 points. 2. Zhao Kun of Elemental High School, B-level Earth Elementalist, 42 points. 3. Ma Xian of Elemental High School, B-level Metal Element Talent, 39 points. Jiang Tian briefly glanced at it. Not a single A-level talent had made it to the top 3. This suggested that A-level candidates were in regions with fewer beasts, making it harder to gather points. Once his meat was fully roasted, he deactivated the AI and stood up. He decided not to venture into the central area just yet, choosing instead to eliminate level 1 beasts in the outskirts. He needed 500 more kills to upgrade his system to level 3. While the central and inner zones offered beasts with higher point values, they were fewer in number and posed much greater challenges, ultimately being less efficient. Having made up his mind, he strapped on his battle spear, tightened his grip around the alloy dagger, and set off. Meanwhile, thousands of drones hovered in the sky above the test zones, all the Martial Arts College entrance exam livestream. The broadcast lasted 3 days and 3 nights. Focus was placed on those with B-level and A-level talents, who had the most screen time. Others only appeared occasionally. Isn't that our Han Li from Jiujiang High School? He actually made it to first place. The Jiujiang principal's pride was written all over his face. First place is only temporary. 6 of the top 10 are from Elemental High School. We're doing pretty well too. The Elemental High School principal fired back. Meanwhile, Li Ping, the principal of Sealy First High School, kept silent. There wasn't a single student from his school in the top 10, a blow to their reputation. Their star candidate, Zhou Xiaolong, with a B-level talent, was ranked 45th and still slipping lower. Principal Li, isn't anyone from your school making the list? Not even in the top 50 anymore. When you finally cut to one of your students for a brief moment, he was being chased by a beast. Ha ha. The taunts grew harsher with each line. Li Ping's face darkened, but he could say nothing in defense. Higher up, overseeing the scene, were the director of education and 3 city officials. The dynamic was clear as 2 principals ganged up on another. Lin Jingxiong, however, paid no mind to the arguments. He focused intently on the live broadcast, his sharp gaze locked onto the screen. Who's this Yin Jiping? He wasn't in the top 10 earlier, and now he surged to first place. The person next to him responded immediately. Examiner Lin, he's Jiujiang High School's ace. An A-level gunner talent. That golden spear of his weighs over 10,000 pounds. These past few days, he's also mastered the first-tier universal martial skill, Great Sun Spear technique, to small success. Mastered it in a day? Even Lin Jingxiong froze for a moment. The Great Sun Spear technique was a top-tier martial skill. Back when Lin had taken the college entrance exams, it had taken him half a month just to reach the entry-level mastery. Yet Yin Jiping achieved a small success in one day. His talent was truly otherworldly. Shachong, pull up Yin Jiping's livestream. Before Lin Jingxiong had even finished speaking, the scene popped up. Yin Jiping was facing off against a level 3 stone-armored beast in a head-on battle. Stone-armored beasts were notorious for their thick, impenetrable hide, hard for even those of the same level to damage, unless their opponent surpassed them by 2 levels. But Yin Jiping wielded his golden spear like a dragon leaping out to sea. Thrust, jab, pierce. Every move was precise and deadly. The stone-armored beast was forced into retreat under his relentless assault. Bystanding dignitaries watched in disbelief. This spear technique is too refined. Lin Jingxiong couldn't help but praise him. Examiner Lin, he hasn't even activated his talent skill. If he does, he'll be even more unstoppable. So he's a lock for the top 10 in this exam and has a shot at cracking the province's top 100? Guaranteed. The principal of Jiujiang High School was glowing with pride. Elsewhere, Jiang Tian sat resting on the outskirts of the battleground. Over the past 10 hours, he had painstakingly hunted down 500 level 1 beasts in the periphery. It wasn't that he lacked strength. The beasts were simply too skittish. His overwhelming killing aura scared them off before he could close the gap. System, level up. Asterisk ding. Level up successful. Defense attribute modification unlocked. Asterisk. Current effect. Gain plus 3 points per second. A stats panel appeared. Host, Jiang Tian. Available points, 234,891. Strength, 122,400 pounds. 1 point equals 1 pound. Defense, adjustable, 50 points equals 1 armor, mitigates physical damage. Speed, critical chance, magic resistance, locked. System level, 3. Energy required for next level, 0/1000. In 10 hours, he accumulated over 200,000 points. Let's bump my strength up to 200,000 pounds first. He deposited over 70,000 points, bringing his strength to an even 200,000 pounds. That left him with around 150,000 points. Add 3,000 points to armor next. In an instant, 150,000 points were reduced to less than 7,000. What does 3,000 armor mean? A similarly leveled beast could strike him with all its might, and he could remain stationary without taking damage. Now, Jiang Tian wasn't just strong, he was also absurdly tough. For context, the most advanced combat alloy armor in the nation only provides 800 armor points at Tier 1, and no one can wear more than one suit. Jiang Tian, however, now effectively carried the defensive power of 4 of those armors stacked together. Even more outrageous, while others found such armor heavy, Jiang Tian moved as if wearing nothing at all. After wrapping up upgrades, Jiang Tian prepared to rest. Having fought nonstop all day, he deserved a break. There were still 3 days left in the competition. His spatial wristband, once filled with over 400 pounds of beef, was now down to just over 100 pounds. The rapid surge in his strength had also significantly increased his energy consumption. Of course, hunting for more beast meat wouldn't be a problem for him. Asterisk ding. Strength surpasses 200,000 pounds. Hidden skill unlocked. 3-meter gold form. Asterisk. 3-meter gold form. Activating this skill increases body size to 3 meters and doubles strength for 15 minutes. What? This works too. Jiang Tian was just settling down to rest when the system handed him another surprise. Asterisk ding. Host. Reaching thresholds in any attribute unlocks corresponding hidden skills. This applies to defense, speed, critical chance, and others as well. Asterisk. Jiang Tian couldn't help but feel a jolt of excitement. He was already strong enough, yet the system kept layering on bonuses. It was as if it was determined to leave no chance for other talented combatants. As he relaxed, he opened the leaderboard out of curiosity. 506 points. He figured his ranking wouldn't be too shabby. The rankings materialized. Elemental High School, Meng Tian. A-level wood element talent, 763 points, rank 1. Elemental High School, Lu Yinxue. A+ Shadow, 761 points, 2nd place. Jiujiang High School, Yin Jiping. Grade A Gunslinger, 732 points, 3rd place. Sealy First High School, Jiang Tian. No talent, 5,000 points, 10th place. Jiang Tian wasn't surprised. Those with B-grade talents would inevitably be pushed out by A-grade talents sooner or later. He closed the interface and went straight to sleep. He knew well enough that he wasn't the only one watching the leaderboard at this moment. In the monitoring room, Lin Zhengxiong, along with several mayors, education directors, and school principals, were all fixated on the rankings. As they scanned the list from 1st place downward, most remained composed. However, when they reached the 10th place, Lin Zhengxiong almost collapsed. What's going on? Jiang Tian. Someone with no talent made it to the top 10? Is this a joke? The top 10 were all A-grade talents. But here was someone with no talent at all outranking the 11th place? Jiang Tian made it to 10th. The Sealy First High School principal and homeroom teacher, Shirley, exclaimed at nearly the same time. They both knew full well Jiang Tian had zero talent. He hadn't awakened at all. Impossible. Must be someone with the same name. Principal Li Ping muttered. Dummy, pull up Jiang Tian's footage. Lin Jingxiong barked orders. The mayors, education directors, principals, and teachers all turned their attention to the screen. Someone without any talent cracking the top 10? The news was explosive. Without talent, there's no way he could use abilities. Killing beasts without powers was nearly impossible. Even relying on raw physical strength, how strong could a regular person possibly be? A few 100 pounds of force at most? Soon, the footage popped up. Jiang Tian was lying in a corner, sound asleep, with a super alloy dagger and spear neatly placed beside him, both sheathed. That's Jiang Tian. Lin Jingxiong stared at the screen in disbelief, struggling to accept that this kid had entered the top 10. He wanted to see how Jiang Tian killed beasts, but it was already nighttime. All the candidates were resting, and there was nothing to observe. Lin Jingxiong decided he would focus on Jiang Tian tomorrow, determined to uncover his capabilities. Just as the group prepared to leave, a shadow in the distant sky appeared on the screen. Stinger wasps, someone cried out. These were level 5 beasts that moved in swarms, their tail stingers carrying incredibly strong penetrating power. Official tests showed that even first-tier, top-tier alloy armor could endure their attacks for a mere 6 seconds before being pierced. First-tier armor boasts 800 points of durability, nearly equivalent to the defensive value of a level 10 B-grade defense talent. Lin Jingxiong understood all too well. There was no way Jiang Tian could withstand this. His only hope was to count on the emergency teleport in his spatial wristwatch. What a pity. This is the end of his top 10 run, Lin Jingxiong sighed. This kind of swarm required a high-talent team to deal with. Preferably a fire element or earth element B-grade talent, and even then, it would merely be scraping by. Stinger wasps were small, fast, and exceptionally hard to kill. Almost no one wanted to provoke them. Sealy City's mayor, education director, principal, and homeroom teacher Shirley all looked crestfallen as well. Sealy First High had never made it into the top 10 of the national physical combat exams before. This was their best chance yet. Luck's part of strength too. Don't lose heart. Maybe next time, someone else can make it into the top 10, said the principals of Zhejiang and elemental high schools with a condescending smirk in their tone. Everyone could hear the mockery. At that moment, another wasp, much larger than the rest, flew into view on the screen. The Stinger Wasp King, level 6. About half a meter in size, its tail sting glimmering with a cold, deadly light. Under its leadership, the swarm adjusted their angle in preparation for a sneak attack. Quick! Contact the nearest rescue squad, someone shouted anxiously. Lin Jingxiong barked orders as well. Although the entrance exam allowed for instantaneous teleportation via wristwatches, unexpected beast ambushes left little time to press the button. Rescue teams were often the final safety net. Whoosh whoosh, the Wasp King attacked first, sending its massive stinger along with dozens of poisoned barbs hurtling toward Jiang Tian. It's over. Lin Jingxiong's face turned pale. The rescue team was nowhere near fast enough. Jiang Tian was about to be turned into a pincushion. On the other side, Jiang Tian had long detected the approaching swarm but deliberately stayed still. These exotic beasts were too fast. He had to wait for the Wasp King to close in for a decisive strike. Without the king, the rest of the swarm would scatter like mere stragglers. He didn't dodge because he didn't need to. A stinger wasp's attacks could penetrate at most 1,000 points of defense. Jiang Tian's defense? 3,000 points. The poisonous barbs rained down, clinking and cracking noisily as they struck his back. Not only did they fail to pierce his skin, but they broke apart entirely. Jiang Tian's lips curled into a grin. The timing was perfect. In one swift motion, he spun around, unleashing 200,000 pounds of sheer force. His dagger flew from his hand, its speed so fast the Wasp King didn't even have time to react. First, it was overconfident in Jiang Tian's imminent demise. Second, the throw was just too fast. Bang! The alloy dagger pierced straight through the Wasp King's head, killing it instantly as its body plummeted to the ground. The rest of the swarm scattered in terror, fleeing in all directions. Jiang Tian picked up a handful of stones and tossed them into the sky in rapid succession. The stones rained down like a storm, and within seconds, dozens of wasps fell lifeless to the earth. The battle was over. His score increased by 156 points, propelling him directly to 8th place. High-level exotic beasts were indeed worth significant points. Jiang Tian stayed put to rest. Stinger wasps weren't edible, so he simply waited for the next batch of prey to show up. Meanwhile, Lin Jingxiong was utterly dumbfounded. He killed them all by himself? In over 10 years as a supervising examiner, he had witnessed countless prodigies, many of them with A-grade talents. But a scene like this? This was a first. A regular person, without abilities. In just a few seconds, he wiped out a swarm of level 5 and level 6 beasts. A single dagger, one stone, and he simply threw those things at the swarm to kill them all dead. This is absolutely ridiculous. Wiping out a swarm of beasts with such ease? Nearby, a few mayors, directors, and principals stood frozen, speechless. To be honest, both Zhejiang and Elemental High's teams do have people who could take out a beast swarm, but only through teamwork. For one person to single-handedly eliminate them without giving the other side a chance to retaliate, that was unheard of in the history of their schools. This can't be real, right? Is Dum Chong playing some kind of special effects real? Mayor Chao Ling of Zhejiang couldn't help but ask. Nonsense, this is a live broadcast, Lin Jingxiong replied coldly. I suspect Jiang Tian is using illegal performance-enhancing drugs and must be investigated thoroughly. Elemental City's Mayor Xin Bing said with a stern face. Exactly. There's no way someone without abilities could be this strong. Without drugs, it doesn't make sense at all. Honestly, it's disgraceful for Sealy First High to rely on drugs to compete in the exams after he failed his awakening. We'll report this to the provincial authorities. The people from Zhejiang and Elemental City were up in arms, their accusations getting harsher by the minute. Meanwhile, Li Ping and Shirley remained silent. Jiang Tian's performance was definitely unusual. Even they couldn't fully believe there was nothing off about it. I agree to an investigation, Lin Jingxiong nodded. Dum Chong, scan Jiang Tian and check for any illegal substances. Dum Chong, an advanced AI system, had sufficient clearance granted by Lin Jingxiong to directly pull data from Jiang Tian's smartwatch remotely. Understood. Scanning now. Yeah, get ready for the complaint process. The provincial authorities won't let you off the hook. Something of this magnitude means you, as mayor, must take responsibility. As the two sides continued their back-and-forth taunts, Dum Chong finished its scan. Scan complete. Jiang Tian has not used any illegal substances. Everything is normal. The room fell silent. What? Chao Ling and Xin Bing's expressions instantly shifted. Lin Jingxiong, unwilling to accept it, ordered Dum Chong to run a second scan. Yet, the results were the same. The people on Sealy's side finally exhaled deeply. Although they still didn't understand why Jiang Tian was so strong, as long as he wasn't relying on drugs, he could continue in the exam. With his current performance, claiming first place among the 3 schools wasn't just wishful thinking. He might even make it into the top 10 of Pingjiang Province. You had to know, Pingjiang Province consisted of 30 cities, each with numerous powerhouse schools, their legacies deep and intimidating. Meanwhile, students across various regions were refreshing the rankings during breaks, checking how far their schools had climbed. Holy crap, 6 out of the top 10 spots are from Elemental High. Solid performance. Zhejiang's doing pretty good too, 2 people in the top 5. But who the heck is this Jiang Tian? Jumping to 8th place out of nowhere. Never even heard of him before. Sealy First Highs, apparently? The data says he has no talent? A regular person? That's gotta be a mistake. He's at least an A rank. Man, if I ever get the chance, I really want to meet this Jiang Tian, several A and B rankers murmured, with his name quickly becoming a heated topic. What? The class monitors in 8th place. Class 1 at Sealy First High was a buzz. Everyone remembered how he failed his awakening back then. Amid speculations, students found places to rest. Those working in teams rotated shifts to stand guard, while the solo participants had to rely on themselves to manage through the night, never letting their guard down against surprise attacks from beasts. The next morning, Jiang Tian got up and roasted over 400 pounds of single-horn green ox meat, storing the cooked food in his spatial wristband. It was about all there was to eat in this area. He was conscious of the drone following and live streaming him around the clock, fully aware influential figures were watching. After finishing his meal, he strapped on his battle halberd, attached his dagger, and headed straight for the middle zone. The beasts along the outskirts had fled in fear. The mid-zone, home to level 3 to 5 beasts, offered higher ranked points. He might as well aim for number 1 if he was going to take this exam. Not long into his trek, someone came running toward him. Assistant Class Monitor Zhou Hui. Class Monitor. Thank goodness, she panted, gasping for air. Being chased by beasts. No, Han Li from Jiuzhong High snatched my energy pills. Before she could even finish her sentence, Han Li appeared, wielding a massive golden hammer. He was a B-rank talent with the Titan Giant ability, radiating sheer brute force. Why are you running? Hand over the energy pills, he demanded. Back at the live stream viewing area, Seely's principal was fuming. How could you just steal someone's belongings like that? The people from Jiuzhong sneered. The rules don't prohibit looting, only killing. Survival of the fittest. Exactly. If you can't handle it, send someone to take them back yourselves. Seely First High only has 1 B rank, and against someone like Han Li, even Zhang Tian would be helpless, they mocked. Both Xin Bing and Chao Ling were glued to the screen, confident about Han Li's victory. Han was ranked at 13th place and had a strength-oriented ability. His pair of golden hammers, officially approved equipment, each weighed a staggering 7,500 pounds. Few people could withstand a single strike from them. Li Ping, Shi Li, and the others had nothing to say. Even exam administrator Lin stayed silent, as if tacitly allowing the situation to play out. They could do nothing but hope Zhang Tian could somehow hold his ground. Administrator Lin, you're a level 56 ability user. Between Zhang Tian and Han Li, who do you think has the upper hand? Han Li, Lin replied curtly. Ability users have access to universal combat techniques, plus the added benefit of talent-based skills. It's very difficult for a non-ability user to keep up. The crowd collectively nodded, turning their attention back to the livestream. On the battlefield, Han Li had no idea the person in front of him was Zhang Tian. Confident in his own talent, he spoke with arrogance. Hand over the energy pills. Being a power-type ability user, 3 pills were far from enough for him, and taking them by force was the quickest way. Many high-level ability users did the same, a simple and brutal method. Don't make me take action. Otherwise, I'll press your watch and send you out directly. Too much talking. Zhang Tian wasn't in the mood to listen any longer and charged directly. Han Li swung his 7,500-pound hammer with all his strength and smashed it down fiercely. In his opinion, this single strike was enough to flatten Zhang Tian. Bang! Zhang Tian casually threw a punch. The massive hammer was sent flying into the sky, where it eventually turned into a tiny dot of light and disappeared. Han Li's expression changed dramatically. You're also a power type? He no longer dared to underestimate Zhang Tian, clenching his fists as fiery shadows began to form around them. A grade 1 advanced martial skill, Flaming Fist. Han Li had reached entry-level mastery, able to form half-meter fist shadows. Flaming Fist, the fiery shadow, accompanied by a wave of intense heat, blasted toward Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian sneered. And you dare to call this Flaming Fist? The very next second, a 5-meter-wide fiery punch exploded in the air, its overwhelming energy covering the sky. A massive shadow loomed over Han Li's head, making his scalp tingle. He was well aware of how difficult it was to master this martial skill. Having achieved even minor mastery himself, he considered it a testament to his talent. But the aura Zhang Tian unleashed? Clearly, it was at a master level. Mastery within a day? What kind of joke was this? Not good. Han Li quickly tried to defend himself, but was a step too slow. The fiery shadow hit him squarely, slamming him into the ground and forming a massive crater. With a loud crash, Han Li climbed out of the pit, activating his Titan Giant ability. His height surged to 2.5 meters, his muscles swelled, and his skin emitted a faint yellow glow, exuding an oppressive aura. Your technique might be mastered, but its power is lacking, Zhang Tian said calmly. If I hadn't held back to avoid killing you, you'd already be down for the count. During the exam, killing was strictly prohibited. Any fatalities would result in immediate disqualification and subsequent legal consequences. Zhang Tian had already restrained himself earlier, Otherwise, his 200,000-pound strength combined with a mastered flaming fist would crush even an S-grade defense ability, let alone Han Li's B-grade power ability. Han Li snickered. Dare to handle this next move? With a powerful stomp, he yelled, "Gravity boost. 5 times gravity." The surrounding gravity spiked instantly. Other than himself, everyone's movements were heavily suppressed. Mount Tai smash. Leaping into the air, Han Li descended like a cannonball, his colossal form and weight adding up to a 50,000-pound attack. The audience in the stands was in uproar. He's not dodging, trying to block directly. Under the gravity field, he won't even be able to move. In the next moment, bang! Jiang Tian casually caught Han Li with one hand, as though picking up a rock. With a simple flick, he hurled Han Li several hundred meters away. The angle was perfect, while the Titan Giant's defense prevented fatal injuries. The landing was anything but pleasant. 50,000 pounds, and he just picked it up like that. The Titan Giant couldn't even last 2 rounds. Chao Ling's face turned ashen. Earlier, she had been full of confidence, only to now witness such a resounding defeat. Jiang Tian and Zhou Hui walked over to where Han Li had landed. Dazed and dizzy, Han Li was completely unable to put up any resistance. Jiang Tian pressed the teleportation button on Han Li's watch. With a flash of white light, Han Li was sent out of the exam field, his participation in the high school martial arts exam prematurely ending. Even though he had scored a decent amount of points yesterday, it wasn't enough to make it into a top-tier ability university. He could only curse his bad luck for running into Jiang Tian. "Class monitor, thank you," Zhou Hui said softly. "Helping classmates is only natural," Jiang Tian replied. Zhou Hui bit her lip. "Class monitor, can I stay with you?" After witnessing Jiang Tian's overwhelming strength, she understood that sticking close to him was her ticket to a top-tier university, even if it was just by association. "Sure, with your level of ability, if you run into students from Zhejiang High or Elemental High, it could get risky." "Thank you, class monitor." Jiang Tian had always been generous to his classmates. In Class 1, there were 18 students in total, and they were very united. While he himself hadn't awakened an ability before, most of the others had at least a D-grade talent. Now that Jiang Tian had the power, he naturally wanted to help his classmates. With him leading the way, getting into a top-tier ability university was almost guaranteed. The martial arts college entrance exam was a life-changing opportunity. Getting into a prestigious university meant more resources, a higher starting point, and a brighter future. In the inner zone of the test field, the battles were even more intense. All the beasts here were above level 6. Solo combat wasn't realistic anymore. Teamwork was essential to take them down. Support-type abilities focused on boosting attack and defense, and in some cases, providing group acceleration. Attack-focused abilities led the charge, with kill points distributed at the end to improve the team's overall score. "Where's Han Li?" A team was resting nearby. Han Li had gone to find energy supplies, but there was no sign of him, even after a long wait. "If he doesn't get back soon, we're moving on without him. A few minutes delay, and our score will fall behind. But without him, our combat power will take a big hit. A section, Elemental High won't wait for us. There's only one spot left in Zhejiang's top 5, and I've already been pushed out." The speaker was Yin Jiping, one of Zhejiang High's aces and an A-tier marksman. "Give it 5 more minutes. If he doesn't show up, we'll go hunt the level 6 stone-armored beast," he said in a low voice. Wait, Han Li's ranking disappeared. Someone suddenly exclaimed. "Top 50 gone. Top 100, not there. Even the top 1,000, no sign of him." With Han Li's B-tier ability, there was no way he'd fall that far. Did he withdraw from the exam early? Maybe he ran into someone serious. "We're at the edge of the inner zone. There shouldn't be beasts of that level here." Yin Jiping spoke coldly. He probably tried to snatch some energy pills and hit a brick wall. Could it be those A-tier folks from Elemental High? Doesn't matter. He gripped his long gun tightly. Han Li's out of the picture. We can't fall behind. First, we take down the stone-armored beast, then find someone to fill his spot. Yin Jiping issued commands like the leader he was. With an A-tier ability, his words naturally carried weight among his team of mostly B-tier members. Under Jiang Tian's lead, Class 1 quickly regrouped and began their second day of hunting beasts. The focus was primarily on the middle zone and the fringes of the inner zone. Low and mid-level beasts were plentiful and easy to kill. The inner zone and the core area were dominated by level 7 or higher beasts, requiring teamwork to defeat. High-tier candidates tended to clear the easier targets first before tackling formidable ones. The day flew by. In a clearing of the middle zone, Jiang Tian and his 17 classmates from Class 1 sat around a campfire. A grilled one-horned green ox sizzled on the rack, and everyone chatted excitedly. "Class rep, you're insane. You took down that level 5 spotted tiger in a single shot." Zhou Hui exclaimed with her face full of admiration, and the boys chimed in agreement. "Didn't you fail your ability awakening? How are you still this strong? Did you inherit some kind of legacy or something?" "Don't ask. That's probably the class rep's secret." "Class rep, we've decided not to follow you into the inner zone tomorrow. We've all got over 1,100 points now, enough to get into elite ability colleges. You've already let us have so many beasts. If we keep tagging along, we'll just be dead weight." All 17 voiced their agreement in unison. They understood their own limits and didn't dare entertain thoughts of entering the inner zone. Jiang Tian nodded. All right. He didn't say much. Instead, he started dividing the cooked beef among them. "Eat up. We've had a busy day. You must be starving." With their energy pills long since depleted, everyone wolfed down their food like it was the best meal they'd ever had. "That flavor. It's amazing. Quick, check the points ranking. Look alive, Strong Chong. Pull up that leaderboard." The screen illuminated. Zili High School, Jiang Tian no ability score, 5763 rank, 1. Elemental High, Lu Yinxue A+ Shadow Assassin score, 1761 rank, 2. Zhejiang High, In Jiping A-tier marksman score, 1532 rank, 3. Whoa, over 5,000 points. Zhou Hui and the others were dumbfounded. They knew Jiang Tian had gone on a rampage that day, and even though he'd given them a large share of the kills, his point total was still unbelievably high. In past years, during joint school trials, no one had ever cracked 5,000. "No kidding," someone said, fired up. "Think about it. How many level 5 beast groups did we clear today? Dozens in each group. Nearly 20 groups total. Our provincial record is 7,324 points. If the class rep pushes hard tomorrow, he could break it. There's no could. It's a sure thing. I'm congratulating him in advance. Too bad there's no booze or milk tea. When the exams are over and scores are out, I'll book a banquet at the best hotel in town to celebrate for the class rep." Agreed. They laughed and bantered. The lively energy was infectious. Elsewhere, as night fell, other candidates also sought places to rest, and naturally, the leaderboard caught their attention. 5,000 plus points. It's only the second day. He's locked for the top 10 in the province. An A+ tier got knocked down to second? Who the heck is this Jiang Tian? No ability? A normal guy? Is this for real? People stared at the ranking in disbelief. Meanwhile, by another fire, a girl carrying a long sword sat silently. Lu Yinxue, the only A+ ability holder in the trial, had been on track for guaranteed admission to Celestial University. Yet she had chosen to test her mettle in the high school entrance exams. Until now, she'd maintained a commanding lead, leaving everyone else far behind without a hint of worry. But now, this no-ability kid Jiang Tian had rocketed past her, leaving her 3,000 points in the dust. "I'm losing to a normal person?" She clenched her fists tightly. The core zone is still ahead. 15 level 10 beasts, 1,000 points each. That was her chance at a comeback. She understood the challenge. Level 10 beasts were in a league of their own. But with her swordsman ability, high speed, and explosive power, taking back first place wasn't out of the question. Meanwhile, other A-tier candidates were abuzz with chatter. In Jiping, the marksman, and Meng Tian, the wood elementalist, both wore serious looks. 5,000 points. Is he even human? Since when did Zili High produce such a beast? And Lu Yinxue got outscored. Voices grew hushed with speculation. Could it be that his teammates are letting him take down all the beasts to rack up points for himself? But what about everyone else's scores? For the martial arts entrance exam, it's all about results. Without points, there's no getting into a supernatural university. Money and connections can't help with that. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. It wouldn't be surprising if Jiang Tian's family paid people off, a few million here or there, to get them to forfeit so he could secure the way for himself. That's actually possible. Stuff like that has happened before. Ugh, I thought he was some kind of genius, but turns out it's just money pulling strings. Everyone kept speculating, with no evidence, their guesses growing more outlandish by the second. Lin Jingxiong was also watching the live broadcast. Other candidates glanced occasionally, but most of the time their eyes were fixed on Jiang Tian. This person was too dazzling. First level advanced martial skill red flame fist, super martial skill kamikaze kick, ultimate martial skill great sun halberd technique, all at the peak realm. Who would believe someone could reach this level in one day? Even S-grade talent couldn't do that. Could he have invented and modified moves himself? Not only the examiners and candidates were watching, but viewers nationwide were also focused on the martial arts college entrance exam. Major companies were even selecting talent. The company Jiangguo belonged to was called Six Nuclear Bombs, and they produced sports drinks. The boss, Chen Lu, looked at the leaderboard and said, "Jiangguo, is your son named Jiang Tian? The person currently in first place is him." Jiangguo shook his head. "Impossible. My son failed his awakening and didn't even register. It must be someone with the same name." Zoom in on the upper right corner screen. As the screen zoomed in, everyone recognized him. "It's your son. He came to the company before. Our Sealy City has topped the district for the first time." Jiangguo stared blankly at the screen, rubbing his eyes repeatedly. "Stop rubbing. It really is your son," the boss said with a smile. Colleagues started cheering, urging him to throw a celebration party. Jiangguo responded verbally, but his mind was in chaos. Didn't his son say his awakening failed? Could he have been hiding it from him all along? At the same time, first and second year students at Sealy No. 1 High School were also watching the live stream. "I want to be like Jiang Tian in the future. He even took my PE class before. I taught the music class in the first year of high school." Jiang Tian became the pride of the whole school and the focus of everyone's discussion. Many teachers were so excited that they slammed their desks, saying they definitely wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. The third day arrived, which was the last day of the Wuka College entrance exam, and also the last chance to boost scores. However, only B-level talents could still increase their points. Those below B-level were basically abandoned. Mid and low-level beasts were almost all cleared out, and those remaining hid away. Even if found, they wouldn't add many points. Only the level 10 beasts, each worth 1,000 points, became everyone's target. Core area of the examination site. Jiang Tian, carrying a battle halberd on his back, headed straight for the territory of the level 10 Stone Armor Beast King. The Stone Armor Beast King is a first-tier super beast. Even among level 10s, there are strengths and weaknesses. The higher the bloodline, the stronger the beast. Advanced level beings are no match for a super beast. He approached the small mountain, realizing it was not a stone, but the Beast King's true body. The next second, the ground trembled. The Stone Armor Beast King stood up, towering 5 meters tall, its whole body covered in thick stone armor, a typical defensive-type monster. Is he going for a one-on-one fight? The drone live-streamed the whole process, and as soon as the footage was broadcast, the entire internet exploded. That's a level 10 super mutant. Without an S-level attack talent, it's impossible to break the defense. The candidate just awakened a day ago and already reached level 10? Dream on. Unless in a team. No one dared to believe it. Jiang Tian had only killed level 5 or 6 before. Now he was directly challenging the Beast King. Too crazy. Lin Jingxiong also frowned. Weren't those two combat styles from yesterday not even his trump cards? He vaguely felt that Jiang Tian was still hiding something more ruthless. The leaders from several neighboring cities couldn't help but sneer. Fighting the stone-armored Beast King alone? Suicide. If he wins, I'll live stream eating a whole pig in 3 bites. On the other side, Sealy No. 1 High School sneered coldly. So what if he loses? With over 5,000 points on the board, can you even catch up? Perhaps provoked, the mayor of Sealy, the education director, and the principal no longer held back. It's still uncertain who will win. Even 15 exotic beasts might not be enough to take him down. Both sides exchanged insults from a distance, the tension thick in the air. The scene shifted back to Jiang Tian. Let's first test how tough your shell really is. After saying this, he raised his hand and threw the dagger. Bang! The dagger struck the shell of the stone armor beast king and was immediately deflected, leaving only a faint white mark. Defense is really high. Jiang Tian frowned. He had only used 70% of his strength just now, and the dagger was too small, so the damage was limited. If it had been a war halberd instead, the outcome might not have been the same. The stone armor beast king was thoroughly enraged, opening its huge mouth and spewing a flow of molten lava and shattered stones. A dozen or so stone chunks half a meter in size howled as they crashed toward Jiang Tian. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Tian didn't even bother to dodge, allowing the stones to hit his body. He had 3,000 armor points, and since the opponent was not a strength-type beast, it simply couldn't break through his defense. For a moment, neither side could do anything to the other. Then switch to this. Jiang Tian undid the sheath of the battle halberd. The live broadcast room instantly exploded, with viewers surpassing 1 million. What exactly is inside the sheath? Look at that dagger. It seems to be made of super alloy. Could the weapon inside also be made of alloy? If it's a battle halberd, it would weigh at least 100,000 gene. That's fake. No one can handle 100,000 gene. The chat was flooding rapidly with messages. The next second, the battle halberd was unveiled. Damn, it's really a super alloy war halberd. 100,000 gene? He's holding it with one hand. Could it be a strength type S-class talent? But if he's not even level 20, he shouldn't be able to swing it, right? The entire internet was shocked. Even the level 56 powerhouse Lin Jingxiong felt his scalp go numb. This kind of strength is definitely not an ordinary talent. Could it be above S-class, or even divine level? After all, the Awakening Stone is a technological product, so it inevitably has testing loopholes. The more Lin Jingxiong thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. After the college entrance exam, he must use the secret method to test it again. That method is nearly 100% accurate. If even the secret method can't detect the talent, that is truly terrifying. The scene returned to the battlefield. The stone-armored beast king suddenly curled into a stone ball, crushing forward like a landslide. This was one of its ultimate moves, the stone rolling ball. Another move was to spray a flow of crushed stones. The charge alone might seem ordinary, but it stood 5 meters tall and had an astonishing weight. Once rolling, its force was comparable to an avalanche. If it weren't for a power-type beast of the same level, it simply couldn't be stopped. Jiang Tian was clear about this, but now he had 200,000 gene of strength, so he wasn't scared at all. No tricks, just a direct head-on clash. The stone ball thunderously charged toward him. He raised his battle halberd to meet it, but the immense force pushed him back several meters. He gritted his teeth to steady himself, holding the stone ball with one hand while fiercely stabbing the battle halberd with the other. The halberd penetrated almost without resistance, yet no scream was heard. He shook the shaft of the halberd, shattering the thick stone armor, only to realize this outer shell was a full meter thick. As the stone armor just broke, a yellow light flickered above the beast king's head. The broken stones gathered again, and a new stone armor quickly formed. Its greatest terror was the ability to continuously reforge its defenses. Jiang Tian spotted the flaw. It took a few seconds to reform the stone armor. He had been testing all along, hoping to find a fatal weakness. Beneath the outer stone armor, there is also scale armor for protection, with layers upon layers of defense. But even the strongest beast has a fatal weakness. At the moment the stone armor reformed, Jiang Tian suddenly leapt up, breaking through the armor with a spear and stabbing straight into the vital spot from behind. The sharp spear tip penetrated fiercely. The beast king let out a piercing, tragic roar, and its massive body crashed to the ground. Jiang Tian twisted again, crushing the internal organs, and its life quickly faded. A level 10 defensive type super beast was ended just like that. No matter how strong the defense, it couldn't withstand the vital point being breached. Scored 1,000 points. The gap will only keep widening. The audience spammed the chat room. The popularity of other contestants was almost wiped out, all flocking to Jiang Tian. The barrage of comments was so intense the screen became hard to see. Jiang Tian was about to finish off the stone-armored beast king when suddenly a killing aura approached. A massive black shadow descended from the sky. Swish! He flipped to dodge. Boom! The ground cracked where it was struck. He looked up and saw a red-scaled giant python beside the stone armored beast king. Nearly 20 meters long, over a meter thick, with bright red scales and green poisonous mist spewing from its mouth. The venom that fell on the ground instantly corroded the stone, releasing white smoke. An ambush. Jiang Tian frowned. He had been focused on the battle and hadn't noticed it. It was probably drawn here by all the noise. He knew very well that this was also a first-ranked beast, level 10. Pure attack type. Although its scales were not as thick as the stone-armored beast king's, ordinary attacks were hard to penetrate its defense. The giant python hissed, flicking its tongue. With a swing of its tail, several huge stones were lifted and hurled directly at Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian drew out his battle halberd but caught a whiff of a foul stench. He had gotten it dirty when he just killed the stone-armored beast king. Frowning, he threw the battle halberd into a nearby pool to rinse it off. Flying stones came at him, and he shattered them all with single punches. With a force of 200,000 Jin, this kind of impact was nothing. Before he could catch his breath, the sound of rushing wind rose again. The giant python seized the moment he threw a punch and swung its tail sideways, hitting him heavily on the back. Bang! Jiang Tian was thrown flying and fell into the grass. He hadn't expected the beast to know how to coordinate its timing. He had been careless. A sharp pain flared on his back, but his defense didn't break. His armor value had long since stacked to 3,000, and since the enemy's attack was purely physical, it couldn't break through fundamentally, but the pain was clear. "My armor is still not enough," Jiang Tian said quietly. The pain would affect his rhythm. He opened the system panel. A level 3 system, earning 3 points per second, and after more than a day, the points had accumulated to 256,723. Host, Jiang Tian. Modification points, +3. Current points, 256,723. Strength, 200,000 Jin. Upgradable, 1 point equals 1 Jin. Armor, 3,000. Upgradable, 50 points equals 1 point. Speed, locked. Critical hit, locked. Magic resistance, locked. Level 3. Energy, 24,000. Description: gain energy by killing exotic beasts, plus 4 points per second at the next level. Add 2,000 armor. Jiang Tian gave the order directly. 100,000 points deducted. Armor soared to 5,000. Ding. Armor 5,000. Unlocked hidden skill. 3-meter golden body. Enhanced version. Effect: when activated, strength and defense double, lasting 15 minutes. Jiang Tian nodded. Now as soon as the golden body is activated, the armor becomes 10,000. Even if the red phosphorus python attacks him fiercely, he might not even feel it. There are still 156,723 points left. He didn't rush to use them. It's still possible to add them at a critical moment. He was preparing to go out and test it, to see if that snake could still hurt him. In the live broadcast room, all the viewers were waiting. Where's Jiang Tian? Where did he go? He was just slapped and sent flying into the grass. Do you think he's dead? Don't say nonsense. If he's seriously injured, the helicopter will have to come down. His strength is exaggerated. His defense must be weak. How could he be okay after being hit by the red phosphorus python? The comments were almost unanimous. Everyone thought he wouldn't get up. The next second, the grass rustled. A figure stepped forward. WTF? Are you okay? Still standing after a direct hit? Definitely spat blood. Now just holding on. Yeah, the live stream is on. He doesn't dare to fall. Jiang Tian walked step by step to the red phosphorus python. Come on. He crossed his arms in front of his chest. The action was exactly the same as before. The red phosphorus giant python flicked its tongue. Although it was only a first-level heterobeast, it instinctively sensed something was wrong. Someone even actively wanted to be struck, but it did not hesitate. Its massive tail suddenly swept sideways. The air exploded. The power of this strike was enough to shatter first-level alloy armor. Even if struck, it should be pulverized to bits, let alone a human. The audience saw Jiang Tian not dodging, and the barrage of comments instantly exploded. Is he really going to tough it out against the red phosphorus python? That's an offensive-type beast. Could it be that he has double talents, strength plus defense? Even with a defense talent, without battle armor, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. but his expression is too calm. The giant tail fiercely struck Jiang Tian. He merely stepped back, completely unharmed. Not only was there no pain, but his whole body felt warm, his blood accelerated, and the more he fought, the better it felt. The red phosphorus python was stunned. It wildly swung its tail, striking 5 or 6 times in a row. But Jiang Tian had 5,000 armor, making him completely unfazed. After several bursts, the python's energy declined, and it opened its mouth to spit poison. Jiang Tian seized the snake's tail first. Suddenly, he swung it hard and slammed it onto the ground. Again and again, the ground shook and dust flew. No matter how tough the scales were, they couldn't withstand the repeated pounding. Before long, the large python was covered in wounds, lying helplessly beside the stone-armored Beast King. Jiang Tian was about to deliver the finishing blow when his stomach protested first. He had just expended too much energy. He took out the horned green ox leg from his space watch and devoured it in big bites. 2 first-tier top-level exotic beasts, totaling 2,000 points. He was determined to get them. At that moment, footsteps approached from afar. Why is it so quiet ahead? 2 teams appeared simultaneously. The Ace, 5 elements of Element High School. The Ace, 1-shot kill of Jiujiang High School. All the team leaders have A-level talent. Meng Tian, Wood Element Master. In Jiping, A-level marksman. There are also several other A-level members in the team, and the rest are all B-level elites. They were originally searching for level 10 exotic beasts, but were attracted here by the commotion. When they arrived, they saw 2 top-tier exotic beasts lying on the ground. This was not a coincidence. This is an enormous surprise. Originally, I thought there would still be a tough battle, but who knew the 2 top-level beasts were already lying on the ground, barely breathing, just one final blow away. Snatching someone else's prey does look bad, but the rules don't say it's forbidden. Only a direct kill counts for points. They're just here to finish the job. You must be Jiang Tian, right? To take down 2 top-level beasts like this, you really have skill. Too bad, your luck's a bit off. We're not greedy, just want one. Wood Element Mage Meng Tian said calmly. So what if it's a live stream? Points are the hard truth. The other one's mine. In Jiping sneered. He didn't want to offend Meng Tian, but Jiang Tian just went through a fierce battle, his energy drained. How could he still compete with him? The chat exploded instantly. How shameless, fighting students stealing loot. Those must be from Element Market in Jiujiang City, right? What kind of customs are these? Check their school. The leadership is crooked from top to bottom. The audiences from Yuanshu City and Jiujiang City immediately fired back. The rules never said you can't snatch. The martial exam is all about strength. If you're afraid Meng Tian will surpass Jiang Tian, just say it. If you don't agree, let Jiang Tian fight back. They just finished fighting, and your 2 teams ganged up on one, and you still have the nerve to talk? The bullet comments exploded wildly, dozens of thousands of messages flooding every few seconds, nearly crashing the live stream. The officials had no choice but to mute everyone to prevent things from escalating offline. In the arena, Jiang Tian was surrounded by nearly 20 people, yet he looked calm. The energy of the one-horned blue bull kick was already fully charged, and he still had a trump card unused. He held 150,000 modified points in hand, and the 3-meter golden body enhanced version was not activated. These people wanted to beat him? Dream on. What's so special about an A-level talent? Captain, let me try him. In the elemental team, a B-level Earth elementalist stepped forward, full of defiance. Earth element, meteor fall. Beneath his feet was the solid earth, his home turf. As long as he stood on the ground, he could continuously draw power. He could almost absorb earth elements endlessly, causing his defense to skyrocket. The earth elementalist activated his talent, frantically gathering earth elements to form a colossal meteor, descending from the sky, aiming straight at Jiang Tian. Boom! The meteor crashed down. Jiang Tian supported it with one hand, as if holding a stone. The meteor weighed as much as 50,000 Jin, and his opponent was only level 5, yet could mobilize so much earth element. Elementalists really do rely on terrain. Standing in the right spot doubles their combat power. Unfortunately, no matter how suitable the terrain is, it can't compare to cheats. Jiang Tian swung the meteorite like a bowling ball and smashed it toward the opposing team. Earth element, Lava barrier. The opponent hurriedly formed a lava wall, forcibly blocking the meteorite. Standing on the earth, I am invincible. The man laughed proudly. The next second, bang! The lava wall was shattered by a punch from Jiang Tian. He followed up with another punch, smashing the man into the ground, knocking him unconscious on the spot. You should feel lucky that killing is forbidden in the college entrance exam. Jiang Tian coldly eyed everyone. Otherwise, you would all be dead. Don't get cocky. That was a sneak attack just now. Now you try it. Meng Tian shouted angrily, ordering an encirclement attack. A B-level gold elementalist made a move. He could control gold elements and also transform other elements into metal, allowing his body to shapeshift freely into various alloys. His arm directly transformed into a handgun. Bang, bang, bang. Elements in the air were converted into metal bullets, fiercely shooting toward Jiang Tian. Let's attack together. The gunner in Jiping also made a move. They knew very well that anyone who scored over 5,000 points was definitely not an easy target. Without teaming up, it would be impossible to snatch even 1,000 points from that top-level exotic beast. Watch me, triple sword chi. A B-level swordsman swung his sword, instantly unleashing over 100 sword auras in the air, overwhelming the sky and pressing down fiercely. Hidden weapons unleashed. An A-level weapon master clapped his brocade pouch, and dozens of superalloy hidden weapons shot out through the air, incredibly sharp and specialized in breaking defenses. For a moment, bullets, sword auras, and hidden weapons all bombarded Jiang Tian simultaneously. Meng Tian was still uneasy and activated with elements. Entangle. Thick vines burst from the ground, tightly wrapping around Jiang Tian's feet, trapping him in place and turning him into a sitting duck. In front of the live broadcast camera, everyone held their breath. Damn, this is so unfair. So many people ganging up on one. How can Jiang Tian possibly hold out? Is it possible that Jiang Tian from Sealy City will be stopped here? Even if eliminated, he still has over 5,000 points. Unless they kill 5 top-tier beasts consecutively, they can't catch up. Many viewers supporting Jiang Tian began to get nervous. Over at Lin Jingxiong's side, the mayor, the education director, and the principal all looked grim. Examiner Lin, aren't you going to intervene? According to regulations, as long as no lethal force is used, contestants' sparring is allowed. Lin Jingxiong's words were tantamount to tacit approval of the ambush. He also wanted to see how many trump cards Jiang Tian really had. He always felt this kid was far more complicated than he appeared on the surface. When it came to a life-or-death moment, the rescue helicopter would put down the squad. Nothing would go wrong. In the arena, facing the overwhelming attacks, Jiang Tian just smiled. They were all physical attacks. His armor now stood at 5,000. These people couldn't even break through his defense. Bam bam bam. The triple sword chi shattered against him. The elemental mage's bullets fell to the ground. The golden spear and alloy hidden weapons all hit like they struck a steel plate. Not a single reaction. Both teams were stunned. They were the 2 strongest teams in this exam area, yet together they couldn't break through one person's defense. Am I dreaming? The gunslinger In Jiping's face went pale. He isn't even wearing battle armor. Where's the armor coming from? At least level 1500 or above, right? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. If you can't strike, then how can you fight? Zhou Xian, it's your turn. Meng Tian shouted in a deep voice. Zhou Xian was the team's ace, awakened with the rare thunder element. Thunder isn't just physical. It also carries magical damage. Zhou Xian took a step forward and waved his hand. Thunder clouds rumbled above Jiang Tian's head, lightning intertwined. With my true chi, I summon the thunder of heaven and earth. Thunder Lord, assist me. A thumb-thick bolt of lightning crashed down with a roar. But at that moment, Jiang Tian had already broken free from the vines. Those vines were extremely tough, but they couldn't withstand his 200,000 gene of strength and were torn to pieces. If it weren't for his desire to test the strength of the attack opposite him, could these people really trap him? After breaking free, Jiang Tian dodged the lightning. He hadn't unlocked magic resistance yet and didn't want to tank the lightning, even though the opponent's level wasn't high. He wanted to end the fight quickly and targeted the lightning elementalist. He grabbed the war spear from the water. The stink had lessened but was still noticeable. Protect Zhou Xian. Meng Tian shouted angrily, as wood elements surged and several heavy wooden shields blocked Jiang Tian's path. Jiang Tianyi struck down with his halberd. The superalloy war halberd was incredibly sharp, and the wooden walls shattered one after another. Fire and water elements both moved together, yet still couldn't stop him. I'll stop him. Yin Jiping charged up holding his gilded spear. Watch my great sun spear technique. The spear and halberd clashed, followed by a loud bang. The gilded spear was instantly flung away. The 108,000 gene war halberd crushed the 10,000 gene spear. His proud spearsmanship was completely suppressed. Yin Jiping's arm went numb and a chill ran through his heart. Jiang Tian's defense was terrifying, and his strength even more absurd. He was heavily slammed to the ground. Jiang Tian stood in front of him. You want to kill me? Killing is banned in the college entrance exam. Do you dare break the rules? Yin Jiping forced a bitter laugh. I have A-level talent and am a key national training candidate. Try touching me. Jiang Tian said coldly. I really can't kill you. He wasn't strong enough yet to oppose the nation. But not killing doesn't mean he couldn't cripple him. A flash of cold light. Click. Yin Jiping's arms were both severed. Without hands, his shooter talent was effectively useless. Screams tore through the air, blood gushing out. More painful than death was having his talent destroyed. Yin family in Zhejiang City. Jiping. The Yin family members stared at the live broadcast screen, shouting angrily in unison, their eyes full of murderous intent. How dare they ruin the prodigy of the Yin family? I want him to suffer worse than death. Yin family head Yin Liang ground his teeth fiercely. In all these years, the highest talent rank the Yin family had was B. They finally produced an A rank, but his arms were cut off on the spot. They would never forget this debt. The live broadcast room also exploded with excitement. The moderator just lifted the mute, and the barrage instantly filled the screen. Did he really chop off Yin Jiping's hands? Good job. If it were me, I'd take out his legs too. Well done. Damn those bastards from Zhejiang City. The elemental masters there should be dealt with too. The audience from Sealy City had been holding back their anger, and now they were all venting it. But the people from Zhejiang City and Elemental City were not going to accept it. Severe injury is strictly prohibited in the college entrance exam. This is a crime. His qualification must be revoked and handed over to the court. Exactly. If you dare to cut off someone's hand now, you'll dare to kill, set fires, and betray the country later. The chat was in an uproar, with no one convinced by the other. In the arena, Jiang Tian gripped the blood-dripping war halberd, his cold gaze sweeping over the crowd. Did you just have a good fight? That look sent a chill down people's spines. Would Elementalist Meng Tian gritted his teeth. You've already crippled Yin Jiping, and you still want to come after us? You've disabled so many A-level and B-level warriors. Just wait for your death sentence. Several people gritted their teeth and tried to threaten Jiang Tian into stopping. Jiang Tian sneered coldly. So what if I do? Before the words had even fallen, he raised his halberd and charged straight at the gold elementalist and the weapon master. These two had been the fiercest attackers during the earlier ambush. If his defense hadn't been strong enough, he would have been pierced long ago. The weapon master had already exhausted his hidden weapons, his face pale. The gold elementalist immediately turned his entire body into metal, transforming into a metallic war machine and soaring into the sky. Clang! A loud explosion. Jiang Tian swung his halberd, forcefully smashing the war machine back down to the ground. The screams were piercing. As the war halberd fell, both their arms were cut off, blood splattering on the spot. Jiang Tian turned around and looked at the others. Anyone who just got involved, none of you think about running. Hurry, let the rescue team go down. Lin Jingxiong's face turned pale. If we don't stop them now, more than 20 people will be crippled. As the exam site manager, he'll be finished too. The helicopter roared in. Several helicopters quickly landed, and more than a dozen rescue personnel in their 30s jumped down, including medical staff. Stop, the rescuers shouted as they rushed forward. They immediately treated the candidate with the severed arm and shielded the remaining few behind them. These people must not have any more accidents. The rescue team leader said coldly, so young, yet so ruthless to your own people. You'll only bring disaster in the future. Jiang Tian sneered coldly. Our own people? When they just surrounded me and pinned me down, why didn't you say they were our own people? Now that I've won, you come out acting like the good guy? The captain frowned. But you weren't injured. Their attacks didn't harm you. Jiang Tian retorted. Try it with someone else? That kind of ambush would kill or cripple any other person. I survived only because of my strong defense. And now you're saying I'm the vicious one. The captain added. But just two beasts, both test takers. Can't we just give way? Jiang Tian scoffed. Give way? Then try giving your wife away to me. The beasts I fought so hard to take down. Why would I just hand them over? They attacked first. I fought back later. That's self-defense. Besides, you're not clean yourself. A few words left the team leader speechless. Many people in the live stream room sided with Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian is not wrong. They were the ones who started the fight. Over 20 of them ganged up on one and still got counter-killed. What a disgrace. Can't handle it themselves and still file a complaint. It's ridiculous. As the matter escalated, Lin Jingxiong took a helicopter to the examination site. Outside the examination venue, howl, a dozen beast roars exploded, attacks raining down everywhere, spikes, giant stones, and breath filling the sky. Beast ambush. Quickly form the defense formation, the captain shouted. The circular defense formation rose, enveloping everyone. The attackers were 15 level, 10 top-tier beasts released in the area, including 2 ultimate, 5 super, and the rest advanced. The shortest was still 4 meters tall, violently battering the defense formation. This is bad. The rescue worker's face turned pale. If this continued, the formation wouldn't hold much longer. Notify the other rescue teams. But reinforcements would take time to arrive. Among the 12 members of this team, 3 were medical, 3 speed, 2 support, 3 potion specialists, and only the captain was truly capable of fighting. Once the defense formation was breached, both the candidates and rescue workers would be shredded. Someone had to rush out and hold back that group of alien beasts. The rescue team leader stepped forward. He was the highest rank here and also had a strength-type talent. As soon as he entered the battle, he clashed fiercely with the ultimate alien beast, the mighty gorilla. The mighty gorilla was a strength-type alien beast. Although only level 10, it possessed an ultimate bloodline comparable to a human god-level talent. Even with a low level, its strength reached 230,000 gene. Alien beasts were naturally brutish, let alone an ultimate level 1. Bang! After just 2 moves, the rescue team leader's arms were both broken. He simply couldn't hold back. He only had a strength of over 70,000 gene. D-level talent. Being able to take 2 punches was already the limit. He could only retreat clumsily back to the defensive formation. He hoped other rescue teams would arrive, but knew the hope was slim. At this moment, Jiang Tian stepped out. Don't get me wrong, he wasn't there to save anyone. The survival of these people had nothing to do with him. What he wanted was points. He was just a bit short of breaking the 7,000-point record. Killing these 13 exotic beasts would be enough. He raised his battle halberd and finished off the stone armor beast king and the red phosphorus python. Then he headed straight for the nearest Gangjia hedgehog. The Gangjia hedgehog is a defensive ultimate exotic beast with sharp spines on its back, combining offense and defense. Is he taking on 13 top-tier exotic beasts all by himself? The rescuers and the live broadcast viewers were all stunned. The pressure could be felt even through the screen. On the helicopter, Lin Jingxiong anxiously shouted to speed up. But the fastest would still take 3 minutes. With this offensive, they simply wouldn't hold out. Now, they could only hope Jiang Tian could withstand it. Clang! The battle halberd struck the spiked armor hog's back, sparks flying everywhere. A large section of spikes was directly shaved off. Gangjia the porcupine shot a backstab with a reverse hand. But Jiang Tian's defense was too high, almost no effect. At this moment, the powerful gorilla launched a sneak attack from behind. An iron fist slammed down. Bang! Jiang Tian took the punch hard, his arm tingling slightly. 230,000 gene of force, indeed fierce enough. System, I want to make modifications. He opened the panel. There are still over 100,000 points in used. The panel unfolded. Host, Jiang Tian. Available points, 166, 723. Strength enhancement, 200,000 gene, 1 point equals 1 gene. Defense enhancement, 5,000 armor, 50 points equals 1 point. Speed, crit, magic resist, locked. System level, level 3. Upgrade progress, 24/1000. Note, killing alien beasts grants energy points. Next level effect, increases modification points by 4 per second. Jiang Tian felt his armor was sufficient, so he simply added all his modification points to strength. Ding, modification successful, current strength 366,723. Strength surged wildly, a berserk aura flooding his entire body. Xia Country had long ago statistics showing that first-level strength-type superpowers maxed out at 70,000 gene, and that was with god-level talent plus rare medicine. First-level ultimate supernatural beasts peaked at 250,000 gene. The gorilla before him weighed 230,000 gene, already close to the limit. But in front of Jiang Tian, it was still not enough. He directly activated his hidden skill, 3-meter golden body. Golden light burst forth, his body swelling by 3 meters. The powerful gorilla took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Giving you face? In golden body state, his strength doubled, reaching 72 million gene. Their fists clashed, and the gorilla's arm broke on the spot. Jiang Tian seized the momentum and threw another punch, directly piercing through its chest. The giant beast crashed to the ground, killed in one strike. The entire venue fell into silence. The monster that had just taken down rescue captains over level 30 was instantly slain by him. Everyone was left in shock. Strange beasts like the gang armor porcupine took advantage of the chaos to launch a surprise attack. Physical attacks landed on Jiang Tian's 5,000 armor, having no effect at all. He charged to the porcupine, forcibly pulled out all the spikes on its back, then stabbed them back in one by one. In a moment, the porcupine was pierced into a bloody sieve. The clawed leopard pounced. Jiang Tian broke both its claws and punched down. The ground shattered, and the leopard's face was completely disfigured. The demon fox breathed fire. Jiang Tian rushed forward and directly pulled out all its sharp teeth. The scene was extremely bloody. 13 exotic beasts had no strength to fight back in front of Jiang Tian. His whole body shone with golden light, like a war god. In less than a minute, all 13 top-level exotic beasts fell. The score instantly shot up by 13,000 to 21,349 points. Not only did he break the Pingjiang province record, but he also tripled it. The livestream room completely exploded. Too ruthless, it's an outright massacre. I've watched so many college entrance exam videos. This is the most intense one. I'm willing to call him the ultimate tough guy. One person single-handedly taking on 15 top-tier exotic beasts. This has never appeared in the history of the martial exam. Used to be that killing even one beast required a team fighting for over an hour. He cleared the field in a minute. This is a killing god. I won't chase celebrities anymore. I only stand Jiang Tian. Fans surged instantly, and occasional trolls who appeared were quickly drowned out. At this moment, the exam proctor Lin Zhengxiong arrived. Ordinarily, the helicopter would take 3 minutes, but he forced it to speed up and arrived in just over a minute, afraid that the defense formation would be broken. But as soon as he landed, he was stunned. The ground was covered with corpses, blood flowing like a river. Dead. He looked up at the 3-meter-tall Jiang Tian, his voice hoarse. "Did you do all this?" Jiang Tian retorted, "Was it you?" Lin Zhengxiong staggered backward, unable to recover for a long time. Soon, he suppressed his shock. The exam was basically over, the beasts cleared out, and the injured needed to be sent to the hospital. But how Jiang Tian handled it? He had no clue and could only report it. Before that, he had to confirm one thing. "Jiang Tian, let me test your talent." "All right." Lin Zhengxiong cast a secret technique, and a miniature array pattern appeared under Jiang Tian's feet, light enveloping him. After more than 10 seconds, the light faded. No talent. Lin Zhengxiong's eyes widened. The instrument could be mistaken, but the secret technique could not be wrong. There was only one conclusion. Jiang Tian was an ordinary person. But could an ordinary person slaughter top-level beasts in 1 minute? Things completely spiraled out of control. Lin Zhengxiong immediately contacted the AI Sha Chong and reported all the details about Jiang Tian and the examination site to the province. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian's live stream was cut into countless short videos, spreading wildly across major forums, with views skyrocketing. In less than a day, the entire Xinjiang province, and even the whole country, were talking about him. After reporting the situation to the provincial authorities, Lin Jingxiong immediately shut down the live broadcast. Before the provincial notice came down, he first took Jiang Tian away to settle him in. Jiang Tian was placed in a 7-star hotel. Lin Jingxiong clearly understood that this kid was the Xinjiang martial arts champion, with over 20,000 points and a limitless future, someone they couldn't afford to offend. Jiang Tian was actually quite happy to have a leisurely time, enjoying a hotel costing tens of thousands per night, with all the good food and drinks he could want. Afterwards, Lin Jingxiong hurried to the provincial capital, Changde City, to attend an emergency meeting. The meeting had only one topic: Jiang Tian. In the office, Governor Zhou Liren sat in the main seat, with the college entrance examination officials and several paranormal biology experts below him. How should this matter be classified? Zhou Liren got straight to the point. An expert from Sealy City was the first to speak. More than 20 people attacked Jiang Tian first, as evidenced by video. His actions were self-defense, not only without fault, but they should hold those attackers accountable. No sooner had he finished speaking than 2 other experts immediately opposed. Jiang Tian was too ruthless, cutting off both arms directly, violating the college entrance examination ban, and must be severely punished. Those disabled were all A and B-level talents. If Jiang Tian isn't dealt with, how can we explain this? Jiang Daily slammed the table on the spot. Over 20 people ganged up on you, and when you fought back, you became the villain. Is that fair? The expert from Zhejiang sneered. I can accept that. Smack. He slapped directly across. The other party was furious and ready to strike. Jiang Daily retorted coldly. You can't even endure being hit once, but you can endure being attacked by over 20 people? The other party was dumbfounded, and the atmosphere in the conference room instantly dropped to freezing point. I agree with Jiang Daily's statement. Jiang Tian acted in self-defense and should not be punished. Instead, those more than 20 candidates should be held accountable, and it should be clearly recorded in their files. Many people immediately agreed. Examiner Lin, what do you think? Governor Zhou Liren asked. I also believe it was self-defense. If Jiang Tian hadn't acted later to kill those 13 top-level beasts, those candidates and the rescue team would probably have been completely wiped out. Zhou Liren did not hurry to respond. Instead, he reviewed the video repeatedly and then had someone pull up this year's college entrance exam score rankings. Each candidate had their scores recorded by an intelligence system, and the results were synchronized to the central database after the exam. Zhou Liren had permission to view it directly. A massive scoreboard appeared before everyone. Sealy Number 1 High School, Jiang Tian, no talent score, 21349 rank 1. Element High School, Lu Yinxue, E+ level swordsman talent score 4349 rank 2. Changda High School Zhou, Chao, A-level gold element talent score 4213 rank 3. The score gap from second place downward is not large, but Jiang Tian leads by more than 17,000 points, an exaggerated disparity. Lu Yinxue is well known in Xinjiang province. She was recommended to the Celestial Supernatural University as soon as she awakened her A+ talent. She only took the college entrance exam as a formality, yet she was left so far behind. Governor, could he have used banned substances? No, he was already scanned at the time, Lin Jingxiong replied. That's terrifying. An ordinary person without supernatural abilities crushing A+ talents. I suspect he has a rare gene advantage mutation. Precisely because of this mutation, his strength is astonishing and his defense extremely strong. So much so that even top-tier first-level supernatural beasts cannot penetrate it. I recommend immediate research on his cells. If we can decode the mutated gene sequence and develop it into an enhancement serum to use on the psychics, the overall combat strength of Xiagua will skyrocket. By then, the status of Xinjiang province will naturally rise as well. Several biology psychics grew increasingly excited as they spoke, as if they had discovered a treasure. Zhou Liren nodded. Proposal approved. Jiang Tian is from Sealy City. This research will be under your responsibility, he said to Jiang Daily. Additionally, I announced 3 decisions. First, Jiang Tian is the top scorer in this year's Pingjiang Province College entrance exam. Second, hold the more than 20 candidates accountable and make a severe note of it in their records. Third, build up Jiang Tian's reputation and promote him extensively throughout the province. Pingjiang Province hasn't produced someone like this for too long. Governor Zhou Liren made the final decision. Public opinion was almost entirely on one side, with the entire internet supporting Jiang Tian. It wasn't just Pingjiang. The whole Xia country was discussing it. Other provinces produce geniuses every year. Pingjiang could no longer remain silent. A command was issued, and all departments immediately took action. The official forum continuously posted to steer the narrative. Jiang Tian, already in the spotlight, gained even greater momentum. Great news, Jiang Tian is fine and still the top scholar of the province. Justifiable defense. What problem could there be? This time, the officials actually did something right. If they dare to convict him, I'll go block the governor's front door myself. Look at that score, over 20,000 points. If this wasn't announced, there would have been an uproar already. The comment section exploded. Public opinion pressed the officials to act without delay. Meanwhile, Lin Jingxiong arrived at the hotel with the research team. Jiang Tian was scrolling through his phone checking messages. He thought it would take a few more days, since he had just enjoyed top-notch service, a feast, and a massage without missing a thing, but the people arrived right away. Jiang Tian, this is Jiang Daily, the head of biotechnology. Jiang Daily greeted warmly, saying they were from the same hometown and that he was proud of him. After some small talk, he got straight to the point, saying they needed to draw blood and collect cells for research. Lin Jingxiong explained the reason. Jiang Tian nodded indifferently. It was just blood and cells. He didn't think there was anything special about himself. Once the materials were in hand, Jiang Daily immediately led the team away. For him, research came above all else. Lin Jingxiong smiled and reminded him, "You saw the notification, right? You are now the top scorer in the province. The mayor of Sealy City, the director of the Education Bureau, and the school principals are all waiting for you. Huangtian Hotel has already set up a banquet, just waiting for you, the star of the show." Lin Jingxiong was also invited to attend the celebration banquet. As a permanent examiner for 3 cities, he was always invited wherever he went. Jiang Tian responded with a nod and rushed to Huangtian Hotel with him. His father, Jiang Gua, had already been invited over by the city leaders. The atmosphere in the hotel was lively. The mayor Zheng Desui, the director of the Education Bureau Lu Nan, the principal Li Ping, and the homeroom teacher Shi Li were all present. Jiang Guo was surrounded by people exchanging greetings. His boss Chen Lu also looked excited, planning to have Jiang Tian endorse the company's beverage 6 nuclear bombs. In his view, as long as the top scholar speaks up, sales would definitely skyrocket. As soon as Jiang Tian entered, the mayor greeted him loudly, and the band immediately started playing. Everyone pushed him to the center of the hall for a group photo. He stood in the very center, overshadowing everyone else. After the group photo, they all went into the private room to take their seats. After several rounds of drinks, the mayor publicly handed Jiang Tian a bank card containing a bonus of 1 million yuan. Next, it was announced that a villa in the city center would be awarded. The school and the Education Bureau also issued scholarships. Jiang Tian accepted everything without hesitation. Only a fool would refuse money. The atmosphere gradually became serious. The mayor asked him which supernatural power university he planned to apply to. Lin Jingxiong took over the conversation and said there were many insider details that outsiders simply didn't know. He said the 4 strongest supernatural power universities in Xia country were Tianshan, Zhanshan, Yuansu, and Guofang. Among them, Tianshan only accepts recommended students and requires an awakened talent of a grade or above. Jiang Tian has no talent. By the rules, he simply can't get in. This school believes that the strong are born to be gods, and without talent, you can't even reach the threshold. Don't even think about this university. Lin Jingxiong's tone was very firm. But Jiang Tian sneered coldly. So what if they're gods? Once he racks up enough points, he'll punch those gods to pieces just the same. The Elemental Power University only accepts elemental talent. You won't get in. The only options left are National Defense and War God. National Defense cultivates the army, War God cultivates top-tier combat power. With your ruthlessness, I suggest War God. Many of the teachers there are level 90 or above strong practitioners, with deep research in martial skills and talents, which will benefit your advancement the most. And it's one-on-one teaching. If Principal Mu Qing takes a liking to you, your future will take off immediately. With your strength, securing a spot as his student won't be difficult. Jiang Tian frowned. Who is Mu Qing? The 16th principal of War God University, an S-level attack swordsman with power above level 90 and a very deep background. Is it hard to become his disciple? Not really. The first-place winner of the annual freshman competition becomes his student. Jiang Tian didn't really care who the teacher was. Others cultivated martial skills through hard work and experience, but he could max out his points directly. No matter how difficult the martial skill, he could master it in a second. Having a powerful backer is never a bad thing. When something goes wrong, there's someone to pick up the tab. The principal, naturally, is the biggest backer. Jiang Tian is celebrating. Elsewhere, the capital of the Xia nation, several prominent families and the leader, Xia Jie, are repeatedly analyzing the video of Jiang Tian slaying 13 top-tier exotic beasts. Leader, his strength and defense have already surpassed the limits of superhumans. Even a divine-level talent couldn't withstand a single hit from him. The analyst spoke gravely. Has the gene sequence been checked? Xia Jie asked in a deep voice. The team in Pingjiang province is currently testing. Someone whispered. Perhaps only he can succeed in that place. You mean the divine gifted dungeon? The air suddenly grew oppressive. The divine gifted dungeon is the most dangerous yet most tempting existence at every rank. It is said to contain blessings left by gods, enough to allow talents to evolve once more. And Jiang Tian might just be the key. For example, rising from B level to A level. With some luck, even skipping several levels, or even reaching God level, is not impossible. Currently, psychics can only awaken up to SSS rank at best. To become God level, one must rely on the blessings of gods. Fortunately, there is a divine gifted dungeon at every rank, but the difficulty is horrifying. The dungeon is filled with monsters at the extreme stats of that rank. If your level exceeds the dungeon limit, you will be suppressed upon entering. Even a level 90 expert would be pushed down to level 10 upon entering a tier 1 dungeon. To obtain the divine gift, one can only assemble an elite team of extreme psychics and fight head-on. Currently, in the tier 1 divine gift dungeon, Xia Nation has dispatched 3 top-tier teams, all members handpicked as elites from major psychic universities. Unfortunately, they were completely wiped out. Many died inside, and most of those who came out alive were crippled. We must obtain the god's blessing. It's not just about increasing strength, but also about intimidating the nearby small nations that are itching for trouble. So, should we bring Jiang Tian here now? Form another team to enter the Tier 1 dungeon. Don't rush. He just earned the top scholar title and is at the peak of his fame. Let him first enter the national capital's psychic university. We can talk after that. Xia Jie made the decision. Meanwhile, the admissions offices of the 4 top paranormal universities in Guodu, Tianshan, Zhanshan, Yuansu, and Guofeng were also discussing Jiang Tian. Tianshan University. Director, should we recruit Jiang Tian? No need. Tianshan's principle is to only accept those with innate, extraordinary talent. He's just an ordinary person. Even though his strength and defense are strong, he doesn't have any paranormal abilities. No paranormal abilities mean he won't get far. His potential has reached its limit, so there's no need to waste resources. Besides, we only accept guaranteed admits. The rest can be fought over by the other 3 universities. But he scored over 20,000 points, top in the province. The director sneered. That's because the real top geniuses are all admitted directly to our school. They don't even take the college entrance exam. This matter doesn't need to be mentioned again. Zhao Chuanyang stated definitively. Element University. Director, should we try to snatch Jiang Tian? Over 20,000 points. But we specialize in element cultivation. He's not an element master, so I'm afraid we can't teach him. Let's just recruit him first. With our reputation, it's not difficult to hire several suitable teachers to guide him. The director pondered for a moment. Makes sense. Then should I immediately go to Pingjiang province for recruitment? Wait a minute. He is the top scorer, not just anyone. Do you think he can be taken away just like that? This matter requires me to go personally. If I, as the director, step in, it will be more fitting. After Director Li Yongming of Element University spoke, he finalized the best offer possible with the principal and immediately boarded a private plane heading straight to Sealy City. Meanwhile, War God University was also in an uproar. Quick, prepare a private plane, head to Sealy City now, and snatch Jiang Tian. Director, isn't this a bit too urgent? I doubt Tianjin University would be interested in the Element department, and Element University might not necessarily attract Jiang Tian either. Now the only real competitor with us is the National Defense University. In terms of resources and faculty, we may not necessarily lose. You seriously underestimate Li Yongming. He personally visits top candidates, and by now he's probably already on the plane. Enough talk, come with me. Director Xiao Bing made a quick decision. But we haven't discussed the highest offer with the principal yet. We'll talk on the way. National Defense University. Director, the private plane to Sealy City is ready. Set off. Director Lin Li's expression was steady. He had already finalized the trump card with the principal, and this time victory was assured. The directors of the three top universities almost simultaneously rushed to Sealy City. Other provincial top scorers were left to their deputies to negotiate, but Jiang Tian had to handle it personally. In short, they had to secure the person. After the banquet, Jiang Tian and his father moved into the villa rewarded by the city center. After settling everything, he immediately started grinding dungeons. The system was already level 3, but in his eyes, it was far from enough. The capital was full of strong players, so he had to push his strength up another notch before enrollment. In the dungeon, he smashed through everything in his path. A few hours later, his energy points rose to 600, still 400 short of leveling up. But the first-level dungeons in Sealy City were almost cleared out by him, and very few beasts remained. Staying longer was meaningless. Either go to another city to grind first-level dungeons or advance directly to second-level dungeons. The recent copy is in Chengda City. He was about to set off when his father's call came through. The admissions directors from the three universities are all at home. They want you to come back immediately. Jiang Tian's mouth twitched into a smile. What was meant to come had finally arrived. He was curious to see what terms these top universities could offer. Soon, he hurried back to the villa. Three people were standing in the living room. Lin Li, Li Yongming, and Xiao Bing. That's right, standing. Moreover, the three were already arguing fiercely, faces flushed red, the situation nearly out of control. Who would have thought these were the admissions directors of three top universities? Li Yongming, Element University only admits those with elemental talent, right? Jiang Tian isn't an elemental type. What are you butting in for? Xiao Bing asked coldly. Our school has a private plane. We go wherever we want. Mind your own business. Who we admit is my decision, so keep your mouth shut. Why don't you go die with all that arrogance? You dare curse me? Believe it or not, I'll slap you. Come on then, both level 60. It's the perfect chance for a fight. The two kept escalating their quarrel, getting more and more intense, until Lin Li, the director of National Defense University, hurried forward to pull them apart. Everyone stop messing around. Jiang Tian is back. Let's discuss the terms first. Only then did the two let go, each snorting coldly. Lin Li looked at Jiang Tian. I am the director of admissions at the National Defense University. As long as you come, you will receive an annual subsidy of 1 million, and upon graduation, you will be directly appointed as a regimental officer. The scene was in an uproar. A regimental officer is already equivalent to a mayoral level and can also command an ability-specialized force. Lin Li added again, if you think that's too low, I can apply for a higher rank. Even a major general isn't impossible. With the mention of major general, the expressions of the other two changed. Li Yongming grew anxious. Jiang Tian, come to Element University, 2 million a year. The principal can personally assign experts above level 75 to mentor you. The martial arts library grants you the highest access privileges. You can learn 9th level martial arts at will. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Bing from the War God Academy laid his cards on the table. We offer 3 million. The martial arts library also grants the highest access privileges, with a more comprehensive collection than theirs. The entire resource library is open to you, plus an additional 10,000 points annually. Lin Li and Li Yongming both gasped. Among the four major universities, War God Academy has the most complete supernatural resources, from 1st to 9th level, all exchangeable with points. Several top-level institutions fiercely raised their offers on the spot for Jiang Tian, igniting the tension to the maximum. The annual reward of 10,000 points could be exchanged for a large amount of resources, which even tempted the two directors. They also realized that the terms they offered might not impress Jiang Tian. High-level resources are too scarce. Anything above level 6 requires fighting desperately on the exotic beast battlefield to seize. I choose War God University, Jiang Tian said without hesitation. There, the resources are the most abundant, the martial skills the most complete, making it the most advantageous for him. The two directors nodded and also actively showed friendliness. If you ever need anything in the capital, contact us anytime. We will definitely help if we can. They knew that Jiang Tian's future was limitless. They might only reach the level of director themselves, but their connections remained, which could be somewhat useful to Jiang Tian as he arrived in the capital. Xiao Bing handed over the admission notice. Come with me now, or you can register within 3 days. Either is fine. Jiang Tian asked first. Does the school have first-level instances? Are there many instances in the capital? What he cared about most was the instance grinding system for leveling up. Xiao Bing smiled. There are quite a few first and second-level instances in the school, and the capital is also close to the beast battlefield. Resources are abundant. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. As long as he completed these instances, the system would level up at least twice, and his points would surge every second. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now. He originally wanted to pack his luggage, but was stopped. The school has everything ready. You just need to arrive. After a simple farewell to his father, Jiang Tian boarded the private plane. A distance of 100,000 kilometers now takes only 3 hours. The plane landed at War God University's exclusive airport. A top-tier supernatural academy naturally has its own planes and routes. Both teachers and students can travel by them, but it requires spending points. At War God, points are everything. In addition to the annual distribution, you can also take on tasks and compete in matches to earn points. The more dangerous the task, the higher the points. The higher the ranking, the greater the rewards. If you want to get stronger, you have to work hard to earn points. Students can transfer points to each other, but it must be reviewed by the AI Sha Chong and confirmed by the person themselves. After getting off the plane, Xiao Bing took Jiang Tian on a tour of the War God School, familiarizing him with the environment, and finally arrived at the dormitory area. This is the student dormitory? Jiang Tian stared in shock at the luxurious 2-story villa before him. It was even bigger than his reward villa in the city center. Yes, this is our condition. We'll have to make do. Xiao Bing said it was simple, but his tone carried a hint of pride. This is called simple? Jiang Tian was speechless. One floor is nearly 800 square meters. So big, could several people be living together? Impossible. Only one student lives on a floor. If we were cramped together, other schools would think we're poor. So this entire floor is just for you. Xiao Bing led him inside. As soon as they entered, Jiang Tian was even more shocked. Bedroom, living room, kitchen, independent bathroom, all fully equipped, plus a gym, swimming pool, private cinema, hot spring pool, and an elevator between floors. The water and electricity bills must be expensive, right? Jiang Tian couldn't help but ask. Students pay for water and electricity? The school would die laughing. Not only are water and electricity free, but there's also staff to clean, ensuring you live comfortably. This area is the new student zone for this year. Currently, you're the only one in this building, but once enrollment is complete, more people will be assigned here. Remember to get along well with them then. Jiang Tian was completely dumbfounded. Is this coming to university, or to be treated like a VIP? Even the prestigious schools he had seen in his previous life weren't this exaggerated. By the way, this is your student watch. Your access has been activated. If you have any questions, just ask the AI Sha Chong. Checking points, courses, just say the word. That convenient? Jiang Tian immediately gave it a try. Sha Chong, where am I right now? You are located in the living room on the first floor of building A8, Rose Garden, New student residential area. If you need to go to other places, I can navigate for you. Check my points. Your current points are 10,000. Jiang Tian tried several functions, and almost everything he asked for was fulfilled. From now on, if you need anything, just call me Sha Chong. All right, I'm going back to report. Contact me if anything comes up. After Qiao Bing finished speaking, he left, leaving Jiang Tian alone in the villa, stunned. He paused for a moment, glanced at the time, with an hour left before dark, and decided to go to the dungeon to farm some exotic beasts. Silly Chong, see what tasks I can take. The new student tasks haven't opened yet, but you can try some of the old student tasks. As soon as he finished speaking, the task list was projected in front of him. Bounty tasks. 1. Collect 10 Flame Lion Hearts. Reward 100 points. 2. Collect a bottle of Biling Snake Venom. Reward 50 points. 3. Collect 5 black scales of the Ironclad Beast. Reward 40 points. Jiang Tian first looked at the bounty tasks. These kinds of tasks are mostly posted by students, especially alchemists, who have weak combat abilities and can only spend points to hire others to fight for them. The school warehouse is well stocked with first and second level materials, but exchanging them yourself is much more expensive. For example, 10 Flame Lion Hearts cost 200 points. Accepting bounties only costs half, and you can also train along the way, gaining both points and combat experience. Besides bounties, there are also training and challenge tasks released by the school, offering higher rewards. Training tasks. The Berserk Dragon in the second-level dungeon has been too rampaging lately. Solo time limit is 1 hour to collect 10 dragon horns. Reward, 500 points. Challenge tasks. Go to the outskirts of the first-level Divine Gift dungeon and steal 10 bronze great swords from the bronze-armored zombies. Teams allowed, no time limit. Reward, 1,000 points. Jiang Tian frowned. The quest had been up for 4 months, but no one had accepted it. Isn't 1,000 points tempting? Is a first-level dungeon really this hard? And why is it called stealing? Can't you just kill and take it away directly? If you can take it by force, why sneak around? Silly Chong, what's special about a first-level divine-granted dungeon? Once inside, your level is capped at 10. Even the weakest monsters have maxed out stats. The copper-armored zombies on the outer ring are strength-based, each with a single target strength of 70,000 gene. The mid and inner rings are even more extreme. Jiang Tian understood immediately after listening. For others, this isn't a dungeon, it's a hellish start. Superpowers are suppressed, and monsters are ridiculously strong. Going in means certain death. For others, it's a desperate grind against monsters. For him, it's a points-earning ATM. What extreme stats? There are simply no limits for him. As night approached, Jiang Tian didn't go to pick up training or challenge tasks. He hadn't figured out how to enter the Divine Gift dungeon yet, and was too lazy to ask Sha Chong. He decided to grind bounty tasks first. Earning 100 points shouldn't be difficult. Before going in, I need a weapon, right? He frowned. He didn't bring his super alloy war halberd. That thing weighs over 100,000 gene, and the plane simply couldn't handle it. Besides, he heard that the War God University Resource Library had even stronger materials. For example, Purple Spirit Alloy, which has nearly twice the density of Super Alloy. The same war halberd made from this alloy would weigh 216,000 gene. Above that, there are Purple Blue and Purple Black alloys. But the price is even harsher. The top-tier Purple Blue alloy, one bullet head alone costs nearly 1,000,000 genes. Just replacing that small part would require 150,000 points. With his current strength, he simply can't swing a purple-blue war halberd. Better to check out the Purple Spirit first. Shaqiang, how many points does it take to craft a Purple Spirit alloy war halberd? 40,000 points. 40,000. Jiang Tian took a breath. The resources are good, but really expensive. He instantly dismissed the idea. Better to keep the 10,000 points in hand. At worst, barehanded punches, 1 strike each, even if blood splatters. Laundry detergent plus a high-tech washing machine will clean it up for sure. Having made up his mind, he asked Shaqiang to navigate to the nearest dungeon, preparing to farm bounty quests and accumulate system upgrade points. He still needed 400. He also didn't know if there were many beasts in the Tier 1 dungeon. Soon, he arrived at the dungeon entrance. The spatial teleportation array was built inside the school, but the actual dungeon was in the secret realm. Beep, student card. You could enter just by swiping the card. As soon as Jiang Tian swiped it, the nearby administrator recognized it as a freshman card. Student, the level 1 dungeon you want to enter has level 7 to 10 exotic beasts. I suggest you go to the one beside it, which only has level 1 to 5 beasts, more suitable for freshmen. Jiang Tian said nothing, only asking, which dungeon has more exotic beasts? The administrator pointed to the one with level 7 to 10 beasts. That one has more. Then that one. Without hesitation, Jiang Tian thought that leveling up was the key. Points were just a side benefit. Of course, he wanted to go where there were the most exotic beasts. A flash of white light, and he was teleported into a first-level dungeon. Most of the people here were senior students from War God University, generally low-level. The real experts had long since moved on to second-level dungeons, where the exotic beasts gave better experience. Newbie, huh? Want to join our team? We'll carry you the whole way, and you'll get the thrill of killing exotic beasts, all for just 200 points. No thanks. Jiang Tian refused outright. He had just witnessed them ganging up on a level 7 exotic beast, struggling for a long time before taking it down, and they wanted to carry him? Moreover, most of these people specialized in support, speed, and potion talents, clearly not frontline fighters. Being admitted to War God University, but moving so slowly was embarrassing even to mention. Junior, don't underestimate us. We're all level 20. Carrying you will be no problem. Jiang Tian was too lazy to argue and turned to walk deeper into the dungeon. The outer exotic beasts had already been divided up, and he wasn't interested in competing for those scattered few. Silly Chong, which part of this dungeon has the most exotic beasts? Following the navigation, he quickly found the area where the exotic beasts gathered. At least 4 or 5 clustered together, and at most more than a dozen formed groups. He selected targets and took on bounty missions, specifically going after those with high rewards. As soon as night fell, the dungeon closed, and Jiang Tian was forcibly teleported out. He completed a total of 5 bounty missions. After submitting the materials, the senior transferred the points to him, a total of 270 points. Then he went to the cafeteria. Flying, running, swimming, various ingredients were all available, including special dishes made from exotic beast meat. He ordered 8 dishes and 9 bowls of rice in one go, spending only 5 points. After eating his fill, he returned to the dormitory and opened the system panel. Energy points, 1011/1000. Can be upgraded. Upgrade. Ding. Upgrade successful. Host, Jiang Tian. Current available points, for 38,769. Strength increase, 366,723 gene, 1 point equals 1 gene. Defense increase, 5,000 armor, 50 points equals 1 armor. Speed increase, locked. Critical hit increase, locked. Magic resistance amplification, locked. System level 4. Energy points required for upgrade, 11/2000. Note, killing alien beasts grants energy points. After upgrading, 5 modification points are added per second. Damn, so many points. Jiang Tian was stunned for a moment. He hadn't checked for 2 days, and now there were over 400,000 points, just enough to make a big move. He first spent more than 130,000 points to raise his strength to 500,000 gene, then spent 100,000 to add 2,000 armor. That left 240,000 points, saved for use at critical moments. How to modify next? He'd decide based on the situation. Back at the villa, Jiang Tian was soaking in a hot bath while watching a movie. The robot butler set out snacks and drinks nearby. Don't underestimate the robot. It has a built-in top-tier recipe and cocktail system, with skills rivaling a 5-star chef. No need to spend money, and there's someone serving you. Life is simply fantastic. With Sha Chong outside the villa and the robot inside, he didn't have to worry about a thing. After the bath, he played games again on the huge screen. Now that Xia country's technology is advanced, the games are all immersive 3D, just like actually entering the battlefield. The next day, Jiang Tian didn't get up until 11. After finishing the luxurious breakfast prepared by the robot, he got ready to go out and grind some quests. Just as he reached the door, he was stopped by a few people. You must be Jiang Tian? The one in charge wore a bodyguard uniform, with a burly man standing behind him. Who are you? Secretary to the leader, Qiu Xiaoji. The leader requests you to come over. No time. I need to grind the dungeon to earn points. Jiang Tian refused outright. What good could the leader want from him? Most likely, he saw his college entrance exam video and wants him to tackle a tough challenge. With the leader's status, he certainly doesn't lack experts. Choosing a newcomer like him can only mean an extremely dangerous dungeon, like the God-given dungeon. This is an opportunity to serve the country. You should cherish it. Qiu Xiaoji's tone grew serious. Jiang Tian sneered coldly. Trying to use morality to pressure him? Sorry, that doesn't work on him. Besides, there's a 3 million hardship allowance. Hee 5 million. Hee 10 million. Deal. 2. Qiu Xiaoji immediately shut up. Jiang Tian cursed inwardly, wishing he had waited a bit longer. After getting into the dedicated car, the group quickly arrived at President Xiaojie's office. Many important figures were already seated inside. The atmosphere was obviously tense. This time, they were going to select several prodigies to enter the first-level divine gift instance together. They came from the 4 top-tier superpower universities, each one a top talent. Jiang Tian immediately recognized people from Divine God University, National Defense University, Elemental University, and War God University. President Xia Jie personally introduced them and was especially courteous to Jiang Tian. This scene made many people feel uncomfortable, especially the senior from Celestial God University with the highest talent, whose face was the coldest. First, get to know your companions, Xia Jie said. The 3 from Celestial God University, S-level Shadow Zhou Xia, S-level Pharmacist Zheng Niu, and S-level Weapons Master Qin Yang. Jiang Tian took the initiative to greet them. The 3 showed indifferent attitudes, clearly looking down on him. Next were those from Elemental University. A+ Fire Element Zhang Tian, A+ Wood Element Mei Qingqing, and S-level Earth Element Xiong Air. The 3 responded warmly, and the atmosphere eased considerably. Finally, Qin Jun from the National Defense University, an A+ level restoration envoy. The 2 sides exchanged brief pleasantries. There is one more person, my daughter. Xia Wenjing stepped forward. She was the campus beauty of War God University, an S-level sharpshooter with considerable combat power. As soon as she appeared, the 2 boys from Heaven God University immediately became attentive. Jiang Tian understood in his heart that these 2 were most likely suitors. Xia Jie explained the mission. Enter the first-level Divine Blessing Dungeon to compete for the God's blessings. There may be 1 to 3 blessings inside the dungeon. Whoever obtains them must use them on the spot. They do not need to be taken out. You are the most promising candidates to challenge the divine-level talents. After saying this, he personally escorted everyone to the entrance. The Divine Blessing Dungeon is located in the southern mountain range of the capital, with only this one passage. Everyone took a special plane to get there. The entrance to the Divine Blessing Dungeon is heavily guarded by Summer Nation troops, strictly preventing accidental entry leading to death, and also preventing those with ill intentions from sneaking in. Especially those islanders, staring at other countries' instances every day without letting go. Leader, General Nangguan Tian, who was stationed here, stood at attention and saluted. He was level 82, extremely powerful. Officially, he was in charge here, but behind the scenes, masters from various prominent families took turns guarding. The prodigies coming this time were mostly descendants of those clans. Activate the teleportation array. Yes. General Nangguan, lend your purple spirit alloy war halberd to Jiang Tian. Nangguan Tian frowned. This halberd weighs 200,000 jin. Can he handle it? That said, he still handed over the war halberd. Careful, it's very heavy. Jiang Tian caught it with one hand. His expression relaxed. A force of 500,000 jin, 200,000 jin was like a toy to him. Don't really feel it. He casually practiced a set of great sun halberd techniques. A bit light, but it'll do. Nangguan Tian's face darkened. This kid is clearly slapping himself in the face. The 3 from Tianshan University couldn't help but speak up. Who is leading the mission this time? Is it Wenjing? Qinyang asked. No. The 3 felt a surge of joy in their hearts. If it's not Xiao Wenjing, then naturally it's their turn. They pride themselves as born gods, with the strongest talents. Jiang Tian is in charge. As soon as the words fell, The three people's faces darkened. He doesn't even have any special abilities, just a bit stronger, and yet he thinks he can lead us? The others, however, were clear in their attitude. Whatever junior fellow student Jiang Tian says, that's what we'll do. Jiang Tian ignored the three of them. Xia Jie had long disliked these wealthy family scions, but was too intimidated by their backing to act. This time, it was the perfect chance for Jiang Tian to put a damper on their arrogance. This is a partial map of the outer area. After going in, head straight for the big tree in the center. Xia Jie repeated it again. Everyone then walked through the entrance. Inside was a wasteland, desolate and deathly quiet, as if a great battle had just taken place. The ground was littered with debris and bronze weapons. Those bones looked humanoid but were terrifyingly large, the shortest being 3 meters tall. Jiang Tian felt a chill in his heart. Was this really human? Who could grow to be 3 or 4 meters tall? He recalled the ancient history of the Xia kingdom, which said that the earliest humans were created by gods and were gigantic, only gradually shrinking over time. Whether that was true or not, no one could say clearly. For now, they could only follow the half map. Look, a tree. Qin Jun pointed ahead. In the distance, there was indeed a towering tree, reaching straight into the clouds. It was too far away to see what was on the tree clearly, only faint yellow light flickering. Everyone followed the map and moved forward. But the map was too sparse, and they soon reached a dead end. From then on, they could only explore on their own. Ahead, 2 paths appeared. Which way should we go? Xia Wenjing looked at Jiang Tian, clearly implying that he should make the decision. At this moment, the 3 from Tianjin University stepped forward. I propose we choose a new leader. Qin Yang raised his chin. Jiang Tian is not suitable. I'll lead the team. No objections, right? He had had this idea for a while. Coming from a noble family, he was always supported by others and couldn't stand being dominated. Zhou Xia and Zheng Niu immediately echoed. And you all? Qin Yang scanned the crowd. Zheng Niu sneered coldly. Don't forget, you can't bring potions into the divine gifted instance. Without me, how will you replenish your special abilities? Think carefully. This was clearly a threat. The atmosphere instantly tightened. They had just entered and were already infighting. How could things proceed after this? This was no place for messing around. I support Jiang Tian. Qin Jun spoke first. The leader appointed by the commander. I obey the order. We also support Jiang Tian. Others expressed their stance one after another. They had long disliked Qin Yang and the others. Usually, they swaggered around relying on their prestigious family backgrounds. Who wanted to be led by people like that? Qin Yang's expression darkened. Fine, then split up. Each go your own way. After saying that, he took Zhou Xia and Zheng Niu and chose a path, leaving without looking back, watching the 3 of them disappear into the distance. Bah, what a bunch of rubbish. Fire Elementalist Jiang Tian cursed. Forget it, junior brother Jiang Tian, don't mind them. They naturally think they're superior. Xia Wenjing thought Jiang Tian was angry. Argue? What am I arguing with 3 dogs for? Let's go. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Yang and the others walked forward for a while, and the ground was no longer covered with white bones, but with corpses clad in bronze armor. They held 2-meter-long bronze great swords, wore battle armor covered in verdigris, and lay densely packed all over the ground. Qin Yang, I'm a bit nervous. This is just too much. Zhou Xiao whispered. What's there to be afraid of? The divine dungeon is just overrated. We have S-level talents. Can't we take them down? Qin Yang sneered. Their spirits were lifted again by his words. The next second, bang bang. The copper-armored corpses on the ground all opened their eyes simultaneously, stood up in unison, and swept their huge blades horizontally. Just bronze. How can it be stronger than alloy? Qin Yang immediately activated his weapon talent, unleashing a barrage of alloy weapons shooting out with a whistle. To him, bronze was just scrap iron. Zhou Xia also turned invisible, her twin daggers stabbing straight at the vital points. Boom boom. The alloy weapon struck the copper armor, only sparking a few sparks. The copper armor was not damaged at all. Impossible. Qin Yang's face turned pale. He was using Xiling alloy, specifically designed to break heavy armor, yet now it only left shallow marks. Zhou Xiao appeared, striking heavily with a dagger. Sizzle. Sparks exploded. and the copper armor only gained 2 shallow scratches. Didn't even break the defense. How can this defense be so exaggerated? Zhou Xia felt a chill in her heart. Her first strike had additional bonuses, but had no effect at all. Extreme armor? She whispered. No wonder the Divine Dungeon is called the pinnacle of stat monsters. They originally didn't believe it, but now they had to. These bronze-armored corpses were probably the limit of the armor. Don't panic. High defense means their strength must be weak. Qinyang forced himself to reason. As soon as the words fell, the giant blade slammed down with a roar. Qinyang hurriedly raised his alloy longsword to block. Boom! With a loud bang, Qinyang couldn't hold back the bronze greatsword at all. He was struck to his knees, and the alloy sword dragged it deep, bone-exposing wound across his shoulder. If he hadn't been wearing the battle armor given by his family, that blow would have chopped his shoulder off. Fall back quickly. Qinyang gritted his teeth and growled. These monsters have maxed out strength and defense, and there are so many of them. Fighting head-on is suicide. The other two also nodded. The bronze-armored corpses were dense, at least 200 of them. There was no way to win. Let's retreat then. Zheng Yu's face went pale. He was an alchemist, the weakest in combat, only responsible for restoring status and amplifying power for everyone. He didn't want to die here. If we leave now, the blessing of the gods will be lost, Qinyang said coldly. Don't you want to become a god-tier talent alchemist? The Xia kingdom has never produced one before. Zheng Yu was silent. He wanted to turn around too badly. If he succeeded, he could not only bring honor to his family, but also become famous worldwide. But these copper-armored corpses keep chasing us. What should we do? Aren't there still a team ahead? Qinyang showed a sinister smile. You mean, lure the monsters over to them so we can escape? But if they die, that's fine. Fewer competitors. The three of them immediately agreed and ran toward Jiang Tian's group. Before long, they caught up with Jiang Tian and his companions. You guys already left? Why are you back? Someone asked in confusion. Just bringing you a little gift. Qinyang smiled coldly, then quickly withdrew with Zhou Xia and Zheng Yu. The copper-armored corpses were strong and well-defended, but slow, so they were soon left behind. Rumble, rumble. Nearly 200 bronze-armored corpses stomped toward them, shaking the ground with a terrifying momentum. Bronze-armored corpses? After seeing clearly, Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. The mission required exactly 10 bronze broadswords. Wasn't this a free 1,000 points? Retreat quickly. Their peak first tier, a direct fight will cause trouble. Xia Wenjing urgently shouted. Run from what? Jiang Tian tightened his grip on the purple spirit alloy battle halberd, battle intent surging. Let's see who really has the limit. He charged out first. Coming with you. Fire Elementalist Jiang Tian and Wood Elementalist Mei Qingqing followed closely behind. I'll support your endurance. Qin Jun, specializing in recovery, activated his talent, Recovery Domain, to continuously replenish his teammates' energy. I'll hold the front. Earth Elementalist Xiong Air planted his feet firmly. Earth energy wildly converged, building a thick defensive line before him. For a short time, even if the bronze-armored corpses' strength exploded, they couldn't break through. Then let's go all out. Xia Wenjing raised her gun to chamber around, her gaze cold. The great battle was about to erupt at any moment. Fire element, domain of the fiery sea. Wood element, vine prison. The two worked in perfect coordination, one trapping the bronze-armored corpse, the other setting it ablaze. The flames were magical damage, especially effective against armor. The bronze-armored corpse entangled by the vines became a sitting target. Unfortunately, they were limited to level 10, with only a few elements at their disposal, able to handle at most 5 enemies. A flash of cold light first, the gun strikes like a dragon. Xia Wenjing's gun pierced through the armor. Just as a hole was broken open, a bronze broadsword came crashing down. Clang! She took the blow head-on, only stepping back 5 or 6 paces. Jiang Tian saw it clearly. To break through the bronze armor, the strength had reached the limit of the first level, and the defense was not weak either. But compared to him, it was still far inferior. Bang! The purple spirit alloy war halberd came down, cleaving the bronze-armored corpse in half on the spot. With 500,000 gene of strength, combined with armor breaking from the halberd, first-level armor was simply no match. The dungeon suppresses ability users, but it couldn't suppress Jiang Tian. He was pure flesh and blood. Ding, killed high-level beast, gained 10 energy points. Jiang Tian was stunned. Before, killing beast only gave 1 point, now directly 10 points? The bronze-armored corpse was clearly humanoid, yet the system counted it as a high-level beast. He was too lazy to investigate further. There are so many monsters here. If he maxes out 2,000 energy points, the system can level up to 5. Kill. The war halberd swept across, taking down 3 or 4 at once. The copper-armored corpses, terrified by him, all swarmed to attack, hoping to take him out first. Just right. Jiang Tian opened the panel. His score had already surpassed 400,000. System, add 200,000 gene of strength. Ding, modification successful. Current strength, 700,000 gene. His strength surged fiercely, the war halberd whistling like the wind. He didn't even need to increase his defense. Blades cutting him didn't even register as a sensation. If it were someone else, they would have been cleaved in too long ago. 3 minutes. Over 200 copper-armored corpses, all wiped out. Fragments scattered all over the ground, a gruesome sight. Xiao Wenjing watched in alarm. She barely managed to defeat one with all her effort, but couldn't kill it. As for Jiang Tian, it was like a massacre. No wonder father insisted on him coming. Jiang Tian was even more ruthless, killing them all outright. Not only was his strength off the charts, his defense was absurd too. Just now, she was surrounded and attacked by several bronze-armored corpses and got slashed in the back, causing her first-level battle armor to shatter on the spot. But Jiang Tian took dozens of cuts and only had some torn clothing. His body was completely unharmed. That armor value had to be at least 2,000. Jiang Tian was currently checking the system. Energy points, 2,000/2,000. Except for the few killed by Jiang Tian and Mei Qingqing, the rest were all killed by him, exactly reaching 2,000, allowing an upgrade. Ding, upgrade successful. The attribute panel appeared. Host, Jiang Tian. Modification points, increasing +5. Currently available, 247,889. Strength amplification, 700,000 gene adjustable, 1 point equals 1 gene. Defense amplification, 5,000 armor adjustable, 50 points equals 1 armor. Speed amplification, adjustable, 100 points equals 1 speed. Critical hit amplification, locked. Magic resistance amplification, locked. System level, level 5. Energy points required for upgrade, 0/3000. Note, energy points gained by killing exotic beasts. Next level increases modification points by 6 per second. Can speed also be increased? Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. What does 1 point of speed mean? Ding, 1 point of speed represents the distance that can be moved in 1 second, i.e., teleportation distance. Jiang Tian was momentarily stunned, then burst into joy. According to data from Xiao's country, the speed system's first-level limit is 50 points, which means 50 meters per second. He now has over 200,000 points. Doesn't that mean he can stack speed to more than 2,000? 2,000 meters per second. Is this even human? First, add 2,000 points of speed. He didn't use all his points, keeping some in reserve. Ding, modification successful. Current speed, 2,000 points. The next second, whoosh, Jiang Tian disappeared on the spot and reappeared 2 kilometers away. Where did he go? Xiao Wenjing and the others were stunned. He was just in front of them a moment ago. Jiang Tian kept teleporting instantly, crashing straight into the mountain ahead. With 5,000 armor on his body, he didn't bother to go around. Boom! Rocks shattered, boulders crushed, and entire mountain peaks were forcibly knocked down. Dust rolled, and the ground shook. Awesome! A few seconds later, he appeared again in front of everyone. What were you doing just now? Tried the speed. Jiang Tian smiled. Let's go. Keep moving forward. There are only this many copper-armored corpses here. There must be more ahead. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. Killing his way through, the system upgrades were practically handed to him. Elsewhere, Qinyang heard the noise and hid with his men in the shadows to spy. They're not dead? They even cleared out all the copper-armored corpses. Qinyang's face turned pale, filled with regret. If he had known Jiang Tian was this powerful, he should have stuck with him from the start. Having someone clear the path makes things much easier. But he quickly sneered coldly. This situation was even better now. Alchemist Jing Niu just made several new potions, including an invisibility potion. They planned to quietly follow Jiang Tian, letting him clear all the monsters. When they reached the place blessed by the gods, they would appear and steal the spoils. Thinking of this, Qin Yang felt even more clever. At this time, Jiang Tian had already entered the mid-range. The monsters here were tougher, a perfect combination of strength and speed. A flock of flying birds wielding steel forks moved at an absurdly fast speed. Zhang Tian and Mei Qingqing's single-target attacks couldn't hit them at all, so they could only use area skills, but that consumed too much energy. So annoying. Xia Wenjing fired a shot, but it was completely dodged, not hitting once. After Jiang Tianqing took down a batch of birds, the Bird King appeared. He estimated that the opponent's speed had reached 55 points, already surpassing the first-level limit of 50 points. No wonder it's called the Divine Gift Dungeon. Anyone else would have been stuck by now. The Bird King howled menacingly in provocation. The next second, a cold light flashed. Crack! Its head was directly blown off, and the body crashed heavily to the ground. With 2,000 points of speed on my side, you still dare to act arrogantly? After 3 minutes, over 100 flying birds were cleared, and Jiang Tian gained 1,100 energy points. The group smoothly passed through the middle perimeter, closing in on the core area. The giant tree stood right before their eyes, towering tens of thousands of meters high, with branches and leaves covering the sky, and hanging with bright red fruits all over. Those are the modification fruits. Xia Wenjing was breathless. In the Divine Gift Dungeon, aside from blessings, these were the most valuable. Modification fruits can stabilize the foundation and push closer to the limit values. For example, the first-tier strength limit is 70,000 gene, which ordinary D-level talents can never reach in a lifetime. But as long as there are enough fruits, even a worthless talent can be stacked to the limit. Thinking of this, everyone got excited. The tree in front of them was absurdly tall, at least 1,500 meters, with a trunk as smooth as an iron pillar, not even a branch to step on. To pick the modification fruits, they had to climb up first. What is a difficult problem for others is nothing for Jiang Tian. His teleportation range is 2,000 meters. With a thought, he appeared on top of the tree. Mei Qingqing was unwilling to fall behind and activated the wood element. Thick vines sprouted wildly from the ground, wrapping around everyone and carrying them high into the air. So many modified fruits. The treetop was densely covered with fruits, more than 200 in total. Divided among 5 people, that's over 40 fruits each. Just as everyone was about to eat, Mei Qingqing raised her hand to stop them. Don't rush. Just because they look alike doesn't mean they're not poisonous. She tried one first. As a wood elementalist, she was naturally resistant to poisons, so it was safest to have her test them first. Jiang Tian didn't take the risk either. No matter how strong the armor, it couldn't block poison damage, and eating something harmful would cause trouble. After a moment, a red glow emanated from Mei Qingqing's body, and her aura noticeably strengthened. They're real and fully ripe. She was ecstatic. Her control over the wood element visibly improved, and her limits had been raised. The crowd counted a total of 225 pieces, exactly 45 pieces per person. Each swallowed a few, pushing their abilities to the current limit, saving the rest for later use. Jiang Tian also ate one, but there was no reaction at all. Checking the stats, strength was 700,000 gene, armor 5,000, speed 2,000, all unchanged. This thing is useless to him, but he kept quiet. With the treasure in hand, whether to sell it or exchange it for materials, it would surely come in handy. From afar, Chunyang and the other two looked envious. They had previously argued about splitting up, then shamelessly followed back, only to find this place. But one was a shadow, one a potion master, and one a weapons master. None of them could climb the tree. By the time they arrived, the fruits had already been divided. Don't rush. They haven't finished eating. The rest are all in the spatial watch. Chunyang lowered his voice, his eyes cold. Now is not the time to act. The 3 hid in the shadows and continued to follow. Above the treetops, the view suddenly opened up. Jiang Tian saw the core of the inner area, a huge palace standing quietly, imposing in grandeur. The palace shimmered with divine light, and everyone felt that divine blessings were bestowed within. They fought their way to the gate, encountering many peak-level monsters along the way. Fortunately, their strength greatly increased after consuming the transformation fruit. However, the true main force was still Jiang Tian, who cleared more than 90% of the monsters by himself. In front of the palace was a metal gate, embedded with two beast heads, each holding a ring in its mouth. Should we pull it open? Qin Jun frowned. Jiang Tian tried, but the gate did not move an inch. Instead, a line of ancient characters appeared. Everyone was confused. After careful examination, Xiao Wenjing said that this was a palace left from the divine era, containing one blessing from the prime god and 3 blessings from the gods. But the unlocking condition is the ultimate power of a first-level god, 1 million jin. Everyone was both happy and worried. Happy because the prime god's blessing could evolve talent to the divine level. Worried because the human first-level limit is only 70,000 jin, and even a divine-level power talent is no more than that. The four together have 280,000 jin, and with Jiang Tian's 700,000 jin, that makes only 980,000 jin. Looks like it can't be opened. Everyone was disappointed. Jiang Tian stepped forward. Not necessarily. He also wanted to take a gamble on the blessing of the main god. In the next moment, he activated the 3-meter golden body, his physique swelling, strength doubling, soaring directly to 1.4 million jin. His golden hands clasped the pull ring. Since it's 1 million jin, then I'll give it my all. He pulled hard. With a boom, the gate was directly yanked open and flew off. The 4 people were completely dumbfounded. Jiang Tian was also stunned. A first-level supreme deity, and that's it? You said he only had 700,000 jin of strength. Xiao Wenjing was stunned. He should have activated a skill that doubles his strength. Almost like a talent, someone whispered. Regardless of the reason, the key was that the gate opened. Jiang Tian led the way inside, maintaining a 3-meter golden body, with full strength and defense activated. Even if there were traps, he could withstand them. Inside the palace stood 4 gigantic stone statues, with the main god in the center and attendant deities on either side. Each statue held a glowing spirit pearl. Divine blessing. Everyone's eyes lit up. Jiang Tian instantly teleported before the main god statue and took the spirit pearl. No one opposed. Without him, they wouldn't even have gotten past the bronze armor corpse outside. The remaining 3 were also taken off. But there were 4 of them, so inevitably someone would end up without one. Qin Jun took a step back first. I'm just an assistant. I'm more useful to you like this. Jiang Tian shook his head. Your domain is rarer. I'll step back. Xiao Wenjing also spoke up. I'm the leader's daughter. I should yield more. The group pushed and pulled, making the atmosphere tense. Jiang Tian was dumbfounded. Logically, they should be fighting hard for the blessings, but none of them were competing. He had just tried. The blessings from the main god were useless to him, and the spiritual pearls couldn't be taken out. Stop arguing. He teleported over and threw the main god's spiritual pearls to them. Everyone's faces changed drastically. Are you crazy? That's the main god's blessing. You contributed the most. How could we take it? Jiang Tian was helpless. It's not modesty. It's ineffective. I can't absorb it. Only then did the others believe him and reluctantly redistributed, giving each person 1 bead. The question arose, who should receive the soul pearl blessed by the main god? Jiang Tian was too lazy to get involved, so he directly slipped behind the statue to search, looking for other treasures. There's no way a place where a deity has stayed would be empty-handed. Even if there were no divine artifacts, some equipment would be fine. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't turn down more gear. Jiang Tian, Mei Qingqing, Qin Jun, and Xiao Wenjing stared silently at the soul pearls for a long time before finally speaking together. To deal with the exotic beasts, what elements are the most effective? The Mei family is also the frontline force, so this soul pearl is most suitable for Qingqing. Xiao Wenjing handed the soul pearl to Mei Qingqing. For me. Mei Qingqing was stunned, somewhat reluctant to accept. Take it, we're all on the same side. Mei Qingqing took a deep breath and took the spirit pearl. She understood that the Xia kingdom desperately needed a god-level wood elementalist. From this moment on, the burden on her shoulders grew heavier. Just then, several figures suddenly appeared. Since you all are passing the buck, it works out in our favor. Qin Yang, Zhou Xia, and Zheng Niu stepped forward. You were following us? With an invisibility potion, following you was easy. Xia Wenjing and the others were about to make a move when they suddenly felt dizzy, their limbs weak, and their powers completely unusable. Wenjing, I've been chasing you for so many years, but you never gave me a chance. Today, you should finally give me an answer. Qin Yang sneered coldly, closing in step by step. What do you want to do? What do you think? Shameless. The others instantly understood. Zheng Niu had slipped a special drug that suppresses powers while invisible. Stop struggling. This is a specially made drug targeting power users, Zheng Niu sneered. He turned and walked toward Mei Qingqing. After chasing her for so long, she hadn't even granted him a glance. What Mei Qingqing hated wasn't just his arrogant attitude, but also the Zheng family's habitual bullying, monopoly over medicines, and tactics to force others into bankruptcy. Don't come any closer. Mei Qingqing gritted her teeth, but didn't even have the strength to raise her hand. Zhou Xia stood by silently, not intervening. She sided with Qin Yang and pretended not to see anything. Where's Jiang Tian? Xia Wenjing suddenly shouted. He was here just moments ago, so why had he suddenly disappeared? Could they have ambushed him? But with that kind of power, how could he fall to these three? Just as the atmosphere reached its breaking point. Whoosh! A streak of purple light tore through the air. The purple spirit battle halberd ripped through the air, heading straight for Qin Yang. Qin Yang's head flew off on the spot. The momentum of the halberd continued, slashing fiercely into Zheng Niu's right shoulder, sending him flying pinned to the wall. With a bang, he was nailed firmly to the wall, unable to move. Jiang Tian stepped out from behind the statue. Zhou Xia's face changed, quickly creating distance, ready to strike at any moment. Jiang Tian, you're actually fine? Zheng Niu's face was full of terror. That potion was supposed to counteract supernatural abilities. How could he still be standing? Could it be that he didn't have any powers at all? But an ordinary person couldn't possibly wield the purple spirit alloy battle halberd. Disappointing, isn't it? Jiang Tian fixed his gaze on Zhou Xia. Zhou Xia instantly activated her invisibility. The next moment, she was punched and revealed. She had just turned invisible and hadn't had time to move when Jiang Tian teleported beside her and punched her chest. Cough. Zhou Xia coughed up blood continuously. You're not even human. She tried to support herself to stand, but found her sternum shattered, her internal organs in excruciating pain, and even breathing felt like being cut by knives. My armor. She tore open her outerwear, revealing the high-tech armor inside already shattered. The armor, specially crafted by the Zhou family for shadow talents, was light, yet sturdy enough to withstand most attacks of the first rank. But no matter how strong, it was only a level 1 gear, and Jiang Tian's punch was too heavy. She wouldn't die immediately, but would slowly perish from the agony of internal organ rupture. This was the punishment Jiang Tian gave her. Only Zheng Niu was left on the field. He was not good at fighting to begin with, and now, pinned to the wall by a battle halberd, he was completely powerless to resist. Don't kill me. I'm willing to negotiate anything. I'll pay any amount. The Zheng family has plenty of money. Zheng Niu was utterly panicked. We have the finest potions, you name the amount, and it's yours. Just please spare me. Since the strong ones were all dead, a useless person like him had no chance of escape and could only lower his head to beg. Don't be like this, Jiang Tian said calmly. I still prefer that arrogant look you had earlier. Want to try it again? Jiang Tian, big brother, no, my lord ancestor. Spare me once. Seeing that he wouldn't relent, Zheng Niu quickly shifted his gaze towards Xia Wenjing. Xia Wenjing, you are the daughter of the leader. Your face carries more weight than mine. You should persuade Jiang Tian not to rashly kill me. He can't withstand the wrath of the Zheng family. Zheng Niu felt panicked. He believed that Jiang Tian's harsh action was merely to show off in front of Xia Wenjing and Mei Qingqing. One is the battle goddess of the school, the other is the campus belle of Element University. Killing him was just to gain favor. Qingqing, I was wrong. Please plead for me. Zheng Niu's voice trembled. The wrath of the Zheng family? Our Xia family is not afraid. Xia Wenjing responded coldly. Jiang Tian has our protection. The Mei family is also on your side. Mei Qingqing said firmly. In the dungeon, life and death are up to oneself. The rules of noble families don't apply here. Moreover, since they were nearly harmed, no one will show mercy. Crack! Jiang Tian smashed Zheng Niu's head with a punch and drew his battle halberd. The potion can only suppress the special ability and does not have a lethal effect. He took the opportunity to retrieve 4 spiritual beads from Qin Yang. You guys absorb them. Everyone repeatedly expressed their thanks. Mei Qingqing and Xia Wenjing's cheeks flushed red. After we leave, I will definitely have my father expose their evil deeds, Xia Wenjing said through gritted teeth. The Zhang family will also step forward. I will inform the principal. After everyone recovered, they began absorbing the spirit pearls. Jiang Tian stood aside, feeling somewhat envious. He had no special ability and could only rely on modification skills. Suddenly, thunder roared. A shadow of the main deity appeared above Mei Qingqing's head. Divine radiance fell, and wood elements surged around her, causing flowers and plants to bloom instantly. It's the blessing of the flower fairy, Xia Wenjing exclaimed. Mei Qingqing's aura surged violently. She leapt directly from A+ to divine level wood elementalist, surpassing the S, SS, and SSS tiers. She looked at Jiang Tian, her eyes full of gratitude and barely concealed affection. Xia Wenjing also advanced from S level to SSS level. Xiong Er was promoted to SS level. Zhang Tian jumped from A+ to SS level. Let's go, it's time to get out. Jiang Tian said this, feeling a bit disappointed. Behind the statue was spotless, not to mention any divine artifacts. There wasn't even a single hair. The group quickly reached the exit and rushed out full of anticipation. A flash of white light passed, and they left the God-given dungeon. Xia Jie had been waiting outside all along. Seeing that several people's talents had improved, he felt quite relieved. But when he noticed Qin Yang and the others had not come out, his face immediately darkened. Jingjing, where are Qin Yang and the others? Xia Wenjing was extremely angry and recounted the entire incident. It was Jiang Tian who killed them. They had it coming. Dad, you have to protect him. Xia Jie nodded. The Chun, Zhou, and Zheng families have significant influence, but we're not easy to mess with either. The Mei family, the Zhang family, and several top universities will stand with us. If they want to make a move, they'll have to weigh the consequences. After speaking, he immediately contacted various forces. Rather than waiting for them to come to us, it's better to suppress them first. Jiang Tian knew clearly this wouldn't end well. The 3 major families would definitely retaliate. But he wasn't afraid. War God University has rules. If outsiders provoke students without reason, the students can fight back directly. If anything happens, the school will back them up. This was also why he chose War God University. Indifferent to life and death, if you disagree, just fight. Back at school, he planned to return to the villa to rest. After traveling all day, he was exhausted. He had asked the butler robot to prepare hot water, snacks, and drinks in advance, planning to relax properly. Passing by the training ground, he stopped. A class was underway teaching a second-level universal martial arts skill, the ultimate shadow step. This is the core movement skill of the speed category, but it suits everyone. Beginners can teleport 10 meters, intermediate level 50 meters, proficient 100 meters, mastery 200 meters. The second level maximum speed is only 150 meters, and the shadow step can still stack. If mastered to perfection, within the same rank, almost no one can catch up. The maximum speed can be raised to 350 meters, which is very tempting. Whether it's speed-type bonuses or overall combat power, it's very appealing. After learning it, you can both chase people when advancing and protect yourself when retreating. Jiang Tian can now teleport 2,000 meters instantly, but if he could add another 200 meters, he certainly wouldn't mind. If he really relies on points to increase speed, 100 points only raise it by 1, so 200 points would be 20,000 points, too painful. So he set his sights on I, Shadow Step /I, but he was also a bit unsure in his heart. He had just awakened and was about the same as those first-level students. This is a second-level martial skill. Can he really train it? Can the system be changed? With these doubts, he went to the martial arts arena. The teacher was explaining the key points and insights of I, Shadow Step /I. I Shadow Step /I is a top-level second-tier martial skill. Your teacher here has an A+ talent and speed type, and it only took some time for me to master it back in the day. Teacher, how long? Someone couldn't help but ask. The teacher cleared his throat. I didn't want to say it at first, but since you insist on asking, I'll tell you 3 months. What? Only 3 months? The students were completely stunned. They are currently all at second tier, levels 11 to 20. A month ago, the teacher had them start previewing Extreme Shadow Step early. But after a month, let alone mastery, most hadn't even reached the intermediate stage. Only about a dozen managed to reach intermediate, while most were still at the beginner level. This was already outrageous. After all, they are geniuses from the War God Academy. At an ordinary supernatural university, 3 months to reach beginner level would already be considered fast. Watch carefully, I'll demonstrate it for you once. The teacher looked smug, his figure flashing as he continuously teleported across the field. His speed was so fast that only afterimages remained, causing the entire crowd to gasp in amazement. However, Jiang Tian frowned. Doesn't seem that difficult? He borrowed a copy of Extreme Shadow Step and flipped through it. Originally, he was worried that the system wouldn't allow changes, but the notification sound rang out immediately. Ding! Detected a modifiable skill, Extreme Shadow Step. 436745/40. Entry requires only 40 points. Jiang Tian clicked without hesitation. 436695/200. From beginner to intermediate 200 points, intermediate to proficient 2000 points, proficient to mastery 7,000 points. A total of 9,240 points. The next moment, Shadow Step Mastery. Speed immediately surges by 200 points. Spending 9240 to exchange for 200 speed. Isn't that better than spending 20,000 points? After settling the matter, Jiang Tian turned and left. At this moment, the teacher had just finished the demonstration, and when he turned around, he saw someone walking out. His face instantly darkened. Hey, student. It's class time now. Are you trying to skip class? The teacher shouted angrily. Sorry, I'm not your student. I just passed by, glanced at Jiang's step, already learned it, so I won't disturb you. Passed by? And already learned it? In such a short time, are you making fun of me? Really, I've mastered it, De Chang. The teacher laughed angrily. A second-level ultimate martial skill, learned at a glance. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Yes. The teacher was speechless. All right, I'll give you a chance. Come on, show me. Jiang Tian's figure flashed. Swish, swish, swish. The training ground was full of afterimages, making it impossible to tell where the real body was. The next moment, the teacher fell silent. He suddenly wondered if his 3 months of training had been for nothing. Jiang Tian stepped back and lightly tossed out a sentence. Does this thing really take 3 months to practice? After saying this, he turned and left. Class dismissed. The teacher was completely broken, but the students erupted. Was that just now the top scorer in the college entrance exam, Jiang Tian? Like that fierce guy from Pingjiang province who single-handedly fought 15 top-level beasts. Someone dug up the official video and made a comparison. It really is him. Didn't he just finish the college entrance exam? He should only be at stage 1, right? How did he instantly learn a stage 2 ultimate martial skill? The seniors fell silent collectively, their mindset shattered. But Jiang Tian didn't think that much. He just wanted to try learning a stage 2 martial skill. After returning to the villa, he suddenly had a bold idea. Since the second level can be mastered instantly, what about the third level? The next day, he went to check out the martial arts library. Silly Chong, are there any requirements to enter the martial arts library? No. You are Director Qiao Bing's special recruit with the highest authority. You can enter martial arts libraries from level 1 to 9. Jiang Tian nodded. Although the watch can also check martial arts, the martial arts library has a dedicated training ground. He was afraid of demolishing the house if he practiced in the villa. After making his decision, he went to submit the challenge task. 10 bronze swords from the copper-armored corpses were exchanged for 1,000 points. Including the previous amount, he now had a total of 13,000 points. Sha Chong, open the resource library. Let me see what can be exchanged. Sha Chong pulled up the item list and projected it directly in front of Jiang Tian. With advanced technology nowadays, there was no need for a screen. The projection was crystal clear and even three-dimensional. The first items to appear were various body tempering resources used to strengthen the physique. Jiang Tian saw many rare materials. The cheapest cost 3,000 points, while the more expensive ones were over 100,000 and only came in small bottles, gone in one gulp. He felt uncertain. Even the spiritual beads blessed by the main god were useless to him. These things would probably be just as futile, but he wasn't willing to leave it untried. He still had Sha Chong exchange for a bottle of Fire Dragon Essence blood costing 3,000 points, then continued to scroll down. After that were potions to restore superpowers and heal wounds, which didn't interest him, until he saw the points redemption section, where one line of text stood out prominently: modified fruits. One piece, 50,000 points. Jiang Tian was stunned. 50,000? That's too exaggerated. But on second thought, it made sense. The transformation fruit only drops in the Divine Blessing dungeon, making it rare and able to break human limits. A person's ceiling is almost naturally fixed, and materials that can enhance it are extremely scarce. The transformation fruit counts as top-tier goods, so 50,000 points is not unreasonable. This thing was useless to him, so it was better to exchange it for points, for more practical equipment. He wanted a purple-blue alloy war halberd. Purple spirit alloy was too light. 20,000 gene wasn't enough, and he needed material with higher density and greater hardness. Switching to purple-blue alloy, the war halberd could reach 1 million gene. He checked the exchange requirements and estimated that one would cost 200,000 points. Jiang Tian decided to first exchange 4 transformation fruits. He still had 44 in hand. He wouldn't sell them all at once. Who knew if he might need them later? Once decided, he contacted the Resource Management Office teacher. The other party would come to deliver the Fire Dragon Essence blood, verify the transformation fruits on site, and issue the points once everything was confirmed correct. Just as he finished arranging things, Jiang Tian was about to take a bath to relax when a projection prompt popped up at the door. People from the Resource Management Office have arrived. He was a bit surprised. That was really fast. But he quickly understood. The other party was a level 72 expert, so this short trip was nothing. Jiang Tian opened the door and walked out. Hello, teacher. I am Jiang Tian, here to exchange points. So you are Jiang Tian. You're here so early. I've watched your college entrance exam video. Impressive. Luo Li was a gold elementalist, 26 years old, but wore a pink dress, blending innocence with a hint of an elegant queen's aura. Teacher, these are the transformed fruits. Jiang Tian handed over 4 of them. Loli only glanced once, and her breathing became rapid. So big. She had only seen ones the size of eggs before, but these 4 were bigger than fists, glowing red with purple. These are fully matured, transformed fruits. Jiang Tian was stunned. What's the difference when they're mature? Loli suppressed her excitement and explained. In the God-bestowed dungeon, there is a divine tree that bears fruit every 10 years, but its effects are limited. It grows stronger over 100 or 500 years, and only at 1,000 years is it considered truly mature. 3 mature fruits can push an Esper's stage limit to the peak. She held the fruit, her voice trembling. Even one of these can cause people to fight fiercely for it. And you actually have 4. What do you want to trade for? Purple-blue battle halberd. Loli thought for a moment. The school offers the lowest price. I will use my own points to exchange a battle halberd for you. These 4 fruits go to me, and I'll add another 40,000 points. How about that? Jiang Tian waited for a moment. He could get the battle halberd, plus an extra 40,000 points, though he would owe a favor. All right. Loli immediately transferred 40,000 points and accepted the fruit. Do you still have fruit like this? I'm willing to pay a high price. No, I'm out. Jiang Tian replied casually. Faced with this wealthy senior sister, he didn't want to refuse and could only pretend to be poor. Money devalues, but rare resources keep getting more valuable. Seeing how excited Loli was just now, he even felt like he was losing out. If not, then forget it. This is the Fire Dragon's essence you exchanged. Loli took out a small bottle of red liquid from her bosom and handed it to him. Jiang Tian took it, smelled a milky fragrance, and drank it straight up. You're crazy, spit it out quickly. Loli's face changed drastically. The energy inside is very violent. Even a level 30 psychic can't handle it. You'll explode. Jiang Tian just felt a burst of heat inside, but it was quickly suppressed. He glanced at the status panel. Strength, 710,000. His strength increased by 10,000 gene. The fire dragon essence blood was indeed effective for him. He pondered, and since that was the case, maybe he could try a higher level. I want to exchange for thunder dragon essence blood. That would cost 30,000 points, 10 times that of the fire dragon. Whether it's worth it or not, he wouldn't know until he tried. Don't be reckless. Lori frowned. That's 7th tier dragon blood. Only those above level 70 can handle it. Even I don't dare to drink it. What if you explode? Let me try. Jiang Tian gritted his teeth and insisted. Lori was silent for a moment, then had to give in. Fine, but only under my watch. The two went to the resource management office to exchange for a bottle of Thunder Dragon Essence blood, then returned to Jiang Tian's villa. They had initially planned to go to Lori's place, but other teachers were there, so it was inconvenient. Holding the Thunder Dragon Essence blood in his hand, its aura was several times more violent than before. Lori's expression was tense, but Jiang Tian's gaze was fiery. If he succeeded, he would surge wildly. If he failed, his body would explode. He still twisted open the bottle cap. All right, I'll protect you. But I still suggest you soak in the bath to absorb it more safely, Loli said, raising a gentle supernatural shield to cover Jiang Tian. As long as there was any abnormality, the energy would be instantly diverted to prevent his body from exploding. Soaking is too much trouble. Jiang Tian directly unscrewed the bottle and downed it in one gulp. Crackling sounds. Tiny arcs of lightning swirled chaotically inside his body, first tingling and heating, then becoming frenzied. Jiang Tian groaned softly as the pain quickly escalated. But in less than a minute, the lightning arcs suddenly dissipated. Done. He exhaled. Done? Are you sure? Loli stared at him, sizing him up and down, afraid he might explode the next second. That's impossible. The Thunder Dragon's blood is so potent, and you absorbed it all just like that. She had seen people above level 50 absorb it, all of whom had to soak for a long time and struggle for an hour amidst life-threatening situations. Jiang Tian actually finished it in 1 minute? That's way too fast, Luoli whispered. Jiang Tian opened the attribute panel. Strength, 750,000. Armor, 5,000. Speed, 2,500. Strength only increased by 40,000. Armor stayed the same, but speed skyrocketed from 2,200 to 2,500. His eyes lit up. The Thunder Dragon doesn't favor strength. Its advantage is speed. This was a great gain. He wanted to have a few more bottles, but with only 20,000 points left, he had to hold back. He had only explored less than 2% of the resource pool. There were still plenty of good things ahead. Since there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Lori stood up. 3 modified fruits were enough for her to push to the limit. With the remaining one, she had connections and could sell it at an exorbitant price without any problem. Chen family. Chun-Li sat in the main seat, his expression dark. He was Chun Yang's father. Beside him were Zhou Qing and Zheng Zidin, all household managers. The atmosphere is oppressive. No one is satisfied with this divine bestowed dungeon, right? Chun-Li spoke first. Is there even a question? Zheng Zidin slammed the table. We didn't get the divine bestowed soul pearl, didn't get the modified fruit, and my son died. How can anyone be satisfied? Zheng Niu was a key person the head of the family had been nurturing. Now that he died in the dungeon, his status in the Zheng family also declined. Chun-Li said coldly, all of this is because of Jiang Tian. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. Xiao Wenjing and Mei Qingqing didn't dare make a move. They could only vent their anger on Jiang Tian. I've checked. This kid has no background, easy target. Tomorrow, have Qinlin go into the God of War school and capture him. First force him to hand over the modified fruit. Then let him taste the tortures of the superpowered. Chun-Li said coldly, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Zheng Zidin felt a bit nervous. The God of War is watching closely. If we go in like this, what if something goes wrong? What is there to be afraid of? Just get in quietly. So many people come and go every day. How could they keep an eye on everyone? What if Mu Qing finds out? She's not someone to mess with. Would she really risk falling out with our 3 families over a background-less Jiang Tian? Zheng Niu's face turned pale. Don't underestimate her. When that woman goes crazy, even our family head can't control her. If my son hadn't died, I really wouldn't want to provoke her. The principal of the God of War school, is a lunatic. The female teachers inside were also all not to be trifled with. Chun-Li sneered coldly. When the demon lord arrives and we obtain the demon lord's power, why fear her? When the time comes to turn against her and settle scores, she will have to die. At the mention of the demon lord, there was pure fanaticism in their eyes. This was the real reason for the alliance of the three families. On the other side, Jiang Tian slept until 9:30. He played games too late last night. The 3D realistic mode was so exhilarating, he simply couldn't stop. After getting up, he glanced at his student watch. Teacher Loli sent a message saying the purple-green alloy war halberd was nearly finished and would be delivered around 10 o'clock. She also gave a special reminder that this time the war halberd was bigger and heavier than originally planned, up to 1.1 million Jin. Seeing that number, Jiang Tian's expression changed. His strength is only 750,000 Jin now, he simply can't lift it. If later he can't lift it in front of teacher Lori, he'll lose face big time. He absolutely can't let her see that he's incapable. He immediately opened the system panel. System level 5, points increased to 500,000 overnight. Strength 750,000 Jin, defense 5,000, speed 2,500. Still quite a few energy points needed to level up. Jiang Tian gritted his teeth. System, put all points into strength. Jiang Tian clicked confirm without hesitation. The stronger the power, the easier it was to wield the purple-blue alloy battle spear, and the more confident he felt killing the mutated beasts. Ding! Modification successful. Current power 1,250,000. Power surged within his body. He smiled with satisfaction, washed up, and sat down to have breakfast. The doorbell rang. The projection lit up, and Loli was standing at the door. Jiang Tian opened the door. Your purple-blue alloy battle spear. Loli took the spear out of the spatial watch, as casually as if she were holding a stick. Teacher, aren't you a gold elementalist? Such a heavy weapon doesn't tire you at all. Looking down on someone, Loli glared at him. Gold element in our hands has no weight. Jiang Tian took the war halberd. The feel was much better than before, and the blade was sharper. He was itching to immediately test it on a strange beast. Jiang Tian, are you hiding something from me? Luo Li suddenly leaned in close, smiling meaningfully. The close distance made him feel a bit stiff. Teacher, you took 45 transformation fruits from the God-bestowed dungeon, and just yesterday you lied to me saying there were none left. Jiang Tian laughed dryly. You have to save some for emergencies. How many did you eat? How many are left? Luo Li pressed on step by step. To be honest, only 2 left. Jiang Tian showed his student watch, which indeed displayed only 2. He anticipated being investigated last night and transferred 38 pieces to another space watch in advance. Sell me these 2. Lori reached out and snatched them. Jiang Tian quickly put them away. At most 1. What will you trade for it? A bottle of Mad Dragon Essence. Lori took out a yellow potion from her bosom. 5th grade resource. The school exchange requires 120,000 points. You won't lose out. Deal. Jiang Tian handed over a piece of fruit, took the essence, and swallowed it on the spot. With a boom, his aura surged dramatically. The wild energy exploded inside his body, and his strength soared wildly. 1.25 million Jin, directly rushing to 1.4 million Jin. WTF. Jiang Tian couldn't help but call it outrageous in his heart. This wild dragon essence fruit truly is a pure power-type treasure. The amplification is too fierce. This round is a huge gain. Teacher, do you have more? I'll trade you mine as well. Wishful thinking. Do you know how hard it is to get this thing? There's only this one bottle, and I managed to get it only by pulling a lot of strings. It was specially prepared for you. Loli said this while winking at him. Jiang Tian felt a jolt in his heart. He had seen the wild dragon essence blood in the resource library yesterday. It's a top-level scarce resource that sells out immediately once listed. The school itself is constantly out of stock. For Loli to be able to get it, her background must be anything but simple. This woman is not ordinary. I've given you the item. I'm off first. Save the other transformation fruit for me. When I find one more suitable for you, I'll come back to trade. No sooner had he finished speaking than he disappeared. Jiang Tian stared in the direction she left, still savoring that hint of charm, and raised his hand to wipe his nosebleed. He had overdone it these past few days. After composing himself, he prepared to go to the martial arts library. With his current privileges, all the martial arts there were free. Silly Chong, navigate to the martial arts library. War God University was ridiculously large. The few days he had been wandering were just the tip of the iceberg. Fortunately, Silly Chong projected the route, so he just had to follow the map. Not far ahead, 5 or 6 people in senior student uniforms walked straight towards him, their target clearly him. Jiang Tian frowned. He hadn't offended any senior students these past few days, so they were coming at him intentionally. You are Jiang Tian, right? The leader's face was gloomy. It's me. Jiang Tian sized up the people, feeling something was off. They looked like students but weren't. Most likely they were disguised. People from the Chun family and Zhou family. He had killed their men, so there was no chance they'd let it go easily. Our leader invites you to visit the Chun family. Not interested? Then it's out of your hands. In this place, no one can save you now. The 6 of them closed in instantly, their auras fully unleashed. The lowest level was 43, the highest 56, mostly strength-type, superpowered individuals. Take my hammer strike. The leader swung his double meteor hammers, the hammer shafts covered in spikes, weighing 250,000 jin, smashing straight down. Jiang Tian didn't retreat but advanced instead, sweeping his battle halberd horizontally with a thunderous strike, shattering the right meteor hammer from his hand. Immediately after, the halberd pressed down, forcing the opponent to block with his left hammer. A loud bang rang out. With a loud bang, the meteor hammer slammed hard into his shoulder, shattering the entire shoulder bone on the spot, leaving it a mess of blood and flesh. Ziqing alloy battle halberd. The man's pupils suddenly contracted. As someone with a strength-type talent, he was well aware of the density of this kind of alloy. This single battle halberd weighed at least 1,000,000 jin. He was level 56, with a D-level strength talent, and his limit was only 250,000 jin. Jiang Tian had just finished his college entrance exam, yet he could wield 1,000,000 jin battle halberd? Is this still a human? Crack! In the next second, his entire arm was broken off by the recoil from his own meteor hammer. It was forcibly detached. He gritted his teeth tightly, not daring to scream in pain, fearing to alert the teacher. Ambush! Behind Jiang Tian, a level 45 strength-type psychic suddenly struck down with a blade. The blade cut into his back, sparks flying, and his clothes immediately tore open. Got him! The man had just revealed a smile. The next second, his smile froze. Jiang Tian was unharmed, not even a scratch on his skin, but his knife was chipped. How is this possible? Before he finished speaking, he felt his vision flip, and his head was already flying off. Am I dead? The remaining 4 completely broke down. Level 56 couldn't even withstand 2 moves, even with a D-level talent. That was still level 56. Run? This guy is a monster. Trying to flee? Jiang Tian's eyes turned cold. He had already realized these people were not veteran war gods and had inexplicably come looking for trouble. So, they couldn't blame him for going all out. They teleported 2,500 meters. There was no way they could escape. After a moment, only corpses remained on the ground. Jiang Tian searched the bodies of several people, but found nothing, not even anything valuable. Poor loser. He spat, turned around, and left. Naturally, someone else would be responsible for cleaning up the scene. Continuing toward the martial arts library, he suddenly felt a chill down his back and then noticed his clothes had been slashed. Recalling that last strike, a level 45 strength-type full-force blow still made him a bit numb. He estimated silently that another 10,000 strikes would probably just break the skin. I need to reinforce my armor and also look for any techniques that can improve defense. Soon, he arrived at the martial arts library. There were quite a few people. Some were lining up, while others were swiping their access cards. Different access levels meant different treatment. Jiang Tian walked directly through the exclusive VIP entrance. With the highest access level, all martial arts techniques could be viewed for free, no points required. Is he using the highest access level? All eyes turned and focused on him. There are fewer than 10 people with this qualification in our school, right? Envy and shock were clearly written on their faces. Yeah, it's been a long time since anyone entered the martial arts library, right? Who is he? He looks somewhat familiar. Not one of those big shots with access. Seems like a newcomer. Everyone was talking in whispers. Zhang Tian went straight to the second floor's second-level martial arts library, looking for a martial art suitable for himself, like a speed-type skill such as Extreme Shadow Step. The martial arts library was like a library, with rows of shelves full of cultivation techniques. If you wanted, you could browse through them one by one. If you didn't want to waste time, you could ask Sha Chong to filter. Sha Chong, are there any other speed-type ones at second level? There's nothing more suitable for you than Extreme Shadow Step. Then forget it, I'll check out the third level. Zhang Tian went up to the third floor. It was more spacious here, and quite a few senior students were cultivating. In the center of the hall was the training ground, where several senior students were sparring. Zhang Tian had Sha Chong select martial arts techniques in the categories of strength, defense, and speed. In the end, he chose a third-level strength-type martial art, the 100 Strikes Fist. It wasn't top tier, but it suited him very well. He opened the cultivation manual. Ding! Detected modifiable martial skill, 100 Strikes Fist, 3420/100. It requires 100 points just to get started. Last time, Extreme Shadow Step was only 20 points. It seems the higher the rank, the greater the consumption. But it doesn't matter, 100 points only last 20 seconds. Zhang Tian walked into the training ground. This place was created by Space-type Powers users, so the power wouldn't leak outside. Several senior students in their 20s were also practicing 100 Strikes Fist. Some could only produce one fist shadow, some 3 to 5, and the strongest already had over a dozen. At the entry level, 100 Strikes Fist produces one fist shadow. At intermediate level, over a dozen. At proficient level, more than 40, and at master level, it can reach 100. At the peak of his power, his fists rained down like a storm, capable of tearing apart third-tier exotic beasts, a truly 100-strike barrage. And this was still an area attack. Zhang Tian chose it precisely to lock down movement. Against shadow-type and speed specialist superhumans, single-target attacks are too disadvantageous. Area suppression is the key. Ha, I mastered the basics in 3 days. What's that? I've already reached intermediate level. I became proficient in 5 days. My talent is sudden enlightenment, and it's A+ level. As the buzzcut guy spoke, he immediately drew a wave of envy. Aren't you just trying to put others down? Who doesn't know your martial arts training is like cheating? All right. I'll take a little loss and give you all some guidance. He spoke humbly, but his face was full of pride. No one minded. After all, insights into innate talent were indeed rare. You then. He pointed at Zhang Tian, who had just arrived. Me? Zhang Tian was momentarily stunned. Yes, you. Don't be ungrateful. I don't usually teach people so casually. You're holding the 100 Strikes Fist, right? I've already mastered this martial art long ago. He was already imagining Zhang Tian's grateful expression. The others nearby looked envious. Why isn't this good thing for me? Sorry, I'm not interested. Zhang Tian refused outright. The flat-headed man's face stiffened. What did you say? Go teach someone else, don't bother me. Zhang Tian said, then stepped aside and released the trial dolls. The trial dolls were made of memory alloy, specifically designed to test martial arts power, resistant to hits and capable of automatic recovery. In the blink of an eye, 100 dolls lined up in front of him. Is he crazy? Just got the 100 crack fist and already setting up 100 of these. Does he think he's already mastered it? We've all been practicing recently. He must be a newbie. Let him mess around. It's just for show. The flat-headed man sneered. Zhang Tian ignored it and started modifying directly. 100 points, beginner. 500 points, modest achievement. For 1,000 points, proficient. Points instantly ran out. Great achievement requires 10,000 points, which is far from enough. Ding, insufficient points. Do you want to borrow? A system prompt sounded. Can I still borrow? Zhang Tian was stunned. There won't be high interest, right? No interest. The higher the system level, the larger the credit limit. Currently level 5, maximum credit of 100,000 points. Zhang Tian gritted his teeth, then put it on credit. Since there was no interest, he put it on credit. Zhang Tian directly charged 10,000 points and upgraded the 100 crack fist all at once to mastery. He demonstrated the move on the spot. 100 crack fist. With a fierce shout, countless fist shadows spread out. Exactly 100 strikes, covering half the sky. The people nearby were all dumbfounded. What a joke. Mastery right upon arrival? Is he some kind of god-level genius? The flat-headed man's face went stiff. Everyone was silent. So it turns out we're the clowns. With this kind of talent, do we even need to teach him? The flat-headed man forced a sneer. Even if he masters it, the power might not be that strong. The next moment, all the punches landed on the trial dummy. With a rumble, the third-level memory alloy exploded on the spot, shattering into pieces on the ground, never to restore. Everyone widened their eyes. He broke the memory alloy? Even someone with strength-type abilities couldn't be this outrageous, right? What they didn't know was that Jiang Tian's strength had long surpassed ordinary people. Jiang Tian himself was very satisfied. He originally had a strength of 1.4 million Jin. Combined with the 100 strikes fist, each punch was amplified fivefold. In other words, each of the 100 punches carries a force of 7 million Jin. Forget about third tier, even fifth tier memory metal couldn't withstand it. After testing the martial arts, he went straight up to the fourth floor martial arts library. He had enough offensive skills. Now it was time to find defense or speed styles. Anyway, he could still borrow 90,000 points, so what was there to fear? Idiot Chong put all the fourth-tier defensive martial arts into the vault. The light curtain unfolded. Fourth-tier passive martial art, Iron Cloth, permanently increases defense by 20%. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. This is a passive skill. It doesn't consume energy, and once learned, it's permanently effective. With his current 5,000 armor, it directly adds 1,000. The higher the armor gets in the future, the more terrifying the benefit will be. This is the true trump card for survival. He immediately flipped through it, only to find that the cultivation manual was half missing, with the latter part gone. Jiang Tian's excitement was instantly extinguished. He questioned Shiqiang, but got no answers. Forget it. Jiang Tian sighed. After struggling to find suitable defensive martial arts, it turned out to be incomplete. He continued upward to the fifth floor, but found no suitable defensive or body technique martial arts. The sixth floor was the same. Up to the seventh level. There are still no defensive martial skills here, but there is a body technique he desperately needs. Sky Stride. Strictly speaking, it is not just a speed martial skill. This is a 7th rank body technique that allows one to use the air as a stepping stone to walk in the sky. If mastered to perfection, one can even stand suspended in midair. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. He can currently teleport 2,500 meters instantly, but only on the ground. Once you are airborne, you must find a foothold. If you learn to walk on air, you can stand directly in midair. Facing flying psychics and strange beasts, this is simply a killer move. It's settled. He took the walking on air technique to the training ground. This place is different from downstairs. Almost everyone here is a teacher from War God University. He immediately spotted someone familiar. Loli. She was focused on training, and the teachers beside her were also deeply immersed. Teacher Loli. Loli turned around, clearly surprised. Jiang Tian's strength was incredible, but martial skills weren't just about brute force. Moreover, 7th level martial skills required at least level 60 to cultivate. He was obviously not qualified. She muttered to herself. This guy isn't here to find me under the pretense of cultivation, is he? You're here too. Found a suitable martial skill, want to give it a try. What martial skill? Treading on air. What? Treading on air. Loli directly snatched the book away and flipped through a few pages. It really is the 7th level of treading on air. She became even more puzzled. Could it be that he really came here to train? Are you sure you want to learn this? Of course. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Tian shouted silently in his heart. System, put it on my tab. Ding! Detected 7th level martial skill skywalking, available for modification. 3,000 points, beginner level. 10,000 points, intermediate level. 20,000 points, proficient level. 40,000 points, advanced level. Points evaporated instantly. Jiang Tianxin was bleeding. A 7th level martial skill cost nearly 80,000. What about 8th or 9th level? Wouldn't it start at hundreds of thousands? Be content. Others spend their whole life without mastering it. You finished in a second. Jiang Tian was silent. Indeed, there was no argument. The next second, he moved. Whoosh! The figure surged directly into the air. He stood steadily in midair, as if walking on level ground. Energy flowed endlessly within his body. As long as the energy continued, he could remain suspended in the air indefinitely. He moved through the air as if walking on solid ground, each teleportation covering 2,500 meters. The surrounding teachers, all at levels 60 or 70, were dumbfounded. Is this the pinnacle of airwalking? Loli widened her eyes, her chest heaving violently, unable to speak for a long time. Loli, is this the new teacher? He's so handsome. Does he have contact information? A female teacher nearby stared at Jiang Tian in a daze. Practicing the skill of walking on air, aside from the principal, no one in the school has mastered it, right? He mastered it the first time he came? He just got it. This is ridiculous. A group of teachers were so shocked they were speechless. Not a new teacher, a freshman, Jiang Tian, the top scorer of the college entrance exam in Pingjiang province. Luo Li lowered her voice to explain, but her eyes couldn't help but follow that figure. Freshman. The two words made everyone completely petrified. A freshman enters the school practicing a 7th-rank martial skill and instantly masters it? What kind of talent is this? Even a god-level comprehension might not be able to achieve that. Not to mention this is a 7th-rank martial skill. How exactly did he train it? Just then, the sky thundered. A flying sword cut through the air, on which stood a cold and beautiful woman, her aura so overwhelming it left people gasping for breath. The principal has arrived. A wave of exclamations outside the martial arts repository. Principal Mu Qing, a level 92 powerhouse, usually appeared like a dragon, seen only briefly and disappearing quickly. Other than the freshman tournament and accepting apprentices, she was almost never seen. Her sudden appearance meant something major. A flying sword descended. Mu Qing walked on air, teleporting several steps in an instant, and was already standing before Jiang Tian. Greetings, Principal. The teachers saluted in unison, their eyes full of reverence. The only female powerhouse above level 90 in Xia country. Who wouldn't look up to her? Freshman Jiang Tian, greetings to the principal. Very well. Mu Qing's gaze fell on him. Xiao Bing has already reported your situation. I just rushed back from the beast battlefield to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? She wore a tight combat suit, her figure long and strong. Her light blue eyes were cold as water, with long eyelashes, giving her a high cold and sharp aura. Her presence was so strong that people dared not look directly at her. I am willing, Jiang Tian replied without hesitation. With a level 92 expert backing him, what was there to fear if those noble-born youths came to cause trouble in the future? Very good. Mu Qing nodded and casually tossed out a spatial watch, a gift for our meeting. Thank you, teacher. Jiang Tian took the resource, which was filled with items suitable for his cultivation. It was probably because Xiao Bing had reported in advance that there were no items to enhance abilities, only the potent essence blood of powerful beasts, which was of great help to him. Absorb these today. Tomorrow I'll take you to the low-level beast battlefield for training, and you can also meet your senior sister. After Mu Qing gave the instructions, she stepped into the air and, after a few swift movements, disappeared from sight. Luo Li came closer, looking envious. You haven't even participated in the freshman tournament yet, and the principal has already taken you as a student. That's amazing. She sighed again. But her training is really tough. You probably won't have many leisurely days ahead. A comfortable campus life is basically out of the question. Being fulfilled is better. Jiang Tian smiled and turned back toward the villa. Tomorrow I'll be on the battlefield. Any improvement, no matter how small, counts. But that senior sister, what does she look like? The teacher is female, and the senior sister is also female. How many senior sisters does he actually have? Are they pretty? As he pondered, he had already returned to his lodging. He opened the box to find only grade 5 or lower exotic beast essence. The bottle still had a detailed label, outlining the dosage and the steps for taking it in portions. Jiang Tian sneered. He treated the 7th-level Thunder Dragon Essence blood like water. These were nothing in comparison. He was too lazy to study it, and just downed all 5 bottles at once. The 5 surges of violent energy crashed inside his body instantly, but his powerful physique forcibly suppressed them. 1.4 million gene of strength and 5,000 armor made his body as solid as steel. The 5th-level essence blood was nothing to him at all. After a moment, he pulled up the attribute panel. Strength 1, 430,000. Armor 5,100. Speed 2550. Strength increased by 30,000 gene. Armor increased by 100. Speed increased by 50. The improvement isn't significant, but it's better than nothing. High-level essence blood is still the best, he sighed. It said that ferocious beasts roam in herds on the alien beast battlefield. If he could kill a few high-level alien beasts and collect some essence blood, that would be a real surge. Though tempted, he still decided to go out for a walk. The capital city market was bustling, with abundant resources and many martial skills. Maybe I can run into the other half of the Iron Shirt. Guided by Sha Chang's navigation, Jiang Tian walked toward the market. Meanwhile, at the Chen family. The Chen family was a long-established, prominent family, with an expansive estate, numerous pavilions, and a grand atmosphere. At this moment, Mu Qing stood in midair, coldly looking down on the entire Chen estate. Several corpses were thrown by her in front of the main gate. They were the ones who had disguised themselves as the god of war at noon to cause trouble for Jiang Tianma, including the Chun family's steward, Chen Lin. "Old wretch, get out here for me." With a fierce shout, her imposing aura instantly enveloped the estate, and a giant sword's silhouette formed in the air, ready to strike at any moment. "Who dares act recklessly in my Chen family?" An old, angry shout echoed through the deep mansion, and a figure shot up towards the sky, confronting her. The visitor was none other than Qin Jun, head of the Qin family, a level 91 weapon master with A+ talent. But facing Mu Qing, he did not dare be overconfident. "So it's Principal Mu. May I ask why you have come to the Qin family?" "Hand over Chun Li." Mu Qing's tone was icy. Chun Li was the one who ordered Chen Lin to kidnap Jiang Tian. Qin Jun played dumb. "How did my son offend Principal Mu? I warned you long ago, don't touch my students. Did you think my words were bullshit?" Qin Jun's face darkened. He had agreed to this matter, thinking it was foolproof, but didn't expect it to backfire. "I was not informed of this. How about calling Chun Li here to apologize and compensate that student? What do you think? Enough nonsense. My rule is the rule. Hand the person over." Mu Qing's momentum surged, sword intent shaking the heavens. Chun Li is the core of the Qin family, in charge of industry and connections. Handing him over would mean a huge loss. "Principal Mu, there's really no room for negotiation? 10 seconds. If you don't hand over the person, I'll blow this place up." 10-9. She started counting down on the spot. Sweat appeared on Chun Jun's forehead. If this madwoman really made a move, he wouldn't be able to stop her, and neither could the Qin family. After weighing his options again and again, he bit his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it! Qin Jun cursed wildly in his heart. When the Devil Lord descended, he would tear that woman to pieces. But he didn't dare say a word aloud, and could only bow his head in submission, handing the person over. Mu Qing killed Chun Li on the spot. Then she rushed straight to the Zhou family, killed Zhou Qing, and went to the Zheng family to take Zheng Zaidan's life. The heirs of the three families were wiped out. She wanted to maximize the hatred and use bloodshed to intimidate. Since the relationship was already shattered, there was no need to pretend anymore. Whoever disobeyed would be killed until they submitted. After Mu Qing left, Qin Jun, Zhou Mu, and Zheng Qian secretly met at the Zheng family's house. The raid had suffered heavy losses and lost all face, and the culprit was none other than Jiang Tian. But he was protected by the rules at the God of War school, making it difficult to take direct action against him. After some discussion, the three decided to send their juniors from the 4 major schools to directly challenge him with a death duel letter. According to school regulations, it could not be refused. If Jiang Tian really died, Mu Qing would find it hard to interfere. Just in case, they also secretly hired assassins both domestically and abroad. As long as the money was right, someone would dare to act. The more they spoke, the harsher they became, as if Jiang Tian was already dead. Elsewhere, Jiang Tian had just finished shopping at the market. There were many good things, but either he couldn't use them or they were ridiculously expensive. With nearly 10 million in his card, he still couldn't afford top-level resources, and the lower half of the iron cloth shirt was nowhere in sight. However, he had learned a clue. The Luo family had an extensive library, with many lost martial techniques in heaps, even surpassing the 4 major schools. But the martial arts library was only open to clan members. Jiang Tian even considered becoming a live-in son-in-law just to get in and study the books. He thought of teacher Luo Li. She was a member of the Luo family and had previously borrowed a favor from him for the transformation fruit. Perhaps it was time to ask for repayment. If that didn't work, he could take a few more transformation fruits. The iron cloth shirt had to be obtained. Jiang Tian soon arrived at the resource management office. Teacher Luo Li, I heard that your Luo family has a large collection of martial arts techniques. Can I go in and take a look? He spoke directly about his intention. Luo Li sprayed out a mouthful of soda. In your dreams. Even I have to contribute something to enter the Luo family martial arts library. As an outsider, it's impossible for you. Isn't the War God's martial arts library enough for you to mess with? Jiang Tian explained that he found a 4th-level martial arts technique, iron cloth, but only half remained and wanted to confirm if the Luo family had the other half. Luo Li pondered for a moment. I can go in to check for you. You can't take anything out, but I can copy it for you. However, there is a condition. Tomorrow, when you go to the beast battlefield, if you enter the 4th or 5th level area, bring me 10 cores of the Swallow Gold Beast's inner alchemy. The Swallow Gold Beast is a top-tier beast that can control metal, has extremely strong defense, and is very difficult to kill. It can also absorb metal elements, making metal attribute weapons almost useless. Jiang Tian was not worried. If the war halberd can't be used, he still has the 100-strike fist. Deal. He agreed decisively. After the agreement, he went back to prepare materials and rest up. Early the next morning, Mu Qing took him to Shanhaiguan. This was a 5th-level battlefield, with beasts ranging from level 41 to 50. At the entrance, students from various schools were gathered, many reluctantly brought here, their faces full of unwillingness. Coming to this damn place again, don't expect a good week. Someone complained quietly. A few senior students sighed as they walked. They were familiar with the route and had no teachers watching, so the complaints were endless. We are supernatural beings. With greater power comes greater responsibility. We'll have to fend off the beasts in the future, so stop dragging your feet. Besides, completing the challenge comes with rewards. I had already made plans to travel with my girlfriend, but I was suddenly pulled in here. What bad luck. Complaints arose one after another, and Jiang Tian could tell that everyone was unhappy inside. Your senior sister has arrived, Mu Qing suddenly reminded him. From a distance, a flying sword pierced through the air, and standing on it was a tall and slender woman. Jiang Tian looked from afar and felt her imposing aura. Senior sister has quite a background, he muttered quietly. Let me introduce you. This is your senior sister Lin Jun. This is your junior brother Jiang Tian. Hello, senior sister. Greetings, junior brother. As they drew closer, Jiang Tian could clearly feel the killing intent radiating from her. Like Mu Qing, she was also a swordsman, sharp and formidable. I heard you were the top scorer in the college entrance exam in Pingjiang province, single-handedly taking on 15 top-tier beasts. That's much stronger than I was back in the day. Senior sister, you flatter me. After some polite conversation, Mu Qing led them straight to the 5th-level beast battlefield. Teachers from various schools would bring their students here for training. True improvement could only be forged in life-and-death situations. The 4 major schools all had outposts on the battlefield. Mu Qing took the 2 into a tent. This is your 7-day mission. Sha Chong threw out the mission list. Jiang Tian had 10 tasks, all involving killing exotic beasts. Lin Jun had 12 tasks, with greater numbers and higher difficulty. Let's go. The alien army will take you to the front lines. The alien army was Xia Kingdom's main force against the exotic beasts. The 4 academy students were just auxiliaries gaining experience, but they could somewhat alleviate the pressure. Commander Zhou, thank you for your help this time, Lin Jun said. Zhou Wenxiang, the person in charge of this battlefield, commanded a division of the alien army. He led the students' training missions year after year. This is my junior apprentice brother Jiang Tian, the top scorer in this year's provincial college entrance exam in Pingjiang. Your junior brother? Zhou Wenxiang scrutinized Jiang Tian, frowning. Just finished the college entrance exam and already coming to the 5th-level battlefield? This place is where level 41 to 50 exotic beasts roam. Can he hold his own? Maybe he'll even be a burden. Senior Zhou, don't underestimate my junior brother. He's very strong. Lin Jun said with a smile. Since Principal Mu brought him, I believe it. The group boarded a military helicopter and headed straight to the exotic beast battlefield. People from Element University, Tianshan University, and National Defense University also arrived one after another. After landing, Zhang Tian saw many familiar faces: Mei Qingqing, Zhang Tian, Xiong Er, and Qin Jun from National Defense. Zhang Tian, you're here too? Come and get some practice. Zhang Tian smiled. This time we'll carry you. Last time we were held back by level restrictions. Mei Qingqing also nodded. This time we'll protect you. Lin Jin looked shocked. After a brief explanation about being carried by Zhang Tian in the last dungeon, she finally understood. Zhou Wenxiang issued the order token, record kills and points. Let's see if you can surpass Tianshan. As soon as he finished speaking, people from Tianshan walked over. Surpass us? Dream on. This time the target is 1,000 points. The highest record in the 5th-tier battlefield was 980 points, set by the current principal of Tianshan, who has an SSS-level shadow talent, and no one has broken it since. Mei Qingqing wasn't confident at all. Zhang Tian asked calmly, "Is 1,000 points very difficult?" The people of the heavenly god laughed out loud. "Where did the newcomer come from? You don't even understand the rules." "Don't mind him. Killing a few more alien beasts is more practical." They turned and left. Too arrogant. The air instantly filled with tension like gunpowder. "I'm used to it. Those heavenly god people are always like this. Let's go." As soon as the words fell, everyone charged straight into the alien beast battlefield. This place is completely different from the dungeon. There are more beasts, a wider variety, and they are especially ferocious, even working together to trap and kill. So the students generally team up. Zhang Tian stared at the dense mass of beasts, his heart instantly boiling. When running dungeons before, the beasts were pitifully few, and he had to search all over for them. Many ran away before he even fought. Unlike here, it's full of tough opponents who face off head-on. This place is practically a holy land for scoring points. His eyes lit up. Killing beasts all day, wouldn't the system level up immediately? If he stayed for a week, wouldn't his level soar? Just thinking about the attributes he'd unlock was frightening. Zhang Tian no longer hesitated and drew out his purple-green alloy war halberd. "Senior brothers and sisters, I'm going in first." Before he finished speaking, he dashed into the herd of beasts. Is he being too reckless? Mei Qingqing frowned. This is a 5th-level battlefield. Lin Jin looked even more puzzled. Why does he look like he's here for a festival? Others come in gritting their teeth and holding on, but he's excited as if he's found treasure. Is this guy out of his mind? Enough talk, keep up. The others quickly rushed after him. Just as they charged in, a 3-meter-tall blue lion pounced towards them. Bang! A cold flash gleamed. Crack! A spear strike fell, and the lion's head flew off. Ding! Killed a 5th-level exotic beast, gained 5 energy points. 5 points. Zhang Tian was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. It turned out that high-level exotic beasts gave double rewards. What was there to wait for? The war halberd danced in his hand, leaving afterimages as one Qing Shri after another fell. Their strength was nearly 500,000 Jin, with fierce attacks, but just right for him. The claws struck his body, only bringing a slight vibration. Roar! 2 Qing leaders charged out simultaneously, attacking from front and back. The front claw slammed hard on the war halberd, sparks flying. Zhang Tian countered with a halberd strike, but the opponent actually dodged. In the next second, a surge of blue light suddenly burst from behind. Boom! The cyan beam hit the back directly. Sharp pain exploded in an instant. It was not a physical attack, but an energy shock. Smack! Zhang Tian stopped hiding and teleported under the blue lion leader's abdomen, thrusting a spear through and pulling out the internal organs in the motion. Just as the 2 leaders fell, a 5-meter-tall blue lion king charged fiercely, its massive claws striking heavily against the war spear. The great force caused a shockwave, forcing Zhang Tian to retreat 2 meters, but he quickly regained his footing. Several commanders were dumbfounded. They had faced the Blue Lion King before and knew a direct hit would send one flying hundreds of meters. But this freshman only retreated 2 steps. Some said he was likely to break the 980-point record, while others believed that SSS talent was not so easy to surpass. The exotic beasts were intimidated and began to circle around him. Jiang Tian was too lazy to chase, directly unleashing the 100 strikes fist. The shadow of the fists fell like a torrential rain. More than a dozen fifth-rank exotic beasts were killed on the spot, with energy continuously arriving. After the continuous barrage, the exotic beasts proactively created distance, and a clearing appeared in the arena. Suddenly, a flock of black-feathered birds flew through the air. Their feathers were like steel needles, shooting down in a hailstorm, accompanied by lightning. The intense strikes landed on Jiang Tian, but they couldn't break through his defense. The 100 crack fists are not suitable for attacking airborne targets. Jiang Tian stepped into the air, using long-distance teleportation, moving much faster than the black feather bird. After a dozen seconds, bodies began to fall one after another. Clearing the sky, he charged into the beast pack once again. One person chased and killed a group of strange beasts. Some beasts whispered to each other, telling their companions to retreat and wait for a stronger king to arrive before surrounding and killing him. They had long since gained intelligence and could even speak human languages. Damn, is he chasing and slashing at the exotic beast? The line of defense instantly relaxed. That movement just now, was it the step in the air technique? Several instructors and commanders were dumbfounded. Isn't step in the air a 7th-level martial skill? Many know it, but to master it fully and be able to stop mid-air, besides Principal Mu, he's the only one. The commander felt a chill in his heart. He had practiced it too, taking years to reach proficiency. This skill depends not just on strength, but also on talent and speed. A freshman fresh out of the college entrance exam, mastering it fully? Ridiculous. On the other side, Jiang Tian charged towards another battlefield. The front line was vast, and his previous area was just a corner. The exotic beasts there feared him, but other places didn't know that yet. Thus, he became a true killing god. Where he went, bodies fell. Energy points and token scores soared rapidly. By the end of the first day, he had overfulfilled all 10 tasks assigned by the teacher. Token points surged to 2678. Killing so many 5th-level Ishug in one day directly broke the record of the Heavenly God Principle. That was a 7-day achievement, and he surpassed it in just one day, leaving it far behind. Even more astonishing, the energy points rose to 13,468. The battlefield was too far from the camp, so he and his senior sister took a dedicated helicopter back. He couldn't rely on Ta Konghang anymore. He would have been exhausted. After a day of fierce fighting, his stamina was depleted, he was starving, and he couldn't even bother upgrading the system, having to grab a quick bite on the helicopter first. Back at the camp, he ate heartily. The intense killing took a heavy toll. The energy potions provided by the military were completely used up. After filling up, he opened the system panel. Host, Jiang Tian. Available points, 352, 374. Energy points, 13, for 68/3000. Strength, 1,430,000. 1 point equals 1 G. Armor, 5,000, 50 points equals 1 point. Speed, 2,550, 100 points equals 1 point. Spent points 1 day ago, now 24 hours have passed. Level 5 system brings a bonus of 432,000 points. After deducting the debt, 352,374 remain. Jiang Tian didn't hesitate and directly upgraded the system to level 6. Energy points left are 10,468, and the upgrade only requires 5,000 points. Decided to upgrade the system to level 7, leaving 5,458 energy points. Upgrading to level 8 requires 7,000 points, so it has to wait. Plus 7. Plus 7. The points kept increasing non-stop, and Jiang Tian felt incredibly thrilled. What excited him even more was that the level 7 system unlocked the critical hit attribute. Critical hit attribute, 3,000 points equals 1% critical hit chance. He couldn't help but click his tongue. This thing burned through points so fast. Luckily, the level 7 system could generate quite a few points in a day, so he gritted his teeth and directly spent 300,000 points. Critical hit rate maxed out at 100%. Modification successful. Current critical hit attribute, 100%. Remaining points 52,374. Critical hit reached 100%, triggering hidden skill. Attacks have a chance to trigger 10,000-fold critical hits. 100% critical hit means every attack is doubled. For example, his current strength is 1.43 million gene. 100 strikes fist with a 5-fold boost is 7.15 million gene. Double that again, and it's directly 14.3 million gene. The 100 split fist is 100 fist shadows, each carrying a force of tens of millions of pounds. At his age, being able to deliver such power is simply outrageous. Not to mention the 5th-tier beast battlefield. Even in a 7th-tier battlefield, he would have the confidence to walk arrogantly. In a few more days, as the system continues to stack, his strength will only become more terrifying. After adjusting his attributes, he looked up and asked, "Teacher, I've completed my tasks. Are there any more?" Mu Qing smiled helplessly and said, "No more. That's it for one cycle. I just didn't expect you to be this fast. I underestimated you." She, a prestigious level 92 expert, looked at Jiang Tian with eyes full of shock. Lin Zhen came over and teased, "Junior brother, are you addicted to killing beasts? Others want to rest after finishing their tasks, but you still want more? How about helping senior sister instead?" Wishful thinking. Mu Qing tapped her. "Handle your own business." Jiang Tian, "Do you want me to send you back?" "No. Teacher, I'm quite fine here." Jiang Tian quickly declined. With the system leveling up twice a day, how could he possibly leave such a treasure place? After eating, he rested early, preparing to continue grinding monsters and leveling up the next day. Elsewhere, the military commander and several division commanders sat in the tent, looking at the pulled-up score records, all stunned. Zhou Wenxiang had originally thought Jiang Tian was just there to make up the numbers, but he broke the record on the very first day. 2,678 points. He killed 2,678 5th-level beasts in one day? How is that possible? The commander frowned. Normally, for a 5th-level superpower, it takes at least 10 minutes to kill one 5th-level beast. Bring up the battlefield footage. Soon, the video of Jiang Tian hunting down the alien beasts was released. The drone recorded the entire process, a full 5 minutes. After watching, the crowd still wasn't satisfied. The nearly overwhelming slaughter scene made their blood boil with excitement. It wasn't just the military watching. University presidents and teachers from major schools were also staring at the leaderboard inside their tents. But after just a glance, they were all stunned. Especially the usually arrogant geniuses from Tianjin University. They all had S-level talent, fought with all their might today to kill 134 alien beasts, scoring 134 points, thinking they would firmly hold first place. They even wanted to show off in front of their teachers, but when they looked at the rankings, they didn't even amount to a fraction of Jiang Tian's score. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Several of them slammed the table and shouted angrily. What's impossible about it? Principal Yin Nantian said calmly. That record of 980 points was set by him back in the day. He was once a leading figure of an era, and no one has broken it since. You all have high talent, but you're too arrogant. After saying this, he directly played Jiang Tian's video. As soon as the scene appeared, a few people fell silent instantly. After a long while, someone whispered, "Is this even human? I can accept the terrifying strength, but the ability to walk on air with a 7th-level martial skill, how is that possible?" He just finished his college entrance exams. No matter how proud the geniuses were, none could lift their heads at this moment. Even working together to kill him was difficult. Under Jiang Tian's series of 100-strike punches, over a dozen beasts fell to the ground instantly. The gap was too great. There was simply no comparison. Taking a hit isn't a bad thing. Yin Nantian stood up and said, "There are 6 days left on the battlefield. Adjust yourselves well." With that, he left. Afterwards, the military and the 4 famous schools discussed and uploaded this 5-minute video to the official media. The moment the video went online, it exploded across the entire internet. Damn, Jiang Tian is too fierce. With him here, the beast's battlefield isn't hopeless. Post more videos like this. It's so inspiring. Is this really something a human can do? He just finished the college entrance exam, and his strength already surpasses the seniors. I don't believe he's an ordinary person. He must be a god descended to Earth. His power is so terrifying. He has to be the god of strength. Nonsense. With speed that fast, He's obviously the god of speed. For a moment, discussions erupted everywhere. This video reignited confidence in countless people and gave the frontline soldiers an extra boost of morale. The next day, Jiang Tian, with a 100% critical hit bonus, fought even fiercer on the alien beast battlefield, more ferocious than yesterday. Students from the 4 major schools and the alien army were dumbfounded. Just one night, his combat power doubled. The commander stared at him, full of confusion. Yesterday, he took down a dozen with a single punch. Today, dozens with one punch. Simply absurd. Lin Jun and the others followed beside him, unable to intervene at all, only able to watch him sweep through. At the request of the public, the military sent out multiple drones to live stream the entire process, 360 degrees with no blind spots. The barrage of comments exploded. Is this killing a strange beast? It clearly looks like squeezing a little chick. Don't talk nonsense, he's just too strong. You should check out other live streams to see how tough it is. Someone recognized the 5-level Xian armor beast. Back then, they couldn't break its defense for half a day, but Jiang Tian took it down piece by piece with a single punch. Many students from the 4 major schools entered the live stream specifically to learn techniques, but all they saw was overwhelming domination. There was nothing to learn at all. 1 hour into the broadcast, viewership exceeded 10 million and was still skyrocketing. Jiang Tian continued killing like this for 7 consecutive days. On the 7th day, the battlefield suddenly changed. A dark swarm of black bats suddenly descended in staggering numbers. The piercing sound waves swept across the entire area, causing those nearby to become dizzy instantly. The lower the rank, the longer the dizziness lasted. Once stunned, the sound waves continuously suppressed them, causing their internal abilities to lose control and explode within seconds. The advantage gained a few days ago collapsed instantly, and the special forces were in full retreat. Full retreat. Fall back to Shanhaiguan. Activate the high-voltage electric grid, the commander ordered. There were at least 800,000 bats, with a Bat King stationed at the center. Ordinary bats that were killed could be resurrected under the Bat King's influence. To break the deadlock, the king must be killed. But to kill the king, one must pass through the blockade of 800,000 sound waves. Even the 7th rank army commander dared not charge head-on. The battlefield had completely fallen into a critical situation. The chances of victory were almost zero. The only option was to retreat and hold Shanhaiguan with the electric grid. Where is Jiang Tian? The commander scanned the area, his expression suddenly changing. Didn't see him. Could he still be on the battlefield? Lin Jun trembled with anxiety. I saw him charging into the heart of the beast tide. I couldn't stop him. He's gone berserk. The commander rushed to a high place and saw a figure surrounded amid the dense swarm of bats. Jiang Tian was hit by a sonic wave, freezing stiff where he stood. Damn! The commander's face went pale. In the live broadcast, the viewers also exploded in panic. He's been held down. If he blacks out for a few more seconds, it's over. Should we use the electric net to rescue him now? The beast will rush into the city. Then should we just watch him die? The drone was shot down. The screen went dark, and everyone panicked even more. Mei Qingqing cried. Lin Jin couldn't help but shed tears. Teacher, please save him. Mu Qing's expression was calm, yet restrained. Open a corner of the formation, I'll go. The commander nodded. Other principals, follow me into battle. The electric net cracked open a seam, and several figures rushed toward the beast tide. The audience held their breath. Bats filled the sky, releasing thousands upon thousands of sound waves every second. Jiang Tian stood at the center, seemingly awaiting death. But at this moment, his consciousness sank into the system panel. In these 6 days, he accumulated enough energy to upgrade the system to level 15. The higher the level, the harder it was to upgrade. He almost exhausted everything. The next second, the notification sound rang. Ding! System upgraded to level 15. Unlocked attribute. Magic resistance modification. 40,000 points equals 1% magic resistance. Magic resistance can reduce magic damage and also weaken negative effects. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up when he saw this notification. The sonic bat's attacks were magic damage, and the stun was also a negative effect. As long as he maxed out magic resistance and reached 100%, No one's magic could harm him from then on. System, directly set my magic resistance to 100%. Available points, 4, 563 for 78. Only then did he realize that he had been busy grinding energy points these past few days, going back to the tent and crashing right away, and his points had already accumulated to over 4 million. 40,000 for 1% magic resistance. It used to be exorbitant, but now it was nothing. Jiang Tian didn't hesitate and immediately spent 4 million. Ding! Modification successful. Current magic resistance, 100%. A force exploded inside his body. The sound waves rushed towards him but were instantly swallowed, like a stone thrown into the deep sea without even a ripple. Ding! Magic resistance reached 100%. Unlocked hidden skill, magic absorption. Converts 5% of magic damage into health. What? Jiang Tian was stunned. Stamina would normally run out. Both psychics and ordinary people get tired. But now, he could regenerate health just by taking hits. Charging into the beast horde, his stamina was effectively unlimited. He suddenly became excited. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of sonic bats were still unleashing a frenzy of attacks, all magical damage. But he was completely immune. No matter if they were 5th level or 90, as long as it was magic, it was useless against him. Jiang Tian broke free from his dizziness, stepped into the air, and charged straight into the swarm of bats. Boom! A flurry of punches slammed down. There were too many bats. There was no way to evade. With one punch, hundreds exploded on the spot. The corpses fell like rain. The Bat King finally panicked. It realized it couldn't control this human, and the sonic waves had no effect. If it kept fighting, it would be the one who died. It turned and fled. The swarm of bats desperately blocked the way, buying it time. Sonic bats, known for their speed, instantly widened the distance in the blink of an eye. As the Bat King retreated, the other 5th-tier different beasts also scattered. The original offensive instantly collapsed in the face of Jiang Tian's 100% magic resistance. Charge! The Yi Jin and the students from the 4 schools hiding behind the high-voltage grid seized the opportunity to rush out and began chasing the beasts back. What was originally thought to be a hopeless battle suddenly turned around. This was a 5th-tier battlefield. Humanity was chasing the beast tide for the first time, and everyone was fired up. The strange beasts were naturally strong and faster, and their retreat was orderly. Despite so many beast waves, there was no trampling. They came quickly and retreated even faster, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Jiang Tian was killing with excitement, charging at the very front all the way. He only stopped when he reached the northern border of the Xia Kingdom. Beyond that lay the beast domain. There, the strange beasts had territorial bonuses. When high-level experts made a move, he simply couldn't stop them. No matter how high his magic resistance was, it was useless. His armor was insufficient, and the strange beasts all had sharp claws and teeth, each attack causing physical damage. Before the system unlocked all his attributes, he wouldn't take any risks. Steady development is the right path. Refreshing, the commander laughed. How did you wake up just now? If it were me, I'd be dead by now. Lin Jun hurriedly checked if he was injured. Jiang Tian sighed and asked, are there other battlefields nearby? Everyone was stunned. They thought he was reflecting on surviving a disaster, but it turned out he wanted to fight another battle. Others were eager to retreat early, but he felt it wasn't enough. Are you addicted? The commander said helplessly. There are no new reports for now. I'll call you when there is news. Jiang Tian had no choice but to nod. After returning to school, Lin Jun went to catch up on sleep, and Mu Qing gave them time off. Jiang Tian, however, headed straight to the resource management office. Teacher, has the other half of the iron shirt been found? Luo Li sized him up. Back so soon? The principal didn't wear you out. Mu Qing was always strict. Students would return with barely half their energy. But Jiang Tian was full of energy. The task was too simple, finished quickly. Loli rolled her eyes. You really are perverted, able to master the void walking technique instantly. Have you found the inner core? Is this what you mean? Jiang Tian took out a small spatial watch filled with inner cores of exotic beasts. Loli was stunned after just one glance. The watch was packed with top-tier 5th-level exotic beast inner cores, not a single ordinary one. The ones from the gold-swallowing beast were of leader and beast king grade, each round and full, radiating intense energy. She could sense the wild aura even through the space. The iron cloth technique is found. Loli took back the watch and tossed him a copied manual. Almost got discovered. Consider these inner cores your reward. As soon as she spoke, she tucked the watch into the usual spot. Jiang Tian was speechless. Why did she put everything there? Last time it was the essence blood. Can't she pick a different place? My birthday is the day after tomorrow, held at the Luo family. Are you coming? Loli's tone was coquettish. I'll go. Jiang Tian agreed promptly. The Luo family was a big clan. The food would definitely be better than the canteen, and he could broaden his horizons. Remember to bring a gift. Jiang Tian murmured to himself. She probably just wants to get something for free. But he was more concerned about another matter. Every year, the Luo family selects 3 people to enter the martial arts library for a day. Others might not learn much in a day, but he has a system that can modify in an instant. As long as he focuses, he can directly master it. Now that he has enough points, he can't miss this opportunity. Luo Li took out an invitation card with a milky fragrance from her collar and handed it to him. Jiang Tian looked it over. The Xia family, Lin family, and Shen family would all attend, and even the island nation's Yagyu family and Abe family came to exchange martial arts techniques. After putting away the invitation, he left the resource center. The beast arena hadn't started yet, and the rewards from low-level dungeons were too low, so he was too lazy to grind them. He decided to wait until the big battle started to go all out. He wanted to work on his school points. Many resources could be exchanged. Last time, after exchanging for Jingxue, his points were almost depleted. Dummy Chong, check my points. You still have 120,000 points. How much? Jiang Tian was stunned. 120,000. He stared at the numbers, his mind blank. There were clearly only a little over 10,000 before. How did it suddenly skyrocket? He had been in the beast battlefield for 7 days straight, hadn't returned to school at all. Where did the points come from? Fortunately, Sha Chong was able to check the details and quickly brought up a record. Mu Qing transferred 108,734 points. Did the teacher transfer them? Why did they give so many at once? He immediately contacted Mu Qing and then learned that it was a special reward from the teacher for his outstanding performance in the beast battlefield. Jiang Tian accepted it without hesitation. With 120,000 points in hand, he could finally exchange for some truly useful resources. He hadn't finished browsing the resource library last time and was just about to continue looking. Accidentally, he glanced at the newly released task list. After new students registered, all new student tasks were unlocked. These tasks were too easy for him. Although each was only worth a few dozen points, there were many of them. He simply accepted all of them. Then he looked at the old student tasks and the highest level challenge tasks. The challenge tasks ranged from 1st to 6th level, one for each level, but only one could be accepted at a time, and the next could be taken only after completing the previous one. He flipped all the way to the 6th level, his gaze stopping. 6th level challenge task. Task: capture the wanted criminal Yang Wei. Task duration: unlimited. Reward points: 60,000. Introduction: after committing a series of crimes in the capital, Yang Wei fled to Huangshu Mountain. Please proceed to capture him. The following information is provided. Yang Wei, talent grade A, profession poison master, skilled in using poison, level 67. Jiang Tian accepted the task without hesitation and looked up information about Huangshu Mountain. Huangshu Mountain is located southwest of the capital and is a poisonous mountain. Poisonous gases linger year-round, turning plants and animals into highly toxic entities. One slip could result in poisoning. Without specialized equipment or special talents, even warriors above level 70 dare not lightly step into the outer perimeter, let alone the inner zones. There was once a level 69 restoration talent named Li Yang, who died instantly after stepping on a poisonous insect. The terror of the poison is evident. Because of this level 6 challenge task was long ignored and eventually became just a formality. But Jiang Tian had already accepted it. As soon as Jiang Tian took the task release center exploded with commotion. Someone has taken the mission to hunt down Yang Wei. Who's so bold? Are they crazy? Unless they're also a poison master, and even stronger than Yang Wei. There are only a few poison masters in our Xia country, and none of them are here. Isn't this a death wish? The teachers were preparing to contact the student to persuade him to drop out. It's Jiang Tian. Then it's fine. As soon as the words fell, the whole room fell silent. For others, going there was a 1 in 9 chance of survival. But for Jiang Tian, Yang Wei was surely doomed. They had all watched Jiang Tian's live stream. He walked boldly through the perilous beast battlegrounds. What was one Yang Wei compared to that? On the other side, Wuchang divided points. Wuchang is a top-tier assassin organization. Its founder awakened the black and white Wuchang talent, capable of capturing souls and spirits, and is among the top experts in Xia country. At this moment, the Chun family steward Chen Bing was discussing business with the branch manager. Killing someone, this is the deposit. Chen Bing threw out a card. The manager glanced at the amount and nodded. Who is the target? Jiang Tian. Who? Jiang Tian. The manager's expression changed. You didn't know he is the war god's disciple? That crazy woman has already taken him as her student. Are there people even the Eternals dare not kill? You misunderstood. What do you mean? It will cost extra. Jiang Tianzheng walked back while flipping through the resource library. Not going to Huang Shoshan today. We'll deal with Yang Wei tomorrow. Anyway, the army has already sealed off the mountain. Yang Wei won't be able to escape. He suddenly set his sights on a Tier 3 battle armor. The attributes were not bad, considered top level for the same tier. But on closer inspection, the bonus was only 500 armor, just lighter weight. 500 armor could be life-saving for others, but for his 5100 armor, it made almost no difference. As for being lighter, he could teleport 2,550 meters in a single step of void walking. What need did he have for lightness? He also scanned through Tier 4 and 5. None were suitable. Until a piece of Tier 6 battle armor caught his eye. Sky-breaking battle armor. He clicked on the attributes. Fixed armor increased by 20%. Redemption points 20,000. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. 6th tier resources only cost 20,000 points. No matter how he looked at it, it was a good deal. But thinking carefully, he also understood there was a reason it was cheap. The sky-breaking battle armor increases fixed armor. Currently, most talents' armor comes from the armor itself, which is additional and does not count as inherent attributes, so it doesn't benefit from this bonus. Defense-type talents value fixed armor more than percentage increases. For example, level 50A ranked defense talent comes with 3,200 armor. Adding the 6th tier perfect battle armor adds another 2,800, totaling 6,000. If switching to the breakthrough battle armor, the 3,200 is only calculated at 120%, which is just 3,840. The fixed bonus from same tier armor is too high, so naturally no one would choose the breakthrough. But Jiang Tian is different. He can directly modify attributes with points, making his fixed armor stack to a frightening level. Speaking of which, the last time I increased armor was a long time ago, right? Jiang Tian stared at the 5,100 armor on his panel, feeling it wasn't enough. In the 5th tier battlefield, the Beast King almost feels like he's just scratching an itch when attacking him. He actually feels insecure. System, add 11,000 armor. 50 points exchanged for 1 armor, spent 550,000 directly. Fortunately, points increased by 15 per second, plus the remainder from before. After spending there are still just over 100,000 left. This is the confidence of an advanced system, able to make changes anytime. Armor instantly rose to 16,100. Then he exchanged for the sky-breaking battle suit, which Loli will deliver. Next, he needed to complete the iron cloth. He spent a few thousand points to directly upgrade the 4th level martial skill Iron Cloth to Mastery. Ding! Iron Cloth Mastery achieved. Defense increased by 20%. A new panel pops up. Host, Jiang Tian. Armor, 19,320. Magic resistance, 120%. What? Jiang Tian was stunned. Magic resistance increased too? Could it be that the so-called defense means all defensive attributes increase together? Big profit. Now magic damage is completely immune, and it can even replenish stamina. With nearly 20,000 armor, physical damage is also reduced to an extremely low level. On top of that, 100% critical hit rate and 1.43 million pounds of strength. Jiang Tian felt somewhat dazed. Less than 20 days since awakening, he was already absurdly powerful. If he continued to develop for another month, a year, the entire Summer Kingdom, even the whole world, others wouldn't be able to hurt him, but he could instantly kill anyone. He walked forward while imagining the future. Soon, Loli appeared. The broken sky battle armor you exchanged. She dug around in the usual spot for a long time before finally pulling out the armor, exhausted and hands on her hips. I didn't want to take it from the resource center earlier, but you insisted I deliver it. This little girl is exhausted. Jiang Tian smiled slyly. Isn't this just to see Teacher Loli and to casually check how broad your mind is? Loli blushed. Aren't you secretly a bit perverted? The broken sky battle armor is pretty useless. Spending 20,000 points on it is such a waste, Loli frowned. As long as it's useful to me, it's fine, Jiang Tian said indifferently. Suit yourself. Come to my place the day after tomorrow. Dress more formally. Don't be too casual. She waved and left. Jiang Tian returned to the villa and found the front door open. He felt a stir in his heart. Could the new roommate have arrived? Just as he was thinking, a familiar figure appeared. It was Lin Jun. Senior sister? Junior brother. I've already told the teacher. From now on, we'll live together. I'll stay on the first floor, you stay on the second floor. How about that? She smiled meaningfully. Jiang Tian had already heard about this, so he wasn't surprised. I've already moved my things. Tonight, I'll cook to welcome you. That's great. What do you want to eat? Anything. Steamed lamb, roast duck, roast young chicken. Lin Jun was speechless. You call this casual? Jiang Tian laughed and changed the subject. Senior sister, your Lin family is a distinguished family. Why don't you live at home? What? You think I'm shabby? She pouted. Not at all. Don't want to bother with you. She turned to leave. Senior sister, there's a meteor. Where? She immediately looked up. Jiang Tian took the opportunity to get close. When she turned her head, she accidentally kissed him on the face. The air instantly grew quiet. You did it on purpose? Lin Jun blushed. You were the one who made the first move. You still dare talk back? She was both embarrassed and angry, but her heart beat even faster. She grabbed his ear and pulled him into the room. Try being slick again. Take it easy, it's really about to fall off. Once inside, Lin Jun opened the resource system to exchange ingredients. Anything could be traded here, from spiritual materials to daily necessities, even ambiguous little trinkets. In the villa, the atmosphere gradually turned subtle. The school's arrangement, to put it bluntly, is to make things convenient for the students, and the items they provide are of pretty good quality. After Lin Jun swapped out all the vegetables needed for cooking dinner, she followed Jiang Tian to play games. The two of them launched the hottest 3D game at the moment and quickly got engrossed, becoming more and more addicted as they played. Before long, the teacher at the exchange counter delivered the ingredients. This time it wasn't Loli who came, but someone else. The ingredients came packed in a big heavy bag, making Jiang Tian frown as he carried it. As soon as the items were put down, Lin Jun tied on her apron and started cooking. Don't be fooled by how fierce she is on the beast battlefield. She takes the kitchen just as seriously. Frying, sautéing, boiling, deep frying. She handled it all smoothly. In no time, a table full of steaming hot dishes was laid out. Junior fellow apprentice, dig in. Only if you're full will you have the energy to keep playing. Lin Jun then pulled out 2 bottles of premium liquor. One's not from the exchange, but her own stash. She usually enjoys a few drinks, but never touches alcohol at crucial moments. Senior fellow apprentice, I don't drink. Jiang Tian hastily waved his hand. Don't know how. Lin Jun chuckled inwardly. Not knowing how is even better. Just wait until you get drunk. Let's see how I handle you. She raised her glass and began urging him to drink, 1 cup after another, giving Jiang Tian no chance to catch his breath. 5 minutes later, Jiang Tian looked at Lin Jun, who was passed out on the table, completely speechless. This is what you call being able to drink. He hardly felt anything, yet his senior sister passed out first. Now he still had to help her upstairs, and the game was ruined. If you can't drink, why bother pretending to be strong? He complained, but still bent down to help her up. Lin Jun's figure was already striking, and leaning over like this accentuated her curves even more. Jiang Tian glanced once and quickly looked away, his nose feeling hot. The weather's been way too irritating lately. He wiped his nose and muttered softly. After eating, he left all the cleaning to the housekeeper robot. He helped Linjin upstairs. The room had been arranged long ago. As long as you pick a template in the system, the robot can automatically transform it. The entire second floor was a sea of pink, clearly her style. From cosmetics to ornaments, everything was in the same color scheme, fully embracing a girlish charm. After settling her down, Jiang Tian gently closed the door and went back downstairs to continue the game from earlier. He was just a little short of clearing this level. He couldn't let it go to waste. The game he was playing was called Miracle Heroes, with a total of 100 levels. He had already reached level 92. The difficulty ramped up sharply afterward, and soloing was almost impossible. Teaming up was the only option. Jiang Tian posted a recruitment message in the matchmaking channel. Soon, a name popped up. Loli Baby. A game ID caught Jiang Tian's attention. He suspected it was teacher Loli playing, but wasn't she at work? Could she be slacking off at work? Whatever, he invited her to team up first. Anyone who could get to level 92 was definitely not a newbie. Elsewhere, Loli was bored and zoning out in the resource management office, worried about how to clear level 92, when she saw an invitation from Great Sage Equal to Heaven. Since she was free anyway, she accepted and even turned on voice chat. Hello, is this the Great Sage Equal to Heaven? Jiang Tian was stunned as soon as he heard the voice in the villa. It really was Loli. Teacher, it's me. Jiang Tian. Loli was also momentarily stunned, but the level had already started, so she could only focus on playing. Both of them were top-tier players, rushing from level 92 straight to 99, almost steamrolling through. But the difficulty spiked at level 100, and they spent 2 hours trying without success. Loli kept playing after work at home, staying up until midnight. I finally passed it. Loli lay in bed, too excited to sleep. Teacher, it's time to rest. Jiang Tian said goodnight and immediately fell asleep. The next day, just after 9, Jiang Tian woke up, glanced at Lin Jin still sound asleep, finished breakfast, and headed straight to Huangshoshan to complete the challenge. Huangshoshan is nearly 1,000 kilometers from the capital, and he can get there in just over 10 minutes by super train. The entire mountain is shrouded in poisonous fog, with patrols of psychic soldiers outside to prevent fugitives like Yang Wei from escaping and to stop tourists from accidentally wandering in and getting poisoned. Jiang Tian was recognized as soon as he arrived. The soldiers greeted him warmly, saying that with him on the job, capturing people was guaranteed, and even took him to meet the regiment commanders. 2 regiment commanders were stationed here. Zhang Dabiao was his fan and was very enthusiastic. Chen Xiang, however, watched coldly, clearly not convinced by him. Jiang Tian, this is a detox pill that can block the miasma of Huangshoshan, but other poisons might still be a problem. Here is also a map. The fog is too thick right now, and visibility is too low. The map may not be very useful, Zhang Dabiao warned. Thanks. Jiang Tian took the items, learned the situation, and headed straight into the mountain. The entrance was a narrow path, with dense forest on both sides, full of highly poisonous plants, and venomous snakes darting in and out between the branches and leaves. As soon as he stepped in, the miasma hit him in the face. Jiang Tian first swallowed a detox pill, but didn't rush forward. Instead, he wanted to test how strong the poison was. The key is to figure out the type of damage. If it's physical damage, then check if the armor is sufficient. If it's magical damage, it doesn't matter, since he has 100% magic resistance. He reached out to touch the miasma. As the poisonous fog approached, it was swallowed by a force and even converted into stamina. The stamina he had just consumed instantly replenished. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. It really was magical damage. In that case, he might as well try everything. He wasn't in a hurry, so he tested the miasma and various poisonous herbs one by one. Without exception, all dealt magical damage, even those with extremely potent toxicity. Since that was the case, he didn't take any poison antidote pills and headed straight to the inner area according to the map. After a few steps, feeling it was too slow, he simply teleported continuously. After a dozen or so rapid teleports, he appeared in a canyon, with towering mountains on both sides. Ha ha ha, Jiang Tian, you really dare to come? Today is your death day. No sooner had the words fallen than the mountains on both sides trembled, countless boulders rolled down, instantly crushing the canyon into ruins. A man with a cold expression appeared on the mountaintop, overlooking the pile of stones. This was the trap he had set up in advance. Each rock weighed tens of thousands of pounds. With so many falling down together, he didn't believe Jiang Tian could survive. He had received the news last night that Jiang Tian was coming to capture him. Yang Wei had long been waiting here. He had thought the surrounding toxic fog could hold Jiang Tian back, but unexpectedly, those poisons couldn't affect him at all. Given this, he had no choice but to take action himself. Throwing away such a promising future to come find me. He's really courting death. Yang Wei sneered coldly. He was bored hiding in the mountains and often watched live streams. Jiang Tian had been in the limelight recently, so he naturally knew about him. But he was not the least bit nervous, because he was already level 70. At level 70, one can unlock the second awakening of talents, a very rare chance, but he had succeeded. Besides the Poison Master talent, he also awakened a second talent. His second talent is strength-based and also B-level. Coupled with the fact that he is already level 70, his strength is close to 950,000 gene, which rounds up to 1,000,000 in brute force. Ha ha ha, Yang Wei laughed wildly. You're that confident? Just as the words fell, Jiang Tian appeared above him, teleporting down with a direct smash. What? So fast? Yang Wei's heart sank. The two were clearly 2,000 meters apart, yet he was face to face in a second. This speed was simply outrageous. Even with a speed-type talent, it wouldn't be this exaggerated. Someone warned him to be careful yesterday, but he didn't take it seriously at all. A proud level 70, afraid of a juvenile who just finished college entrance exams? Ridiculous. But once they fought, he realized how ridiculously wrong he had been. But as Yang Wei steadied himself, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked down, shocked. The 6th-tier defensive armor on his body, bought at a high price when escaping the capital, had saved his life several times. Yet now, it had been shattered by a single punch. Ha ha, your strength is indeed fierce. Yang Wei suddenly laughed. Do you know my talent? Poison Master. My entire body is poison. You touched me just now. You're already infected. That's the deadly poison I refined from hundreds of poisonous insects from Huangshoshan. You might as well die. He looked at Jiang Tian as if staring at a corpse. This poison won't kill you immediately. It will slowly corrode you, making you suffer until you beg me to kill you. I'm the only one who has the antidote. As long as you swear loyalty to me and join the organization behind me, I'll save you. He calculated everything very clearly. The organization has suffered heavy losses recently and is short on people. If they could recruit Jiang Tian, it would be a major achievement. Slap. The next second, Jiang Tian punched him straight from the mountaintop into a pile of rocks. Cough, cough. Yang Wei got up clumsily, his face pale. You're not poisoned? Impossible. Even a level 70 healer can't withstand this poison. Death is certain within an hour. How could you be fine? He was completely panicked. The poison was his greatest trump card. Now it seemed like a joke. Actually, even on the road, the poisonous insect he raised had already targeted Jiang Tian. He originally thought the other party just had anti-poison equipment, so the toxin couldn't affect him. But now he understood that this guy was not afraid of poison at all. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Tian was too lazy to waste words, gave another round of brutal beating, leaving Yang Wei completely unable to fight back, and then prepared to take him away. Don't take me back. Yang Wei was so scared that his face turned pale. If I go back, I'm dead for sure. I beg you to spare my life. Yang Wei writhed on the ground in pain, unable to stand, only able to beg desperately. Jiang Tian didn't pay any attention to him at all. Let me go. I have something good for you. What is this? The key to the manhwa dungeon. Jiang Tian was stunned. The manhwa dungeon is a 4th-tier divine gifted dungeon. Its core not only includes the divine gifted spirit pearl, but also a set of divine armor. That armor is said to have been crafted by the gods themselves, its origin unknown, which is why it's sealed within the dungeon. Meanwhile, inside the camp tent, Chen Xiang and Zhang Dabiao were drinking tea. With Jiang Tian going to catch Yang Wei, this matter is settled. I finally don't have to guard this lousy place anymore, Zhang Dabiao complained. He had been stationed here for several months, and his peer Zhou Wenxiang had already been promoted to division commander. Chen Xiang sneered, You're thinking too much. Yang Wei is a level 72 poison master who has awakened a second talent. Can Jiang Tian really take him down? Besides, the inner area of Huang Shoshan is full of dangers. It's hard enough for him to get in alive, so he might as well stay put quietly. Zhang Dabiao snorted coldly. You have the Chen family backing you, so being a regiment commander and coasting through the days is fine. I'm different. I have to fight hard to climb up. I'm actually envious of you. You were born lucky. You can be an official just by lying down. The two had long since been at odds. One looked down on the other for lacking ability, while the other despised the first for being cowardly and clinging to life. Jiang Tian is wreaking havoc on the 5th-level battlefield. Taking on Yang Wei is nothing, Zhang Dabiao said defiantly. Chen scoffed. Just wait to pick up his corpse. No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice came from outside the tent. Who said someone's getting picked up? In the next second, Yang Wei's body was thrown in. Chen Xiang sprayed out a mouthful of tea. You beat him to death. Didn't hold back. The punch was too heavy. Jiang Tian casually lifted him, revealing the shocking blood hole in Yang Wei's chest. Really just one punch. Trash like that. Need 2 punches? He sneered. Just now, Yang Wei was still trying to buy time with the keys, but he couldn't even hold on to his life. Jiang Tian was too lazy to ask further. He didn't believe that War God University couldn't even get the key to the Demon Fire dungeon. Out of patience, he ended Yang Wei with a single punch. He's really dead. Zhang Dabiao stepped forward to confirm and found the man already cold, taking 2 steps back. He had expected it to be a tough battle. Yang Wei was a level 72 ability user and had even set traps. But in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the man had been brought back. Including the round-trip time, it meant Jiang Tian had virtually killed him instantly. At this age, defeating a level 72 is rare in the history of the Xia Kingdom. Zhang Dabiao could only raise his thumb. Awesome. Jiang Tian waved his hand. The person is handed over to the military. The mission was assigned by you and the 4 great schools together. Hurry up and report it. I'm waiting for the points. After speaking, he boarded the super iron train back to school. Just after arriving at school, the reward points were credited. On the other side, the 4 great schools were in an uproar. The level 6 challenge was completed. 60,000 points. Who could be so ruthless? Jiang Tian. Didn't he just come back from the exotic beast battlefield, rest for one night, and then go capture Yang Wei? The military reported that the person was beaten to death by him. The once proud students of Tianshan University all fell silent. If they went alone, they probably wouldn't even see a trace of him. In the teacher's office, the mentors from the classes of 70 to 80 couldn't sit still. He was still an ordinary person when he awakened. How long has it been? The storyline isn't following the usual pattern. If he grows for a few more months, we may not even be able to contain him. That's a good thing. Our summer country has produced another top prodigy. Let Jiang Tian be the first representative at the international forum. I think first place is basically guaranteed. All right, just let those students at the school see it. Put some pressure on them. Not only at Tianshan University, but teachers from several top universities such as UNC University and National Defense University were also paying attention to this news. Elsewhere, inside the villa, Linjin woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, her head felt dizzy. Did I drink too much last night? Got knocked out by my junior apprentice brother? Impossible. My tolerance is so good. How could I lose to a junior who can't even drink? After a while, it seems, I really did get drunk. Oh my God. Lin Jun immediately checked her clothes, then rummaged through her pink personal items and carefully looked around the bedroom. Fortunately, he didn't do anything. Consider him a gentleman. After Jiang Tian returned to school, he didn't go straight back to the villa but went to complete the freshman tasks. There were 50 freshman tasks in total, and he took them all. For other freshmen, these tasks were not easy. But for Jiang Tian, it was just about going to an outdoor dungeon to kill some first-level exotic beasts, not very difficult. He arrived at the dungeon and almost swept through it. Half an hour later, all 50 tasks were completed. After submitting the review, the points were credited quickly. This time, I earned a total of 5,000 points. New Student Task Review Center. Didn't Jiang Tian just complete the 6th-level challenge task half an hour ago? How did he clear all the new student tasks again? A teacher frowned. If this keeps up, The new students will have no tasks left to do, and there will definitely be complaints. I actually think there's no problem. The female teacher beside him smiled. He's a new student after all. Taking on new student tasks is reasonable. He's strong, finishes quickly, so what's wrong with that? She wore a fitted professional outfit, exuding a capable aura with a hint of interest in her eyes. That may be true, but that kid's strength is indeed exaggerated. He can breeze through those high-difficulty tasks instantly. The teacher sighed. The female teacher muttered softly to herself, "If I get the chance, I really want to have a match with him." She liked the strong, especially someone like Jiang Tian. On the other side, Jiang Tian had been busy all morning. His stomach was already hungry. He planned to treat himself to a good meal. High in calories, just enough to satisfy. The destination was very clear: Kennedy Chicken. The Kennedy Chicken shop was packed on discount day, and Jiang Tian couldn't even find a seat. A few islanders inside the shop were huddled together talking in a language others couldn't understand. Jiang Tian, however, understood clearly. They were lecherously commenting on the girls at the next table in their island language, saying they had big chests and slim waists, and they even wanted to take advantage of them. The girls were unaware and only returned polite smiles. Jiang Tian's face darkened. He grabbed a tray and smashed it on one of their heads, then slapped the others, knocking them to the ground. Everyone was stunned. The islanders were about to lose their temper and took out their phones to call the police. Jiang Tian translated what they had just said in public. The girls immediately exploded with anger, and the surrounding diners were outraged as well. The waiter was the first to rush forward, smashing plates wildly. The crowd closed in. The islanders roared angrily, unleashing an aura equivalent to level 30 to intimidate the whole place. But there were many experts in the shop. Higher-level psychics immediately took action, pinning them to the ground and beating them severely. The girls, who were also freshmen at Element University, directly joined the fight. Click! The sound of bones breaking kept ringing out, and the arms of those islanders were all broken. Someone shouted, "Too brutal." The Summer Country people quickly split into two factions. One faction believed there was no need to be polite to such people and that they should be beaten to death. The other faction thought that wasn't enough. Breaking arms alone wouldn't do. They also wanted to break legs, pull out teeth, and smash bones. The atmosphere grew more and more fierce. The shop owner also came out, holding a large wolf-tooth club, saying this was how to warmly entertain guests. The commotion attracted passers-by. As soon as they heard they were fighting islanders, everyone rubbed their hands in anticipation. Someone said no more soy sauce fights. Start hitting people first. The shop owner took the opportunity to shout, "Fight once today and get free chicken. Fight 10 times and get VIP. Fight 100 times and enter a luxury car draw." The crowd immediately packed the entrance. Those in line complained that the people ahead were too slow. Some went to buy steel rods. Others grabbed brooms and mops. Someone said the opponents have supernatural protection, so tools are necessary. Others said they would go home to get chainsaws and kitchen knives, saying killing pigs and killing devils are no different. The scene grew increasingly heated as the talk intensified. At this moment, the security bureau's car arrived. The crowd wasn't done yet and refused to let the car pass. A group of people directly blocked the car. Some made excuses asking for help. Some babbled about relatives in trouble, and others randomly pitched products. The security personnel were surrounded and couldn't move. Through the crowd, they could already see that the fight was still going on inside the shop. In the end, they could only sigh. There were just too many people. The guys brought too few. The security officer opened the trunk, which was full of batons, stun sticks, and various tools. Line up to get them, even those who haven't got their hands on them yet. The onlookers originally thought it was to break up a fight, but unexpectedly it was to distribute tools, and the atmosphere changed immediately. They had been fighting in the store for more than 10 minutes, and those few islanders lay on the ground, barely alive. Enough! If we keep fighting, someone might really die. Let them live so they can be carried away. The ones who started the fight just now targeted vital points and were extremely ruthless. Can't last more than 10 minutes. Although disgruntled, the crowd stopped, putting away steel rods, spatulas, and soy sauce bottles. Only then did the security personnel enter, frowned as he looked at the people on the ground. Maybe we should hand this over to the embassy to handle. No sooner had he finished speaking than the island nation's ambassador burst in with his men. Who did this? Why such violence? His face was dark with anger. The few who had just struck the hardest started making a fuss. Yeah, who was so brutal? They no longer had any weapons in their hands, only burgers and chicken wraps, looking innocent. This is terrible. I just came in and it's like this. Why don't you wake them up and ask? The ambassador was so angry his face turned blue. There's only you here. If not you, then who? They're almost dead. How do you expect to ask? The crowd immediately fought back. Then hurry up and carry it away. Don't die here. Our land won't bury you. Who are you cursing? I'm not cursing you specifically. I'm cursing all of you. Don't insult dogs. The ambassador was burning with anger, turning to point at the security officer. I want to see the surveillance footage. Bring up the footage and we'll know who made the move. Surveillance. The security officer felt a sinking feeling in his heart. This store had comprehensive surveillance, and if they really pulled it up, the trouble would be huge. The surveillance is broken. The boss stepped forward, his tone calm. He was well prepared. After taking action, he smashed the equipment and deleted all the archives. Reinstalling a set would only cost a few hundred yuan. He didn't care about that. Broken? Are you kidding me? Abe's face turned pale with anger. Believe it or not, go see for yourself. The embassy staff went to check, and sure enough, the screen was completely black. Hurry up and carry these people away. If you delay any longer, they'll die. Why bother saving them? It's a waste of resources. Hearing the surrounding mockery, Abe could only grit his teeth and have the injured taken away. Without evidence, they had to save the people first. They would question them once they woke up. As long as he found a hold on them, he could pressure the embassy and make a move on the international stage. He didn't believe that Xi'an Nation could always protect him. The matter was settled, and the security personnel gathered and left. All the equipment was stained with blood and had to be taken back for cleaning. The onlookers gradually dispersed as well. Several freshmen from Element University approached Jiang Tian. Thank you. No need. Wait, are you Jiang Tian? Is it really you? A few girls instantly became excited. They were also candidates from Pingjiang province, had watched his live stream, and had long become fans. It's really Jiang Tian. The person beside them finally recognized him. By the time Jiang Tian came out of the store, an hour had already passed. He kept taking group photos and signing autographs, and some people even invited him to watch a movie and go shopping that evening. Jiang Tian politely declined one by one, saying he didn't have time recently. The owner also gave him a Supreme VIP card. Just as he stepped out the door, he heard people talking. I heard the Wanbao store on Commercial Street has opened. A lot of people have gone there. Wanbao store is backed by the International Chamber of Commerce, with strong financial resources and branches in various countries. The Summer Country branch had been preparing for months, and now that it has opened, the crowds are naturally overwhelming. Everything is 20% off for the grand opening. On the first day, VIP card holders also get a chance to enter a lottery, and the grand prize is very mysterious. Wanbao Trading Company is always generous. The prizes might include dungeon keys or even second talent awakening stones. Those are treasures you can't buy with money, with a 50% chance to awaken a second talent. Having a second talent instantly boosts combat power significantly. But we're just beginners, still far from level 70. What if luck strikes me? I heard silver VIPs even get a robot girlfriend. The promo pictures are making people crave it. Really? Then I definitely have to get one. My relative is vending right at the door. The news is absolutely true. I can also testify. Jiang Tian was also tempted. Anyway, he was going to the Commercial Street, and tomorrow was Teacher Lolly's birthday. He couldn't show up in battle armor. He needed to buy a dress and also prepare a gift. But she wasn't short of money, and he couldn't afford anything too expensive. Don't be fooled by the tens of millions in the card. On this street, it might not even be enough for a top-tier resource. As he thought about it, he had already arrived at Wanbao Trading Company. Usually lively, today it was even more crowded with people. A long line stretched out at the entrance, with the manager continuously maintaining order. The VIP passage was split into two lanes. One was purely for big spenders, starting at 1 million for the bronze card, then silver, gold, purple gold, diamond, and supreme, each one more expensive than the last. There were only 3 supreme cards, costing 3 billion. The wealthy aristocrats didn't care about it. Ordinary people could never save up enough in a lifetime. Jiang Tian believed he could earn that much, but he would never throw his money away here. If you had that money, wouldn't it be more comfortable to buy a sea view villa, watch the sea, and feel the breeze? The other channel is to recruit potential geniuses. Although Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is a business association, it understands that money and resources alone are not enough. Strength is essential to hold power. Therefore, it has always been recruiting strong individuals from everywhere. As long as you reach the standards starting from level 50 at each stage, you can be invited to join. After becoming an official member, you get a permanent 20% discount on purchases, priority supply of resources, and when traveling abroad or on business trips, you can stay at the 7-star hotels of various branch associations free of charge with accommodation and meals included, plus dedicated service and top treatment. Before transmigrating, Jiang Tian always wanted to see the world but was held back by his wallet. Now that he has strength and capital, he has long planned to go abroad and try his luck. There are more foreign dungeons and exotic beast battlefields, which are great places to grind energy points. So he chose to take the second channel to strive for VIP status in the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. At this moment, he was the only one in the channel. Someone has entered the second VIP channel. So young and already level 50? Isn't 50 the minimum requirement? Maybe he took the wrong path. Even if he didn't, he still wouldn't get through. Several scions from noble families in the capital have tried, all failed. The test difficulty is close to the human limit, almost reaching the maximum threshold of the God-bestowed dungeon. Only monsters can pass it. That's why the second-class VIPs are called guests of honor. Amid the ongoing discussion, Jiang Tian had already entered the corridor. The person greeting him was a blonde woman with blue eyes. "Hello, my name is Annie. How can I assist you?" She spoke with a gentle and polite tone. Jiang Tian glanced at her. She had a hot figure, a clear aura, blue eyes like a lake, long eyelashes, and well-defined curves. "I want to apply to become a Wanbao Chamber of Commerce guest officer," Jiang Tian said directly. Annie's eyes lit up. "Really? That's great." She had worked here for many years, but had never personally received a guest officer. If Jiang Tian succeeded, she could be promoted to a dedicated attendant, serving only one guest officer, with improved status and benefits. "Please follow me. I'll take you for the test." She led Jiang Tian to a machine. This was the latest device developed by the Chamber of Commerce that could accurately measure levels and talent scores. Here are the standards for various guest officers. You can take a look first, then decide which level to challenge, Annie said, pointing to a chart. Jiang Tian looked up. Jiang Tian quickly glanced at the chart, which was very clear. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's guest officer ranking was similar to a VIP card. The lowest rank is Bronze Guest Officer, which can be applied for at level 50, with no talent restrictions. Both Strength type and Speed type are acceptable. But there is one prerequisite: the stats must meet the standards. Wanbao Commerce Guild does not accept incompetence. He focused on the level 50 criteria. Strength type requires 420,000 gene, with a theoretical limit of 450,000 gene. Speed type also has a strict standard. Level 50 speed must reach 450 points. The requirements are not low, but for Jiang Tian, these were nothing. Bronze was too low-end, so he skipped it outright. Since he wanted to obtain a status, he aimed for the highest rank. He continued looking down the list: Silver, Gold, Purple Gold, Diamond, and finally Supreme Guest Officer. Supreme Guest Officer holds the highest privileges. The guild offers a uniform 30% discount. Chapter leaders across regions must personally receive them, underscoring their status. Jiang Tian was tempted, but upon seeing the requirements, he frowned. The minimum for Supreme Guest Officer is level 70. He is not a supernatural user and has no level. How could he pass this hurdle? He then checked the assessment criteria. Level 70 Strength type requires 3 million gene, close to the maximum for that level, and a talent rating of A+ or above. What is a ceiling for others is just a number to him. His current strength is 1.43 million gene, still 1.57 million gene short of 3 million gene. But he can change that. System level 15, the modifiable points accumulated in a day and a half have nearly reached 2 million. He opened the panel. Host, Jiang Tian. Modifiable points. 1, 953 for 78. Strength increase. 1, 430, 000. Armor increase. 25, 000. Critical hit increase. 100%. Magic resistance amplification. 120%. System level. 15. Energy points. 2358/180000. System skills. 3-meter golden body. 10,000-fold critical strike. Probability. Magic damage absorption and conversion. After seeing the data, he did not hesitate. Since the test is on strength, then put everything into strength. System. Add 1.95 million gene to strength. Ding. Modification successful. Current strength. 3,380,000. A violent force exploded inside the body, flesh swelling, meridians trembling, the whole body seeming about to tear apart, but quickly stabilizing. The power surged endlessly, as if it could easily overturn a mountain. Jiang Tian exhaled, his gaze calm and steady. Annie, I want to test for Supreme Guest, level 70. What are you talking about? Annie was completely stunned. That statement was too outrageous. She was well experienced at Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, but it was the first time she had heard such a wild claim. Could this guy really be that strong? Don't brag. At this moment, the blue-haired forewoman Monica walked over. She had just finished hosting a VIP, and as soon as she came out, she heard someone was going to test for Supreme Guest. In all these years, only 7 people worldwide have passed, and they were all experts above level 90. A student dares to come. You don't even have any abilities, yet you want to take the assessment. Security, kick him out, Monica ordered coldly. Annie, you even brought such a commoner here. Are you planning to quit? She had long disliked Annie. Annie came back to her senses and carefully sensed Jiang Tian. Indeed, he had no abilities. But his expression was firm, not like he was lying. The Chamber of Commerce has no rule against ordinary people taking the assessment. He is qualified. After speaking, she directly took Jiang Tian to the testing area. Monica laughed angrily. All right, I want to see how you embarrass yourselves. Jiang Tian chose the level 70 Supreme Guest evaluation to test his strength. In front of him was a block of memory metal, capable of accurately recording force, incredibly hard. Hit it with full strength, Annie said. Jiang Tian nodded and threw a punch. Ding! Triggered 10,000-fold critical hit. Bang! A loud explosion burst out. The memory metal was punched through, and the surrounding walls shattered on the spot. Unknown force detected invading. Suspected divine-level existence. Super defense system activated. The intelligence system of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce immediately issued an alarm. This defense system was built by top-level psychics and only activates when attacked by a powerhouse above level 85. But now, it was triggered by a single punch from Jiang Tian. Meanwhile, the crowd still lined up outside the chamber suddenly trembled. Bang! What's going on? Has the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce collapsed? Who is so bold? Even if it's a branch, no one dares to make a move, especially one wanted worldwide with no place to hide. Is this person crazy? Wakani Jil, the branch president receiving guests in the hall, was stunned on the spot. The high-voltage electric grid instantly fell, sealing off the entire Chamber of Commerce. After confirming no further attacks, he immediately notified the military and then rushed to the collapsed room. Fortunately, at the moment of collapse, the intelligent robot supported the roof and immediately began repairs. Before long, the room was restored to its original state. But the piece of pierced memory metal could not be restored. My God, what exactly happened? Gilles stared at the shattered metal, his hands trembling. Headquarters had told him that this material could not be destroyed by anyone unless a deity intervened. He looked around. Only Annie, Monica, and a stranger young man remained in the room. Annie explained clearly. President, Mr. Jiang Tian came to evaluate the Supreme Guest official, so I brought him here for testing. He punched the memory metal, and this is what happened. Jill looked at Monica again. Is that so? Why, yes. Monica's voice trembled, her face pale. Jill walked up to Jiang Tian, his tone involuntarily lowering. Just now, was that you who took action? Jiang Tian glanced at him indifferently. Otherwise, was it you? Gil still found it hard to believe. The person in front of him looked no more than in his early 20s, yet could punch through memory metal? Bard, pull up the surveillance. The AI immediately activated, and the footage began to play back. This place had been under Bard's surveillance all along. Bard was an independent system. Even if the memory metal was destroyed or the room collapsed, the footage could still be transmitted in real time. Soon, a video was projected in front of Jill. Oh my God, this can't be. Jill stared at the screen, his mind blank. The only force capable of shattering the memory metal of the Wanbao Guild was a god-level power. Could he be a god? But there was no sign of any supernatural energy on him at all. No matter what, he passed the Supreme Guest assessment, and he did it brilliantly. Thinking of this, Jill trembled with excitement. Whenever any branch produces a Supreme Guest, the branch leader receives recognition from headquarters, and it also boosts their promotion chances. This is the Supreme Guest Medal of the Wanbao Guild. Jill handed it over with both hands. Thank you. Jiang Tian accepted it. Please enter your information into the Bard system, Jill said respectfully. Including him, there were only 8 Supreme Guests, while there were over 100 branch presidents, making the hierarchy clear at a glance. Guest Jiang, if you have any questions, feel free to call Bard at any time. This medal is a high-tech device, not just a symbol of identity. It can also provide location tracking, assistance requests, and receive the latest resources and auction information from the guild. Its functions surpass those of an ordinary terminal. According to the Supreme Guest treatment, I have arranged a dedicated attendant for you. She will do her utmost to meet any of your needs. Jiang Tian was not surprised. The female attendants of the Wanbao Guild were all beautiful and without backgrounds. Entering the guild meant changing one's destiny, and serving a Supreme Guest was like reaching the pinnacle overnight. Monica, starting today, you are Guest Jiang's dedicated attendant. Hand over all your other duties. Really? That's great. Monica had just come to her senses when she heard the news. With her qualifications, she would at most have been a team leader. Now, as the exclusive Supreme Guest officer, her status was almost on par with the branch president. Doing nothing, her salary increased tenfold, and all benefits were comprehensively improved. She felt as if she were dreaming. Wait. Jiang Tian raised his hand to interrupt. I'm the exclusive guest officer. I have the right to choose my own attendant. Jill immediately smiled apologetically. Of course, you can replace anyone you want. All right then, I choose her. Jiang Tian pointed at Annie. It would be untrue to say he didn't choose based on looks, but he valued Annie's gaze and attitude toward work much more than Monica's. She was pleasing to the eye and reliable to work with. Annie was stunned. Me? She was just an ordinary waitress and never tried to curry favor with anyone. Jill said meaningfully, since Jiang Kuching has named you, do a good job from now on. Jiang Tian added, also, fire her. Even the president had to show respect. What was a mere supervisor compared to that? The Supreme Guest Commissioner carried that kind of weight. Jill turned hostile on the spot. Monica, you're fired. Take your salary and go. He did have a deal with Monica, but it wasn't worth offending the Supreme Guest Commissioner for her. The money was paid, and the position was given, but it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Monica knelt down begging for mercy, crying her heart out. Without the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, she was nothing. Jiang Tian said coldly, security, drag her out. He returned her own words. Watching her being dragged away, Jiang Tian felt exhilarated. This assessment had actually triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit. The force of over 3 million gene doubled, combined with the 10,000-fold critical hit. No wonder the defense system classified it as a divine attack. Jill's attitude became even more respectful. Supreme Guest, today is the opening, and many families from the Xia clan have come. I'll take you to meet them. All right. Jiang Tian nodded. Annie quietly followed behind. From this moment on, she served only him. Jiang Tian followed Jill into the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce Hall, where almost all the major families were present. Besides the Chun, Zhou, and Zheng families, there were also the Luo and Lin families. In the crowd, he immediately spotted Luo Li and Lin Zhen. Loli wore a formal gown, tailored to fit closely, highlighting both her figure and temperament exceptionally well. Lin Zhen also changed into a custom-made gown. On the battlefield, she was like a tomboy. Now she was elegant and charming, with her aura completely transformed. President Jill, what was that noise just now? Did someone attack the Chamber of Commerce? Several family heads hurriedly asked. The commotion just now was too intense, and they were all ready to step in to help, hoping to gain favor with Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Jill smiled faintly. It's nothing. Someone just passed the Supreme Guest Assessment. That punch just now was him hitting the memory medal. Let me introduce everyone. This is Jiang Tian, the 8th Supreme Guest in the history of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. At the end of her words, the whole venue was shaken. The expressions of the 3 family heads of the Chun, Zhou, and Zheng families changed instantly. They only hired Wu Chang to assassinate Jiang Tian a few days ago. The killer is probably already on the way. But now it's different. The Supreme Guest official is not only powerful, but also represents the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. To move against him is to make an enemy of the chamber. If this matter gets exposed, the 3 families simply cannot bear the consequences. Rumor has it that there are even gods backing the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, which makes them feel even more uneasy. They must immediately contact Wu Chang to cancel the mission. They don't care about the money, but their lives cannot be lost. With this thought, the 3 immediately forced smiles. Young hero, congratulations, congratulations. Originally, the Lin family and the Luo family didn't take Jiang Tian seriously. In their eyes, he was just a rising newcomer, incomparable to the well-established great families. But now it's different. The examination for guest elders of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is extremely difficult. Even their family only had a silver guest elder. The Supreme Guest Elder has only appeared 8 times in hundreds of years. Its weight can be imagined. Congratulations, Guest Elder Jiang. Hope we can interact and communicate more in the future. The heads of the Lin and Luo families changed their attitudes dramatically and took the initiative to approach and shake hands with Jiang Tian. I heard Guest Elder Jiang is a freshman at War God University. My daughter also teaches there. Do you know each other? Luo Kuang, the head of the Luo family, smiled as he tested the waters. Luo Li stepped forward. Jiang Tian, I didn't expect you to become the Supreme Guest Elder of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce so quickly. Congratulations. Jiang Tian smiled faintly. This little matter is nothing to me. Luo Kuang replied with deep meaning. Since we know each other, let's keep in touch more often. Lin family head Lin Ji was unwilling to fall behind. Lin Zhan is from the same sect as you. She is only 19. Jiang Tian nodded. She is my senior apprentice sister. Lin Ji immediately invited warmly. Feel free to visit the Lin family anytime. The 2 great families openly showed their intentions to win favor, making their meaning unmistakably clear. Nearby medium and small families looked on enviously, as they usually don't even have the qualification to speak to these great clans. But now, the heads of these great families were actively flattering an 18-year-old youth. Someone whispered in admiration, I was still street vending at 18. I'm still working part-time delivering water. Comparing yourself to others is really infuriating. President Jill was even more respectful, almost treating Jiang Tian as the most honored guest among honored guests. Luo Kuang struck while the iron was hot. Tomorrow is my youngest daughter's 26th birthday. The Luo family is hosting a banquet, and we sincerely invite guest Jiang to honor us with your presence. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone became even more envious. Seats at the Luo family's birthday banquet are hard to come by. Many people send costly gifts yet still can't get in. Now that the head of the family personally invited him, would he still dare to refuse? At 18, having such status, who wouldn't be jealous? Someone whispered about the exclusive service girls of the Supreme Guest Minister with a suggestive tone. Jiang Tian became the focus of the entire venue, outshining everyone else. At this moment, however, the atmosphere outside the Chamber of Commerce was completely different. The capital's military commander dispatched the most elite troops and sealed off the entire street for protection. This was the face of the Xia Kingdom. Not the slightest mistake was allowed. The soldiers were all at least level 45 elites, exuding killing intent. Besides the military commander, 4 heavyweight figures were also present. Yin Nantian, president of Celestial University. Zhou Yun, president of Elemental University. Han Yuan, president of the National Defense University. And Jiang Tian's teacher, Mu Qing. Jiang Tian's punch directly crippled the defense system of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. The commotion was huge. Coupled with Jill's exaggerated tone when raising the alarm, the commander decided to call in Xia Kingdom's strongest personnel. President Jill, are you under threat inside? Commander Zhou Wu called from outside the door. No one dared to rush in, fearing an ambush. Jill was chatting and laughing inside, only reacting when she heard the shout. Damn, I forgot to call the police, he said, then quickly walked to the door. Seeing the scene outside, he was stunned at first, then burst out laughing. Everyone, don't be nervous. The disturbance just now was caused by the assessment of our newly promoted Supreme Guest officials. It's all fine now. It was a false alarm. To apologize, all goods are 30% off today. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole place erupted. 30% off? When has Wanbao Commerce ever given a discount like that? That is a privilege reserved only for Supreme Guest scholars. We are really benefiting from this. Who exactly is this newly appointed Supreme Guest Scholar? Could it be a hidden super strong figure from Xia country? He even passed when the 4 principal heads didn't meet the standards back then. The crowd became more and more excited. Even the military commander and several principals showed curiosity. They understood best the significance of a Supreme Guest Scholar. Jier announced loudly. The 8th Supreme Guest Scholar of Wanbao Commerce Association, Jiang Tian. The scene instantly fell silent. Who did you just say? Jiang Tian. Which Jiang Tian? Jiang Tian. Many people were picking their ears, some rubbing their eyes, and others directly slapped the person next to them. Why did you hit me? Hurt? Is that for real? The crowd erupted. Is he the top scorer of the Gaokao in Pingjiang province? The one who went crazy killing on the 5th-tier exotic beast battlefield? Yes, I've watched his live stream. He's only 18, right? Everyone was stunned. 18 years old, yet getting more astonishing each time. Things that 4 principals couldn't accomplish, he managed so easily. Everyone was stunned, almost forgetting why they were there. The army commander and the 4 principals also froze in place. 1 level 85 and 4 experts above level 90. At this moment felt like they had been struck by lightning. This is just ridiculous. They thought he was a hidden powerful figure from the Xia Kingdom, but unexpectedly, he turned out to be their own student. Mu Qing's mouth hung wide open, so shocked she was speechless. Principal Mu, Jiang Tian is your student, right? He really brings honor to you. The army commander and the other 3 principals congratulated her, their voices full of envy. Previously, Jiang Tian's performance in the college entrance exam and the beast battlefield was impressive. Now, he is the supreme guest official. His status instantly surpassed everyone else. The army commander and the 4 grand principals needed to be polite to Jill, but Jill had to be polite to Jiang Tian, who couldn't see the difference. Go in and talk. Jill instructed the staff to continue business, then personally led the 5 inside. On the way, Mu Qing's hands were shaking. She still couldn't believe it. But Jill wouldn't joke about something like this. Soon, the group arrived at the high-end reception hall. It was either wealthy or noble people who came here, all prominent figures in Xia country. As soon as the army commanders entered, they saw a group of family heads surrounding Jiang Tian. Guest Jiang, my daughter just turned 18, and you're also 18. Isn't this a match made in heaven? How about I act as a matchmaker? The head of the Niu family spoke first. Master Niu, your mood changes fast. When I came to propose marriage at your home before, you absolutely refused. Now you're willing to let your daughter go. The head of the Li family sneered. How could they be the same? Who is Jiang Keqing? My daughter won't marry anyone else but him. Jiang Keqing, don't listen to him. How could his daughter be more beautiful than mine? My girl is 21, 3 years older, so what? Older girls are like gold bricks. You nod, and I'll arrange the engagement right away. The family heads spoke one after another, each afraid to be a moment slower. Jiang Tian was surrounded in the middle, feeling completely overwhelmed. He wasn't afraid of fighting, but he couldn't handle this kind of situation at all. Jill walked in, smiling as she diffused the tension. The family heads seemed to be having a lively conversation. Everyone quickly turned around. Commander Zhou, several principals have also arrived. I've long heard of your reputation. Yin Nantian stepped forward. I am Yin Nantian, president of War God University. The other 2 principals also introduced themselves one after another, their attitudes especially polite. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became tense once again. I wonder if Jiang Kaching is interested in coming to our Heaven God University. Yin Nantian shifted his tone, outright trying to poach on the spot. Mu Qing's expression immediately darkened. Do you think I don't exist? Sorry, I forgot about you. Zhou Yun was also unreserved. Come to Element University, and the pay doubles. Han Yuan was even more aggressive. What's double? Come to National Defense University, and you can name your terms. Several principals openly competed for people, making Mu Qing so angry, she almost lost her temper. Jill saw the atmosphere was off and immediately tried to smooth things over. The Chamber of Commerce opens today. Focus on the resources first, no fighting here. He instructed Bard to display the collection. The wall opened, and a cabinet appeared, filled with top-grade resources. The outer layer was made of superglass that even level 90 experts would find difficult to break. The lowest were all 7th-grade resources, along with several level 90 items, some even marked as limited edition and not for sale. Everyone marveled at the depth of the Treasure Merchants Guild. Suddenly, Lori was drawn to a gigantic object. She approached, and her breathing grew rapid. It was an 8th-grade Golden Devouring Beast King internal pill. Last time, she had only relied on a 5th-grade internal pill to improve, and high-grade Golden Devouring Beasts were extremely rare, making their internal pills even harder to obtain. She was already level 72, stuck at the critical stage of awakening her second talent. As a gold elementalist, the Swallow Gold Beast inner core was the best support. Through the glass, she could feel the elements stirring inside her. This thing meant a lot to her. President Jill, can you sell me this inner core? Sorry, Miss Luo. This Swallow Gold Beast inner core is not for external sale. It is only provided to internal honorary members of the guild, and they must be at least at the purple gold level. Jill was polite, but spoke clearly. The resources of the 10,000 Treasures Guild were never something money alone could buy. Many rare items were reserved only for the strong. This 8th-tier Swallow Gold Beast inner core was, indeed, a rare resource exclusively for honorary members. I see. Loli sighed softly. The Luo family didn't have a Zijin guest official at all, so this thing was basically out of reach. Linjin suddenly smiled and said, Sister Loli, isn't there a supreme guest official here? A single sentence awakened the dreamer. Loli's eyes lit up. The supreme guest official was right in front of her, and she had a pretty good relationship with Jiang Tian. Asking him to help buy it wouldn't be impossible. At worst, she could pay him herself. Jiang Tian. Loli walked over and called him. Jiang Tian had already noticed. Loli had been staring at that inner elixir for a long time, clearly liking it. He was about to attend her birthday banquet anyway, so he might as well give it as an early gift. After all, Loli was the first teacher he met at War God University and had treated him well. President Jill, may I buy this inner elixir? Jiang Tian asked. Of course. Supreme guest members enjoy a 30% discount. The original price was 100 million, now 70 million. After verifying the fingerprint, the cabinet opened. Annie placed the inner elixir into the gift box and handed it to Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian wanted to swipe his card, but realized he only had over 10 million. He had no choice but to walk up to Lori and quietly said, Teacher Lori, I don't have enough money. You pay, and I'll treat it as a gift. Is that okay? Lori's face flushed red, and she softly said, I'll pay myself. She took out her bank card and handed it over. After the payment was completed, Jiang Tian handed the gift box to her. The birthday gift was given in advance. Loli took it and quietly thanked him. The gift was bought by herself, but without Jiang Tian, she wouldn't even have the qualification to buy it. She noted this favor. At this moment, the head of the Luo family, Luo Kuang, suddenly smiled and said, I didn't expect Jiang Kaching to have such a good relationship with my daughter. Young people interacting more is a good thing. His voice was loud enough that the surrounding family heads, military commanders, and principals all looked over. Daughter, how do you plan to thank Jiang Kaching? Luo Li's face immediately flushed red. Under so many eyes, she knew her father was trying to save face for her. She gritted her teeth and suddenly stood on tiptoe to give Jiang Tian a kiss. The whole room was stunned. Too direct. Just imagine Jiang Kaching's identity and appearance. Which girl wouldn't be moved? Jiang Tian touched his face in a daze. Are you serious? In his eyes, Although Luo Li dressed sweetly, she had the aura of a mature woman. Such a contrast was hard not to be touched by. Lin Jun stood aside, feeling a sourness in her heart. It was her idea, but seeing this scene, she felt inexplicably upset. Could it be that I really like my junior brother? She thought, blushing secretly. Jiang Tian was a little embarrassed and didn't dare to look at Luo Li again. They were too close just now. He almost lost control. He had no choice but to turn and look at the exhibits. The spatial beads could randomly teleport thousands of miles. Practical but trivial and expensive, so he gave up. The diamond pill sounded indecent at first, so he skipped it as well. Several books of foreign martial arts techniques were also unsuitable. Annie, what should I wear to teacher Luo Li's birthday banquet tomorrow? He asked. Annie led him into the custom tailoring room. This area was reserved for high-ranking users. As a supreme guest, he naturally got it for free. The fabric is all top-notch quality, and even a single set is quite valuable. Getting a set for free put him in a great mood. At Annie's suggestion, the dress was quickly decided. After changing into it, he stood in front of the mirror, and his aura immediately elevated. Tomorrow's banquet was likely to stir up trouble again. He smiled helplessly. Being too outstandingly handsome was also a kind of trouble. After finishing the freeloading and tailor-made clothes, 2 hours had passed. The military commander outside had long left, and the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's goods were sold out. Jiang Kaching, this is your special car, Jill said, pointing to the Rolls-Royce. This was the top luxury car exclusively used within the Chamber of Commerce. Outsiders couldn't buy it even if they had the money. It started at 100 million, and Jiang Tian's was worth tens of billions. The status of the supreme guest was clearly displayed. Jiang Tian sat in the back seat, and the car was fully driven by artificial intelligence throughout the journey. Bard, go to War God University. At his words, the car started automatically. He was about to open the fridge to get a drink when he noticed Annie had followed him. I am your personal attendant. Wherever you go, I go, Annie explained with a smile. Jiang Tian checked the permissions and found it was indeed the rule. Close service was mandated. Bard, stop the car, Jiang Tian frowned. Annie, I don't need you following me. You can serve me when I come to the Chamber of Commerce. He didn't want to be misunderstood, nor did he want the senior sister in the villa to get the wrong idea. But Annie's eyes reddened on the spot. If I get sent back, I'll be blacklisted and never get into the guild again. She cried with tears streaming down her face, pleading to stay. Jiang Tian remained silent. He could take her back, but the villa only had 2 floors. Should she live on the first floor or the second floor? He didn't even know if she and his senior sister would get along. The first floor was large enough. 800 square meters could easily accommodate them. But if he really drove her away, it would be like cutting off her future. Forget it, come with me. Thank you, Jiang Kaching. Don't call me Kaching, it sounds awkward. Call me Jiang Tian. Isn't that a bit improper? It makes me seem ill-mannered. You don't have to follow formalities with me. All right, Jiang Tian. Annie called softly. Let me get you a drink. Bard still has a while to drive. She took a bottle of ice-cold drink from the car fridge. This wasn't an ordinary drink. It was brewed from supernatural fruit obtained in the dungeon, refreshing and restoring stamina. Jiang Tian took a sip. The taste was refreshing. After drinking a whole cup, he felt energized. You should drink too. This is for the supreme guest. I'm not qualified. Her face flushed, tears still lingering at the corners of her eyes. That pitiful look made people soft-hearted. If you don't drink, don't follow me anymore. Jiang Tian deliberately put on a stern face. I'll drink. She quickly took the cup. Back at the villa, Lin Jun wasn't there, probably returned to the Lin family. Now it was time to arrange a room for Annie. On the first floor, there were 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, covering 800 square meters. Each bedroom was nearly 100 square meters, spacious no matter how you arranged it. She brought luggage and felt a bit embarrassed in front of Jiang Tian. The suitcase was mostly filled with cosmetics. No need to bring bedding. The villa has it all. Jiang Tian, are you hungry? She asked as she came out after tidying up. The living room was ridiculously large, with sofas that could serve as beds. Jiang Tian was playing a game when Lori sent a team invitation. After clearing Miracle Alliance last time, Lori pulled him to play Adventure Challenge. He tried a few rounds and got hooked. A bit hungry. He didn't even look up. It had been several hours since leaving Kennedy Chicken, and with his enhanced physique, he got hungry faster. Should I cook? You can cook. He was taken aback, then realized. People trained by Wanbao merchants could do everything except fighting. All right, I'll go redeem some ingredients. He opened the school store, where all kinds of food materials were available. Annie, take a look and see what ingredients you want. Jiang Tian asked Sha Chong to open the redemption panel, which was full of various dishes. Annie stared at the screen, carefully selecting. This one, and that one. As soon as she saw the menu, her eyes lit up, like a chef about to enter the battlefield. She knew clearly in her heart that to capture a man's heart, you have to first capture his stomach. After redeeming the items, they were quickly delivered home. Lori didn't come, so a teacher was responsible for the delivery instead. As soon as the ingredients arrived, Annie immediately got busy in the kitchen. Jiang Tian didn't intervene, just watched from the side. Her movements were nimble, like a housewife who had been cooking for years. Beautiful, elegant, well-shaped, and able to cook. This was literally the ultimate fantasy of countless otakus. Not long after, Lori sent a voice message. Jiang Tian, let's end the team up for today. I'm going to prepare for tomorrow's birthday party. Okay, see you tomorrow. Just then, Annie brought dishes to the table, and Jiang Tian sat down to eat. He wolfed down his food, completely unrestrained. Annie, on the other hand, chewed slowly and elegantly, like she was in a high-end restaurant. It's so delicious, better than 7-star level. You could even open your own restaurant. Thank you, Annie said with a faint smile. After finishing the meal, they left the cleaning to their robot butler. Jiang Tian, feeling bored, dragged Annie into playing games. The two entered a 3D adventure challenge, continuing from where they had stopped with Lori before. I'm not very good at it, Annie said nervously. It's very simple, I'll teach you. An hour later, they had already rushed to level 78, having passed 45 levels in a row. It was basically Annie carrying him. She was awkward at first, but after a few levels, she got the hang of it completely. Jiang Tian was thinking to himself, is this really what you call not good? But with her around, clearing levels was much easier. The game had a total of 1,000 levels, with 3D immersive scenes, a new map for each level, getting more thrilling the farther you went. The two of them played from 6:30 in the evening all the way until 3 in the morning. Early the next morning, Jiang Tian was still sound asleep when he heard someone softly calling him. Jiang Tian, it's time to get up, or you'll be late for the banquet. He groggily opened his eyes and saw Annie standing by the bed. She was already dressed, wearing a professional pencil skirt, black stockings paired with high heels, exuding a strong aura. Why are you up so early? Today is Miss Lori's birthday banquet, and leaving now is just the right time. Her tone was gentle, yet not open to delay. Jiang Tian finally woke up fully, hurried to get washed, and then contacted the AI bard. The exclusive Rolls-Royce soon stopped at the villa's entrance. The two got in the car, gave the destination, and the vehicle automatically navigated straight to the Luo family. At this moment, the Luo residence was already bustling with activity. The Luo family estate was located north of the capital of Xiaogua, occupying an extensive area. Calling it a manor was too modest. It was more like a princely mansion. Outside the gate, luxury cars were gathered in crowds, arriving one after another. Those who could enter here were influential figures from various cities. The etiquette ladies at the door all lifted their chins, as if standing in front of the Luo family's mansion made them superior. Look, that's a Baima. I heard it starts at tens of millions, someone exclaimed. That Benz behind it isn't cheap either, over $1 million. We couldn't afford it in a lifetime, another said, full of envy. If I could sit in one just once, I'd do anything. Doesn't your boyfriend have a car? Don't mention it. That old car is embarrassing. Oh my God, a Baoshiji starting at 5 million. And there's a Ferrari sports car too. A bald uncle got out, but he still had a commanding presence. They were exclaiming in awe while imagining themselves sitting in the luxury car, taking a photo, and posting it on their moments to show off. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce slowly stopped at the entrance, instantly drawing all eyes. The car door opened, and a handsome young man stepped out. Even those big shots driving luxury cars couldn't help but glance sideways. A Rolls-Royce? Is it the Wanbao Chamber's exclusive model? That model. Could it be the legendary goddess? I heard it's worth over 10 billion. Is that for real? Our whole family combined doesn't have that much money. Who exactly is this person? He must be a big shot from Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Even Chairman Jill doesn't have such a luxurious car. The Luo family really has face. They actually managed to invite someone like this. The murmurs rose one after another. The hostesses' hearts were racing even faster. Luxury car plus handsome guy. It was a direct hit to their hearts. The newcomer was none other than Jiang Tian. After he got out of the car, Annie followed him out. Seeing her stunningly beautiful face, the hostesses instantly felt a chill in their hearts. The two of them entered the Luo residence. Annie went to the restroom, while Jiang Tian's attention was drawn to the buffet on one side of the hall. He was hungry, picked up the plate, and started eating without any manners. The guests in the hall were dressed elegantly, chatting and laughing, but their topics were highly consistent. Everyone was discussing one thing. The eldest daughter of the Luo family, Luo Li, seemed to have an unusual relationship with a supreme guest of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Jiang Tian was just appointed as a supreme guest yesterday, and this news only spread within the Wanbao Chamber. The Luo family also kept a low profile, but the banquet had already exploded with gossip. Have you heard? Miss Luo Li kissed that supreme guest last night. Someone held his wine glass, looking full of gossip. Is that true? She's usually very aloof. She's aloof to you, of course. He's one of only 8 supreme guests worldwide. What do you have to compare with? I heard it wasn't just a peck on the cheek, but a kiss. They kissed for a whole minute. Such a birthday feast today. Could it be an engagement party? With such a big event, there's no way he can get away. Jiang Tian ate while listening to these rumors, his face darkening. It was all made up. On the other side of the hall, Luo Ting listened to the chatter, her heart aching. Among the younger generation of the Luo family, only she and Luo Li remained. If Luo Li really married the supreme guest, where would her position be in the family's inheritance? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Why do all the good things fall to Luo Li? What's wrong with her? Is it just that she has bigger breasts, a slimmer waist, a better figure, and stronger talent? Besides these, what other advantages does she have? Luo Ting snorted coldly. If Luo Li can catch a big shot, so can she. There are so many aristocratic youths here today, she's bound to pick one. She scanned the hall. Either the family background wasn't good enough, or the appearance was average. Soon, her gaze settled by the dining table. A man was focused on eating, with an outstanding aura and the most striking looks in the room. Luo Ting's heart instantly raced. She took a glass of wine from the waiter and walked over. Handsome hello. Jiang Tian was bowing his head to eat. Hearing the voice, he looked up. Hello. Seeing you, I couldn't help but come over to say hi. You're so charming. Luo Ting smiled sweetly. Thank you. Jiang Tian responded faintly, already guessing her intention. This woman was most likely Luo Li's sister, Luo Ting. Let's get acquainted. I'm Luo Ting. Handsome guy. Which family are you from? She asked directly. Jiang family. Jiang family. Luo Ting was momentarily stunned, running through the prominent families in the capital in her mind. There was no such family at all. A trace of disappointment flashed in Luo Ting's eyes. The Luo family was a prestigious clan. There was no way they would look down on an unknown nobody. Handsome, what do you do? College freshman, no job. Does running a street stall count? Jiang Tian said calmly. Running a street stall? Luo Ting's expression changed instantly. How did someone like you get into my Luo family? She looked full of disdain, all her previous enthusiasm gone. Someone gave me an invitation, so I came. Invitation? Luo Ting sneered. Who would send you an invitation? Probably stolen. Just here to mooch food and drinks. Get out immediately. She turned hostile directly and shouted loudly. Security, kick this loafer out for me. The commotion was so loud that everyone in the banquet hall turned to look. When the eldest daughter of the Luo family got angry, it naturally drew attention. Luo Kuang, Chairman Jill, and several family heads also walked over this way. Jiang Tian sneered. Heard that you're upset just because I'm setting up a street stall? Throwing a tantrum in a place like this, don't you think you're embarrassing the Luo family? Enough nonsense, get lost. Luo Ting's eyes looked like she was shooing away a beggar. Realizing everyone's attention was on them, she switched back to an elegant smile. Everyone. Sorry, Someone sneaked into the banquet to cause trouble and spoiled everyone's mood. She pointed at Jiang Tian. It's him. Throw him out for me. The two security guards hesitated. They remembered clearly that Jiang Tian came in that globally limited Rolls-Royce. That kind of car, an ordinary person wouldn't even get to touch it in their lifetime. And now the young lady was calling him a freeloader. The two exchanged a glance, neither daring to make a move. What are you standing there for? Quit already. Luo Ting scolded sharply again. At this moment, Luo Kuang, President Jill, and Lin Ji, the head of the Lin family, walked over. Seeing her father arrive, Luo Ting grew more confident and sneered at Jiang Tian. Dad, someone freeloading has sneaked into our Luo family, and these two security guards are even protecting him. Luo Kuang and Jill squeezed to the front, and when they saw it was actually Jiang Tian, their expressions changed instantly. Luo Kuang's heart sank. Could the loafer my daughter mentioned be Jiang Keqing? Jiang Keqing, why didn't you say you were coming in advance? I could have greeted you personally. Luo Kuang said hurriedly with a forced smile. Jill quickly tried to smooth things over. Jiang Keqing, good to see you again. Several family heads stepped forward one after another to shake hands and exchange pleasantries, their attitudes respectful. Everyone around was stunned. Luo Ting's face went pale. Dad, you're calling him Jiang Keqing? Isn't he a con artist? He's the 8th supreme guest of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Her mind went completely blank. A college freshman selling goods at a street stall is actually the supreme guest officer? How dare you? Luo Kuang shouted angrily. This is guest officer Jiang. Apologize immediately. Jill said coldly. Our Chamber of Commerce's supreme guest officer is being treated as a fraud by your Luo family. It seems the Luo family has some issues with Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. I have to reconsider our cooperation. Upon hearing this, Luo Kuang and Luo Ting both turned pale. That was a project that could have taken the Luo family to the top in one step, and now it was gone just like that. Guest officer Jiang, I was short-sighted, please forgive me, Luo Ting said, her voice trembling. Kneel down and kowtow to apologize, Luo Kuang said sternly. Luo Ting froze in place. Make her kneel publicly? Slap. A heavy slap landed. Am I not speaking clearly? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Luo Ting's legs went weak. Plop. Gritting her teeth, Luo Ting knelt down and kowtowed heavily. No matter how much pride she had left, she knew clearly that compared to the future of the Luo family, she was nothing. Offend the supreme guest official, and the Luo family would truly be finished. At that time, there would be no face to show. Please forgive my offense, guest official Jiang. She kept her head lowered, not daring to stand up. Forget it. Jiang Tian waved his hand. He was too lazy to argue. If a dog bites you, you can't just bite back and spoil your mood. Hear that? Get lost. Luo Kuang shouted angrily. Luo Ting quickly stood up and slunk away. Jiang Keqing, Luo Li has already changed into her dress. I'll have her come down to see you. Luo Kuang said just as he finished speaking. A figure slowly descended the spiral staircase. Luo Li wore a golden long dress, well-tailored and commanding in presence. Her makeup was exquisite, and every gesture exuded nobility. Jiang Tian was stunned. Clothes make the man. This saying was not wrong. Absolutely stunning. Whoever marries her will be lucky. She's at level 72 strength, with considerable talent. Truly a strong woman. The murmurs rose one after another. Standing next to Jiang Keqing, they really look well matched. Maybe today is the engagement banquet. Luo Li was about to speak, but her gaze fell on the door. For people walked in, dressed as island warriors, swords hanging at their waists, exuding a cold and imposing aura. Her heart sank. What was bound to come, had come. Chief Luo, long time no see. The leader, an elder just over 60, had twin swords at his waist, his gaze sharp as a blade. Everyone was stunned. Islanders. Here for the banquet? Looks like they came to hack people. Cutting people down on the Luo family's turf? Do they dare? Luo Kuang's expression was calm. You've still come. As everyone pressed for details, Luo Kuang finally revealed the old story. 30 years ago, the Yagyu family from the island nation came to Xia country to hold a duel, aiming to sweep all the sword-fighting families and establish their dominance. At that time, Luo Kuang was not yet the head of the family, but represented the Luo family in battle defeating the Yagyu family in a single fight. But Yagyu Tajimamori refused to accept it, saying the one who lost was him, not the island nation's swordsman. They have clearly kept this score for 30 years. Back then, the two agreed that after 30 years, their descendants would compete, comparing swordsmanship and martial skills to determine who is superior. The old man standing before them is none other than Yagyu Tajimamori, who was defeated by Luo Kuang back then. Luo Kuang, cut the nonsense and quickly send your people out to fight, Yagyu Tajimamori said coldly, determined to win this battle. He had two genius swordsmen on his side. One was his son, Yagyu Ichiro, an S-class sword talent. The other was his daughter-in-law, Moni Naiko, from a prestigious family, with A+ level talent. The two had also mastered a combined sword technique, incredibly powerful. My two daughters are not swordsmen, but I will let them take the field. Luo Kuang's expression was calm. Talent is not determined by bloodline. Luo Li is a gold elementalist. Luo Ting specializes in support. Neither is good at direct combat. Are you making fun of me? Back then, it was about swordsmanship, and now you say no one in the Luo family is a swordsman? Yagyu Tajimamori was angry. What's so arrogant about that? The people around had long grown tired of this group of islanders. At this moment, a young man stepped forward. Although I am not a member of the Luo family, I am a swordsman. Let me go. His name is Ma Yuan, the young master of the Ma family, a graduate of a prestigious school and quite capable. Just you, Lu Xingyalong said with a face full of contempt. Level 42, and you dare challenge me? You don't dare? If you're looking for death, I'll grant it to you. Ma Yuan drew his battle knife, made of alloy, weighing 20,000 jin. Blade Chi unleashed. A 5th-level advanced martial skill erupted, sweeping out a wave of Blade Chi. Trifling skills. Yagyu Ichiro drew his dagger, and a fiercer blade aura slashed forward. With a boom, Ma Yuan's blade aura was shattered, and he was struck on the shoulder by the blade aura, suffering a severe injury and collapsing unconscious on the spot. Fortunately, there were already medical talents in the Luo family to treat him, saving his life. Sorry, I couldn't hold back. Yagyu Ichiro sneered. He was already level 76. Facing level 42 was simply on a completely different level. Is there anyone else? I hope someone will let me draw my long sword. Only then did everyone truly feel the pressure. He's actually level 76? At his age, having this kind of strength is indeed terrifying. The sword aura from that last strike was at least a 7th rank martial skill, and a high level one at that. After everyone finished speaking, Lu Xingyalong sneered and responded. Don't just talk about you guys. Even if we look at the entire Xiaogua kingdom, there are very few peers who can beat me. This was no boast. Before coming to Xiaogua, he had already challenged all the major sword clans of the island nation, not missing a single peer expert. In other words, almost all the psychics under 25 from the island nation have been defeated by him. That record is truly impressive. I'll give it a try. Several young men from mid-level families stepped forward. As expected, they were all severely injured by a single move from him. Jiang Tian watched this and was somewhat impressed. Even at level 50+, they still dared to step up. At least they had some backbone. Father, let me try. Luo Li sensed something was wrong and prepared to intervene. Although she was 3 levels lower, with her 2 talents, she might not lose. Only, her formal dress made it inconvenient to take action, so she was planning to change clothes. Don't change, this outfit looks good. Jiang Tian stepped out. I'm full and ready to move around. I'll take care of these island nation trash. As soon as the words fell, the faces of Yagyu Taijima no Kami and the others grew even grimmer. What do you mean? Sending some greenhorn to fool us? There isn't even any psychic fluctuation from him. I could kill him with a single slash. Are you trying to take advantage of the situation to arrest someone? The Xia people are truly cunning. Father, rest assured, I will leave him alive. Yagyu Ichiro laughed heartily as he walked up to Jiang Tian. Kid, can you use a sword? No, Jiang Tian replied coldly, still learning. The whole venue fell silent. Yagyu Ichiro burst out laughing. Learning martial arts on the spot? Are you joking? What kind of fool are you? Jiang Tian ignored him and turned to look at Lord Luo. The Luo family is a family of swordsmen, right? Do you have advanced sword techniques? 8th or 9th level is fine. 7th level is too low. Just grab a few books. A quick glance is enough for me." As her words fell, the entire hall fell into silence. 8th or ninth level martial arts. Just a quick glance? This isn't arrogance, it's madness. Which advanced martial arts manual isn't a family treasure? Many people spend over 10 years training hard and still might not master it. Yet he says a quick glance is enough? Is he overplaying it? If he can't learn it, he'll be proven wrong on the spot. Everyone looked at each other, all guessing what Jiang Tian was really trying to do. Learning advanced martial arts out of nowhere was simply impossible. But Luo Li thought differently. She had personally seen Jiang Tian grasp the 7th level martial art step on air in an instant. If he could master the 7th level immediately, perhaps the 8th and ninth levels were not out of reach either. With this in mind, she stepped forward. "Dad, trust Jiang Tian. He's really powerful." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. This statement carried a lot of weight. Could it be that Jiang Keqing and Luo Li already had that kind of relationship? Otherwise, how could she say he was really powerful? The more they thought about it, the more it seemed likely. Is it really possible? Luo Kuang was still a bit hesitant. The 8th and ninth level sword techniques were no joke. They were unconventional and especially difficult to practice. But since the daughter had spoken up, coupled with Jiang Tian's status, he couldn't easily lose face. To deal with the islanders, Luo Kuang gritted his teeth and sent someone to the martial arts library to bring all the 8th and ninth level sword techniques. Soon, 5 subordinates each returned holding a stack of manuals, sorted by level, from low to ultimate, laid out in a row. "Jiang Keqing, these are the lower level ones. Why not take a look first?" Luo Kuang tentatively asked. Jiang Tian, however, walked straight over without even looking and headed straight to the ultimate martial arts techniques. "If you're going to learn the strongest." Last night, he had saved over 1,000,000 modification points, so the ultimate 8th and ninth level techniques could be directly upgraded to mastery. He picked 2 volumes. An 8th level single target sword technique book, 1 slash to break the heavens. A 9th level group attack sword technique book, 12 immortal slashes. Then he opened the book and quietly began to read. Everyone exchanged looks, but no one dared to interrupt. Jill crossed his arms and stared at Jiang Tian. He had seen countless geniuses and didn't believe anyone could master an ultimate martial art to its introductory level on the spot. The island nation was even more shocked. "Are you Summer Nation people mocking us?" Yagyu Taijima no Kami angrily said. "We have these 2 books too, but it took me a whole month to barely reach the beginner level. How long do you expect us to wait if someone without special abilities tries to learn this? If you're afraid of losing, just say so." Ichiro Yagyu sneered. Mononako also wore a cold expression. "If you don't dare to compete, just admit defeat. It's not shameful." Jiang Tian, however, turned a deaf ear. A prompt sounded in his mind. Detected 8th level ultimate sword technique. 1 strike breaks heaven can be modified. Detected 9th level ultimate sword technique. 12 swords that slay immortals can be modified. Directly modify them to perfection. With the thought, the 2 saber techniques instantly advanced to mastery. Points were being consumed frantically. The 8th level cost 150,000. The 9th level cost 200,000. The cost was not small, but Jiang Tian did not care at all. Once the martial skill was acquired, it became his trump card. You don't need many knives, just enough to be ruthless. I've learned it. Who wants to lend me a knife to try? Jiang Tian put the 2 martial arts books back and looked around. Everyone was stunned. You've learned it already? He hasn't even finished reading the book, only looked at the cover and the first page. Are you bragging? Everyone was half doubtful, yet someone still handed over an alloy combat knife. Thanks. Jiang Tian took the knife and walked up to Lu Sheng Yilong and Moni Naiko. Let's go together. I'm in a hurry. The two's faces instantly darkened. As members of a swordsmanship family, being publicly called out and humiliated, who could bear it? Arrogant. Lu Sheng Yilong drew his sword. Moni Naiko stood side by side with him. Quick fight, quick resolution. The two attacked from both sides, the gleam of their blades simultaneously closing in. Jiang Tian raised his hand and slashed with a single knife. Pation. 2 10-meter-long waves of blade energy cut through the air, killing intent soaring to the sky. The entire venue fell silent instantly. Yagyu, Ichiro, and Monanako's faces changed drastically as they grit their teeth to face it. The moment the blade met the blade energy, the weapons in their hands were knocked away. The blade energy continued relentlessly, slashing straight down. Combined attack. The two simultaneously unleashed their ultimate moves. God-slaying blade slash. Two blade lights merged into one line, but were shattered mid-air. 7th rank against 8th rank. The gap was too great. The next moment, the blade aura fell. Blood splattered in all directions. Yagyu, Ichiro, and Mononako were instantly beheaded. You dare kill my son. Yagyu Tajimamori's eyes were bloodshot, and he drew his sword, charging forward. Perfect, let's try another move. Jiang Tian gripped his battle knife tightly, his gaze cold. 12 slashes of immortal severance. Yagyu Taijima no Kami was instantly shredded into mincemeat. Is that all you've got? I thought you'd put up more of a fight. Jiang Tian looked speechless. Just now, the others were so full of momentum. He actually thought there would be a big battle, but it ended in a few moves, not even a warm-up. So disappointing. Here's your blade back. You clean up the mess on the ground yourselves. Jiang Tian tossed the battle sword back. The entire room fell into dead silence. Mastery of the 9th rank ultimate martial art, instantly slaying 2 level 70 SIXS plus a level 80. Who has ever seen such a scene? Just pulling out one of those would be shocking enough, let alone all happening at once. Everyone's minds went completely blank. Jiang Kuching is truly ruthless. Only then did they understand why Loli had been so confident before. Jiang Tian turned to look at Luo Kuang. I heard that the Luo family's martial arts library has a very complete collection, including many lost martial arts techniques. I wonder if I could take a look inside. His purpose for coming today was originally more than just attending the banquet. Of course you can. Luo Kuang's eyes lit up. Liar, accompany guest Jiang for a tour. Everyone understood the meaning behind those words. Drawing a lucky person from the banquet to the martial arts library was just a formality. Luo Kuang voluntarily letting his daughter accompany him meant he regarded Jiang Tian as part of the family, possibly even a future son-in-law. Everyone else was envious again. The treasures in the Luo family's martial arts library were rarely seen by outsiders, and even money couldn't buy that chance. Everyone, let's get back to business. Luo Kuang decisively brought the topic back. On the other side, under Luo Li's guidance, Jiang Tian entered the martial arts library. The area is slightly smaller than War God University, but the scale is still impressive. He went straight to the 7th tier martial arts section. For others, cultivating martial arts would take many years. But he only needed to open the cover and glance at the first page to judge the effect. If suitable, he would directly perfect it in his mind. Lorian quietly followed beside him, not disturbing him. There were many 7th tier martial arts, but Jiang Tian spent over an hour flipping through them and found only a few suitable for himself. Next was the 8th tier. He quickly chose a set called Sky-Piercing Halberd Technique, which perfectly matched his purple-green war halberd. The million-pound crushing power combined with this halberd technique had incredible explosive force. He perfected it directly. Above that was the 9th level. The aura on the bookshelf was noticeably different. What caught his attention the most was a 9th level ultimate martial art, Tongtian Fist Technique. The previous 100 crack fist only had a 5-fold enhancement, but the Tongtian Fist Technique had a full 100-fold. It was simply abnormal. The only drawback was that it focused on single target burst damage and lacked area damage. But in the face of absolute power, this flaw didn't seem to matter much. Jiang Tian pushed all the martial arts that could be improved to perfection, finally finishing reviewing all the 7th, 8th, and 9th level ultimate martial arts. When he looked up, 3 hours had already passed, and it was almost noon. "Let's go," he said to Loli. But Loli kept staring at him, lost in thought. Men are most charming when focused. Jiang Tian looked through martial arts techniques, and with that face, Loli's heart raced. Oh, okay. She finally snapped back to reality. Suddenly, the phone rang. Jiang Tian opened the message. "Fire Cloud, evil god. Jiang Tian, your son is in my hands." He frowned, thinking it was a prank, and casually replied, "Then use paper to clean it up." Not long after, another message popped up. "Fiery Cloud, evil god. I was wrong. It's your dad who's in my hands. If you don't want him to die, come to Sin City to save him. Attached was a photo. In the photo, Jiang Guo was tied up with his mouth sealed, and there was also a location map beside him. Jiang Tian's expression instantly darkened. This was no joke. He traveled back 5 years, and the only true attachment he had in this world was his father. 5 years of companionship had already rooted their feelings deeply. Anyone who dared to harm his father was courting death. Rage surged, but he quickly calmed down. The other party used an alias and even dared to send a location, which showed confidence. Most likely, it was a killer organization. He hadn't offended many people recently. If any, it would be the Chun family, Zheng family, and Zhou family, those 3 juniors he had killed. The mastermind behind this was very likely one of these 3 families, or possibly a collaboration among them. To find out the truth, he could only go to the Sin City and ask face to face. Save the person first, then settle the score. Jiang Tian's eyes were cold. Moreover, in Sin City, there happened to be a newly released 6th-tier divine bestowed dungeon that no one had truly cleared yet. Since we're going there, we might as well take the dungeon as well. What's wrong? You don't look well. Lori noticed something was off. Nothing. I stayed up too late playing games last night. Didn't sleep well. Jiang Tian said indifferently. That's good then. Lori sighed in relief. At that moment, the Supreme Guest Minister badge on his chest lit up. Respected Supreme Guest Minister, you have a new guild task. Please check. The voice of the AI bard sounded. At the same time, a task popped up. Your mission is to go to Sin City. Enter the 6th-level Divine Gift Instance, Mirror Fairy. Obtain a Divine Gift Spirit Orb, and turn it in. Jiang Tian was not surprised after reading the task. The Wanbao Guild supports guest officers and naturally does not give resources for free. Guest officers receive missions according to their level. The higher the level, the greater the danger. This time, they directly assigned a 6th-level instance to him, the Supreme Guest Officer, which was a significant responsibility. Even more troublesome, this divine gift instance had never been cleared before, and the unknown was the deadliest. But he was already planning to go to Sin City, so it was a convenient detour. He asked Sha Chong to book a private plane from the school, but found that the tickets had already been snatched up. Obviously, a large number of superpowered individuals had flocked to Sin City. War God University has private planes, but they cost 10,000 points. Are you going to Vice City? Lori frowned. It's very dangerous there. Lin Jun's brother Lin Chong went in last night, and there's been no news of him until now. Jiang Tian finally understood why the atmosphere in the Lin family was off. Lori advised him not to use the school's plane, but to use the Luo family's instead. It would save 10,000 points and also repay a favor. Jiang Tian agreed. This time when he went over, it wasn't just to complete the mission, but also to rescue his father from Firecloud Evil God. Once the person was saved, someone had to take care of him. Jiang Tian couldn't bring an ordinary person into the dungeon. The banquet was almost over, and only a few people remained in the hall. President Jill, Lin family head Lin Ji, and Lin Jun, whose eyes were red from crying. She, usually so strong-willed, was now breaking down and sobbing. Either dead in the dungeon or fate unknown. Jiang Keqing, you received the mission, right? Jill asked. Yes, I received it. I'll set off immediately. Does the guild have a private plane? Jiang Tian said calmly. Since it was the guild's mission, he wouldn't hesitate to use the resources available. Of course, your exclusive ride, the Rolls-Royce Goddess, is the top technological achievement of the Chamber of Commerce. It can freely transform. It can become a plane or a tank. Jill looked proud, something other factions simply couldn't compare to. Is that so? Jiang Tian was somewhat surprised. You just need to instruct Bard. Lin Ji and Lin Jun stepped forward. Guest Jiang, my son Lin Chong went missing in the 6th-level Divine Gift Dungeon. His fate is unknown. If you go, could you also help investigate? The Lin family will offer a generous reward afterward. Lin Ji wanted to go in person, but couldn't leave. The 6th-level dungeon suppresses players to level 60. His foundation was average back then, so he had no advantage going in. All right, I'll keep an eye out. I'm coming too, Lin Jun said urgently. Don't go. Jiang Tian refused outright. Entering a 6th-tier dungeon below level 60 would only hold everyone back. Set off. Loli changed her clothes and hurried over, followed closely by Annie. You're coming too? I'm your personal attendant. Wherever you go, I'll go? Don't worry, I won't enter the dungeon and slow you down, Annie said softly but clearly. Jiang Tian nodded. The guilty city also had a Wanbao Guild branch. After rescuing his father, he could leave him in Annie's care, which would at least be safe. The three of them got ready. Daughter, good luck, Luo Kuang reminded her. After getting in the car, Lori quickly sat next to Jiang Tian, leaving Annie to sit in the front row. Bard, head to Vice City. Received. The journey is quite long. Switching to flight mode. The car body silently transformed, smoothly ascending without a single bump. The plane shot up into the sky. Jiang Tian felt the speed, faster than the military jets back then. That was top-notch technology in Xia country, but now it was outpaced by the Chamber of Commerce. The strength of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce was more terrifying than he had imagined. Truly worthy of being a global Chamber of Commerce. The airplane form is much larger than the car, and the space is more spacious. Rolls-Royce uses memory extensible metal, which does not affect performance even when its volume is enlarged dozens of times, so it can change shape freely. When Jiang Tianfei was heading to Sin City, the atmosphere within the Wu Chang Assassins organization was tense. The heads and persons in charge of the Chun, Zhou, and Zheng families sat together. Can the bounty on Jiang Tian be withdrawn? The three cautiously asked. Withdraw? Are you questioning Wu Chang? The person in charge's expression darkened. Wu Chang is the top assassin organization in Xia country. Everyone must show them respect. No, we trust your strength. We just don't want to kill him. Whether the money is returned or not, it's fine. Upon hearing that the money did not need to be refunded, the person in charge's expression softened. The mission has been given. Let me check if the assassin has moved. After a moment, he put down the communicator. Fortunately, the person didn't go to kill Jiang Tian. The three family heads had just breathed a sigh of relief. However, he has kidnapped Jiang Tian's father, trying to force him to show up. The three of them simultaneously spat out their tea. Hurry and have him released. Don't make this worse. Isn't he just a Jiang Tian? Even if he's the president of War God University, our leader isn't afraid of Mu Qing. The problem is, he is now the supreme guest of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, one of only 8 in the world. The person in charge trembled, spraying tea all over the head of the Chun family patriarch. What did you say? Supreme guest of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. The teacup shattered. The person in charge turned pale and hurriedly tried to contact the assassin, but couldn't get through no matter what. It's over. Wu Chang is strong in Xia country, but it still has a blacklist of people it must never provoke. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is on that list, not to mention the supreme guest official. Now, he only hoped that the assassin had already been dealt with by Jiang Tian. The chances of success in this matter were slim. The assassin was a temporary recruit of the Impermanence organization, hardly absolutely loyal, and unlikely to keep silent. With current technology and methods, it was not difficult to pry their mouths open. Since City was located beyond the northern border of the Xia Kingdom, a free city not governed by any country. There were no legal constraints here, only the strength of power. Whoever had the stronger fist was superior. Wanted criminals and underground forces from various countries gathered here, making the place extremely dangerous. Jiang Tian and his group arrived in 2 hours. Bard transformed into a sedan, directly driving into the city. Their first stop was the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce branch. Jiang Tian was a supreme guest official, his identity universally recognized. Plus, the branch was familiar with local forces, making it perfect for gathering information. As soon as the car stopped, Jiang Tian, with his medal, walked toward the gate with Annie and Lori. The chamber's recognition system had already scanned his identity, and the branch president personally came out to greet them. The president, Park Guchong, came from the Han Kingdom's financial conglomerate, leading an etiquette team lined up in 2 rows to welcome them. The scene was grand, drawing the attention of everyone in the hall. Some whispered about his identity, some envied the 2 beauties by his side, and others guessed he was sent from headquarters. The more mysterious he was, the more intimidating he appeared. Jiang Tian did not want to socialize and went straight to the point. He was here on behalf of Lava Valley. That place was where the fire cloud evil god had left its mark and was also the rendezvous point where the Impermanence assassin had taken his father. However, Park Gukchang's response suddenly chilled the atmosphere. Lava Valley. I've never heard of it. Park Guk-chang didn't seem to be lying. Given his status as a supreme guest official, there was no reason to deceive me. But the fire cloud evil god clearly said that Lava Valley was nearby. Guest official Jiang. Our Wanbao merchants don't have deep roots in Sin City, so it's normal to be unclear about some old place names. Many places have been renamed, but there's one long-standing faction that might know. It's called Phantom Tower. You should ask them. There might be clues. Park Guk-chang said. All right, take me there. Jiang Tian nodded, then pointed at Lori and Annie. Arrange accommodations for them. They'll stay here. Since they are guest official Jiang's people, they'll be well treated. Park Guk-chang immediately ordered his subordinates to take the two women away. Jiang Tian, be careful. The two women knew very well that following him would only be a burden. Let's go. Park Guk-chang led the way, and the two took a car over. It took only 5 minutes. Jiang Tian looked up to see an old building made entirely of wood, with carved beams and painted rafters, resembling an ancient Qinglu from the Xia Kingdom, standing out peculiarly in this city. The Phantom Tower had 3 floors. The first floor was tightly closed, but the second and third floors were filled with women dressed in ancient costumes, fanning themselves with smiles full of warmth. When they saw Jiang Tian, they only covered their mouths and chuckled softly. Strangely, from the moment he got out of the car until now, no one had entered or exited. Many strong men passed by, all staring at the women upstairs, but no one dared to approach, let alone go inside. The atmosphere was eerie. Jiang Tian was too lazy to think much. He was here for only one answer, where the lava valley was. Guest Jiang, I can only escort you this far. You must go in yourself. I'll wait outside. Park Guo-chang said, standing far away as if there was some fierce beast inside the door. Jiang Tian ignored them and walked straight inside. This kid really dares to go in? He's probably an outsider, doesn't know the rules. There were others who didn't believe in it before, stormed in full of arrogance, but came out unable to hold their heads up for the rest of their lives. The murmurs spread. As soon as Jiang Tian stepped into the hall, the women on the second and third floors all turned their heads in unison, their gazes locked on him. In the next moment, a strong mental shock suddenly slammed down. Dizziness, heat, and wavering spirit. It was as if an invisible hand was trying to tear his consciousness apart. Jiang Tian's eyes turned cold, and the power within his body instantly circulated, forcibly crushing the invading force. A sense of coolness spread throughout his sea of consciousness. The mental attack was harshly repelled by him. Jiang Tian quickly realized that these so-called mental assaults were actually magical attacks. His 120% magic resistance had already taken effect just now. If it weren't for this layer of resistance, he would have long become a puppet of those women. He suddenly thought of a special ability talent, Inji. This ability specializes in the mind. Once bewitched, one can be controlled and completely lose oneself. No wonder no one dares to enter the Phantom Building. If the women in the front courtyard are all this formidable, then the madam must be even stronger. Jiang Tian ignored the mental suppression and walked straight through the front courtyard to the backyard. This is the true territory of the Mistress Fox charm. Yo, little brother can actually hold out? A soft voice sounded. An even stronger mental assault instantly hit. Jiang Tian's expression remained unchanged. As long as it is a magical attack, it is ineffective against him. He saw the fox enchantress. Furry ears, barefoot, with 9 white fox tails behind her. It was just a disguise, not her true form. Cut the crap, where's the lava valley? Jiang Tian got straight to the point. The fox enchantress walked closer slowly, her smile seductive. Don't be in a hurry, talk with me first. With each step, the mental pressure intensified. Jiang Tian judged that this level of strength required at least level 85 to withstand. The woman in front of him was at least level 88. If not for him, who could resist? I'll ask again. Jiang Tian suddenly struck, grabbing her by the neck and pressing her down on the table. Where is the lava valley? The femme fatale just laughed. The next moment, she slipped out of his grasp like an eel, turning into an afterimage as she leapt to the second floor. If you want to know, then come catch me. Catch me, and I'll tell you. She was full of confidence, thinking she could toy with Jiang Tian. But she underestimated him. No matter how fast her movements were, They couldn't compare to Jiang Tian's 7th-level martial skill, step on air. Moreover, his current speed reached 2550. In this phantom tower, he could appear wherever he wanted. In the air, only a light cough remained. The next second, while Fox Enchantress was still laughing, her neck was tightly grabbed by Jiang Tian. This time, he was ruthless, as if she would die if she didn't speak. The surrounding young ladies were all stunned. Fox Enchantress's charm shadow technique was famous in the building. Even level 89 experts couldn't catch her. Yet now, she was easily taken down by a youth not even 20 years old, which was utterly ridiculous. Ahem, let go, I'll talk. Fox Enchantress finally relented. Jiang Tian released her. How unromantic. Fox Enchantress caught her breath and tossed him a rolled-up map. The location of the lava valley is on here. Jiang Tian took the map and turned to leave. The women whispered among themselves. He wasn't affected by charm and showed no sign of special abilities. It was truly strange. Fox Enchantress looked at his back with a meaningful gaze. Outside the Phantom Tower, Park Guochang waited anxiously. The lowest level of the Supreme Guest Ministers was 95, and he believed Jiang Tian would not fall for beauty. Just as he was thinking this, Jiang Tian strode out. Did you get the information? Yes, I did. Jiang Tian refused to accompany him and headed straight for the destination with the map in hand. He walked on air, teleporting continuously, and soon arrived at Lava Valley. This was a volcanic deep valley, remote and desolate. As soon as he stepped into the volcano's mouth, a figure appeared before him. Jiang Tian, you finally arrived. He was a balding man, wearing a white coat and worn-out slippers, suspended in midair. Jiang Tian realized he was relying on martial skills or innate talent to support himself. Where is my father? Who ordered you to bind him? Jiang Tian asked coldly. Win against me first, then we'll talk, the evil fire cloud god sneered. He was a fire elementalist, level 70 awakened with dual talents. Both strength and fire were rated A+, nearly invincible at his level. He joined Wuchang only to find someone to fight, and this time, he had come for Jiang Tian. Lava giant. He roared, his body swelling to 10 meters tall, flames rolling as strength and fire merged. The volcano beneath constantly replenished his energy, and his combat power neared level 85. He looked down at Jiang Tian, laughing uncontrollably. The next moment, Jiang Tian suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was right in front of him. With a slap, the lava giant was sent flying hundreds of meters. Fire Cloud Evil God steadied himself, his face full of shock. He had a flame shield, but it couldn't block that strike. Jiang Tian's slap just now had at least 2 million gene of force, and his level 82 strength talent was only about 600,000 gene. Fear began to spread in his heart. Before he could think it through, Jiang Tian delivered a punch. The massive body was blasted into the ground, creating a deep pit. The flame shield shattered on the spot. If I hadn't kept you alive to question you, you would have been dead already, Jiang Tian said coldly while standing in the air. He had only used 2 million gene of force just now. The true limit was still over 3 million gene. Not to mention the Tongtian fist technique, which could multiply the power by 100 times. I say, Huiyun Xieshan gritted his teeth and stood up. If he still couldn't see the situation clearly now, all these years he had lived in vain. He knew very well that he was no match for Jiang Tian. He raised his hand and waved, and a streak of fire shot out from the volcanic crater, forming a fiery cage. The person inside the cage was none other than Jiang Tian's father, Jiang Gua. Father, Tianer, it's your father who has caused you trouble, Jiang Gua said, his face weary and full of guilt. Your time at the War God University is so precious, but you've come all this way for me. The fiery cage landed and then automatically dispersed. Huiyun Xieshan gasped for breath and said, I am a 9th-level bronze assassin from the Wuchang organization. The mission I received was to kill you. But because of your special status in Xia country, I couldn't move against you directly. So I had to kidnap your father to lure you to the city of sin. He let out a bitter laugh. I just didn't expect you to be even more terrifying than the intel said. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly coughed up blood, his face pale. Jiang Tian had held back with that palm strike, but it concealed inner strength that had already shattered his internal organs. Jiang Tian's eyes were icy cold. Anyone who dares to harm his father has only one way out: death. Moreover, this place has no law to speak of. You can guess who wants to kill you. Hua Yun Xieshen's voice trembled. The Chun family, the Zhou family, the Zheng family. Before he finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsed stiffly, and breathed his last. Tianer, he died? Jiang was voice trembled. When he was captured back then, he had a 70-level expert protecting him, yet he couldn't withstand a single move from the fiery cloud evil god. But now, Jiang Tian had defeated an 82-level opponent in just a few moves. Less than a month. While others were still on holiday after the college entrance exam, his son could already instantly kill 9th-level experts. The more Jianghua thought about it, the more shocked he was, pride surging in his heart. "Father, let's go home." Jiang Tian led Jianghua as they walked through the air, returning to Sin City in just over a minute, heading straight to the Wanbao Trading Company. As for the Chun, Zhou, and Zheng families, he would wait until he finished farming the 6th-tier Divine Gift Dungeon before slowly settling the scores. But to be safe, he still contacted his teacher, asking him to keep a close eye on the 3 families' movements. If they dare to run, they can't blame him for being ruthless. "Jiang Keqing, you're back so soon," Park Guochang greeted with a smile, his gaze landing on Jianghua. "This must be your father, right?" Anyone Jiang Tian personally supports must have an identity that speaks for itself. As the branch president of Wanbao Trading Company, Park Guochang had sharp eyes. "This is my father, Jianghua," Jiang Tian introduced. "This is Park Guochang, the branch president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce." Jianghua felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Although he had never been to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, he often watched the news and knew it was the world's #1 chamber of commerce, one that countless wealthy families fought desperately to get into. He had calculated that his entire lifetime salary wouldn't even be enough to get the most basic bronze membership card. But now, such a big figure was treating his son politely, even using the honorific Nin Yu polite form. Even the president of War God University was insignificant compared to this kind of status. "Mr. Jiang, your son Jiang Tian is now our chamber's supreme guest scholar," Park Guochang added. Jianghua was completely stunned. Supreme Guest Minister. That is an identity even higher than Supreme Member. He couldn't even reach the threshold, yet his son stands at the top. No wonder Park Guochang is so polite. "Hello, Chairman Park." Jianghua suppressed his shock and quickly responded. "Guest Minister Jiang, Miss Luo Li and Annie are already waiting for you in the exclusive suite." Park Guochang personally led the way. Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's financial power is astonishing, and the treatment for supreme guest ministers is even more extravagant. Exclusive chauffeur, dedicated services, and an independent manor-level suite. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Though called a suite, it resembled more of an estate. There are only 8 supreme patrons worldwide. Each having one estate would not be an exaggeration. Jiang Tian looked at the estate before him, somewhat surprised. Each branch has its own exclusive estate, but no one has moved in until now, Park Guochang said with unmistakable pride. "You are the first." The gate opened. "Welcome, Patron Jiang, Chairman Park, Mr. Jiang." The assembled people greeted. They had long been lined up waiting. 2 rows of maids in black stockings stood at the entrance. They were not ordinary etiquette ladies, but elites carefully selected by Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Their height and figure were almost identical, standing in neat formation. Dressed uniformly in maid outfits, their delicate faces and long black stocking legs were particularly eye-catching. The mix of different skin tones added an extra layer of allure. This was Jiang Tian's first visit, and he needed to break through the 6th-tier Divine Bestowed Dungeon, planning to stay long-term. So, he and Park Guochang and a few others first took a tour around the manor. The manor was huge, and by the time they circled all the way around, their legs were sore. Finally, they stopped in front of the large villa at the very center. This was Jiang Tian's residence. Entering the villa, the level of luxury far surpassed the houses at War God University. Even the world's top hotels might not match this standard. Staying a night would cost at least $1 million. Yet, with his status as supreme guest, he stayed for free. "Jiang Tian, you're here." Luo Li and Annie came forward. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." The two also looked towards Jianghua. They knew Jiang Tian's father had an accident and naturally recognized him. Jiang Tian introduced the identities of the two. Jiang Guo repeatedly expressed gratitude. Luo Li responded with a smile, saying Jiang Tian had been taking care of them all along. The atmosphere was polite, but carried a hint of restraint. At this moment, the lead made Lisa step forward. Guest Jiang, the welcome banquet is ready. Please proceed. The group was led to the underground kitchen. Here, the chef was a psychic cook, at least level 50, and the head chef was level 79. Although not good at fighting, their cooking was exceptional. The dishes were not only delicious, but could also restore physical strength. Everyone was already hungry and began eating as soon as they sat down. Many dishes were even unavailable in the War God University cafeteria. Some exotic beast meats and rare fruits couldn't even be exchanged in the resource warehouse. The heritage of the Wanbao Trading Company was evident. Jiang Tian looked up and saw Annie still standing beside him. Why are you standing? Sit down with us. Annie quickly shook her head, saying she wasn't qualified. At school, she could relax more, but here, with so many people and strict rules, she was very aware that she was just a servant. Jiang Tian frowned. Don't tell me about the rules. If I tell you to sit, then sit. Jiang Tian pulled Annie to sit down. Annie, don't reject Jiang Keqing's kindness, Park Guchang said with a smile. He could see that Jiang Tian was sincere. Then, all right. Annie nodded and sat down. This scene made the black silk maids extremely envious. Who wouldn't want to be the exclusive attendant of a guest official, even if just a bronze-level guest official? Envy aside, they still had to work well. They had received professional training and were confident they could serve Jiang Tian comfortably. During the meal, Jiang Tian spoke up. Chairman Park, I heard that Sin City has released a 6th-level Divine Blessing dungeon, and many people have gone there, right? That's true. Park Guchang nodded. Many have entered and brought back some news. There are 3 strongest mutant beasts guarding it. They are the leaders, each possessing at least 2 6th-tier ultimate attributes, controlling all the resources within the dungeon. What kind of resources? All 6th-tier rare materials, such as Fire Dragon Ginseng and Emperor Lotus. Jiang Tian was slightly stunned. These items were not even found in the resource vault of War God University, indicating their rarity. Though not high in rank, their effects were astonishing and could only grow in the Divine Bestowal dungeon. Through the operation of the Wanbao Guild, the starting price for these materials was 100 million. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian already had a plan in mind. Are those 3 leaders very strong? No concrete information. Park Guochang shook his head. It's estimated that those who have seen them did not come out alive. Jiang Keqing, your goal this time is only the Divine Bestowal Spirit Pearl. There's no need to confront them head-on. Fugitives from various countries are gathering in the dungeon, all desperate men. Every extra moment spent here increases the danger. Jiang Tian's expression was calm. Is there a map? There is, but it's incomplete and basically useless. Luo Li suddenly spoke. Jiang Tian, do you want me to go with you? I have already awakened my second talent. The inner core of the gold-swallowing beast helped her break through. She was looking for a chance to practice in combat, and it would also be a way to repay Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian glanced at her and nodded. All right. Entering a level 6 dungeon will be capped at level 60, but your dual talents can help. By the time the banquet ended, it was already dark. Jiang Tian decisively decided to stay overnight and go to the 6th level Divine Gift Dungeon, Mirror Fairy, the next day. Early the next morning, after breakfast, the two set off. Their space watch was packed full of supplies, clearly prepared for a prolonged battle. The entrance to Mirror Fairy was in the eastern part of Sin City, separated by a sea. Laura Lace directly transformed into an airplane and took off with them. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the destination. The entrance was neither on the sea nor on the ground, but at an altitude of 10,000 meters. There hung a spatial passage. All technological equipment would fail once inside. In other words, the airplane couldn't fly in at all. This rule directly blocked most people. To get in, one had to rely on their own flying talent or flying martial arts above the 6th level. In other words, if your strength was below level 50, you couldn't even touch the door. The two of them arrived beneath the passage. Lowly activated her golden element talent, her body quickly reorganizing into a metal helicopter, the rotor blades roaring to life. Jiang Tian, do you want to get into the cockpit? She opened the hatch. Of course. Jiang Tian climbed in without hesitation. Although he had the 7th-level martial skill step through the void, flying inside Loli's body felt completely different. The helicopter rose from the ground, soaring into the sky. Others with abilities kept rushing into the passage. If not for the technological restrictions, their numbers might have doubled. At the moment they passed through the passage, a flash of white light exploded. The next second, the two of them landed in an unfamiliar mountain range. No map, no guidance. They could only find their own way. Jiang Tian controlled the helicopter to continue ascending, trying to determine the location of the dungeon center from above, but found the sky sealed by thick fog, unable to see anything clearly. They had no choice but to land on the ground. Let's catch a few strange beasts to ask for directions, Lori said. The strange beasts in the dungeon are native species. They might know where Mirror Fairy is. Makes sense. Jiang Tian nodded. She reacted much faster than he expected, clearly not just outstanding in appearance. The problem is how to find them? He frowned. The sky was covered by fog, making the visibility almost useless. Leave it to me. Lori activated her second talent, S-level wood element control. They were in a forest surrounded by trees. Countless wood elements were mobilized by her, spreading out like invisible eyes. The forest became her sensory network. Any movement, any sign of life couldn't escape her detection. At the same time, the wood elements gathered beside her, ready to be transformed into combat power at any moment. At this moment, this mountain range effectively stood on her side. Loli closed her eyes and quickly spread out a large net woven from wood elements in her mind. The net was densely lit with red dots. All were exotic beasts. Unfortunately, they were all too far away. The nearest one was still several hundred miles off. This was a 6th-level God-given dungeon, with an area terrifyingly vast, not comparable to 1st-level ones. But several hundred miles was nothing to them. Loli, familiar with the route, immediately transformed into a helicopter, put Jiang Tian inside, and headed straight for the nearest red dot. At the same time, more and more people were entering the Mirror Fairy dungeon, being randomly teleported to various places. Some were lucky and landed in safe zones. Others were hunted by exotic beasts immediately upon landing. There were also some unlucky ones who fell right in front of the beast leaders and were torn apart on the spot. In a certain cave, 3 beast leaders were having a secret meeting. The opening of the dungeon is an opportunity. As long as we swallow enough supernaturals, we can break the shackles and leave this place. That Mirror Fairy has trapped us for so long. I've wanted to kill her for a while. When we get out, we'll destroy the tools she left behind. We can't use them anyway, so we shouldn't make it easy for humans. Just as the words fell, a subordinate rushed into the cave. Boss, a helicopter is coming this way. It was none other than Loli and Jiang Tian. Along the way, Loli continuously activated her wood element perception, quickly locking onto the locations of the 3 leaders. Jiang Tian was too lazy to slowly grind resources. Catch the king first to capture the thieves. Taking down the leaders and making them work for you is much easier, right? Served on a silver platter? The 3 leaders exchanged smiles, just the right appetizer. In this dungeon, they were the peak of combat power. Meanwhile, on the other side, the helicopter began to shake, clearly unable to hold on. Loli was suppressed at level 60. Long flights combined with frequent skill use rapidly drained her psychic energy. Jiang Tian, come out quickly, I can't hold on. The helicopter landed, and the cabin door opened. Jiang Tian jumped down, somewhat surprised. It's no good after just over 10 minutes? Luo Li's face turned pale, gasping for breath. Metal transformation itself consumes energy, and I also continuously expanded the range of my scanning skill. Now I only have 10% of my superpower left. After speaking, Luo Li took out a vial of superpower potion from the space watch and drank it in one gulp. This kind of potion can restore 30% of the maximum superpower value within 3 minutes. It was given by Park Guchang before departure, each vial costing at least $1 million on the market, and it's in short supply. There are many people in the dungeon. No one can do without it. You recover first. Jiang Tian originally intended to carry her and travel by air, but thought better of it and gave up. As soon as the words fell, a lewd laugh came from nearby. Yo, running into two fat sheep? Scarface stepped out with 6 accomplices, each radiating murderous intent. Jiang Tian immediately recognized him. A wanted criminal in Sin City, guilty of murder, arson, robbery, and every evil deed imaginable. Never thought he would dare enter the dungeon. Hand over the resources or die right now. Scarface sneered, and they surrounded Lori accordingly. This little girl. The words were not finished. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Tian teleported out and delivered a slap to each person. Before they could react, all of them had fallen to the ground without even a grunt. The scar-faced head rolled onto the ground, watching helplessly as his body fell. He couldn't believe it. 7 level 52 wanted criminals, notorious, were defeated in one move. This kid looked harmless, but his strike was so ruthless. He had been on the run for years, surviving countless sieges from various forces, but he never expected to fall here. Unfortunately, there was no chance to start over. Jiang Tian searched their space watches. Except for a few vials of medicine, there was nothing valuable. Poor scum, he cursed. At this moment, the first vial of potion taken by Lori took effect, and she immediately drank another vial. The turquoise liquid looked like grass juice. Gurgle, gurgle. She wiped the corner of her mouth, and her breath noticeably recovered. Let's go. She led the way. By the time they reached the lair of the mutant beast leader, the second vial of potion was almost finished. 70% of her mutant abilities were restored, enough to fight a battle, at least not to hold back Jiang Tian. The mutant beast leader's territory was deep in the forest in front of a huge cave. At this moment, outside the cave entrance, stood 3 mutant beast leaders of varying heights, their auras oppressive. Opposite stood 3 mutant beast leaders. One looked like a gorilla, about the same height as Jiang Tian. Another was a giant made of stone, at least 7 or 8 meters tall. There was also a 9-headed snake, its 9 heads all staring at them at once. Jiang Tian was not surprised. The dungeon was full of their informants. Whoever got close, they already knew. Brave, the stone man sneered coldly. Jiang Tian was too lazy to be polite. I heard all the resources in the dungeon are in your hands. Send all your minions over. The 3 leaders were stunned. Others either ran for their lives or trembled when they saw them. But this kid treated them like his errand boys. The stone man laughed angrily. Take a punch from me first. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge stone fist slammed down with explosive power at its peak. Bang! Jiang Tian only extended a pinky finger and steadily caught the fist. Is that all? He said coldly. The Rockman's punch weighed 1.5 million gene. Anyone else would have been crushed into mince. But Jiang Tian's strength far surpassed his. It was easy for him to take the blow. The Rockman froze. The gorilla and the Hydra were dumbfounded as well. Are you holding back? They growled. Bullshit. I'm giving it my all. The Rockman roared in fury. The expressions of the 2 leaders changed. It was impossible for a 6th-level human strength to block that punch, unless the man before them was no ordinary person. Could he be a god? The gorilla whispered. Stop thinking so much. Just kill him, the Hydra howled. 9 snake heads opened simultaneously, and 9 deadly beams of light shot through the air. One beam was enough to wipe out a group of level 50 warriors. All 9 fired together, unstoppable within 6 ranks. Wood element, wood shield. Lowly raised her hand. The ground cracked open, and thick tree trunks grew wildly, forming a heavy wooden wall in front of Jiang Tian. Boom! The 9 beams instantly pierced through the wooden shield, but new wooden shields kept emerging one after another, blocking the attacks without a single gap. The 9-headed snake and Lowly were thus locked in a stalemate. However, the 9-headed snake was a native beast, its strength not suppressed, slowly gaining the upper hand. The humanoid gorilla seized the opportunity. It was small in size and unbelievably fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The next moment, it had already appeared behind Jiang Tian. It knew very well in its heart that the woman was easy to deal with, but this man was a tough nut to crack. To launch a sneak attack, it had to be on him. Got him. The gorilla leader sneered, opening its mouth to shoot a green beam straight at Jiang Tian's back. Whoosh. What? Faster than me. The gorilla leader's expression changed abruptly. Just as the beam was about to hit, Jiang Tian vanished. The next moment, The gorilla leader received a punch to the back, flying backward and crashing hard into a huge rock, shattering the stone on the spot. Cough, cough. It crawled out from the rubble, its whole body numb. Its strength lies in speed, not defense. Bang, bang. On the other side, the Hydra was grabbed up by Jiang Tian and wildly thrown left and right, making all 9 heads dizzy. Stop hitting us. Stop hitting us. We surrender. The 3 leaders completely backed down. They originally thought the opponent was coming to die, but didn't expect to be completely outmatched. The power they were proud of was no match before Jiang Tian. Moreover, the opponent had obviously held back, or they would have been dead already. Tell your subordinates to collect all the 6th-tier rare resources here and send them over. Jiang Tian's tone was calm, yet left no room for argument. Including those already taken by others, not a single one is allowed to be missing. If we are going to take it clean. In the dungeon, there are no rules to follow. All right, all right, all right. The 3 leaders nodded repeatedly, immediately sending signals to their subordinates to collect resources. Soon, the beasts lying in ambush at each resource point also received the orders. What? Withdraw the ambush. Collect resources and bring them back. Many beast captains were stunned on the spot. We've been hiding for so long, and humans are about to arrive. Now we're being told to withdraw. I just caught a team here, but before I could take them away, I got orders. What does the boss want these resources for? Complaints aside, the beasts only obey the leader. Soon, groups of beasts began harvesting resources on a large scale. Even resources already taken by humans, they actively went to demand them back. The entire dungeon was thrown into complete chaos. To be safe, while collecting the resources, Jiang Tian also took the space watches from those people. After half a day, piles of spoils filled the entrances of the 3 beast leaders' caves, 3 entire small mountains. The first pile contained 6th-tier rare resources, including Fire Dragon Ginseng, Emperor Lotus, and everything in between. The second pile consisted of common but expensive materials. Since they were handed over, he naturally wouldn't be polite. The third pile was a mountain of space watches, numbering over 10,000, astonishingly efficient. Jiang Tian first packed away 2 piles of resources, taking a full 10 space watches to finish. He was too lazy to check each remaining watch one by one, so he directly had the beast dump everything inside. The ground instantly piled up with materials. The most abundant were the superpower potions, useless to him, so he threw them all to Luo Li. There were also quite a few alloy blades, but they were too light, not even matching his purple-blue alloy war halberd. There were several 7th and 8th tier battle armors, but after checking their attributes, he lost interest. They were far inferior to his pot-breaker battle armor. His martial skills were even more mediocre, insignificant compared to the War God Hall and the Luo family collection. As for those messy toys and figurines, he frowned deeply while Luo Li's face turned red. This is a divine blessing dungeon, not a dating venue. Jiang Tian sneered and discarded all those things. He turned to ask the leader of the exotic beasts what exactly was inside the Mirror Fairy dungeon. The other party replied that the core area housed a treasure called the Shadow Dividing Mirror. With just one glance, it could create clones, but no one knew their strength because no one had been able to enter. Lead the way. Jiang Tian gave a direct order. He and Luo Li stood atop the Hydra's heads, using the leader as a mount, driving the gorillas and stone men behind them as they headed straight for the core area. With the exotic beasts leading the way, it was both effortless and ostentatious, and no one dared to block their path. Most importantly, this group was familiar with the route, saving them the trouble of finding their way. The terrain was complex all along the way, with deserts, oases, and canyons intertwined, like a giant maze. Without a map or a local exotic beast to guide them, finding the core area was purely a matter of luck. The leader of the exotic beasts is here, run. Is that a Hydra? One of the 3 great leaders? Why are there 2 people on its head? The crowd thought they were seeing things. Previously, the major power in Sin City sent out 10 experts to challenge the 3 great leaders. They were all powerful beings between levels 75 and 85. Even when suppressed to level 60, their combat power remained astonishing. As a result, all 10 were wiped out. Not a single one returned. Since then, No one dared to provoke these three major leaders in the dungeon. But now, they had become mounts. There are indeed two people sitting on top. Don't just stand there. Follow them. They must know the way to the core. Right? I just crossed that desert. It took me a whole day. Soon, a group of people followed behind Jiang Tian. Meanwhile, several teams had already gathered at the entrance to the core area. About 30 people, all strong fighters who had entered the dungeon early. These people came from the major forces of Sin City. There were too many casualties ahead. They needed cannon fodder. The Black Dragon Gang is recruiting, plenty of potions. The second gang leader is personally in charge. The lowest level among those shouting was 54. Many people gathered around. Someone whispered a warning. The Black Dragon Gang usually acted alone, and recruiting now most likely meant trouble. This gang is ruthless. They wiped out entire families for resources. Don't go. When I came in, I saw them. There were originally 20, now only 6 remain. Those 14 were all dragged in to be sent to their deaths. When the others heard this, they immediately dismissed the idea of joining the Black Dragon Gang. The Green Dragon Gang is recruiting. Upon joining, you get 1,000,000 first. After the mission is completed, the reward starts at 100 million, said Nie Xiao, the second in command of the Green Dragon Gang. The Green Dragon Gang is not bad. Their reputation isn't bad, and they keep their word. Some began to feel intrigued. The Red Dragon Gang is recruiting. Enter the core area and get a set of 5th-level battle armor, free and permanent. At these words, many people's eyes lit up. 5th-level battle armor might not even be bought for 1,000,000, and it can save your life at critical moments. We joined the Red Dragon Gang. In the blink of an eye, the Red Dragon Gang grew from 7 people to 20, rapidly expanding the team. Most of the remaining people joined the Green Dragon Gang. Since they had to join somewhere anyway, they might as well get 1,000,000 first. Besides, acting alone was too dangerous. Who knew what kind of ghostly stuff was inside? After the Green Dragon Gang and Red Dragon Gang each reached 20 members, they went straight into the core area. Only the Black Dragon Gang remained on the spot, having recruited no one. There are no other forces left now. You can only choose us, the Black Dragon Gang. The second in command of the Black Dragon Gang said coldly. He felt that this group of people had no way out. The Yellow Dragon Gang is recruiting. As soon as the words fell, everyone swarmed toward the Yellow Dragon Gang. Seeing all the people he had counted on run off, the Black Dragon Gang's face turned dark as iron. The Huanglong Gang, are you deliberately looking for trouble? The second in command of the Heilong Gang shouted angrily. Looking for trouble? Don't you have any sense of your own reputation? Li Hen Huang, the second in command of the Huanglong Gang, sneered coldly. Even if you give out money and battle gear, no one would dare to join you. The Heilong Gang was momentarily speechless. They were notoriously infamous, known even by children. They used to scare people with the big gray wolf, but now just mentioning the Heilong Gang's name was more effective. Other gangs gradually entered the core area, and the Heilong Gang's second-in-command nervously paced in circles. Second boss, should we go in first? A subordinate quietly suggested. No. Many people died just getting to the outskirts. It's even fiercer in the core. Without cannon fodder, we absolutely will not go in. He gritted his teeth and said, if it really can't be helped, we'll just capture someone passing by to fill the numbers. He decisively gave up pretending. Second boss, someone's coming, a subordinate shouted excitedly. A man and a woman were walking from afar. The man looked like a student, and there was no sign of any special abilities on him. No special abilities and still dare to come here. The members of the Black Dragon Gang were momentarily stunned, but they quickly snapped out of it. Having abilities didn't matter. What mattered was being cannon fodder. Moreover, the girl's aura was strong, and her figure was hot, clearly not an ordinary person. The Black Dragon Gang members exchanged glances and smiled sinisterly. Second boss, we'll go recruit people right now, several subordinates said with lustful grins. Remember, don't scare my 8th madam. The second-in-command grinned lecherously. He already had 7 women, and upon seeing Lowly, he had mentally assigned her as the 8th. Today's luck is really good. There are cannon fodder, and even women. Kid, we're from the Black Dragon Gang. We're heading into the core area and need more people to team up. Interested? You better not refuse. Polite words, but the tone carried a threat. Lowly glanced at their clothes and immediately recognized them. as the locally notorious Black Dragon Gang. Wood element, parasitic vines. As soon as the words fell, blood-red vines burst out from the ground, instantly entangling several people. The vines were covered with thorns that viciously pierced the flesh, wildly sucking blood. In just a few seconds, those people were drained dry, turned into mummies, not even having time to scream. These parasitic vines were found by her along the way. As an S-rank wood-type talent, she can control the properties of plants. The parasitic vines are tough and sharp, making them excellent weapons. In the blink of an eye, only the second-in-command was left alone. "Don't think you can beat me just by killing a few useless people," he roared. His clothes ripped apart, and he transformed into a huge black gorilla. His talent is beast transformation. He can turn into a strange beast and inherit its abilities, but can only maintain one form at a time. The vines attacked again, but his body grew larger and his speed was not slow. He actually dodged them. Lowly sneered coldly as vines surged everywhere, covering the ground, walls, and midair, completely sealing off all escape routes. The second-in-command had nowhere to retreat and was tightly bound. However, the thorns couldn't pierce through. The next second, he transformed again, his body becoming a soft, sloshing water-like creature. The accumulated water beast can ignore physical attacks. Vines have no effect on it. Lowly's gold element talent also leans toward physical attacks, so for a while, they were at a loss against it. Without psychic or water abilities, it can escape at any time. Roar! Jiang Tian let out a fierce roar. The sound wave was like a blade, directly hitting the accumulated water beast. The monster spat blood on the spot, its form collapsing, reverting to the second-in-command. The next second, the vines tightened, locking it completely. This was a psychic attack technique Jiang Tian obtained from Loot, coming in handy at a critical moment. Despicable. If it weren't for the restrictions here, do you really think you could stop me? The second-in-command put on a tough front verbally, but deep down he knew he couldn't win. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out a cracked bead from the space watch. The bead suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and he vanished instantly. "Space bead," Lori whispered. "Only space-class users above level 70 can make these, and the materials are incredibly rare." Anyone who could produce this kind of item was definitely not a small player in Sin City. But they already knew the other party belonged to the Black Dragon Gang. People can run away, but the gang can't. Once they exit the dungeon, they'd go to the Black Dragon Gang to demand the person. No, they'd just wipe them out directly. After all, that gang had committed countless evils. Besides, that guy obviously wasn't convinced before he left. He'd probably have someone waiting at the dungeon exit to ambush them. Just right. Saves the trouble of looking elsewhere. Jiang Tian and Luo Li stepped into the core area. Inside stood an ancient giant tree as well, but it was already dead, and there were no transformed fruits on the tree. Jiang Tian felt somewhat disappointed. Further ahead was a palace. Several teams were rushing inside. Jiang Tian and Luo Li followed in as well. As soon as they entered, Jiang Tian was stunned. There were no enemies inside, only mirrors. In all directions, there were mirrors everywhere. Everyone who looked into the mirror had a self step out in front of them. Exactly the same. Jiang Tian and Luo Li stood at the door, not reflected in the mirror, so they were temporarily not duplicated. He decided to first observe the situation. Those clones were even stronger than the originals, attacking more fiercely and reacting faster. Several teams were instantly dragged into a fierce battle. Don't panic. This is the Mirror Fairies test. The 3 second-in-commands of the Qinglong, Honglong, and Huanglong gangs shouted. No matter how strong the clones are, they run out of energy eventually. We have space watches. Let's wear them down. The battle continues. Whatever skill the original uses, the clone replicates it exactly, but with even greater power. Everyone grits their teeth and holds on, forced to engage in a battle of supernatural abilities. Skills are continuously unleashed, and the clones retaliate crazily. After 2 minutes, both sides' supernatural powers are nearly depleted. The second-in-commands of the 3 gangs suddenly burst into wild laughter. The opportunity has come. They pull out fast-acting supernatural power recovery potions, recovering 20% of maximum supernatural power in 10 seconds. How are you going to stop that? At this moment, everyone's powers were drained. As long as they held on for 10 seconds, they could turn the tables. If they won, the other replicas wouldn't matter at all. The threat of the mirrors would vanish. The three of them laughed more and more arrogantly. Ha 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 hick. The next second, the laughter of those second-in-commands froze. Rapid recovery potions flew out continuously from the surrounding mirrors, one for each clone. After drinking them, their powers instantly fully restored. This kind of medicine was originally only affordable for the second-in-command, ridiculously expensive. But now the clones have it like it's worthless. The original wanted to snatch it, but couldn't even get close. Things copied by the mirror only work on the clones. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. What was thought to be a trump card turned into a death sentence. Even worse, the clones directly restored their powers to 100%. Their momentum soared, while this side was barely holding on. Couldn't win, couldn't compete, and there was also the mirror as a cheat. Retreat, fall back to the doorway. The second-in-command of the Huanglong gang shouted. The crowd retreated in disorder, and as soon as they stepped outside, the clones indeed disappeared. The divine bestowal dungeon is simply unsolvable. There must be a divine bestowed spirit orb inside, but unfortunately, it's unreachable. They were unwilling to give up, but had no way out. Even level 80 experts were copied, with their skills and talents duplicated and even stronger. The more people there were, the faster they died. A group retreated to stand beside Jiang Tian. You don't have any supernatural abilities? Don't go in, this level can't be passed. Everyone urged him not to send himself to his death. Jiang Tian, however, smiled faintly. I can pass. At this moment, another group rushed in but was soon beaten to a state of supernatural exhaustion, retreating covered in dust and dirt, and some were even killed on the spot by their own duplicates. Someone shouted angrily, "Who can pass this level? They're clearly just messing with us. Did the god who designed the divine copy have a screw loose? Making it so difficult, who can pass?" The crowd was full of curses, without any restraint. More and more people came later, and the palace entrance was packed tightly. Some saw the people ahead looking battered and bruised, and retreated without even entering. Isn't that the second-in-command of the Huanglong gang? If they can't pass, aren't we just asking for death if we go in? Yeah, they all came back empty-handed. How could we be any stronger? Don't risk your life for this. That's right. A group of people found excuses for themselves and retreated with a clear conscience. I'll give it a try, Lori said to Jiang Tian. The two were unaffected. Since they had come, there was no way to leave empty-handed. All right, be careful, Jiang Tian nodded. He had just figured out some of the rules, which happened to let Lori verify. Lori entered the palace. The mirror flashed, and a person who looked exactly like her stepped out. The same figure, the same aura, even the talent was exactly the same. Gold element, handgun. Loli struck first, her right hand transforming into a metal handgun, bullets firing continuously. Jiang Tian was stunned. He didn't expect her gold element to be so powerful. Gold element, handgun. The clone fired simultaneously. The sound of gunfire erupted instantly, the firepower exchanging in a fierce barrage. Wood element, wood barrier. Loli raised a wooden shield in front of her, bullets hitting the shield with a crackling sound. The clone mimicked the same action. She defended while sensing the strength of the opponent's attack. After several rounds of probing, Loli decisively withdrew from the palace. How is it? Jiang Tian asked. Just as you guessed. The clone's strength is 1.4 times that of the original, Lori said in a low voice. Jiang Tian smiled. God-given copies have always been unbeatable. If he hadn't forced himself to break his limits last time, he wouldn't have been able to pass. This time it's 6th level, and it directly gives you a 1.4 times stronger version of yourself. Who could win normally? Unfortunately, it met him. After thinking it through, Jiang Tian stepped into the palace. Jiang Tian, be careful. Lori whispered a warning. Don't worry. Those around immediately became alert. They dared not go in themselves, but were enthusiastically watching others rush to their deaths. What do you think? How many moves can this kid hold out? Hard, really hard. Without special powers, it's basically a death sentence. Still want to break through? Don't go sending yourself to the grave. Someone sneered sarcastically. He didn't dare go in himself, but was the best at making cynical remarks. That's a 6th level God-given instance, not some ordinary 6th level beast battlefield. Even if it were a battlefield, he'd be crushed into mincemeat inside. People talked all at once, with almost no one optimistic about Jiang Tian, except for Loli. Of course, Loli believed in him, but her heart was still a little tight. The mirror image copies the original strength at 1.4 times. Even if Jiang Tian is a monster-level existence, when amplified, it's terrifying enough. Come on, Jiang Tian, she muttered silently in her heart. But soon, she was stunned herself. She is the teacher, he is the student. Isn't it normal for a teacher to worry about a student? She comforted herself this way, but couldn't tell whether that concern was responsibility or some other feeling. At this moment, Jiang Tian was already facing off directly with the mirror image. Boom. He didn't use martial techniques, relying only on pure strength to strike, because he knew clearly that whatever he knew, the opponent also knew. Since that's the case, it was better to conserve effort. Their two fists collided, sending shockwaves flying. Jiang Tian was pushed back several meters, but the mirror image stood firm like a mountain. 5.15 million Jin. Jiang Tian had it all figured out. His strength was indeed 1.4 times his, not a fraction off. But he smiled. Unfortunately, you can only copy the current me. But I can get stronger anytime. Jiang Tian opened the system in his mind. Plus 15, plus 15, plus 15. Current available points, 7, 652, 345. The points had long piled up to over 7 million, and he hadn't made a move, just waiting for this moment. System, add 6.62 million Jin of strength to me. Ding, strength increase successful, 6.62 million points consumed. His strength surged instantly. Jiang Tian glanced at the panel again. Host, Jiang Tian. Available points, 1, 0, 32, 345. Strength, 10 million Jin, can be further modified, 1 point equals 1 Jin. Defense, 25,000, 50 points equals 1 armor. Speed, 2,550, 100 points equals 1 speed. Critical hit, 100%, 3,000 points equals 1%. Magic resistance, 120%, 40,000 points equals 1%. System level, 15. Upgrade progress, 23874/180000. 10 million Jin of strength. Now, who is the real monster? Killing mutant beasts grants energy points. The next level effect is an increase of 16 modification points per second. Jiang Tian glanced at the data. His strength had already soared to 10 million Jin. Speed was sufficient, and other attributes would remain unchanged for now. He kept the remaining 1 million points in reserve for emergencies. After the adjustments, he punched again. Boom. This punch was different. It wasn't him who flew out, but the clone opposite him, who was instantly crushed, swift and decisive. 10 million Jin versus 5,150,000 Jin. The result was never in doubt. At the moment the clone exploded, a white vortex appeared beneath Jiang Tian's feet, and he was pulled inside. The next second, the palace also disappeared. He passed the test. Everyone was stunned where they stood. Just now, Jiang Tian was still at a disadvantage. How did the second punch kill instantly? The mirror was copying the original body. How could there be such a big difference? Could it be because he is an ordinary person? Someone guessed. Probably. If only we had brought a few ordinary people along, it would have been a free chance. Bring ordinary people? You can't even handle those beasts on the outskirts, and you want to protect others? Someone immediately retorted. Indeed, from the entrance to the core, their companions suffered heavy casualties. They couldn't even take care of themselves, let alone protect ordinary people. But he was teleported away, most likely into the true inheritance place. Maybe he has already obtained the divine gifted spirit pearl. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned red. The divine gifted spirit pearl can evolve one's talent. Who wouldn't want one? Split up and go find him. There can't be only one divine gifted instance at the 6th level. If we can buy one, buy it. Buy? I think we should buy them all. He's just an ordinary person. Holding on to it will only cause trouble. Better to sell it to us for safety. If we can't buy it, then snatch it. Use some other means. Several ill-intentioned gazes fell on Luo Li. She came with Jiang Tian, their relationship clearly not ordinary. Whether as a couple or newlyweds, as long as she was caught, The divine spirit pearl would be a bargaining chip. Offended you. Several second-in-commands of the Wild Wolf Gang surrounded them, their eyes cold and sinister. The Wild Wolf Gang was no good either. In Sin City, they ranked in the top 5. With the second-in-command present, they were full of confidence, daring to face off against Loli head-on. Come at me together. Loli didn't even put them in her sights. All their levels were suppressed to 60, but she had double talents. A plus grade in Gold Element and S grade in Wood Element. This was still a forest, where she could summon virtually endless Wood Element. Fighting these people was pure suicide. Elementalists were inherently strong, and she also held the terrain advantage. She really couldn't think of how she could lose. How dare you underestimate us? The second-in-command of the Wild Wolf Gang was the first to charge, with his men close behind. Other factions were just watching on, partly afraid to provoke the Wild Wolf Gang, and partly eyeing the Divine Spirit Pearl, waiting for a chance to snatch a bargain. Wood Element, Thousand-Handed Great Buddha. Loli directly used her Wood Affinity talent. Being in the forest, Wood Elements hardly consume any energy, and she exploited the terrain advantage to the fullest. Elsewhere, she wouldn't dare use this move at all. Even without level suppression, with her level 72 strength, the Thousand-Handed Great Buddha couldn't last more than 3 minutes, its consumption staggering. But now, she was just trying out its power. With a loud boom, 100-meter-tall, giant wooden figure rose from the ground, its back densely covered with countless arms, each grasping weapons formed from condensed wood elements. The arms could extend, retract, and transform at will, radiating an intimidating aura. S-rank Wood Elementalist. Everyone was instantly stunned. The Thousand-Handed Great Buddha is an exclusive wood skill, requiring at least S-rank to perform. Not to mention, she had just used Gold Element skills. 2 affinities, 1 even S-rank, starting a battle in such terrain. What chance do they have to win? Retreat. The second-in-command decided immediately. The disparity in advantage was too great. Fighting head-on was a death wish. Fire overcomes wood. I refuse to believe it can't be burned. The third-in-command roared. As a fire elementalist, he unleashed a blazing sea of fire. That's right, I almost forgot about you. The second-in-command breathed a sigh of relief. Fire overcomes wood. This is common knowledge. Brothers, charge. Seeing the fire element take action, other factions also began to stir. Loli stood atop the Thousand-Handed Buddha's head, looking down on everyone. Anyone else want to make a move? Come at me together. Since it's going to be a fight, she doesn't mind wiping them all out. Attack. The second-in-command of the Mad Wolf Gang gave the order. Members of the Azure Dragon Gang, Red Dragon Gang, and Yellow Dragon Gang all charged forward. Everyone wanted to capture Loli, because as long as they took her down, they could obtain the divine bestowed spiritual pearl. But they also knew how terrifying Loli's talent was. While attacking her from all sides, each faction secretly sent someone to exit the instance and report back to their leader to block the exit. They feared Zhang Tian would abandon Loli and run off alone. After all, once they got the divine bestowed spiritual pearl, nobody cared if others lived or died. Flames surged, and the third-in-command of the Mad Wolf Gang unleashed a sea of fire, surrounding the Thousand-Handed Buddha. A smile just appeared on his face, but the next second it froze. The flames extinguished as soon as they touched the Thousand-Handed Buddha, unable to burn it at all. Is the gap really this big? He gritted his teeth. He only had a B+ level fire affinity, which was several tiers below an S level. Plus, they were in a forest where wood elements were abundant, so the flames were thoroughly suppressed. Boom. Everyone began fiercely attacking, trying to destroy the Thousand-Handed Buddha first to sever Loli's support. But no matter how intense the attacks were, only shallow marks were left on the Buddha's body. Even if a bit was broken, the surrounding wood elements would instantly repair it. The wood elements kept devouring their powers, making them weaker and weaker. Soon, they were all out of breath. Retreat. Someone shouted, and everyone scattered, trying to spread out their targets. They underestimated Loli. Wood element, wooden prison. Loli, you clapped her hands, and the entire forest grew wildly, giant trees intertwining to form a sealed cage, trapping everyone inside. The trunks were tough, with incredible resilience. No matter how hard they attacked, they couldn't shake them even a bit. Some began to beg for mercy. We don't have any deep grudges between us, just a minor conflict. There's no need to fight desperately, right? The second-in-command of the Mad Wolf Gang said, struggling to speak. Lowly sneered coldly. You were the one leading the charge just now, and now you say there's no grudge? The second-in-command's face darkened. I am the second leader of the Mad Wolf Gang. My men have already gone to spread the word. If you dare kill me, expect to be hunted down once you leave. Outside, there's no level suppression, and there's no forest gang to protect you. Let's both back down a step. Spare me, and we can call it quits here. How about that? Though begging for peace with his words, his eyes were full of cruelty. As long as he could get out alive, he would definitely take revenge. The leaders of other forces saw this and also started pleading, but the atmosphere grew even tenser. I am the second in command of the Qinglong gang. Let me go, and I will give you all my assets once I'm out. At least a few hundred million. A few hundred million is nothing. Just release him, and I'll give you my treasured battle armor, plus a 9th rank one. Everyone promised desperately to save their own lives. But Loli was not stupid. The city of Sin was full of desperados. Nobody was trustworthy. Letting them go would only cause trouble for Jiang Tian. Thousand-hand Great Buddha annihilation. She spoke coldly, killing intent sweeping through. On the other side, after clearing the dungeon, Jiang Tian appeared before a colossal divine statue. The statue stood nearly 50 meters tall, depicting a goddess holding an oval mirror, wearing a crown adorned with 3 jade beads. Jiang Tian stepped into the air and plucked the 3 deity-bestowed spirit pearls from the jade crown. 6th-tier spirit pearls greatly increased the chance of talent enhancement compared to lower tiers. Though not an artifact of the main god, the 3 pearls were already highly tempting. After securing the spirit pearls, he picked up the mirror. Information emerges. Shadow dividing divine mirror, broken, god-leveled. A clone with strength comparable to the original can be summoned, lasting for 15 minutes, and the original can control it to use all its skills. Repairing requires 3 divine crystals. After repair, the number of clones increases to 3, lasting for 1 hour. Jiang Tian couldn't help but curse. This was tailor-made for him. On the exotic beast battlefield, having 1 more clone means twice the gain. Double the energy, a skyrocketing level, and easy unlocking of subsequent attribute modifications. In fights, he could summon a clone to take the hit while he reaped the benefits. He suppressed his excitement and stored the divine mirror into the space watch. After confirming there was nothing more to gain, he pushed open the door behind the statue. The next moment, he appeared in front of Lori. Ah! Lori let out a sharp scream. She didn't dare go far, afraid that Jiang Tian would suddenly teleport back. Sure enough, he really did return, with no warning, making her heart race wildly. Did you kill all these people? Jiang Tian looked at the corpses scattered on the ground, stunned for a moment. He had seen the strength of these people. Each was not to be trifled with. And now they were all down. It seemed Lori was truly not ordinary. Double talents really aren't just for show. The 2 left the dungeon following the original path. As soon as they stepped out of the exit, the atmosphere changed instantly. Outside, the major factions of Sin City had already surrounded the area tightly. All the bosses were present, clearly targeting Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian frowned deeply. Boss, it's her. She killed our second-in-command. That kid by her side passed the mirror fairy test and must have obtained the divine blessed pearl. A underling from the Mad Wolf Gang pointed at the girl, then at Jiang Tian, deliberately shouting, "Divine blessed pearl," loudly. As soon as those words came out, everyone's eyes turned red. You brat, you killed the second-in-command of the Mad Wolf Gang. This is a blood feud. Now I'm giving you a way out. Hand over everything you got from the dungeon. I guarantee in the name of the gang leader that no past grievances will be held against you. The Mad Wolf Gang leader spoke grandly. Nonsense. The Qinglong Gang leader cut him off directly. People from my Qinglong Gang died too. Why should I hand it over to you? He turned his head toward Jiang Tian, a smile plastered on his face. Little brother, my Qinglong Gang values its reputation. Hand over the stuff to me, and I guarantee you'll walk out of here alive. Jiang Tian sneered coldly in his heart. Hand it over? You'd probably be silenced on the spot. Since everyone is here, why not settle it all at once? Kill them. Let Wanbao Guild monopolize Sin City. It's more convenient that way. Don't listen to him. My Huanglong gang has the best reputation. My Heilong gang has the highest body count. If the divine gift spirit pearl isn't handed over today, no one leaves. The major factions were all fighting and yelling in chaos. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the divine gift spirit pearl. Jiang Tian never showed his stance, just looked at them indifferently. Don't hesitate. Someone sneered coldly. You're just an ordinary person. Even if the woman beside you has dual talents, she's only level 72. This is not a forest. There's no terrain advantage. We have at least 20 experts above level 80. You really think you can win? The threat was unmistakable, without any disguise. Hand it over obediently, and you might be spared. Just as the atmosphere reached its breaking point, a commotion suddenly arose from the back of the crowd. Make way, make way. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Park Gukchang had arrived, bringing along the experts from Wanbao Trade Association who had long been lying in wait, all above level 80, a total of 9. In the Sin City, a large gang usually only has 3 level 80 elites. But Wanbao Trade Association came with 9 at once, the significance obvious. Jiang Keqing, are you alright? Park Guochang hurriedly walked over to Jiang Tian's side. He received the news, learning that all the major forces were blocking the dungeon exit, and immediately sensed something was wrong. Then, recalling that Jiang Tian had come for the divine gift spirit pearl, the answer became very clear. These people were here to snatch the item. As the branch president, he had to protect Jiang Tian, no matter the cost. 9 powerful figures stood in a line, their momentum oppressive. The scene instantly went silent. President Park, you came too? Several gang leaders' expressions changed slightly, and their tone became more polite. What? You dare move against the supreme guest of my Wanbao guild? Park Guchang asked coldly. Supreme guest officer? Who? Everyone looked stunned. Isn't the supreme guest officer of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce always a veteran monster above level 95? The person in front of them, one is level 72, and the other doesn't even have any supernatural abilities. What kind of joke is this? He is. Park Guchang pointed at Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian, supreme guest officer of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. The entire venue was silent. Wanbao Chamber of Commerce was not to be trifled with. But no matter how they heard it, something felt off. Among the crowd, the leader of the Mad Wolf gang suddenly sneered coldly. Chairman Park, stop pretending. You came for the divine gift spirit pearl too, right? Why use an ordinary person as a shield? Everyone suddenly understood. Exactly. So many of our brothers were killed by them. And now you come out to pick peaches. The divine spirit pearls belong to us. If you want to interfere, it's not that easy. The leader of the Mad Wolf gang shouted loudly, challenging. He didn't dare fight alone, but now with so many forces standing together, he felt bolder. Many who were originally just spectators were stirred up by him and also responded. Some were motivated by the spirit pearls, some because their brothers died. Others just wanted to take the opportunity to pressure the Wanbao guild and vent the anger they usually held in. The atmosphere instantly became tense and hostile. You usually bully others with impunity, but now that our people are dead, you still want to protect them? What if it was your family who was killed? Could you tolerate that? Some grew more and more agitated as they spoke. My wife went into the dungeon to gather resources and was killed on the spot by them. Their methods brutal. If we don't take revenge today, I swear I won't be human. My father only spoke a word of fairness, and they chopped him to pieces. Absolutely insane. Various forces each chimed in, accusing those two of all kinds of crimes. They knew clearly that with so many people present today, Wanbao Merchant Guild couldn't control the situation. That guy came out of the divine bestowed dungeon. He must have a treasure in his hand. As long as they forced him to hand it over, everyone would get a share. Park Guochang's face turned dark. Do you really want to tear things up with Wanbao Merchant Guild? Then I'll have to ask headquarters to send experts above level 90 to settle the score one by one. At these words, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Sin City didn't have experts of that level, but Wanbao Merchant Guild did. The Wild Wolf gang leader sneered coldly. Chairman Park, don't scare people, be reasonable. They killed our men first. This has really blown up. The one damaged here is your reputation. We are outlaws to begin with. Even if we get the divine spirit pearl and run away again, so what? The world is so big, can you catch us all? Be sensible, hand over the person. The threat was unmistakable. Park Guo-chang was furious. If it weren't for the divine spirit pearl, these people wouldn't dare act so arrogantly. But if something happened to the supreme guest official, he, as chairman, wouldn't be able to hold his position either. He could only stall for time. Jiang Keqing had just stormed through the divine bestowed dungeon, exhausting a great deal. As long as he recovered, the situation could be reversed. Everyone, for the casualties, we can compensate. Name your price. Stop trying to pressure us with money. Lives aren't just numbers. That kid has to hand over what he has. If he won't hand it over, no one leaves today. We'll give you face. Once we get the item, we can spare their lives. In the end, all they wanted was the divine bestowed spirit pearl. As for how many subordinates died, they didn't care at all. These people have gathered together for profit, without a shred of loyalty. I have a God-bestowed spirit pearl, but only one. Whoever can defeat me shall have it. Jiang Tian, who had been watching the show from the sidelines, suddenly stood up and revealed a God-bestowed spirit pearl. As soon as the pearl appeared, the entire scene instantly erupted. It really is a God-bestowed spirit pearl. This thing can enhance talents. It must be ours. Everyone's eyes turned red. Park Guo-chang leaned in and asked quietly, "You've recovered?" "Confident," Jiang Tian replied calmly. "I don't need to recover at all." Park Guo-chang was stunned for a moment, then sneered. "Then let them fight among themselves like dogs while we reap the benefits." But things didn't go as expected. Someone suddenly shouted, "Don't be fooled. He's trying to incite infighting among us so the Wanbao Guild can take advantage. How could there be only one spirit pearl in a 6th-tier dungeon? Let's join forces to destroy the Wanbao Guild first, then split their loot. The Wanbao Guild is not easy to mess with. What's there to fear? Grab what we can and leave. Once we get the spirit pearls and ascend our talents, who's afraid we won't make it later?" The more the crowd spoke, the crazier they became, their murderous intent directly aimed at Jiang Tian. Park Guo-chang felt a tightening in his heart. There were too many people on the other side. The onlookers in the distance began to cheer. It's about to break out. The more who die, the better. This time Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is doomed. The atmosphere in the arena was pushed to the limit. However, Jiang Tian calmly said to Park Guo-chang, "When this is over, the evil city will only have your faction left. Can you keep it under control?" Park Guo-chang gritted his teeth and said, "No problem." Just as he finished speaking, the leader of the Mad Wolf gang was the first to rush out. He was the closest and the most anxious. In his view, Wanbao Trading Company wouldn't dare to make a move, and Jiang Tian had no one protecting him. As long as they could seize the spirit pearl, everything would be settled. "Stay away from me," he shouted angrily, his dual talents erupting, power and defense simultaneously enhanced, his momentum fierce. He lunged in front of Jiang Tian. The next second, slap, Jiang Tian's figure flashed, instantly appearing before the Mad Wolf Gang leader, slapping him with one hand. The Mad Wolf Gang leader fell to the ground on the spot, knocked unconscious. What's going on? The several gang leaders who were about to charge forward all froze. The Mad Wolf Gang leader might not be the strongest attacker, but his defense is definitely number one in Sin City. Level 84, B-level defense talent, at full activation. Even if they combined forces, it would take several minutes to break through. But now, the opponent didn't even use supernatural powers, just one slap, and he was completely still. Is this reasonable? An ordinary person can exert only about 200 pounds of force, but that strike just now was at least 2 million pounds. Charge. Why aren't you moving? Jiang Tian sneered. The Azure Dragon Gang leader gritted his teeth and said, he must have used a secret technique, wounding the enemy 1,000, but damaging himself 800. He can't hold on for long. Right. Maybe he's barely holding on. The 3rd and 4th gang leaders quickly agreed. Then you go, kill him. The 3rd and 4th brothers both turned pale. Us. Is you. The two of them gritted their teeth and rushed forward. Smack. Smack. 2 crisp sounds, and the people fell flat. The entire venue fell into silence. Everyone's scalps tingled, but they couldn't give up the temptation of the God-given spirit pearl. Don't scatter, attack together, the Yellow Dragon leader shouted. More than a dozen leaders above level 80 surrounded Jiang Tian simultaneously, attacking from all directions. I'll hit the right side. I'll attack the lower position. I am cutting off his retreat. On the other side, a few experts beside Park Guochang whispered, Chairman, do you want to step in and help? Park Guochang shook his head. No need. The other side is almost wiped out already. Just as he finished speaking, one fell, two, three, six. In the blink of an eye, all were annihilated. The onlookers nearly dropped their jaws to the ground. This young man is just too fierce, right? Over a dozen gang leaders attacking, yet they ended up completely wiped out. The battle ended. Jiang Tian's strength has now reached tens of millions of gene. His critical hits double that. So with 20 million gene of pure physical power, he doesn't even need martial skills. With just a casual punch, no one can withstand it. President Park, I've cleared out the front line. I'll leave the remaining small fries to you. You should be very familiar with how to take over the territory, right? Jiang Tian smiled and looked at him. Park Guochang nodded repeatedly. Familiar, very familiar. Park Guochang stared at Jiang Tian, still the same face, yet it chilled him to the bone, more terrifying than the Grim Reaper. His years of cultivated composure completely wavered at that moment. The level 80 experts behind him were also suffocated under the pressure. What are you still standing there for? Jiang Tian spoke calmly. Yes. Everyone suddenly woke up and immediately rushed towards the remaining forces on the opposite side. Without the level 80 guild leader, the opposing side instantly collapsed. No matter how many people they had, it was useless, and they were quickly cleared out by Wanbao Guild. Park Guochang looked at the major forces being uprooted as if dreaming. He never thought Wanbao Guild could dominate here alone. But once Jiang Tianyi arrived, the situation turned around. Next was to take over the territory and shops. Jiang Tian was too lazy to bother with these matters. Making money was one thing, but it was too time-consuming. It was best to leave it to Park Guochang. He only waits for the dividends and takes the larger share. Go back. Jiang Tian took Lori into the Rolls-Royce Goddess. Bard was on autopilot, and soon they returned to the manor. Has Lin Jun's brother been found? Lori asked. Not yet, but he probably didn't die in the dungeon. Park Guochang is investigating. We'll be notified if there's any news. That's good. The two of them entered the villa. Annie was chatting with Jiang Gua, and the atmosphere was relaxed. Tiana, you're back. Jiang Kaching, Miss Luo Li. Annie greeted. The task reception team from headquarters has arrived. Please go submit the results. The missions assigned to the supreme guest official are always valuable. After completion, a dedicated person inspects them. Only after passing the inspection are they entered into the Bard system, marking the official end. Father, you continue talking. I'll go for a moment. Go. Jiang Tian and Annie arrived at the task center. To prevent any hijacking midway, the reception team includes not only appraisal experts, but also elite forces from headquarters. 12 masters, all between levels 90 and 95, formed 2 rows, their presence overwhelmingly imposing. As Jiang Tian reached the door, he met their cold, hard gazes. Everyone spoke in unison. Hello, guest Jiang. As Jiang Tian just walked into the hall, the 12 people all bowed at a 90-degree angle in unison, their faces blooming with smiles. One moment they were serious, and the next they were overwhelmingly enthusiastic. The atmosphere instantly heated up. Do these guys have some kind of face-changing ability? Jiang Tian thought to himself. Then he realized it made sense. They came from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce headquarters. He had heard there were 4 supreme guests stationed at headquarters, and these people often met top-tier figures, so they naturally knew how to behave appropriately. Standing in the very center was a woman wearing blue see-through stockings. Her smooth, shiny blue hair flowed down to her waist, her eyes big and round like blue spring water. Even her pupils and eyelashes were blue, long and curled, giving her an enchanting allure. Hello, guest Jiang. I am the appraisal expert responsible for receiving the results of your mission. My name is Lena. She smiled and extended her hand. Those hands were fair and slender, with blue nail polish on the fingertips, delicate and alluring. Hello. Jiang Tian shook her hand. I heard you're from the United States. According to your customs, should I kiss your hand and cheek? That's not necessary. Lena's face flushed slightly. She had met many supreme guest officials, but someone as young and witty as Jiang Tian was a first, and she felt an increased fondness in her heart. Time is tight. Let's get straight to the point. She took out a blue remote control and pressed the switch. Above the entire mission center building, a supernatural array instantly rose. At the same time, the high-voltage defense system was activated, with 100 million volts surrounding all sides. Anyone who dared to move recklessly would instantly turn to ashes. Even if there were 12 top experts from headquarters present, the procedure had to be followed to the letter. Here, Jiang Tian handed over the God-bestowed spirit pearl. Lena's eyes lit up, carefully taking out a special box and placing the spirit pearl inside. This is a 6th-level God-bestowed spirit pearl. Her voice was trembling slightly. Since becoming a headquarters appraisal expert, this was the first time she had seen one with her own eyes. The 2 rows of experts couldn't help but stare as well. A 6th-level spirit pearl could significantly enhance innate talent quality, making even these level 90 strong experts hard to remain calm. Jiang Keqing, next, let's go through the procedure. Lena finally came back to her senses. She had almost been mesmerized just now. Jiang Tian was also captivated, but he wasn't looking at the beads. All right. He cooperated with Lena to record the mission video, then opened the mission submission center and uploaded the video. They took some more photos, and Jiang Tian and Lena also recorded videos separately. The process was cumbersome, and it took more than 10 minutes to finish. The mission is complete. Lena sighed with relief. Jiang Keqing, wait a moment. I have something to talk to you about privately. She stopped Jiang Tian, who was about to leave, sent the others out, then took out a blue remote control to turn off the psychic array outside. That formation cost a fortune for every extra second it stayed active. There was no need to waste it now. After the 12 experts left, she pulled Jiang Tian into the inner room and quickly closed the door. Jiang Tian felt a sinking feeling in his heart. What does this woman want to do? Guest Officer Jiang. Lena smiled at him intently. The 6th-level divine gifted instance appeared for the first time. There is more than one divine gifted pearl, right? So what if there is? You want to snatch it? Jiang Tian laid his cards on the table directly. I wouldn't dare. Lena shook her head. Offending the supreme guest officer is courting death. I just want to exchange for one. She urgently needed a divine gifted pearl to raise her talent to S level, to secure a foothold at headquarters, and to break free from the family-arranged marriage. She said she was not in control of her own destiny. Jiang Tian, however, showed no expression. The temptation of the divine spirit pearl was too great. He didn't believe these stories. He was even less likely to trust a woman's words. Take a look at the items first, then decide, Lena said, taking out the spatial earring and handing it over. After checking, Jiang Tian found that although the resources were precious, most were useless to him, and the useful ones were too few. He threw the earring back. No appeal, he said, then turned and left. He wouldn't lose his reason just because he admired her. At this moment, Lena suddenly hugged him. Thank you. Thank me for what? This is the first time I've completed a mission record with the Supreme Guest Official. Thank you for your cooperation. She hugged him for a long time before letting go, tears glistening in her eyes. Those tears looked just like those of a wronged little woman. Jiang Tian was a bit puzzled. As an expert from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce headquarters, what scenes hadn't he seen? The headquarters even had the Supreme Guest Official stationed. How could such a person shed tears publicly? It's too abnormal. But he couldn't understand what this woman was really trying to do. Jiang Keqing, let's exchange contact information, Lena took the initiative to say. Both belonged to Wanbao Trading Company and quickly added each other through the AI Bard. To get in touch, they only needed to instruct Bard. After adding, Jiang Tian turned and left the mission center, leaving Lena standing in place. Hee. She looked at his back, a sly smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Just as he stepped out of the mission center, Bard's voice sounded. Congratulations on successful task submission. You have earned 2,000 Supreme Points. What are Supreme Points? Jiang Tian asked. Guests earn points for completing tasks, ranging from bronze to supreme. Points can be exchanged for items in the resource bank. As soon as he finished speaking, the resource mall unfolded before him. The mall corresponds to the guest official levels, ranging from bronze, silver, all the way up to supreme. The higher the level, the rarer the resources and the more points required. Bronze guest officials can only enter the bronze mall, while silver can enter both bronze and silver malls. And he was a supreme guest official. All malls were fully accessible. Jiang Tian casually glanced at the Bronze Mall, where the resources were already comparable to those of the War God University. Looking further up, silver, gold, many good items caught his eye, especially various high-grade alloys. At the Supreme Mall, the quantity of items was much less, but each one was top tier. Memory extension alloy. His eyes lit up. This alloy is much harder than purple-blue alloy, has stronger armor-piercing ability, and can also deform freely. With his current strength of tens of millions of gene, the purple-blue war halberd is already falling behind. A surge in power is a good thing, but the weapon must be upgraded accordingly. It was 3 million gene a few days ago, now it's directly jumped to 10 million. Having such an overpowered enhancement is also a kind of trouble. Use memory extension alloy to craft it according to the original war halberd design. Bard calculated quickly. Requires 200 supreme points. The price is not too high. Jiang Tian immediately redeemed it. Points were deducted, now just waiting for headquarters to deliver. Let me see if there are any divine crystals. He felt a bit excited inside. If he could find divine crystals, the Shadow Division Divine Realm could be restored. Jiang Tian kept scrolling down the Supreme Mall. The items became increasingly rare, many he had never even heard of, and the prices kept soaring. From a few hundred points to a few thousand, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, over 1 million. 1 million points is the top-tier redemption, and he immediately spotted the divine crystal. He was tempted, but after deducting 200 points, he only had 1,800 left, which was far from 1 million. Even with taking on tasks, it would take hundreds of times to accumulate that much. Jiang Tian could only give up. After browsing the resource library, he clicked into the martial arts skill library. Most of the skills here belong to foreign supernaturals, with many moves being novel and unusual. He wanted to see if there was anything suitable for himself. These few sets are not bad, but unfortunately, I don't have enough points. He had only completed the supreme task once, with too few points, so he had to give up. But it was not a big problem. Not having it didn't affect his ability to improve his strength. Jiang Kaching, you're out. Annie greeted him. When you just submitted the task, President Park contacted me, saying they found news about Lin Chong. The task center had a powerful psychic array blocking signals, so there was no contact from outside. Let's go. Jiang Tian's face darkened. The two quickly arrived at Park Guochang's office. This is the video material. Park Guochang got straight to the point. The video was short but very clear. On the screen, Lin Chong was in a conflict with two islanders and was ultimately forcefully taken away. One of them had one eye and carried two samurai swords at his waist. The other had only his left hand left, but his presence was formidable. From the brief conversation, it was clear they were fighting over something, and that thing was in Lin Chong's hands. Chairman Park, do you know them? Jiang Tian asked. Don't know him. Jiang Tian frowned deeply. Without knowing their identities, they couldn't find them. They didn't even know where Lin Chong was taken. He made a quick decision to return to the Xia country first and handed the video to Lin Ji and Lin Jun. The Lin family had been doing business with the island for years and was familiar with the forces over there. Maybe they could recognize these two people's backgrounds. Additionally, guessed Jiang, Park Guochang added, all business outlets of other forces have been taken over, and the annual dividends will be deposited into your guest account through Bard. A conservative estimate is 300 billion. How much? 300 billion. Jiang Tiandu was stunned. This amount of money was ridiculously large. If this were before his time travel, he could have topped the rich list in a year. Jiang Kaching, don't think it's little. I just took over the territory, so to stabilize the clients, the price is still being kept low. Once the situation stabilizes and we monopolize the resources, we'll raise the price. The annual profit will at least multiply tenfold, Park Guochang said with a sycophantic face. He was no good at fighting, but had a natural talent for business. Not bad at all. Jiang Tian suppressed his excitement. The money was coming too fast. The metals of both men rang simultaneously. A message came from headquarters. The content was straightforward. Jiang Tian helped the guild unify the Sin City, and the profit-sharing ratio was changed from 30 to 70 to 70 to 30. His share went from 30% to 70%. The 300 billion instantly rose to 700 billion. Jiang Tian also had a reward. The headquarters gave him an additional 100,000 supreme points. He stared at the numbers, his heart racing. Completing one divine gift dungeon only earned 2,000 points. Now it was equivalent to 50 tasks. The foreign martial art he had long admired could finally be exchanged. Yes, Jiang, you've seen it too. The 700 billion can be advanced at any time, Park Guk-chang said in an even lower tone. No need for now. Jiang Tian was very calm. He had enough money to spend. Resources and martial arts were also supported by points. Since it's your first time here, I've arranged a tour group to take you and your family around Sin City. The entire trip is free. Park Guk-chang cautiously probed. He knew in his heart that holding tight to Jiang Tian was more important than anything else. The weight of a supreme guest was enough to change his future. Chairman Park, how thoughtful of you. Jiang Tian did not refuse. His father had just been kidnapped, and he was also shocked. Going out for a walk was just the right way to clear his mind. Besides, he had long wanted to see the sights of Vice City. Before traveling through time, he was a travel enthusiast, so this time he could have fun for free, and of course he wouldn't miss the chance. Jiang Keqing, it's great that you're willing to grace us with your presence. Let's rest for today and make arrangements tomorrow. Park Guchong said with a smile. Jiang Tian had just come out of the Divine Chosen dungeon and must be exhausted. If he was not in good condition, those top female celebrities he had prepared wouldn't be effective. Each of these women was a popular star in manhwa, with good looks, great figures, and the ability to please others. Ordinary people could only afford a concert ticket after a lifetime of hard work. But Park Guchong was different. The conglomerate controlled everything. Whoever he wanted to accompany him was just a phone call away. Just as Jiang Tian was about to go sightseeing in the U.S. capital, Nyoanai City. In the conference room at the headquarters of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, the senior officials gathered. Chairman Bailey Chris, Vice Chairman Jelly Chris, and 4 supreme guest envoys stationed at headquarters were all present. Jorik Baran, level 99 Lightning Elementalist. Mary Trump, level 98 Paladin. Reese MC, level 98 Paladin. Luke Veli, level 97 Wind Elementalist. These people stood at the pinnacle of the world, but at this moment their expressions were grave. The screen repeatedly played 2 videos, both featuring Jiang Tian. One showed him at the Luo family, instantly mastering an 8th-tier 9th-grade martial skill and killing a strong island expert in a reverse move. The other was the record of him clearing a dungeon instance that he uploaded. The video ended, and the conference room fell into silence. After a long pause, Bailey spoke. There's a diamond guest at headquarters with an SSS-level enlightenment talent. It took him 7 days to learn a 6th-level martial skill, right? Yes, Chairman. But Jiang Tian mastered it in 1 second. Could it be a god-level enlightenment? Everyone fell silent. Yet the news from Jill and Park Guk-chang says he's just an ordinary person, without any special abilities. An ordinary person? The air grew colder. What kind of ordinary person can be terrifying to this extent? An ordinary person, able to clear a 6th-level divine bestowed dungeon in 1 day. Yorick, I remember your record was 15 days, right? President Bailey said calmly. Yorick, level 99 supreme guest. In his youth, he was called the world's #1 genius, reaching level 87 at just 25 years old, and even soloed the 6th-tier divine blessing dungeon in the US. This record had remained unbroken for many years, and he was proud of it to this day. But now, it was shattered to pieces. He used 15 days. The other party only used 1 day. There is also some news, Bailey continued. This guest Jiang exchanged a memory metal halberd in the Supreme Mall, based on its size and metal density. It weighs 10 million gene. How high? The conference room fell silent instantly. 10 million gene. Bailey repeated. The question is, how do we transport this from headquarters to the Xia Kingdom? Wanbao Trading Company's technology is advanced, but moving 10 million gene of goods from the United States to the Xia Kingdom, over millions of kilometers, is nearly impossible. The strongest power-type ability user at headquarters can only lift 5 million gene. Can't even lift that battle halberd. Then I'll deliver it myself. Yurik spoke. He is a lightning elementalist, able to electrolyze metal and store it in the sea of lightning, then travel far using lightning teleportation. In 1 day, that's enough to reach the Xia Kingdom. A few days later, Jiang Tian returned to the capital of the Xia Kingdom with his father, Jianghua. The first thing they did was to go to the Luo family. He wanted to place his father in the capital. The defenses there were strict, much safer than in Sealy City. Plus, with his identity, the guards would secretly keep watch. Coincidentally, the Luo family had developed a villa area near the guard headquarters. The head of the Luo family directly gave him a set. Jiang Tian did not refuse. The guard headquarters was full of powerful figures, some even level 90. Anyone daring to make a move there would be courting death. After settling his father, Luo Kuang took out a delicate box and handed it to Jiang Tian. Jiang Kaching, I heard from Luo Li that you need this. I have no use for it, so I'm giving it to you. What is this? Jiang Tian opened the box, and a familiar yet sacred aura hit him. Divine crystal? His voice trembled. In the Supreme Mall, he had only seen the description, never the actual item. Divine crystals are the core material for crafting god-level items and the key resource for repairing them. Before, he had just casually asked Lori about it. He didn't expect her to remember. Thank you. Jiang Tian felt warmth in his heart. Divine crystals are extremely rare, only produced in a very few god-granted dungeons, and are almost extinct outside. The divine crystal from the Luo family is an heirloom passed down from their ancestors. Even the head of the family must get approval from the elders before using it. That Luo Kuang and Luo Li were able to give it to him must have been under considerable pressure. Jiang Tian took note of this kindness. Jiang Tian, has my brother been found? Just after receiving the divine crystal, Lin Jun and Lin Ji hurried over. Jiang Tian contacted them immediately. Watch the video. Jiang Tian told Bard to play Lin Chang's recording. After watching, Lin Ji's face turned grim. It's actually the Oshima family from the island nation. Such arrogance. The Lin family has extensive business in the island nation and almost monopolizes the market thanks to their unique pharmaceutical technology. Because of this, they have been targeted. The Ohashi family first tried to negotiate cooperation, but after being rejected, they began to threaten them. Unexpectedly, they ended up taking direct action and kidnapped someone while Lin Chang was in the City of Sins. Thank you, Jiang Kaching. I will negotiate with the island nation about what comes next. Lin Ji was anxious and only wanted to rescue his son as soon as possible. Feel free to reach out to me anytime you need. Jiang Tian added. Because of their brotherhood, he was willing to help. After the Lin father and daughter left, Jiang Tian's expression turned completely cold. Chen family, Zheng family, Zhou family, prepare to face my wrath. The three families united to kidnap his father. This debt would never be forgiven. Jiang Kaching, we will go with you. Luo Kuang spoke up voluntarily. He brought several of the Luo family's top experts, all above level 70, along with Luo Li to join the mission. He knew very well that this number of people might not be enough to shake the three families, but at least they would stand on Jiang Tian's side. Let's go. Jiang Tian nodded. Luo Li transformed into a metal helicopter carrying Jiang Tian at the front, with Luo Kuang and the others close behind. Among the three families, the Chun family was the closest, so Jiang Tian decided to start with them. On the way, he contacted his teacher Mu Qing. Mu Qing had long been watching the three families and had even asked her brother Mu Chang, the commander of the National Capital Defense Army, to block all escape routes for the three families. So far, not one has escaped. Seeing the news, Jiang Tian felt a warmth in his heart. Soon, the group arrived at the Chun family estate. Above the manor, hundreds of military helicopters hovered, filled with elite soldiers. Heavy firepower was deployed on the ground. Mu Qing and Mu Chang stood in the air, suppressing the entire scene. Jiang Tian was momentarily stunned. To deal with just one Chun family, this show of force was excessively harsh. Jiang Tian looked down and understood immediately. The heads and experts of the Chun, Zhang, and Zhou families were all gathered together. They had long suspected that the besieging army was because Jiang Tian rescued his father to settle scores. Rather than being defeated one by one, it was better to band together and fight desperately. Chun Jun looked up coldly and asked, Commander Mu, do you really intend to wipe us out completely? Mu Chang's tone was firm. You hired assassins to kill and even dared to target people from War God University. This matter cannot be let go. If Jiang Tian were just an ordinary student, Mu Chang wouldn't easily turn hostile. The three families are not weak. If it really came to a fight, even the defense forces would have to pay a price. But Jiang Tian is his sister's student and, more importantly, the 8th Supreme Guest Official of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. This identity carries great weight. In the future, if there are scarce resources, they will have to rely on him. So this time, he acted willingly and wanted to earn some favor. The heads of the three families laughed heartily. You really think you can dominate us? Their expressions were confident. Obviously, they still had trump cards. Mu Chang frowned. Could it be that those old folks of yours aren't dead? Mu Qing whispered a reminder. Their confidence probably comes from Wu Chang. Only Wu Chang accepts orders when the three families dare to take action. Now that the matter is exposed, Wu Chang can only be tied to them. As soon as the words fell, two figures, one in black and one in white, emerged from Chun family manor, followed by a group of assassins. The black and white impermanences appeared. Both were level 94 experts, even stronger than Mu Chang. Almost all of Wu Chang's elite assassins were present. There were already 3 at level 91 and more than 10 above level 80. Each one battle-hardened. The situation instantly reversed. The advantage of the defense force was completely gone. Mu Chang's face turned ashen. The situation was out of control. Where can we find experts now? We only have 2 above level 90 here, but they have 7. Mu Chang gritted his teeth in anger. With us added in, is that enough? Just as he finished speaking, several figures came flying from the direction of the 4 main academies of the capital. President Yin Nantian of Tianjin University, President Zhou Yun of Element University, and President Han Yuan of National Defense University are all experts above level 90. Yin Nantian is even level 92. In an instant, the number of level 90 experts on Mu Chang's side increased to 5, balancing the high-level combat power. The elite teachers from the 3 major schools also all arrived, along with several old friends brought by the presidents. This was Mu Qing's arrangement. She anticipated Wu Chang would stand on the opposite side and contacted the 3 presidents in advance for support. There is somewhat of a personal relationship between the 4 major schools, so this courtesy had to be observed. Hello, teachers. Hello, presidents. Commander Mu. Jiang Tian jumped down from Loli's helicopter, smiling as he greeted. The teachers from the 3 schools all fixed their gaze on him. The one who slaughtered 100,000 points in the 5th-rank Beast Battlefield Frenzy and punched through the Supreme Guest Chamber's defense system. Is that him? At first glance, young and quite handsome. Are you Jiang Tian? The black and white impermanence said coldly. Recently, the hottest name in the capital is this one. Did you send people to kidnap my father? Jiang Tian walked on air, heading straight for the black and white impermanence. That's right. Then go ahead and die. Jiang Tian was too lazy to waste words. He activated teleportation and appeared in front of white impermanence the next second. Boom. A punch tore through the air, the wind of the fist exploding. White impermanence stood still in place. At the moment the fist was about to land, the 2 figures flashed and disappeared from the spot. When they reappeared, they were already 5,000 meters away. Haha. The name Supreme Guest lives up to its reputation. But to hit me, you're still a bit short. Black and white impermanence spoke lightly, but inside he was shocked. Jiang Tian's speed is about 2,550 points. He stacked up to 5,000 points with an S-level speed talent plus level 94. At Jiang Tian's age, he didn't even have 500 points. But level, that's the difference. Can't hit you. Jiang Tian also calculated the opponent's speed. Certainly fast. Just based on this alone, it would be very difficult to kill the opponent. Unfortunately, he encountered Jiang Tian, a monster who can change attributes at any time. Jiang Tian opened the panel. Last time after increasing strength, there were still 1,030,000 points left. After wandering in Sin City for 5 days, he accumulated another round. Now the balance is over 8 million. Modifiable points. 8, 532, 378. He looked at speed. Speed amplification. 2,550, 100 points equals 1 point. The opponent is over 2,000 points faster than him. Since we're fighting, let's just crush them. System. Increase the speed to 20,000. Ding. Modification successful. 1,745,000 points consumed. 6,787,378 points remaining. Leave the other attributes unchanged for now. First, kill the opponent. Heibai Wuchang saw Jiang Tian standing still and smiled. What? Can't catch up to me? Giving up. The subordinates also started jeering. S-level speed talent. What can you compare to that? You can't even touch the shadow, yet you want to fight our boss. Mu Qing and Mu Chong looked serious. Heibai Wuchang were already experienced, and with the speed advantage, if it came to a scuffle, Jiang Tian would be in danger. Still too young. Mu Chong sighed. Jiang Tian looked up. I'll give you a 3-second head start. 20,000 points of speed for times that of the opponent. Right now, this battle is nothing more than a walk in the park for him. Heibai Wuchang sneered coldly. Couldn't catch up just now. What are you pretending now? Trying to trick me into leaving the battlefield? Jiang Tian was too lazy to bother with words. Since the dog won't run, just kill it directly. Whoosh! The figure vanished in an instant. The black and white impermanence had not finished speaking. Bang! A fist had already smashed in front of his face. The 9th rank battle suit automatically activated, raising his shield. Click! Jiang Tian's 20 million gene strength, with a critical hit doubling it, instantly broke through 40 million gene. The shield couldn't even hold for a second and exploded on the spot. The battle suit blocked it for him for an instant. The black and white impermanence seized that half-second and forcibly teleported away. Bang! Jiang Tian instantly appeared in front of the black and white impermanence. Everyone was stunned. Just a moment ago he couldn't catch up, but now he was ridiculously fast. Heibai Wuchang sneered coldly, took out a pair of 9th rank white boots, doubling his speed. Now I have 10,000 speed points. Can you still catch up? He teleported 10,000 meters in an instant. 2 seconds later he looked back, and Jiang Tian was still standing right in front of him. Heibai Wuchang's face turned pale. 2 seconds with 20,000 speed points, yet the other caught up in 1 second. Jiang Tian's speed had actually surged to 20,000. An iron fist slammed down. Hei Wuchang was hit, but it was like hitting air. His figure turned into a shadow, immune to all damage. White impermanence was the same. Jiang Tian frowned. This ability was almost invincible. The negotiations completely broke down, and both sides went straight to war. The 3 families faced off against the impermanence guards and the 4 great schools, with supernatural powers flooding the sky and earth shaking, like fireworks exploding. The loud noise alarmed the entire city. Citizens gathered to watch, some eating sunflower seeds as they enjoyed the spectacle. Internet celebrities also rushed up to livestream. Hello viewers, I'm Beggar Brother, currently near the battlefield. The moment the screen appeared, the number of viewers instantly surpassed 1 million. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, urging him to get closer. Beggar Brother gritted his teeth and moved forward. A ripple swept through. The next second, he turned to ashes on the spot. The battlefield had already descended into chaos. Jiang Tian held back the 2 leaders of black and white impermanence alone, while the other experts temporarily faced off one-on-one. Mu Chong, relying on his level 93 advantage, slowly gained the upper hand. But things were not so easy for the others. The assassins of impermanence, having lived on the edge of life and death for years, were ruthless and skilled in the details, far beyond what was taught in school. After a while, impermanence took control of the situation. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Jiang Tian's side. The outcome there would decide who would dominate today. If black and white impermanence won, the Chen family and impermanence would control the Xia kingdom. If Jiang Tian won, all 3 families and impermanence would be completely wiped out. Ha ha ha. No matter how fast you are, it's useless. Without help, you simply can't hit us. The black and white impermanence sneered coldly. Their special ability was nullification. Anyone attacked would instantly vanish. Coupled with a 5,000 point speed advantage, unless a level 90 or above warrior with speed also surpassing 5,000 appeared, no one could break the deadlock. This was the confidence behind their dominance in Xia Kingdom. Jiang Tian, however, was not anxious. He didn't use those powerful martial skills he hadn't yet mastered, but instead took out a shattered mirror. A god-level item, the Shadow Division Mirror. A pink glow suddenly blossomed. Can't fight so you look in the mirror? The black and white impermanence mocked without pause. Might as well pee on yourself and take a look. Before the laughter died down, a second Jiang Tian stepped out from the mirror. The black and white impermanence's laughter froze on his face. A clone martial skill, he forced calm. Martial skill clones only have up to 20% of the original strength. Unless it's a 10th rank ultimate martial skill, it's useless. That being said, his eyes were still fixed on the mirror. God-tier artifact. He finally lost his voice. With that shout, the fighting around them all stopped. God-tier artifacts are extremely rare. Only 2 people in the entire world possess that item, both obtained from the Divine Gift Dungeon. In theory, a God-tier ability crafter could make one, but it requires too many divine crystals, which is impossible to gather. Therefore, God-tier artifacts are extraordinarily rare and incredibly powerful. The black and white impermanence suddenly sensed the approach of death. A clone duplicated by a God-tier artifact has at least 80% of the original strength. The clone summoned by Jiang Tian at a speed of 20,000 points was enough to suppress his supernatural power. Sweat broke out on his forehead, beads of sweat rolling down. That light is impure. A true god-level artifact is mainly golden light, with pink light as an auxiliary. The second-in-command shouted while fighting Mu Chong. The black and white impermanence instantly became alert. That is a damaged item. Its power must be greatly reduced. He forced himself to stay calm. He was right. The artifact was indeed damaged. But what was reduced was only the number of clones, from 3 to 1. The clone's strength was not diminished at all. All martial skills and power were fully inherited. Huh. Before the words had even finished, 2 Jiang Tian attacked simultaneously. Hei Wuchang dodged using an illusion. Bai Wuchang, however, was hit squarely. Poof. Bai Wuchang felt his entire body shattered. In this critical moment, he threw out a 9th level defense item, blocking only half of the punch's force. Otherwise, death is certain. Terrifying. Hei Wuchang wiped the sweat. Can't force it. This person's speed is out of this world, and strength terrifying, far beyond human limits. Bai Wuchang forced his body to hold on and injected a tube of green medicine. His injuries rapidly healed. The 2 each drank a blue potion. His aura instantly soared. 9-tier berserk potion, the onlookers exclaimed. That's a drug that burns life to gain power. No one dares use it unless at their breaking point. The higher the tier, the harsher the backlash. Jiang Tian is too ruthless to actually force black and white impermanence to fight desperately. The upcoming battle will be the real showdown. The momentum of black and white impermanence surged, their levels rising from 94 to 96. Once surpassing level 95, it's a qualitative leap, with their strength doubling across the board. Haha, this is what power truly is. Black and white impermanence laughed wildly. Ambush. Before the words had fallen, 2 figures of Jiang Tian were already pressing close to their faces. Bang! With one punch, the black and white impermanence was directly blasted into the ground, creating 2 humanoid deep craters on the surface. As the dust settled, the 2's breaths were chaotic, their faces pale. Their shattered battle armor hung on their bodies, and 2 split 9th-rank defensive items lay on the ground. That punch just now relied entirely on the equipment's automatic activation to save their lives. Even with the battle armor, defensive items, and the frenzy pills boost, they were still severely injured. I want to see how many lives you have. Jiang Tian originally thought this punch would finish them off directly, but didn't expect the opponent to have so many life-saving trump cards. But it's fine. Breaking a set of 9th-rank equipment with one punch, a few more punches, and it will eventually be exhausted. 9th-rank props are not something one is casually. Bastard. When black and white impermanence saw Jiang Tian approaching again, they gritted their teeth and took out their last resort, a 10th-rank formation prop. This was their final trump card, bought with all their savings. The formation could protect themselves and also trap the enemy. They chose to trap him. As long as they could hold Jiang Tian for a moment, they could break away to surround and kill the experts from the 4 great schools. Once that side was dealt with, they would join forces to attack Jiang Tian. By then, even if he broke the formation, he would inevitably be exhausted. A thought flashed through the mind of the black and white impermanence. Should I run away? The moment the thought arose, he was stunned himself. The mighty impermanence leader running away first? But if he doesn't run, can he really hold on? His subordinates have followed him for many years, sharing life and death. Is he really going to abandon them? He gritted his teeth and suppressed the urge to retreat. The formation was unleashed, directly covering Jiang Tian. Boom! In an instant, a transparent circular shield enveloped Jiang Tian. He recognized at a glance that this was a 10th tier artifact, known as the strongest man-made defense. It was a perfect chance to test how many punches it could withstand. Bang! Jiang Tian struck with a fist, and the formation wall immediately cracked open a thin fissure. Once an egg has a crack, it cannot hold. The second punch fell, and the shield was blasted wide open. Just as black and white impermanents were about to kill Mu Chong, planning a comeback, they suddenly heard the sound of the shield shattering. That's a 10th tier artifact, crafted by an S-class formation master, and it's gone after just 2 punches? Everyone's scalp tingled. He hasn't even used martial techniques yet. If he did, 1 punch could pulverize it. Chief Chen, use the final trump card. We can't hold him back, black and white impermanents whispered. Chen Jun nodded. If he didn't use the trump card now, they would all die today. The heads of the Chun, Zheng, and Zhou families quickly retreated into the manor. Moments later, a black mist shot up to the sky, turning the blue sky ink black. The dark fog roiled and finally condensed into a gigantic, ghostly face, hanging above the manor. Welcome, Lord Demon Master. The 3 families and the Wuchang organization knelt down in unison. The faces of the 4 great schools changed abruptly. The evil god. They were very familiar with this ghostly face. One of the ancient gods of the Xia kingdom, its power unknown, but able to amplify the malice in people's hearts. Just this alone was enough to sway the tide of battle. It's not the true body, but the Dharma body left behind before it fell asleep. Mu Chong breathed a sigh of relief. During the War of the Gods, both the forces of good and evil fell into a deep slumber. Some gods left Dharma bodies for their followers before falling asleep. Didn't expect the 3 families to worship an evil god. The members of the 4 great schools showed faces full of disgust. The ghost face slowly turned its eyeball, staring at Chen Jun and the others. To mess with this bunch of ants, you dare to disturb me? He glanced at the people from the 4 major schools, not even one above level 95. Lord Evil God, it's him. The heads of the 3 families pointed at Jiang Tian. The ghost face looked over, but found no abnormal power fluctuation on Jiang Tian, instantly boiling with rage. Using my Dharma body, are you mocking me? Lord Evil God, you can try it yourself and you'll know. Though the evil god did not believe it, he was too lazy to ask further and decided to deal with the people before him first. He opened his mouth and spat out a mass of black qi, which rolled and pressed down on the people from the 4 major schools. Ah! Screams exploded instantly. With a sweep of the black qi, ability users below level 70 turned to ashes on the spot, leaving no trace behind. The others were so frightened that they desperately activated their supernatural powers and item defenses, but the items couldn't even hold for a second. The shields shattered as soon as they lit up from corrosion, forcing them to retreat in panic. Even Mu Chong, who was level 93, felt his supernatural power stagnate and almost stop working after being brushed by the black mist. The hundreds of helicopters in midair were instantly reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Mu Chong's heart bled. It was his elite force. Everyone fall back. This evil god is too terrifying, he roared. Everyone quickly withdrew from the Chun family estate. Fortunately, the black mist's range wasn't large. Otherwise, if it spread, the entire capital city would be doomed. Everyone was crushed by fear. That was only a corporeal manifestation of a deity, and with just a spray, these top-tier level 90s had no strength to fight back. After retreating to a distance, everyone just looked at that manifestation from afar, feeling chills down their spine. Those with supernatural abilities below level 90 even knelt on the spot. I'll give it a try. A teacher from Tianjin University, class of 86, stepped forward. He summoned a flying sword, a tool that matched his swordsman talent. The flying sword turned into a beam of light and directly pierced the evil god. But as soon as it touched the black energy, it was like being swallowed up, disappearing instantly. To even swallow attacks, this black energy is absolutely impassable. Everyone's faces darkened. Not to mention hurting the evil god, they couldn't even get close. Moreover, This divine form clearly could last a long time, and if dragged out, the black energy would eventually spread. Everyone level 90 and above, strike together. Mu Chang gritted his teeth. Everyone simultaneously unleashed their strongest attacks, light flooding the sky. Bang bang. All attacks collided with the black aura, all silently obliterated. The evil god's corporeal form laughed. Ants will always be ants. Your supernatural abilities were granted by us, and you still want to use them against gods. Fear spread among the crowd. What should we do? Our deity left no corporeal form before falling into slumber. Without a deity to preside, this evil god's corporeal form alone is enough to sweep across the entire Xia kingdom. As long as it sprays a few more bursts of black aura, everything will turn to ashes. Below level 100, they are ultimately just mortals. Even level 99 means nothing before a god. The level of power and the level of life are simply not on the same plane. Just as everyone was despairing, someone suddenly remembered. Where is Jiang Tian? Mu Qing, someone shouted. Just now, they were too busy avoiding the black mist to notice Jiang Tian at all. He's over there. Mu Chang pointed ahead. Everyone looked up and saw Jiang Tian walking on air, heading straight toward the ghost-faced head. The rolling black mist surrounded him tightly. But no matter how dense the black mist was, it couldn't harm him in the slightest. How did he manage that? Everyone finally understood how truly terrifying Jiang Tian was. When dealing with the black and white impermanence before, they thought that was the limit. Now they realized that was only the appetizer. He could even withstand the attacks of a deity. That black aura. These group of level 90 strong warriors cannot hold on for more than a few seconds before turning to ashes. Maybe he really can force this divine physical form to retreat. Mu Qing bit her lip, her eyes full of hope. Everyone placed their bets on Jiang Tian. Don't be too optimistic, Yan Nantian said in a deep voice. The black aura is just the weakest method. The divine physical form has countless means. Jiang Tian right now is probably just holding on desperately. It's not necessarily about defeating it. The physical form has a time limit. As long as it drags on until the end, it's fine. Easier said than done. The shortest is also 15 minutes. Can Jiang Tian hold on that long? The principals and teachers from the 4 academies whispered among themselves. In midair, Jiang Tian confronted the evil god's physical form. Not bad. The evil god's avatar stared at him. A mortal body can actually withstand my black energy. Become my agent, the evil god suddenly said. The air instantly grew quiet. Everyone knew exactly what it meant to be an agent. Inheriting divine power to break through level 100. Without divine power, mortals can never become gods. And divine power can only come from the recognition of a deity. Jiang Tian had gained the evil god's favor. Everyone was both envious and jealous. With just a nod, he could take over the Xia kingdom. He could use the dungeon's resources at will, and divine crystals would be within easy reach. Master Demon Lord, didn't you say you would choose the 3 of us? The head of the Chun family protested urgently. You are too weak, the evil god sneered coldly. Even if I gave you divine power, you wouldn't stand a chance. He's different. With him here, not to mention Xia Nation, even agents from other countries can't suppress him. The evil god's tone was excited. So what do you say, kid? My divine power is enough to let you ascend in 1 step. Have you made up your mind? Jiang Tian looked up, speaking calmly. I have. What's your decision? I'll beat you to death. Jiang Tian's tone was joking, but his eyes were cold enough to be terrifying. Only then did the members of the 4 major schools relax. The temptation of the divine agent was too great. If he had really accepted, none of them could have stopped him. Fortunately, he refused. He actually rejected the evil god lord. The black and white impermanent spirits looked shocked. He considered himself top talent, with his secondary talent being S-class speed type, truly a favored child of heaven. Yet until now, no deity had chosen him. Such a great opportunity, why didn't it come to me? He felt both jealous and frustrated. The evil god's true form was completely enraged. You dare refuse? It seems you have no idea about the benefits of being an agent. I can. Benefits my foot. Jiang Tian was too lazy to listen to nonsense and directly charged toward the ghost-faced head. Having crossed 5 years, he already clearly understood what so-called divine agents were. Whether true gods or evil gods. Once you become an agent, you have to serve the deity. The only difference lies in whether you do good or evil deeds. Of course, doing the deity's work comes with rewards, which can help break through supernatural abilities, even reach level 100. But he didn't care. With the points amendment in hand, after developing a bit more, even gods would have to bow before him. Seeking death, the evil god's physical form roared angrily, condensing an even thicker black mist from his mouth, 100 times stronger than before. The black gas exploded with a roar, instantly engulfing Jiang Tian. Are you still not going to die this time? The evil god sneered coldly. The next second, a figure stepped out from the black gas. Jiang Tian was wrapped in black mist, yet remained unscathed. The black gas was frantically corroding him, but it couldn't even break his skin. He had already tested its strength when the first cloud of black gas exploded. If it were physical damage, he would simply change his armor. But this was magical damage, and his current magic resistance was 120%. As long as it is a magic attack, all damage and negative effects are completely immune. Impossible. The two lantern-like eyes of the evil god stared fixedly at him. That strike just now. Even a level 97 or 98 psychic user, equipped with 9th tier armor, wouldn't last a second and would turn to ashes immediately. But Jiang Tian remained unharmed. The evil god quickly realized, this guy's magic resistance is extremely high. The problem is, magic resistance can only be increased by extremely rare items or god-level blessings. Jiang Tian didn't have anything on him. Even if he had magic resistance gear, it's impossible to be completely immune to his own black aura, right? Could it be that he truly has complete resistance? The evil god's avatar doesn't believe in superstition. It strikes again, unleashing the second move, evil god's bewitchment. This is magical damage, accompanied by a strong debuff that can draw out the deepest evil intentions in a person's heart. Rings of light rapidly spread, instantly sweeping through the interior and exterior of the manor. The light damage isn't high, but it causes people's minds to lose control. An instructor over level 80 suddenly turns hostile, attacking companions as if they were enemies. The situation immediately spirals out of control. Almost everyone below level 90 is consumed by evil thoughts. Only Loli manages to barely hold on. Her S-level wood-type talent can restore herself and suppress negative effects, but it's barely enough for self-preservation. Those above level 90 rely heavily on items, but soon they begin to waver as well. I'm going to kill you. Mu Qing, with red eyes, lunged at Mu Chong. The strong began to fight each other, and the scene quickly descended into chaos. The three families and the people from Wuchang stood off at a distance watching the spectacle. Truly magnificent. Someone sneered. Others complained about the small number of people, wishing they could personally get involved in the slaughter. Chen Jun was even more fanatical. If the evil god itself were to descend, a single thought could cause the whole nation to slaughter each other. That would be exhilarating. High above, Jiang Tian frowned. This method of making people kill each other is more terrifying than a frontal assault. The evil god's true form sneered at him coldly. You won't go save people and still want to keep fighting me. You can avoid demonic damage, but can you avoid debuffs as well? Screw you. Jiang Tian charged forward directly. The evil god was shocked. The debuff was useless to him as well. His own Dharma body was half ruined. Then let's try physical damage. Black nails formed in his mouth. These were heart-piercing nails, extremely strong against armor, dense like rain. He intended to use pure physical damage to nail Jiang Tian directly to death. The black nails shot out through the air. Jiang Tian couldn't dodge and could only withstand it head-on. He knew very well that the attack from the divine spiritual body was never simple, and his 25,000 armor was far from enough. To be safe, he immediately opened the modification panel. Only by first withstanding the damage could he have a chance to counterattack, and only then could he save the group below who were slaughtering each other. Defense amplification, 25,000 armor, 50 points equals 1 armor. Available points, 6,703,789. When the divine spirit strikes, you have to stack it high. If he were to be nailed to death by those spikes, it would be a joke. System, add 75,000 armor for me. Beep. Modification successful. Current armor 115,000. Points consumed 375,000, remaining 295,3789. The Overlord Battle Armor comes with a 20% defense bonus, further enhanced. The current armor has directly surpassed 110,000. The numbers are ridiculously exaggerated. After the modification, that sense of dangerous pressure disappeared instantly. It's as if those piercing nails no longer pose a threat. Come on, let me try. Others desperately dodged, but he opened his arms and charged forward. He plunged into the rain of spikes like a madman. The evil god's physical form and the people from the three families were all stunned. Is he crazy? Screams rang out. But it was not Jiang Tian. The teachers from the four major schools below were overwhelmed by the rain of spikes. 90% of the heart-piercing spikes fell upon them. The male and female teachers who were originally killing each other were riddled with bullets on the spot. Dying at the hands of their own people can also be seen as karma. After a round of hail-like bullets, almost all below level 90 were wiped out. The only ones left were those lucky enough not to be hit. Those above level 90 fared no better. Mu Qing, Mu Chang, Yin Nantian, and others were all seriously injured, their shoulders and thighs pierced, blood flowing freely. The worst off was Zhou Yun, the principal of Element University. His heart was almost pierced through, lying on the ground gasping for breath. If it weren't for the fact that others were also injured, he would have long been finished off by the people caught in the melee. Then look at Jiang Tian. The heart-piercing nail struck him, but he only felt a slight numbness. He couldn't even break his defense. He simply activated 20,000 points of speed and frantically blinked through the air. Treating himself like a moving shield, he deliberately collided with those nails. He blocked more than half of the nail ring. Otherwise, the people below would have long been dead. Hey, evil god, another order of the nail combo. That just felt like a massage, pretty comfortable. Jiang Tian said with a smile. Those nails stabbed into acupuncture points like acupuncture needles. After being poked randomly like this, he actually felt more energized. Don't get too cocky. The evil god was about to explode with anger. He thought the first scream would be the end of him. But this guy was ridiculously tough. No matter how hard he hit him, he didn't move. Just how much armor has he stacked? Heart-piercing nails are only an area attack. I have an even nastier single-target finishing move. Do you dare to take it? He deliberately provoked him. That move dealt extremely high damage, but had a very low hit rate. With Jiang Tian's 20,000 speed, it was impossible to hit. But if it did, it would definitely be fatal. After all, this was his most powerful strike from his Dharma body. If it still couldn't kill, then there was nothing more to do. In the end, the two of them didn't have any deep grudges. What is there to not dare? Good. This is the first time I admire a mortal. If you can catch it, I'll call you Grandpa. To force Jiang Tian to catch it, the evil god didn't even care about his dignity. He was smug inside, thinking young people are impulsive and easily baited. But Jiang Tian was very clear-headed. The evil god's tricks were almost used up. This strike was most likely his trump card. It was a good chance to test the limits of his divine body. If he could withstand it, then as long as his true self didn't appear, he could walk arrogantly. If he couldn't endure it, then he'd keep hiding and grinding points. Catch this. The evil god opened his mouth and spat out a black spear, 5 meters long, so sharp it sent chills down the spine, its momentum suppressive. The moment the spear appeared, Jiang Tian felt a slight tightening in his chest. It wasn't a danger alert, but it was enough to indicate that this thing was not simple. Stay steady. He opened the modification panel, preparing to stack more armor. He would need to add it sooner or later anyway. Defense amplification, 115,000 armor, currently modifiable 50 points, equals 1 armor. Add another 50,000 armor. He did the math. He still had over 2.9 million points, and 50,000 armor would cost 2.5 million. Ding! Modification successful. Current armor 175,000. The potion battle suit triggered a bonus, adding another 10,000 armor. A 7th grade battle suit, yet it was more useful than 8th or 9th grades. The percentage bonus was just too good. At that moment, a new change occurred. Ding! Armor value exceeded 150,000. Hidden skill triggered. Thorned armor reflects 10% of the attacker's damage as true damage, which cannot be reduced or transferred. Tip: Damage is calculated before host's resistance reduction. Jiang Tian gasped. This skill is too ruthless. True damage ignores resistance and cannot be transferred by items. Those highest tier 10th rank equipment's specialty and damage transfer are completely useless against it. The scariest part is, it's calculated before reduction. For example, the evil god's spear dealt 1 million damage, but his armor just fully blocked it, not losing a single drop of blood. However, 10% of that 1 million, which is 100,000 points of true damage, would be returned to the evil god intact. This was the real counterkill. Come on. The tension in Jiang Tian's heart completely disappeared. He was already certain that this strike couldn't hurt him. Bang! The spear fiercely stabbed into his chest. The evil god laughed loudly. Jiang Tian, you're really stupid. I easily tricked you with just one move. This strike is enough to instantly kill a level 99 defense-type Esper. Prepare to die. The people from Sanjia and the Wuchang organization also breathed a sigh of relief. This troublesome guy was finally dealt with. The enemies across had already been shredded by the piercing nails, and the remaining level 90s had exhausted their supernatural powers through internal conflict. There was no need for the level 80s and 90s to intervene at all. Just sending a few level 70s could easily clean up the mess. Don't worry, Lord Evil God. This kid will surely die. Leave the rest to me. The perverted murderer from the Wuchang organization licked his lips. He fixated on Mu Qing, Luo Li, and several surviving female teachers, his gaze greedy. Bang! Another loud explosion. The evil god's spear struck Jiang Tian's chest. The expected piercing did not occur. The spear shattered instantly like an egg hitting a rock. But, instead, the evil god's physical form suddenly spat out blood, its ghostly face twisted in agony. You can reflect damage? Or is it real damage? Are you even human or not? This was his strongest physical killing move. But the other party remained completely unharmed, and he was the one injured by the impact. A proud deity, injured by a mere mortal. Where does this save face? No matter what, the evil god's divine body is still a god, with considerable insight. He immediately saw that Jiang Tian must have a counterattack item, and at a very high level. Something capable of counterattacking a deity could never be 10th level. It had to be god tier. Could it be that this kid obtained a god's counterattack artifact in the god-bestowed dungeon? The more he thought about it, the more it seemed likely. Even his own divine body couldn't suppress him. Clearing the god-bestowed dungeon would be a breeze for Jiang Tian. Kid, consider yourself lucky to have a god-tier counterattack item. You lost, so it's time to call me Grandpa, right? Jiang Tian sneered. Being called Grandpa by a divine body was thrilling just to imagine. Dream on. Even if I refuse, what can you do? I can't touch you, but can I touch them? The evil god's divine body pointed at Mu Qing and the others. If he summoned just a bit more evil intent, these people would either turn on each other or drop dead on the spot. You really think I can't kill you? Just playing with you a moment ago. As Jiang Tian finished speaking, the 100 strikes fist condensed. This martial skill can unleash 5 times the power, plus a 100% critical strike, resulting in a 10-fold amplification. He originally had 10 million gene of strength, which, after amplification, soared directly to 100 million gene. The 100 strikes fist is an area skill. The next second, fist shadows covered the sky above the Chun family manor, falling like a torrential rain. The first to suffer were the experts inside the manor. The 3 clan heads, the Wuchang assassins, and the black and white Wuchangs were all locked onto. Their expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly deployed their strongest defensive gear, unleashing 7th, 8th, and 9th grade items. The black and white Wuchangs even took out a 10th grade armor, revealing their trump card. Ah! Screams erupted continuously. As the fist shadows fell, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the entire manor was reduced to ruins. Except for the evil god's physical form, almost everyone else was wiped out. 100 million gene of strength is terrifying. Looking worldwide, only top-level defensive superpowers at level 98 or 99 might be able to stop it. And even then, only possibly. Immediately, the shadow of fists continued to smash into the face of the evil god. Bang bang. The evil god's physical form was twisted and distorted by the blows, showing pain for the first time. You are the first mortal to make me feel pain. A faint golden light appeared around him. Jiang Tian immediately recognized it as a power unique to gods, divine immunity. The reason gods are so powerful is not just their elevated status, but also the blessing of divine power and divine immunity. Divine power inflicts additional damage on mortals, while divine immunity can negate a significant amount of attacks. Fortunately, this was only his physical form. The divine power was weak, and the divine immunity was not strong either. Is this all your means? Is that all you've got? The evil god's physical form sneered coldly. Jiang Tian's fists were indeed fierce, but he was a god, protected by divine immunity. Without this layer of protection, that barrage of punches would have shattered him long ago. Then I'll try the Tong Tian fist. Jiang Tian gritted his teeth and unleashed the 9th-tier martial skill he had learned from the Luo family's martial arts library. This punch's power was multiplied 100-fold. With a boom, a 100-meter giant fist shot across the sky, almost as large as the evil god's divine body, directly pressing down. The evil god's divine body tensed. This was the first time he truly felt danger since becoming a god. The killing intent was stronger than ever, enough to be deadly. But he couldn't avoid it. The body was too large, and Jiang Tian's strike was too fast. A loud explosion erupted. With this punch, the evil god's divine body cracked on the spot. Even though the divine immunity blocked most of the damage, it couldn't withstand such brute force. Jiang Tian himself had a base strength of tens of millions of genes, plus a critical hit multiplier and a 100-fold fist technique bonus, totaling 2 billion genes smashing down. Who could possibly take that head on? Well done, boy. You broke my divine body with one punch. You're ruthless enough. The evil god's voice was cold. In just over a month, the gods will awaken, and I will descend in my true form. You know what I intend to do. Looking for death? Jiang Tian retorted. When I come down in my true form, you won't even have the qualifications to stand. Tremble, mortal. As the words fell, the divine body completely dissipated. Jiang Tian's expression darkened. If that evil god wasn't bluffing and truly was 1,000 times stronger, he had to become stronger as soon as possible. The most straightforward way was to level up the system. Then he would go to the exotic beast battlefield for a good fight. With his current strength, the higher the level area, the better. The energy points would increase faster. There was also the Shadow God Mirror. If he could repair it, he could summon 3 clones with equal combat power. Even if a true god descended, he might still have a chance to fight. Thinking this, he turned around to check on the teacher's situation, but suddenly felt weak in his legs and nearly fell from midair. This punch drains too much stamina, he smiled bitterly. One punch took away half his stamina. He only had 15,000 stamina in total and instantly lost 7,500. After landing on the ground, the scene before him was gruesome. The teachers were all nailed to the ground, some dead on the spot. Those still alive were covered in wounds, mostly from friendly fire. The air was filled with the smell of blood. This scene sent chills through Jiang Tian's heart. If the true body had descended, these people would have long since slaughtered each other. He realized that he must learn the martial art to resist attacks on the mental plane. Otherwise, if everyone lost control, even he might be surrounded and attacked. Those are his teachers, especially Mu Qing and Luoli. If it really came to fighting, could he bring himself to strike? He gritted his teeth and told himself that he could. If it came to that, the only option was to survive first. Teachers, how are you all doing? We're okay, just seriously injured. Jiang Tian nodded and went to check on the people from the Luo family. The experts brought by Luo Kuang were almost entirely wiped out. Being over level 80 was simply not enough in front of the evil god. Surviving was already a miracle. Jiang Tian had a bit more respect for Luo Kuang. He truly held the line at a critical moment. He approached a thick vine. Only a tightly closed flower bud remained on the vine. Luo Li was inside, stubbornly resisting the mental assault with wood elements. How are you? I can still hold on. A petal cracked open a seam, and Jiang Tian walked in. Luo Li looked pale and asked him to use the void step to send her back to the Luo family. She was afraid of losing control and hurting someone. Jiang Tian agreed. He lifted the entire flower bud with one hand. With a strength of tens of millions of pounds, this weight was nothing. Although physically exhausted, it was more than enough to return to the Luo family. After informing the teacher, he took off into the air. Now, with the speed of 20,000 points, it arrived in the blink of an eye. Following Loli's guidance, he went deep into the manor and placed the flower bud in front of her boudoir door. After confirming there was nothing wrong, he turned and left. Back at the school villa, he didn't go to the security army headquarters, fearing that Jiangguo would worry. The robot butler came up to him, and he asked it to prepare a meal. Senior sister Lin Jun was not around, making the villa unusually quiet. He first washed off the blood and dirt all over his body. His tattered clothes had long since been discarded. When he came out, the table was full of hot dishes. He wolfed down the food to fill his stomach. Exhaustion swept over him, and he fell asleep immediately. Mu emphasized bringing in more guards to start clearing out the Chun family estate. The news quickly spread throughout the capital and even the entire Xia country. Have you heard? The Chun, Zheng, and Zhou families actually sided with the evil god, utterly shameless. It even roused the 4 great schools and 3 clans to fight fiercely. I heard even the evil god's divine form appeared. Divine form? Wasn't it long asleep already? That was a fragment left behind before it fell asleep. My God, who can stand against that? I heard Zhang Tian smash the divine form with a single punch. Stop bragging. That's the divine spirit body. Why would I lie to you? My relative works as a handyman in the defense force. He heard it with his own ears. Quick, check the official forum. They've posted an announcement. As soon as the words fell, netizens across the country rushed to the official forum, almost crashing the servers. The trending searches were filled with related posts. The 3 great clans worship the evil god. The truth is shocking. The evil god's divine body appears. Defense Force Commander Mu Chong, the 4 headsmasters, and Jiang Tian joined forces to repel it. Each post had over 100 million views. But the content of the post didn't match the news coming from the scene, and the comment section instantly exploded. Shang Shan Da Laohu. Didn't they say Jiang Tian punched through the Dharma body? How did it turn into a joint effort to repel instead? This comment quickly shot up to the trending searches, with netizens collectively demanding an official explanation. However, after the announcement was issued, the officials fell silent. The next day at noon, Jiang Tian finally woke up. He checked his student watch, which was flooded with messages. The intelligence system of War God University had already piled up all kinds of notifications. Nearly all the freshmen worshipped him. Some called him an idol, saying they would no longer follow celebrities, but only Jiang Tian. There were even female freshmen wanting to ask him out shopping. Jiang Tian had no time to pay attention. More than a month after the gods awakened, he had to desperately improve his strength. He was too lazy to read the news from the old students, which was nothing more than trying to recruit him into a club. Below that was a message from the teacher. Mu Qing told him that the follow-up issues with the 3 families and the impermanence had been completely resolved. The industries of the 3 families were all merged into the Mu family. Jiang Tian was very clear that this was Mu Chang's doing. The Mu family was already powerful, and with 2 experts above level 90 stationed there, swallowing the industries of the 3 families was easy. He had originally wanted to fight for a piece of land for the Luo family. If he had spoken up, Mu Chang would most likely have agreed. But the Mu family acted too quickly, and by the time he reacted, everything was already decided. Bringing it up now would only be awkward. The favor from the Luo family can only be repaid later. The urgent matter is to enter a dungeon and hunt beasts to level up. But the nearby dungeons are either too low level or too few in number, clearly not enough for him to grind. He needs 180,000 energy points to level up, so he can only go to the beast battlefield. Unfortunately, the battlefield hasn't opened yet, and the beasts are still in the beast domain outside of Xia Kingdom. He can break in forcefully and protect himself just fine. But the beast domain is vast, and it would be pointless if he can't find where the beasts gather. After much thought, he still decided to go it alone. But before setting off, he needed to buy a map of the beast domain from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. There was none in the War God University Resource Library, so he had to find a way himself. With a map in hand, at least he wouldn't be running around like a headless fly. Just as Jiang Tian stepped out, the area outside the villa was already packed with people. Red flags fluttered, drums beat loudly. and the students blocked the road so tightly not even water could seep through. Not only were there new and old students from War God University, but also people from Element University, National Defense University, and even Tianjin University. Tianjin University was always arrogant, yet they had come to watch this scene, showing just how shocking the news of him one-punching and smashing a divine body was. At the very front were the major clubs, looking fierce and imposing. Before he even spoke, the crowd exploded. Jiang Tian is out. The students swarmed forward, surrounding him tightly. He felt helpless, like a fugitive being captured. Some handed over notebooks asking for autographs. Some begged to join in dungeons for experience. Right beside him, someone immediately mocked, saying the other's level was too low and following him was just a death sentence. There were also little fangirls boldly asking him out on dates. The scene spiraled out of control, with noise nonstop. Jiang Tian, I am a student at Heavenly God University. What exactly happened in the battle between you and the Divine Spirit form yesterday? I heard the place was running with blood. Is that true? Questions kept coming one after another. Jiang Tian didn't know how to respond for a moment. Should he say that teachers and students from the 4 major schools were bewitched by the evil god, turning on each other, and the scene spiraled out of control? Before he could speak, someone else shouted out, Jiang Tian, I am the president of the War God Club. Come join our club. Join the Qingfeng Club, and you will be president right away. The Little Deer Club welcomes you. Just give the word. The presidents of the major clubs all personally stepped forward, crazily recruiting people. The students around looked on with envy. They wanted to join these top clubs, but had to pass multiple assessments and also be evaluated on rank and talent. Even if they tried their hardest, they might not get in, let alone receive a direct invitation from the club president. But now, all these people were revolving around Jiang Tian. Upon closer thought, it wasn't surprising. With Jiang Tian's current strength, this treatment was considered low. Enough! A stern voice fell from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw Zhou Huihui stepping down from the air. She was an enforcement teacher at War God University, a level 87 expert, usually in charge of order. Not going to class anymore? Not doing the dungeon? Even chasing idols has to have limits. After her scolding, the crowd reluctantly dispersed. After everyone left, she landed in front of Jiang Tian. Up close, Zhou Huihui was outstanding in appearance, with a hot figure, wearing a shoulder-bearing outfit and a short top, her aura both sharp and wild. But in the next second, her expression changed. Jiang Tian, can you give me your autograph? The law enforcement teacher who had just been cold-faced instantly turned into a fangirl. Jiang Tian was stunned. Where should I sign? Here. She pointed to her right shoulder. After Jiang Tian signed, he didn't linger and immediately took a step into the air, teleporting away. With full 20,000 speed activated, it only took a little over 10 seconds to get from the God of War University Villa to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. As soon as he arrived at the door, Annie came to meet him. Guess Jiang, you're here. Yesterday, Jiang Tian went to settle accounts with the 3 families and did not take her along. Her combat power was limited, and the Wanbao Commerce Association has never involved itself in the internal disputes of various countries. This is also the reason they have been able to establish themselves in different countries. Of course, with Jiang Tian's status as supreme guest official, if he truly wanted to take action, the Commerce Association would secretly send people, but they would not do so openly. President Jill is already waiting for you. Before Jiang Tian arrived, he had contacted Jill through Bard to prepare a map of the Beast Domain. The Wanbao Commerce Association has a special exploration team responsible for mapping the Beast Domain. A single map starts at 10 million Megwa currency, equivalent to 70 million Xiaohua currency. The Beast Domain is too dangerous. These maps were earned at the cost of lives. The maps are electronic and can only be accessed by the AI Bard on the Supreme Metal. No one else can steal them. Even their elite teams dare not venture deep into the Beast Domain, where the station beasts are terrifyingly strong. Guest Official Jiang, the map has already been transmitted to your Supreme Metal. Thank you. President Jill, where can I find divine crystals? It's available in the Supreme Mall. It requires 1 million points. I can't afford that. You are a Supreme Guest. You can apply for challenge tasks, 10,000 points each time. With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult. I need 3 pieces, but the mall only has one. Then go check the Qianling Chamber of Commerce headquarters. They are quite powerful. Jiang Tian nodded. He was already planning to go there. Jill reminded him that the headquarters had sent someone to deliver the memory extension medal, and it would arrive in a few days. Only then did Jiang Tian remember he had exchanged for it. After checking the map, he left the chamber. Even if he fixed the shadow mirror, without enough strength it was useless. He had to upgrade the system first. So he decided to venture into the beast domain. This time he didn't bring Annie. It was too dangerous there, and whoever he brought would be a burden. The void stepping began, and he quickly arrived at the border of the Xia kingdom. Thunder clouds rolled ahead, exuding an awe-inspiring momentum. The station commander was only level 92, but could sense that the other party was at least above level 95. Activate the superpower high-pressure array. The electric net instantly blocked the thundercloud. Front ahead is the Xia kingdom border. Please identify yourself. The thundercloud did not respond. It was either an invader or a true top-level expert. Even if the other party was a top-level expert, the border could not be violated. He would fight to the death to guard it. The thundercloud landed and transformed into the figure of Yorick. A billion-volt electric net? Not bad. The Xia kingdom isn't as backward as I thought. He should have arrived earlier, but was delayed for a few days on the way. Facing the power grid, his face was full of contempt. As a level 99 electro-elementalist, he stood at the pinnacle of the world, completely indifferent to electricity. Are you here to start a war? The commander asked in a deep voice. Start a war with you? You're not worthy. I don't have time to fight children. I'm here to deliver memory extension medal. The commander was stunned. That was the core medal of the Wanbao Guild, never sold externally. Who would be qualified to have such a person personally escort it? Only one name remained in his mind. Jiang Tian. As expected, Jiang Tian arrived by stepping through the air. He had already reviewed the information about Wanbao Chamber of Commerce and recognized Yorick. Honored to meet you, Jiang Tian. Yorick extended his hand first. Hello. The two shook hands. Yorick sheathed Leihai, and a war halberd appeared in the air. This is what you exchanged for at the Supreme Mall. Jiang Tian took the war halberd. Weighing tens of thousands of jin, it fit perfectly in his hand. Even more miraculous, the metal could change according to his will. War halberds, axes, even kitchen knives could instantly take shape. Truly top-tier technology. The goods have been delivered. I'm leaving now. See you at headquarters. Before he finished speaking, Yorick had already transformed into a streak of lightning and gone. Jiang Tian estimated the speed, and his heart jolted. 9,000 points of speed, terrifyingly extreme. It's almost half my size already. He withdrew his gaze and asked Bard to bring up the beast domain map. Since a powerful enemy lay ahead, he had to grow stronger faster. The next stop, break into the beast domain. No matter how large the strange beast's map was, it was just an edge within the entire beast domain. At most, there were first to third tier strange beasts here. Killing one only granted 3 energy points, making leveling painfully slow. Looks like I'll have to venture deep into the beast domain myself, Jiang Tian said quietly. No matter how strong your attributes are, being ambushed is still a danger. Being truly trapped is a dead end. At this moment, the student's watch suddenly rang. The video request came from Xia Jie, the leader of the Xia nation. Could it be that I'm being made to farm some dungeon again? Jiang Tian frowned. Right now, he just wanted to earn energy. The video connected. Xia Jie looked disheveled, with the background showing the battlefield of exotic beasts. In the distance, waves of beasts surged. Jiang Tian, only you can solve this. Xia Jie spoke urgently. 8th level battlefields have appeared with monstrous demon nests. The beasts are endless, and when killed, they immediately resurrect. We can only rely on the billion-volt power grid to hold them off, but the electricity will last at most 3 days. If the power grid is breached, the border will fall and Xiagua will be lost. I'm not demanding, but I'm asking you for the sake of the entire nation. The demon nests mean endless 8th level beasts. Even the strongest level 99 psychic would be worn down to death. But Jiang Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. There's even such a good thing. 8th level battlefield. Endless hordes of alien beasts. One with 8 energy points. The beast tide surges. One sweep of the halberd clears a whole area. Using the shadow-splitting divine mirror to create clones for battle doubles the energy. How is this a desperate situation? Clearly, this is an opportunity delivered on a silver platter. Send me the coordinates. I'm heading over immediately. This opportunity has come at the perfect time, Jiang Tian said excitedly. Xia Jie was stunned. Others would turn pale when they heard about the Yiso demon beast nest, but he acted like he had found a treasure. Xia Jie had just sought help from experts nationwide. Even warriors above level 90 looked fearful when hearing about the Yiso Muachao. It meant endless waves of demon beasts. If they couldn't hold out, the Xia nation would be doomed. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and head to the level 8 battlefield. They hoped to buy time through sheer desperation and the 10 billion volt electric grid until the magic nest's energy was depleted. But no one knew how long it could last. I'm sending you the coordinates. Xia Jie grit his teeth and issued the location. Jiang Tian, who once punched through the divine spirit body, might really be able to hold back the magic nest. In the next second, the beast tide crashed against the electric grid like a flood. Electric sparks exploded, demon beasts turned to ashes in large numbers. But the electricity was draining rapidly. Mu Chang, Mu Qing, Mu Yuqian, and top experts from major families had all arrived. Nearly all warriors above level 70 participated. Some had just arrived, others had been fighting bitterly for half a day, covered in blood. Xia Jie himself joined the battle. They desperately held back the beast tide for over an hour, but it was only a drop in the bucket. No one knew how much energy the Muachao still had. To resolve the crisis, the only option was to destroy the Muachao. To everyone, that was simply impossible. Not to mention anything else. Just the endless tide of beasts stretching out as far as the eye can see sent chills down their spines. No matter how powerful the psychic was, they could only charge forward 1 or 2 kilometers. Once their power was exhausted, they had to retreat to the billion-volt electric grid, or else they would be torn apart. But even after pushing forward 1 or 2 kilometers, there were still boundless beasts ahead. This kind of despair made it hard to breathe. Where is Jiang Tian? Hasn't he arrived yet? Mu Qing asked urgently. At this moment, Jiang Tian had become everyone's hope. Just sent the location. The road is far. It should still take some time, Xia Jie said as soon as he spoke. Who's calling this handsome guy? A figure appeared out of nowhere. Jiang Tian, you're here. Xia Jie instantly felt at ease. The surrounding experts also breathed a sigh of relief, as if a savior had arrived. How did you come so fast? Jiang Tian was already close, and with his incredible speed, he appeared in an instant. Xia Jie was about to explain the battle situation. Enough talk, take me straight into the fight. Jiang Tian interrupted him. Xia Jie nodded, letting everyone else lead the way to conserve Jiang Tian's strength, pushing as far as possible toward the demon's lair. How far they could go all depended on Jiang Tian. The crowd burst out from the electric grid and charged into the battlefield. Jiang Tian had originally intended to level up by farming energy first, but since the fate of the nation was at stake, he had to cooperate with the advance. If they could reach the demon nest before running out of stamina, he would first fight for 3 days and then destroy the core, both leveling up and defending the border. If they couldn't push through, he would have to kill for 3 days and then escort everyone back to the second defense line. At that point, all they could do was pray that the civilians had already been relocated. He did not want it to come to that. Roar! The crowd collided head-on with the beast horde, a dense black mass spreading across the sky. Flying in the sky, crawling on the ground, burrowing underground, layer upon layer, blocking out all the light. As if night had fallen, Jiang Tian felt a chill crawl over his scalp. Heavenly Absolute, Sword Qi. Mu Qing and Mu Chang struck simultaneously, the sword formation unfolding behind them, countless sword energies sweeping out wildly. Hordes of 8th-rank beasts fell in swathes, but new packs quickly filled the gaps. The openings vanished in an instant. Fortunately, the team still managed to push forward a good distance. The two of them held the front line. As soon as their powers were nearly depleted, they were immediately replaced. No one dared to use up their strength completely. That would be a death sentence. I'll go. Yan Nantian stepped forward, shadow power surging. Count me in. Zhouyan followed. The attackers charged forward, while the support units stayed behind to provide blessings and healing, without pause. By the time the first wave of cavalry exhausted their abilities, they had advanced nearly a kilometer. But the problems followed immediately. After leaving the electronic fence, beasts appeared from all directions, doubling the pressure. Earth element to earth barrier. Several teachers combined their efforts to build a defensive line. The next moment, the beast pack slammed furiously, causing the earth wall to tremble and threaten to crack, each impact draining their strength. But no one retreated. Charge. Everyone gritted their teeth and erupted, laying all their cards on the table, all to reach the beast demon's lair. As the earthen wall cracked, the formation master threw out a disc, a transparent shield rising to barely hold back the beast tide. High-level tools and potions from the Space Watch were taken out one by one, thrown out as if they were worthless. This was a battle concerning the survival of the border. All resources were unleashed regardless of cost. Quick, healing potions. One vial after another was gulped down, restoring 30% of powers in 10 seconds. Treasures that were usually too precious to use had now become chips to save lives. Attackers rotated in batches, and defenders kept being replaced continuously. Only Jiang Tian never made a move. He held back his impulse, knowing he had to conserve strength. The real tough battle was still ahead. Time passed little by little, and the deeper they pushed in, the harder it became. Previously, they could advance 2 kilometers in an hour. Now, they couldn't even manage 200 meters. Fortunately, they had already advanced 12 kilometers. Everyone was very excited. This was the farthest they had ever gone. In the past, when working together to break through, they couldn't hold on past halfway. This time, they had stubbornly pushed all the way to 12 kilometers. And their fighting spirit remained. Whenever they were exhausted to the limit, just a glance at Jiang Tian made them feel they hadn't reached their limit yet, that they could still fight a little harder, push a little further, and earn a bit more space for him. Jiang Tian tried to act several times, but was stopped. The group was resolute, saying they wouldn't let him go up until the last step. Their stance was as if they were prepared to face death. Jiang Tianxin felt somewhat moved. In the face of national crisis, everyone was truly fighting desperately. Old Qi, you should take a break. Mu Qing said to the elder in the 5th attack team. Old Qi was the head of the Qi family in the capital, who made his fortune in real estate and was also quite powerful, level 92. Although old, his bones were still very strong. No, I can't stop. Old Qi struggled to clear the way while gritting his teeth to persevere. Everyone was touched. He had already held on for 2 continuous hours. Old Qi panted and said, My Qi family still hasn't moved much property into the second line of defense. The longer I can hold on, the better. Everyone fell silent. It was said that Old Qi was straightforward, and now they really saw it for themselves. He didn't even bother to hide it. After a while longer, psychics took turns on the front lines until all their energy was completely exhausted. It was Jiang Tian's turn. Instead, he became excited. The energy points all over the field were waiting for him. Let's go, we'll retreat first, Mu Qing said. The potions are used up. Let's return to the network to recover. Jiang Tian might still need backup later. Everyone nodded. The potions were almost gone. Staying any longer would only be a burden. Mu Qing handed a locator to Jiang Tian. Put this on. Sha Chang will monitor your screen in real time, and we will broadcast live so the whole country can see your battle. The live broadcast was firstly to stabilize public sentiment, and secondly to urge urban citizens across the country to evacuate quickly. Many still refused to leave, having never seen how terrifying the beasts were, and they believed that Xiagua would not fall. The scene would sober them up. All right. Jiang Tian took the locator and turned to walk out of the protective shield. The next moment, a sky full of strange beasts pounced, surrounding him completely. Shadow split mirror. 3-meter golden body. Jiang Tian instantly created a clone. Both the original and the clone activated the 3-meter golden body simultaneously, their bodies swelling. A fiery ring exploded behind their heads, like gods descending to earth. Mu Qing and the others quickly retreated into the electric net. The return trip was much easier than the way in. As soon as they landed, they hurried to restore their supernatural powers, while Mu Qing started a live stream. Fellow citizens of Xi'an Nation, the 8th level beast battlefield has fully erupted, and the demon nest has appeared. Please withdraw immediately to the second defensive line. which is already deployed. As soon as the live broadcast started, the number of viewers skyrocketed wildly, quickly surpassing 10 million, then rushing straight to a billion, nearly crashing the platform. The comment barrage exploded. An 8th-level battlefield, full of level 70 to 80 exotic beasts. The beast horde behind is covering the sky and earth. Can we hold them off? If the first line of defense breaks, ordinary people won't survive at all. Many who hadn't evacuated yet saw the scene and immediately packed up, rushing toward the second line of defense. On the screen, the beast horde surged like a sea. Mu Qing's clothes were torn, clearly having endured a fierce battle. Even level 90 elites couldn't hold them off. The strange beasts are endless, but the supernatural powers will be exhausted. What are we going to do? Is the Xia nation going to fall? Panic quickly spread, and the bullet screen was flooded with the word fall. Some demanded an official response. Some questioned how long the power grid could hold, and others shouted at the leader for his silence. The oppressive feeling of the beast tide swept across the whole country through the screen. Even high-level supernatural users felt discouraged seeing the scene, let alone ordinary people. Fear completely spiraled out of control at this moment. Seeing everyone panic, Mu Qing didn't know what to say for a moment. Usually, he was the principal and an official, always having a set of explanations when things happened. But now, he opened his mouth and found he couldn't say a word. Should he tell everyone that the power grid could only hold out for 3 more days? If that phrase came out, even before the beasts broke through the first line of defense, the whole country would probably be in chaos. There was no other way. He could only switch the live broadcast to Jiang Tian. Right now, the only thing that could stabilize people's minds was Jiang Tian's slaughter. The next second, the camera shifted over. Damn, who is that? Jiang Tian. It's Jiang Tian. It's really him. The border is saved. The first line of defense is stable. What do you mean stable? It's absolutely impenetrable. But there are so many beasts. Can he hold them all on his own? Some people were worried. The beast tide was overwhelming, like black waves, with no end in sight. Don't panic. Jiang Tian has punched a god to pieces before. It wasn't just the physical form. Even the true body descending was shattered by him. I heard 10 gods attack together, and he took them down instantly. 10? It was obviously 100. What? One punch took out 1,000. The comments became more and more absurd, flashing by so fast no one could tell what was true. But one thing was certain, everyone was no longer panicking. As long as Jiang Tian was here, their hearts were steady. At this moment, on the border battlefield, Jiang Tian activated his 3-meter golden body, wielding a memory extension metal war halberd. His clone was also at peak combat power. Although it did not have memory metal, it held a purple-blue war halberd weighing 1,000,000 gene. Once the golden body was activated, strength, defense, and speed all doubled. With a sweep of the halberd, a large number of exotic beasts exploded on the spot. Ding killed an 8th-rank exotic beast, gained 8 energy points. Ding killed an 8th-rank exotic beast, gained 8 energy points. Ding killed an 8th-rank exotic beast, gained 8 energy points. The alert sounds rang out frantically. Both the original and the clone each swung their halberds twice, instantly slaying over 100 8th-rank exotic beasts, with energy points approaching 1,000. It seemed that one strike could deal over 1,000 energy points, but Jiang Tian did not act blindly. The golden body state consumed a huge amount of energy, so he had to calculate the gains carefully. The first method was for his true self to maintain the golden body and enlarge the memory metal by 10 times. With the beasts densely packed and no way to dodge, one strike would sweep a range expanded tenfold. Combined with his clones, one round could harvest over 10,000 energy points. But he knew this was not the limit, because he could also stack martial techniques. Among the martial techniques, there were area attacks, such as 100-strike fist and shadowless palm, both able to inflict widespread damage. The technique with the largest area was the 6th-tier martial skill, Creation Palm Seal, but it also consumed the most stamina. Jiang Tian decided to test each one, to see the ratio of stamina consumption to energy points gained, and choose the most cost-effective method. He started by trying the 100-strike fist. He now has nearly 15,000 stamina, consuming only 25 points each time. Fist shadows thunder down, and system prompts keep sounding. This round gained a total of 15,000 energy points. Next is the shadowless palm. The palm imprint covers a larger area but consumes 45 stamina points each time. The gain, however, skyrocketed to 30,000 points. The efficiency is twice that of the 100 Ichin, yet the consumption did not double, making it obviously more cost-effective. Lastly is the creation palm imprint. One palm strike fell, covering an area of 500 meters. Stamina was directly reduced by 400 points, but it generated 100,000 energy points. The burst was astonishing, but the consumption was too severe. After the test, he swept with the memory metal battle halberd. It only consumed 8 stamina points, but gained 10,000 energy points. Calculating comprehensively, without using martial arts, simply swinging the battle halberd was the most stable and economical. So, the original and the clone transformed into harvesting machines. Each halberd sweep brought in 11,000 energy points. The only regret is that the purple-blue battle halberd cannot extend, otherwise the gains could have doubled. Thinking back to not exchanging for an extra memory battle halberd initially, which only cost 200 points, Jiang Tian felt a bit regretful. Changing it now would require the level 99 Yorick to run errands, which is quite embarrassing. But the opportunity for battle is fleeting. He still had Bard exchange another one at the Supreme Mall. The two of them swept through together, causing the exotic beasts to fall in droves. Previously, it took them 5 or 6 hours to advance 13 kilometers. Now, in less than a quarter of an hour, Jiang Tian had charged ahead 10 kilometers. The efficiency is terrifying. Jiang Tian bulldozed all the way. Large groups of strange beasts were instantly killed. The people behind the electric net finally breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe, if things continue like this, he really can break into the demon's nest. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room also changed. Panic faded, turning into shock, then excitement. Damn, this is too fierce. One strike and whole groups fall, just like mowing grass. Those are 70 to 80 level strange beasts, tough-skinned and thick-fleshed monsters. With this kind of output, the strength must be at least 5 million gene to start with, right? Looks so easy. I feel like rushing to the front line. Nah, I have some self-awareness. Did you notice? Those attacks hit him, but he doesn't dodge at all. Wait, how did he change back? Wasn't he 3 meters tall just now? The clone is gone too, what's going on? Everyone was baffled. Actually, time was up. The 3-meter golden body can only last for 15 minutes. The first time each day doesn't consume stamina, but the second time does. Jiang Tian was too lazy to activate it again. Anyway, without the golden body, he could still wield the extending Metal War Spear. It was more cost-effective to save stamina for several more rounds of fighting. The clone had the same limitation, 15 minutes per use. But the Shadow Divine Mirror could be used 10 times a day, so he could alternate between the main body and the clone in battle. Ding, killed an 8th rank beast, gained 8 energy points. Ding, killed an 8th rank beast, gained 8 energy points. The alert sounds kept flooding the screen. More than 2 hours passed, and the energy points surged wildly. Only then did Jiang Tian remember the upgrade system. The higher the level, the more points gained per second. Small gains accumulate into greatness. That's the way to go. Current energy, for 1,560,234/180,000. He directly clicked to upgrade. Ding, system upgraded to level 16. Ding, system upgraded to level 17. Ding, system upgraded to level 25. Energy instantly ran out, leaving only 234 points. The next second, the points jumped. Plus 25, plus 25, 25 points per second, much better than before. And at level 25, new abilities are unlocked. Damage amplification, 30,000 points equals 1% damage increase, no limit. Health cap increase, 200 points equals 1 health cap point. Jiang Tian stared at the panel, his eyes shining. The real strengthening was just beginning. Jiang Tian carefully studied these 2 new attributes, becoming more and more excited. The damage rate stacks on top of all damage. For example, 10 million pounds of strength, critical hits double it to 20 million, then add 100% damage rate, making it 40 million, with no limit. This means that in the future, Even increasing it by tens of thousands or billions of times is completely feasible. When both strength and damage rate are maxed out, even if the evil god himself revives, he can smash him with a single punch. After checking the damage rate, he then focused on the health limit. 200 points add 1 health. At the current system level, it can increase a bit more per second. But he didn't add points immediately. 15,000 health is enough for now, and more importantly, health regeneration unlocks after level 35. No matter how high the health is, it will eventually be depleted. If the regeneration speed can keep up with the consumption, for example, 8 points per second, and swinging the war halberd consumes exactly 8 points each time, then he can advance endlessly. Thinking of this, his heart burned with excitement. Kill for 1 more day, and the system will surely level up to 35. It's better to save all the points for stamina recovery. Jiang Tian continued to push forward. He fought until nightfall, having advanced 100 kilometers, yet he still couldn't see the beast's demon lair. The beast tides surged like waves, endless. He was somewhat anxious. If the demon lair was too far, even with full stamina recovery, he might not make it before the electric grid's power ran out. At this moment, he only had 40 stamina points left. The accumulated points over several days had reached 2 million. If all stamina limits are increased, it could rise by another 10,000 points, but it's not very meaningful. The higher the limit, the slower the recovery, which actually hinders the pace. He decided to retreat from the power grid and rest for the night. Tomorrow, he will push to level 35 and then fully enhance stamina recovery. Back at the defensive line, the beasts continue to assault furiously in dense waves. But he needs to rest. After a night's recovery of stamina, he can still accumulate over 1 million points. Once the stamina recovery modification is unlocked, he can truly start unlimited advancement. Xia Jie arranged the quietest rest area for Jiang Tian, strictly forbidding anyone from disturbing him. Everyone was convinced after today's battle. They advanced more than 100 kilometers in 2.5 hours. They only covered 12 kilometers in 6 hours. The gap was clear, and even the older generation of noble families acknowledged it. Jiang Tian is the savior of Xia country, Xia Jie's side. For us, he almost pushed himself to exhaustion. Several female commanders had tears in their eyes. Thinking of how he collapsed from exhaustion and fell asleep immediately, everyone felt a pang of emotion. If we can find the demon beast's nest, he deserves the credit. We teachers actually have to rely on a single student. It's embarrassing. With him around, the future of Xia Kingdom is secure. The senior officials all nodded in agreement. Why not finalize his merit award now? The demon beasts haven't retreated yet. But he killed so many demon beasts. Discussing rewards in advance isn't unreasonable. Old Chi suddenly smiled and said, "My Chi family has a granddaughter. Why not promise her to Jiang Tian?" As soon as the words fell, almost all the unmarried female executives on site voiced their opposition in unison. They ranged in age from their 20s to 30s, all having delayed marriage due to cultivation and career ambitions, and they always had very high standards. But now, they all had their eyes on Jiang Tian. How could Qi Lao's granddaughter be better than them? Jiang Tian should be left to me. The speaker was female Commander Su Yan, a level 90 powerhouse. Didn't you say you would never marry? That was because I hadn't met the right person, Su Yan said coldly. Jiang Tian belongs to me. No one else can snatch him away. But you're 34, and he's only 18. Being older means you know how to take care of others. Su Yan refused to back down. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Xia Jie looked at everyone, his face full of helplessness. What was supposed to be a discussion about rewards had turned into a contest of snatching people, especially with Su Yan being so assertive. How was his daughter Xia Wenjing supposed to compete now? Of course, Xia Jie wanted to win Jiang Tian over. With Jiang Tian's current strength, no one would let him go. Moreover, the two of them were already a perfect match. Let's get to the point and discuss tomorrow, Xia Jie interrupted everyone. Today, while helping Jiang Tian advance, we have already used up 70% of our potions and equipment. The most crucial superpower recovery potions are down to only 300 vials. Other resources are also scarce. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Potion costs are extremely high, mostly relying on the cores of exotic beasts. But the exotic beasts born in the demon's nest don't have cores at all, So that path is impossible. Help him again tomorrow, someone asked. 300 doses of medicine, advancing at most 3 kilometers. Compared to Jiang Tian's achievements today, it's not even worth mentioning. I suggest we stop and let him advance alone. If the defense line is broken, at least we still have a trump card. Su Yan's words received unanimous agreement. Jiang Tian, we can only rely on you, she silently prayed. Early the next morning, as soon as Jiang Tian's strength recovered, he crossed the electric fence and continued to fight the beasts. The system upgrade should be as fast as possible. Watching him fight alone, everyone's hearts were burning. We're no match for him. He's pushing himself too hard. He's a hero. He's advancing too quickly, already out of sight. Start the live stream. The live stream started again. Almost 1 second, the audience exceeded 1 billion. Students dropped their homework. Passers-by stopped in their tracks. People from all walks of life were watching him. At this moment, Jiang Tian was going all out. The original body, the clone, and the 3-meter golden body all swung their halberds simultaneously. Energy points skyrocketed wildly. Ding gained 11,000 energy points. Ding gained 22,000 energy points. The system level rocketed from level 25 nonstop. Level 28. Level 29. He fought farther and farther ahead, and grew stronger and stronger. 3 hours later, Jiang Tian advanced again to the 100-kilometer mark, exactly the same as yesterday. It wasn't that he deliberately slowed down, but the system had leveled up. A prompt sounded in his mind. System upgraded to level 35, unlocking stamina recovery modification function. Stamina recovery can be improved using points, with every 100,000 points adding 1 point to automatic recovery per second. When stamina is full, the excess can be stored for later use. Jiang Tian nodded. This feature is incredibly practical. It's like having countless bottles of stamina potions inside the body at all times, without any cooldown. The only problem is the cost. But he now has more than 4.3 million points. He didn't hesitate and put them all into stamina recovery, directly increasing it by 43 points, recovering 43 stamina points per second. The prompt sounded again. Stamina recovery exceeded 30 points, triggering a hidden effect that reduces stamina consumption by 20%. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. Originally, Jueying Palm consumed 45 stamina points per use. After reduction, it only consumes 36 points. He recovers 43 points per second, which means he can perform a full set of Jueying Palm every second, with 7 points to spare. This is infinite endurance. Even more brutal, a single strike of the Shadowless Palm delivers 30,000 energy units, much stronger than the War Halberd. The clones can also use it simultaneously, so with the original plus the clones, it amounts to 60,000 at once. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian directly put away the War Halberd, preparing to fully unleash the Shadowless Palm. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, Xia Jie and the netizens were already anxious. Why did Jiang Tian stop? Is he out of stamina? He retreated at this point yesterday too. Won't he fail again this time? If he can't hold them off, what happens if the first line of defense breaks? The atmosphere was extremely tense. Fortunately, everyone in the capital had already retreated to the second line of defense, and Old Chi's assets had been fully transferred. Just when everyone was on the verge of despair, someone suddenly started flooding the screen. He moved. Jiang Tian moved. Wait, did he put away the war spear? Putting away his weapon? Is he retreating? Everyone thought he was going to turn back. The next moment, the sky suddenly trembled. Jiang Tian raised his hand and struck out with a palm. Countless palm prints instantly spread across the sky. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, and the area within 200 meters around Jiang Tian was instantly cleared, as if a layer of air had been dug away from the ground. But the next second, the strange beasts flooded back in like a tide, filling the void. Ding gained 60,000 energy points. Having tasted the benefits, Jiang Tian unleashed a frenzy of palm strikes, executing the Shadowless Palm once every second, his figure constantly pressing forward, advancing 200 meters every second. Both the live stream room and the frontline command center were stunned. How exactly is he doing this? Suyin gaped, her face full of shock. He was so exhausted he fell asleep after advancing this far yesterday, But today he's even more fierce. Mu Qing frowned. No one could understand. The shadowless palm consumes an enormous amount of energy, even more exhausting than the war halberd. Obviously, he was about to collapse, yet he chose an even more life-draining fighting style. 1 palm per second. Who could withstand such consumption? Everyone thought he was fighting on his last breath. But after more than 10 minutes, instead of weakening, he actually looked healthier. Xia Jie and the others exchanged glances. Su Yin said gravely, "Don't ask why. Zhang Tian is our hope." She wore specially made black silk armor, standing in front of the screen with a determined gaze. Xia Jie nodded, continuing to focus on the screen. Zhang Tian steadily advanced. The strange beasts attacked frantically, but he struck them down one by one with a palm. In 1 hour, he advanced nearly 50 kilometers. The speed wasn't fast, but the beasts were endless, so he had to keep fighting. Everyone watched patiently, because this battle would decide the fate of Xia country. If they couldn't hold them off, even retreating to the second defensive line would only be a delay. The monsters in the demon nest are endless. Phantom Shadow Palm. Ding, gained 60,000 energy points. Energy points are accumulating wildly. As long as the count is sufficient, he will level up immediately. He needs greater power. Otherwise, he simply cannot withstand this catastrophe. By nightfall, Zhang Tian had been fighting continuously for nearly 10 hours, having ventured more than 500 kilometers deep into the beast domain. This distance is too exaggerated. In the past, not to mention ordinary people, even professional expedition teams wouldn't dare to venture 500 kilometers into the beast domain. But when he looked around, it was still an overwhelming tide of beasts, with no sign of the Yisu Vochal at all. He should have been happy. The more Yisho there are, the more energy points. But the Xian nation can't hold on. Zhang Tian's heart tightened. Where exactly is the Mochao? At the same time, deep within the beast domain, in the Beast King city. This is a giant city built by Yisog, each guarded by a beast king to prevent human sneak attacks. Although in all these years, no one has truly dared to reach here. But today, the patrolling beasts brought back news. Beast King, a human is advancing this way, seems to be looking for the Vochao. Should we stop him? What are you stopping for? The Beast King sneered. With so many exotic beasts, he will soon exhaust his alien energy and retreat on his own. Among those experts above level 90 from the Xia Kingdom, which one advanced more than 3 kilometers? But he has already been fighting for 10 hours, advanced more than 500 kilometers, almost 600. What? The Beast King suddenly stood up. 600 kilometers? Are you sure? Even with bonuses in the beast domain, not even he could do that. Absolutely certain. Should we intervene? The Beast King was silent for a moment, then shook his head. Anyone who can advance 600 kilometers, if we go, we're just committing suicide. Strengthen defenses, don't recklessly send our lives. He was very clear. At a time like this, whoever goes up dies. Zhang Tian kept moving forward. Night fell, but he didn't stop. Only 1 day was left. If the demon nest wasn't found by then, humanity would have to retreat to the second line of defense. Go, Zhang Tian. If he doesn't sleep, neither do we. If he succeeds this time, I'll write him into the history books. The livestream room erupted. After the electric net was activated, Xia Jie and the others stared fixedly at the screen, not daring to breathe. A night passed. Dawn has come. Zhang Tian was also a bit sleepy. His physical strength could recover infinitely, but his spirit couldn't hold up. He wasn't a spirit type, so staying up late was too hard. But at this moment, he was instead alert. After a day and night of frenzied killing, the system reached level 50. Ding! System upgraded to level 50. Current available modification points: 4, 237, 400. Points needed for next upgrade: 9, 000, 000. He had accumulated over 4 million points in just 1 day, which was indeed terrifying, but the upgrade threshold had doubled as well. Ding! Broke through level 50, rewarded with a mysterious blind box. Open. Ding! Stamina limit increased by plus 15,000. His original stamina was 15,000, now it has directly doubled. Calculating at 200 points per stamina, this is equivalent to 3 million points, a huge gain. Unfortunately, no new attributes were unlocked. Jiang Tian focused his mind and continued forward. Soon, he saw the target. 800 meters ahead, a massive meat nest was writhing, like a monster's womb, continuously spitting out strange beasts. The livestream room completely exploded. The demon nest has appeared. In the past, whenever the demon nest surfaced, it meant either a nation's destruction or its fall. This time, finally, someone has fought their way right to its doorstep. Jiang Tian is a god. I no longer believe in gods. I only believe in Jiang Tian. Countless people stayed awake for a day and a night, their eyes bloodshot, just for this moment. Worship and faith wildly converged, turning into an invisible force surging toward Jiang Tian. At this moment, he had already reached the demon nest, only 1 meter away. That thing kept spewing out mutant beasts. Jiang Tian reached out and touched it. Item name: Mutant Beast Demon Nest. Status: cannot be possessed. Note: a tool created by a prankster deity that can endlessly nurture exotic beasts until its internal energy is depleted. Isn't it interesting? Interesting my ass. Jiang Tian's face was icy cold, taking the life and death of a nation as a joke just for so-called fun. Only then did Jiang Tian truly understand how terrifying the gods are, casually creating a tool that leaves the strongest warriors of a nation helpless. So just how powerful must the true gods be? What annoyed him even more was that this thing couldn't be kept for oneself. It could only be destroyed. At this moment, a choice popped up. Destroy it, or continue the prank. A. Destroy it. B. Exile to Han Kingdom. C. Send to Island Nation. How to choose? Destroying is the safest, but also the biggest loss. Just by killing one Cunnian, the system would level up to 50. If he keeps grinding, reaching level 100 won't be just a dream. When the gods truly descend, he'll have a bit more confidence. So A is directly ruled out. Exile to the cold country. The relationship between the cold country and the summer country is still relatively stable. Park Gukchang manages the Sin City for him and even gets dividends every year. Throwing the demon's den over there would be like sabotaging his own business. That's also not an option. Then only C remains. Island Nation. Jiang Tian sneered coldly. The island nation recently failed in research and discharged a large amount of radiation into the sea. Just worried there would be no chance to teach them a lesson. I choose C. As soon as the words fell, a voice rang out all around. As you wish. The next moment, the beast nest along with the beast tide disappeared. Clean and clear. Jiang Tian was stunned for a moment. The previously overwhelming exotic beasts disappeared in an instant. Originally wanted to spawn another wave, but now there's nothing left. Forget it. Quiet is fine too. He activated skywalking. 20 kilometers flashed by in an instant. Returned to the defensive line after 1 minute. The defensive line over there was already boiling with excitement. The beast tide suddenly disappeared, and everyone thought Jiang Tian had taken action to resolve everything. Xia Jie was so moved that his eyes reddened. The officers and the strong decided on the spot to hold a banquet to celebrate their victory. The joy of surviving the ordeal overshadowed all doubts. We are saved. The Xia nation has been preserved. All thanks to Jiang Tian. Cheers echoed through the night sky. We can finally move back to our own home. There's nothing like the feeling of coming home. Netizens watched the live stream while riding back. After Jiang Tian returned to the defensive line, he didn't even greet anyone and immediately lay down to sleep. He fought fiercely for an entire day and night, already exhausted. The officers arranged the duty shifts and the evening banquet, then each went to rest. Everyone had watched the live broadcast all day, their spirits stretched to the limit. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Commander Su Yin knocked on the door and woke Jiang Tian. Get up, the celebration banquet is waiting for you. A banquet. Jiang Tian instantly woke up. The word banquet was even more effective than an alarm clock. He greeted Su Yin. Su Yin had a cold and stern demeanor, her military uniform crisp, exuding an aura of lethality. The capable figure and sharp lines made people reluctant to underestimate him. The two arrived at the Tianquan Hotel in the capital. This was Qi Lao's property. As soon as the Abyss Beast Demon Nest disappeared, Qi Lao immediately recalled the family's men. Business could not stop. He covered the entire banquet tonight. Those attending were all high-level and top-tier experts. Charging money would have been beneath him. But Qi Lao was also shrewd. He leaked information in advance, using Jiang Tian's name to attract attention. Countless people crowded at the hotel entrance just to catch a glimpse of this savior hero. The entrance was packed with a sea of people. Jiang Tian is here. The real person is even more handsome. Please give me your autograph. The scene was almost out of control. Fortunately, security had arranged in advance. Only then did Jiang Tian realize that he had become the center of attention. As he walked into the hotel, Xia Jie and the others were already waiting at the entrance. Finally arrived, quickly take your seats. The celebration banquet officially began. In the most luxurious private room of Tianquan Hotel, nearly 100 famous dishes were laid out, all carefully prepared by Old Qi. Just as Old Qi was about to speak, Jiang Tian sat down and started eating directly. Let's eat first, he said decisively. No one felt it was rude. After killing nonstop for a whole day and night, he was already starving. Seeing him devour the food, everyone also ate freely. Such a banquet was rare for them. Seeing this, Old Qi called over his granddaughter Qi Ling and asked her to pour wine for Jiang Tian. Qi Ling blushed as she carried the most expensive fruit brew over, her eyes full of admiration. She had witnessed Jiang Tian slaughtering the beast firsthand, and her heart had already been moved. Jiang Tian gave a word of thanks. The wine was mild to the taste, yet it quickly restored energy. Qi Ling grew even more nervous. This scene, observed by the other female executives, instantly made the atmosphere subtly tense. Jiang Tian single-handedly swept through the demon nest, with a promising future ahead. Who wouldn't be tempted? Su Yin was the first to stand up and openly declare, Jiang Tian, I like you. Let's date, and we can even get married tomorrow. I can cook and fight. No dowry needed, just you. The whole arena fell silent. Jiang Tian spat out a mouthful of wine. So direct. Before he could react, the crowd burst into laughter. But just as the laughter died down, other female executives also started speaking up, and the atmosphere instantly spiraled out of control. If they didn't speak now, they might lose their chance. Su Yin came from a good family, was beautiful, and her strength was already at level 89, just one step away from level 90. The key was no dowry. Where else could you find a woman like that? Jiang Tian, I like you too. Although my strength is a bit weaker than Commander Su's, I'm more considerate. If you marry me, I'll take care of the whole household, guaranteeing that you have no worries. Jiang Tian, we can take it slow. Feelings can't be rushed. I don't agree with them pressuring you like that. How about we watch a movie together tonight? There are quite a few new releases recently. We can chat while watching. Jiang Tian stood frozen. He just came for a meal, never expected it to turn into a group confession scene. Everyone else was dumbfounded. These women were either high-ranking politicians or female commanders, each holding significant power. How was he supposed to choose? With so many people present, outright rejection would definitely offend someone. If women held grudges, they were capable of anything. Soon, the group of powerful women finished confessing. Old Qi gave Qi Ling a glance. Qi Ling wanted to speak, but was so nervous she couldn't get a single word out. Usually, others chased after her, but today the scene was too overwhelming. She couldn't insert herself at all. Sorry, I'm going to the restroom. Jiang Tian stood up. I drank too much just now. Hurry up and come back quickly. Someone has to be chosen when you return. Someone teased with a laugh. Jiang Tian said nothing, left the private room, walked to the restroom, opened the window, and instantly teleported away by stepping into thin air. If he didn't run now, he would really be forced into marriage. He had no feelings for those female commanders, and it wasn't right to agree to anyone now. Although mature women were indeed attractive, life was more important. He decided to hide for a while first. Wait until the heat died down before making a move. He couldn't go back to school either. With their methods, they would have already investigated him thoroughly. Go to Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. He planned to stay with President Jill for a few days, but felt it wasn't safe. Those women were almost omnipotent in the Xia country. Might as well go abroad. Soon, he arrived at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, took Annie with him, and boarded the plane transformed by Lies the goddess, flying straight to Sin City. That is Park Gukchang's territory, as well as his supreme guest official manor. Black Silk Maid, he's here. Meanwhile, at the Tianquan Hotel's celebration banquet. Why hasn't Jiang Tian come back yet? It's been 15 minutes already. Even a bathroom break shouldn't take this long. Commander Su Yin couldn't sit still any longer and frowned as she asked, "Could it be constipation? If you don't like it, just quit. One less competitor." "No one said that. Maybe we should go check?" "He's young. Hopefully, nothing serious is wrong." With medical personnel around, no matter how serious the problem is, it can be treated. The more they talked, the more absurd it became, and the celebration banquet turned into a bickering scene. Xia Jie and the others couldn't get a word in. A few minutes later, the atmosphere suddenly changed. "Not good. I have a bad feeling. Jiang Tian might have run off." "Come to think of it, that does sound likely. I'll go check." Su Yin was the first to rush out, heading straight for the men's restroom, checking each stall one by one. A few female commanders followed, searching the entire area. Fortunately, no one was there. Otherwise, it would have been even more awkward. "He really ran off, bastard." Everyone returned to the private room and hurriedly video called Jiang Tian's student watch. But he had already asked Sha Chang to turn on Do Not Disturb, so the call couldn't be connected at all. "You are pressing too hard, scaring people away," Chief Xia said helplessly, shaking his head. "I'll try again." Just as they opened their smartwatches, they were bombarded with a series of breaking news alerts. An 8th-tier beast nest has appeared in the capital of the island nation, Dongjing, with 1/5 of its territory fallen. Prime Minister Matsushita Shosha of the island nation was attacked on the spot and confirmed dead. The top-level tech park has been flattened, with overall technological development set back by 70%. The monster nest has persisted for 7 hours, with casualties exceeding 20 million and still being counted. Everyone was stunned, exchanging looks with one another. The next second, a burst of laughter erupted in the private room. Xia Jie, Su Yin, and a group of principals and teachers all laughed uncontrollably. If this scene had occurred during a formal meeting, no one would have been able to hold it in. Just then, Xia Jie's watch buzzed. A message from the diplomat arrived. The head of the island nation's embassy, Abe the Little Scoundrel, requested a meeting to discuss the beast crisis. No need to guess, they came to ask for help. Xia Jie conveyed the message and asked, "What do you all think? We just barely recovered from the demon nest ourselves. The border defense is still not reorganized, and the power grid is under emergency repairs. How do we have the capacity to help them?" Commander Su Yin is tall and slender. In her eyes, islanders are all short, and she privately calls them damn shorties. "Don't you think it's too coincidental that this 8th-level mutated beast's nest appeared?" Xia Jie frowned. Someone immediately responded. "Could it be the one Jiang Tian dealt with back then? Did he destroy it or relocate it?" In the live broadcast back then, they only saw Jiang Tian touch the beast's nest once, and the next second he disappeared. Whether it was destroyed or vanished, no one could say for sure. Xia Jie made a decision. The official stance is that the beast's nest has been destroyed. At this moment, the diplomat's urging message arrived again. Xia Jie sneered. "I'll go meet that little punk." The alliance agreement requires all countries to discuss mutated beast issues. He can't avoid it, but whether to provide support or not, he has plenty of excuses. He soon arrived at the reception room. Inside were only him, diplomat Xia Ku, and a few expert bodyguards, with even stronger guards watching secretly. The two laughed heartily for a while to avoid bursting out later. Abe entered and, speaking in broken Xia language, said, "President Xia, what's got you so happy?" Xia Jie smiled and invited him to sit, saying he had obtained some top-quality tea worth hundreds of thousands per tale and suggested they drink tea first before discussing business. In reality, what he took out was just a pile of tea leaves worth a few yuan. Abe braved a sip and immediately spat it out. His face darkened. "Is this the tea worth 1 million per tale?" After speaking, he even had his attendants try the tea, and the atmosphere in the room instantly grew awkward and tense. "Try it yourselves." A few people took a sip and immediately frowned. "This tea won't do. I've been drinking tea for so many years. I can tell good from bad with just one sip." The island nation's underling said coldly. Their tea ceremony was originally learned from the Xia kingdom, yet now they claimed it as their own skill. "Premier Xia, you're not being fooled, are you? You can't even tell this bad tea apart." Abe sneered, clearly looking down on them. Is that so? Xia Jie suddenly stood up and slammed his hand on the table. This is outrageous. How dare the merchant try to fool me with this kind of tea? This is downright insulting. I'm going to settle this with him right now. You all wait here. He said this and walked out, a smile still on his face. I was just worried about having no reason to leave this group hanging, and now the opportunity has come knocking. Abe and the others were still smug, thinking they had seen through the trick and waiting to watch the show. It took them more than an hour to realize they had been played. That's Xia Jie. Several of them were boiling with anger but didn't dare to lash out. With surveillance everywhere, and since they had come asking for help this time, they could only endure and try to contact through diplomatic channels again. Meanwhile, Xia Jie had comfortably slept for more than 2 hours, a rare deep sleep. Leader, Abe wants to see you again. With nothing better to do, might as well mess with him a bit more, Xia Jie said with a smile. After dragging it out for another half hour, he finally strolled leisurely into the reception room. Thanks for waiting. That unscrupulous merchant ran off, and I've already sent people to chase him. Don't worry. Even if he runs to the ends of the earth, I'll bring him back. He put on a face full of anger. Abe and the others understood clearly and stopped beating around the bush. President Xia, I'll be straightforward. A beast demon nest has appeared in the island nation's capital, causing heavy casualties. We can't hold out, so we came. Borrowing money? No problem. How many tens of thousands do you need? The national treasury can't be touched, but I can scrape some together personally, Xia Jie said earnestly. Not borrowing money, then borrowing people? Borrowing supplies? As long as I can provide it, we can negotiate. President Xia, I won't hide it from you anymore. An 8th-tier beast demon nest has appeared in our country. We came this time to beg for your help. By relying on ourselves, we simply can't hold them back. Uft, Abe said seriously, but Xia Jie couldn't hold it in. No matter how hard he tried to suppress it, as soon as he heard the island nation being beaten down by the beasts, he burst out laughing. President Xia, what are you laughing at? Abe forced down his anger. The two countries are discussing serious matters, and you're laughing on the spot. What kind of attitude is that? But he dared not lose his temper. They were here to ask for help, so he had to endure. I'm not laughing, Xia Jie said earnestly. You clearly just laughed. Really, I didn't. We've had professional training. No matter how funny it is, we won't laugh. Rest assured. Abe gritted his teeth and held back. 1/5 of our territory has already fallen. The first line of defense can hold at most 2 days. If there's no external aid. Oh, intersection. Oh haha, Xia Jie laughed again. President Xia, you're going too far. Thinking about something happy. My wife is having a baby. Abe's face turned ashen, but he could only pretend not to hear. Among the surrounding countries, the only one that could save them was Xia's nation. No matter how rude Xia Jie was, he had to endure it. Other countries have already sent experts to assist. Now only Xia's nation is left. Oh, is that so? Xia Jie said leisurely. But we just finished clearing out the monster's den, and our vitality is severely depleted. Our experts are all recovering from their injuries, so we really can't spare anyone. President Xia, you can't just watch people die. Don't worry. Xia Jie waved his hand. Considering the friendship between our two countries, I'll recommend someone to you. Once he takes action, your problems will be solved. Who? Abe's eyes lit up. Jiang Tian. We were able to deal with the demon nest this time all thanks to him. But he's been traveling recently. Whether you can find him depends on your skills. With one sentence, he shifted all the trouble away. An 8th-rank demon nest is no small matter. Even if you send a group of level 90 experts, it might not be effective. Those strong warriors even have to be polite to him, their leader. He certainly doesn't want to bow and scrape for the island nation. Letting Jiang Tian take the blame is the most suitable. All right, we'll go find Jiang Tian immediately. Abe hurriedly stood up. The domestic situation was already unbearable, and he dared not delay for a moment. He kept worrying about the domestic situation, eager to solve the trouble of the aberrant beast's demon nest at once. Just as Abe and the others left, harsh laughter echoed again in the room. Baka, Chaji is too arrogant, daring to laugh openly over the affairs of two countries, completely disregarding us. Abe cursed angrily, with his subordinates echoing in agreement. The most urgent thing now is to find Jiang Tian. He is a student at War God University. Yes. Contact the Domestic Intelligence Department immediately and conduct a full search. With today's technology, satellites cover the entire globe, so tracking someone's whereabouts is not difficult. After more than an hour, news arrived that Jiang Tian had gone to Sin City. "What is a student doing in such a place?" someone muttered. Abe slapped the table and yelled, "The homeland is barely holding on, and you still dare to have wild thoughts? Depart at once." No one dared to object. Abe comes from the Abe family, a lineage of high status, respected even by the strong who must bow their heads upon meeting him. The private plane quickly flew to the sinful city. This place had long been controlled by the Wanbao Guild, with Park Gukchang as the actual ruler, showing utmost respect only to Jiang Tian. At this moment, Jiang Tian was sitting in the manor, biting heartily into a wild beast's knuckle, with a table piled high with delicacies like a mountain. "Eat, don't hold back." He grabbed the food directly with his hands. The maids in black stockings were amused by his uninhibited manner. Annie was pulled in by him to sit together. Park Gukchang stood nearby, his eyes filled with admiration. In his heart, Jiang Tian was the true master. As long as you could connect with Jiang Tian, you had to do your best to please him. Jiang Keqing, a platinum client from an island nation in the Chamber of Commerce, wants to contact you directly, bypassing the usual channels. The process has already been completed. Do you agree? If not, I will reject it. Park Guchang asked respectfully. Superiors don't need approval to contact subordinates, but subordinates must go through multiple layers of approval to contact superiors, and they might be rejected. No, Jiang Tian didn't even think twice. He had already seen the news. The island nation was in chaos due to mutant beasts. Those people were trying to get him to clear out the demon nests. He did need energy points to level up, but there was no rush right now. Once the 8th level demon nests completely lost control and the island nation could no longer hold out, he would go harvest later and earn even more. Understood. I will refuse immediately. Park Guchang acted at once. Jiang Tian raised his glass and laughed loudly. Come on, keep drinking. The island nation is about to collapse. Don't just stand there. Sit with us. The black silk maids looked at each other, unable to believe they were sharing a table with the supreme guest. In their eyes, even the bronze guests were full of airs, let alone such a big shot. Guest Jiang says if you should sit, then sit. Park Guchang spoke. Only then did everyone relax, enjoying the feast heartily. Elsewhere, Abe, the little punk, arrived with his men and platinum guest Yamamoto Taro. Yamamoto came from nobility, but was very clear-headed. In the island nation, he is a genius, but in the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, he is just at the bottom. So he always keeps a low profile. This time, when Abe pulled him over to ask Jiang Tian for help, he was actually unsure in his heart. This is a branch. Abe-kun, don't be too impulsive later, Yamamoto reminded him. Abe snorted coldly. It's just a branch, not the headquarters. What's there to be afraid of? Abe looked disdainful. Their family never engaged in business and had little contact with the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. As nobles, they inherently looked down on merchants, seeing the chamber only as profit-making traders. As soon as they reached the door, the recognition system identified Yamamoto Teru's platinum guest status. The waiter smiled and welcomed them in, treating Abe and his party as distinguished guests. Abe said coldly, "Tell your chairman to come out and see me. You're not even worthy to speak to me." He didn't even look the other party in the eye. Yamamoto urged him to go in first and then talk. But Abe insisted on staying put, feeling he couldn't lose face. As a result, a group of people blocked the entrance, stuck in a dilemma. The waiter smiled on the surface, but was annoyed inside. She turned back to the hall, ignoring them, and certainly not going to notify the chairman. She thought to herself, who does this guy think he is? Abe refused to enter without seeing the chairman, and the situation remained deadlocked. More than 2 hours passed, and Yamamoto's legs grew sore. He could only urge him again. People coming and going at the door whispered among themselves, many mocking Abe for his short stature. Abe's face turned dark. Suddenly, his men struck, beheading several people on the spot, blood splattering everywhere, and the surroundings fell silent instantly. Yamamoto hurried to stop them, but was too late. He knew very well that killing at the doorstep of Wanbao Chamber was a blatant provocation. Sure enough, soon a group of experts rushed out. Abe, however, wore a look of disdain. He considered himself the second noble of the island nation, and his men were all carefully selected, so he didn't regard these people at all. If you don't come out now, I'll cut you all down together. Abe-kun, don't say things like that. Yamamoto quickly tried to smooth things over. Everyone, please forgive me. I am a platinum guest official, and he is my friend. There was a bit of a misunderstanding just now. Yamamoto desperately tried to save him face, but Abe showed no sign of restraining himself. I'll kill him, so what? If you want to court death, I won't stop you. Yamamoto sighed. This wasn't his territory, and he knew well the strength of the guild. Abe's gang was simply no match. Sure enough, several of his men were soon beaten into bloody pulp. Who wants to see me? Park Guk-chang stepped forward. He had long been disgusted by Abe. Others feared the Abe family, but he did not. Bring it on. At a command, 85-level experts surrounded him. Abe, who was only level 45 and over 40 years old, was beaten half to death in a few moves. Yamamoto stood silently on the side, knowing he wouldn't really be killed. Healers, come out, heal him, then fight again, 10 rounds. After round of brutal beating, Abe finally lowered his head. I was wrong. I shouldn't have acted recklessly. Is Jiang Tian inside? Let me see him. Park Guchang sneered. Jiang Kaching said you don't qualify. Have your emperor come in person and bring a divine crystal. Just a mere ambassador wanting to ask for help. He's seriously underestimating people. The island nation is on the verge of collapse, yet they still put on airs. Jiang Tian is too lazy to take the initiative. Either wait for their country to perish before reaping the benefits, or make the emperor bow his head. It is said that Minglishu is very aloof, hardly seeing anyone below the nobility. This is a good opportunity to step on them. Moreover, the island nation only has one divine crystal. If he gets his hands on it, that would make 2. The restoration of the Shadow Clone Divine Crystal is one step closer. As long as the Divine Crystal is intact, there will be a better chance of resisting the gods. All right, I'll report back immediately. Abe got on a special plane and flew back to the island nation in a fluster. The island nation's no city was designated as the temporary capital. Dongjing had long since fallen. Emperor Minglishu accepted the officials' homage in the main hall. After the homage, Abe mustered up the courage to state Jiang Tian's conditions. His Majesty the Emperor, Jiang Tian insists that you personally go to request this, and must bring officials and divine crystals. Otherwise, he refuses to meet. Abe said quietly. As soon as the words fell, the ministers erupted. How reckless! Who does he think he is? A commoner from Xia Kingdom, daring to make the emperor bow. Send someone to assassinate him directly, wipe him out. And demanding divine crystals, simply insane. The crowd was furious. The emperor's dignity could not be challenged. Ming Lishio finally spoke. Abe, is he really that strong? Could Xia Jie be toying with you? A freshman in college, able to wipe out an 8th-level demon nest. The crowd also didn't believe it. 8th-level beasts were incredibly fierce. Even level 80 experts were swallowed by the beast tide. So why should a freshman be capable? Abe gritted his teeth and said, he has no supernatural powers, but he is incredibly strong, and he is also the supreme guest of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Someone sneered, just a small chamber of commerce. Is it really worth your praise? Abe no longer explained and directly released the video. On the screen, Jiang Tian held a war spear, golden light protecting his body. A 3-meter-tall figure charging into the beast tide, sweeping with one spear stroke, causing masses of 8th-level beasts to fall. The video was only a dozen seconds long, yet stunned the entire audience. Ming Lishio asked in a deep voice, is this really an ordinary person? A single spear sweep killed hundreds of 8th-rank beasts. Who dares say he is just a civilian? Your Majesty, do not forget, so-called special abilities are essentially gene mutations. Jiang Tian very likely has a rare mutation stronger than ordinary special abilities. As long as we obtain his cells, decode the genes, and replicate them with biotechnology, our island nation can continuously produce powerful individuals. Then, dominating the world will no longer be a dream. The biological officials' eyes were full of greed. Good idea, but how do we get the cells? Bring him here, Ming Lishio said calmly. Everyone immediately objected. His Majesty's status is noble. How can he invite a commoner? For the sake of the empire, what's wrong with lowering oneself? Take the divine crystal and set off now. The divine crystal is truly given. Wait until he helps us deal with the mutant beast's lair, then take his cells. The divine crystal will naturally be retrieved. Everyone agreed in unison. The royal plane took off and reached the Sin City in less than an hour. The vast and grand procession attracted countless onlookers. That is the emperor of the island nation. What are they here for? I heard that a monstrous beast's lair appeared in the island nation. They came to invite Jiang Kaching. Jiang Kaching will help them. Everyone followed to watch the excitement. The procession stopped at the entrance of the Wanbao Trading Company. Abe stepped forward and knocked on the door. This time, experts gathered both openly and secretly. He didn't believe Park Gukchang dared to make a move. As soon as the door opened, Park Gukchang was already standing at the entrance. Abe sneered coldly. In front of the emperor's guards, he thought the other side wouldn't dare to act arrogantly anymore. Park Gukchang, call out Jiang Tian, Abe said arrogantly. Abe, don't be too rude. Emperor Ming Lishio said coldly to stop him. This was someone else's territory. No matter how unhappy he was, he had to control his temper. Chairman Park, I apologize on his behalf. I'm here to invite Jiang Kaching to step forward this time. Ming Lishio forced himself to be polite. He knew clearly that in order to deal with the alien beast's nest and for Jiang Tian's cells, he had to endure for now. His Majesty the Emperor? Unfortunately, the timing is poor. Jiang Kaching is just taking his nap and hates being disturbed. If he's woken up, he won't agree to anything, said Park Guochang calmly. The accompanying officials instantly exploded. How dare you keep the emperor waiting? Call someone out immediately or face the consequences. Threatening me? Park Guochang sneered. He was well prepared. There were strong men stationed in the Chamber of Commerce, and Jiang Tian was ready to back them up. They weren't afraid to take action. Once the situation turned chaotic and something unexpected happened, no one could predict the outcome. Everyone be quiet. Ming Lishio spoke sternly. Since Jiang Kaching wants face, we'll wait. For the sake of the goal, he endured. Park Guochang turned and went inside, leisurely eating and drinking. More than 2 hours passed. Chairman Park, has Jiang Kaching woken up? Ming Lishio called from outside the door. Just woke up, still needs to freshen up. Wait a bit longer. Okay. Ming Lishio's face stiffened. The crowd of onlookers grew larger and larger. Jiang Kaching is really bold, making the emperor wait standing. The supreme guest of Wanbao Trading Company has that kind of confidence. Not even the head of state of Xia Kingdom has been kept waiting like this. The longer they wait, the better. It will humble their arrogance. So, they found all sorts of excuses to delay, waiting for more than 7 hours, until it got dark. Ming Lishio and a group of officials stood until their legs went numb, their faces dark, but they dared not lose their temper. It wasn't until 8:30 in the evening that Jiang Tiankai leisurely came out. Who's looking for me? He yawned, looking at the large group of people at the door. Ming Lishio stepped forward, introduced himself, and extended his hand in goodwill. Jiang Tian did not shake hands, only nodded lightly. Ming Lishio explained his purpose and asked him to go to the island nation to deal with the 8th-level beast demon nest. Jiang Tian directly demanded the divine crystal. Ming Lishio gritted his teeth and took out a box, inside which was the divine crystal. Jiang Tian confirmed it was correct and immediately accepted it. Ming Lishio felt his heart bleeding but forced a smile, thinking he could get it back in the future. He asked again when they would depart. Jiang Tian turned around and walked inside, leaving behind just one sentence. After thinking it over, I'm not going. It's quite comfortable here. The scene instantly fell silent. The top officials of the island nation all mobilized, waiting patiently for hours and even offering top-notch resources, only to get a refusal. Everyone's expressions changed. Ming Lishio's anger was uncontrollable, and she shouted out loud, "Are you playing with us?" Jiang Tian publicly mocked the emperor, causing a group of island nation experts to explode in fury and prepare to take action on the spot. This was exactly to his liking. You make the first move, and I'm just acting in self-defense. No one can blame me if I kill someone. There are quite a few experts this time. If we can take out a few while we have the chance, the island nation's Li Lang to fight the Yishou will be even weaker, and their fall will come faster. This is Sin City, not Xia country. Public opinion doesn't mean a damn thing. Here, only fists speak. Today, whether you leave or not, you're going to leave. An 85-level bodyguard shouted angrily as he charged forward. The next moment, members of the Wanbao Merchants Association appeared, 9 of them above level 80, plus 2 strong fighters at level 90 holding the line. Jiang Tian simply stepped back to watch the show. The Tianhuang coldly demanded answers from Park Guochang. Park Guochang did not back down. Dare to move against my supreme guest official on my turf. That means making an enemy of the Wanbao Guild. With just one look, he engaged a peer expert in battle. 2 level 85 strong warriors fought head-on, one with beast transformation talent, the other with enhanced physique, every punch landing solidly, evenly matched. Psychic energy scattered in all directions. The scene was explosive. The island nation, unable to break through with repeated attacks, sent more people to besiege. The Wanbao Guild immediately followed up, launching a full-scale battle with everyone level 80 and above. Park Guochang activated a defensive formation and also used spatial tools to seal off the battlefield, preventing the guild from being torn apart. Anyone else? Come at me together. 2 powerful fighters at level 90 stepped forward. One of them was Chadman, a level 92 wind elemental master, a ruthless figure who had conquered the divine bestowed dungeon. The wind blade had not moved, yet murderous intent already surged. Roger, a lightning elemental master, a level 93 powerhouse, had been famous for years and held high prestige in the Wanbao Guild. Both of them unleashed their full aura, and the pressure above level 90 instantly pressed down on the opposition. Ming Lixio bore the brunt, feeling a suffocating weight on her chest, almost unable to breathe. How dare you? Do you really think no one is here from our island nation? Before the words had fallen, the island faction exploded with even stronger momentum, forcibly pushing back the pressure emanating from Chadman and the others. A short, stout man stepped out of the crowd, thick beard, yellowish skin, wearing wooden clogs, and a samurai sword hanging at his waist. He was the head of the Hekawa family and the commander of the Emperor's Guard, Hekawa Okaban, level 96 Earth Elementalist. Although he didn't awaken his second talent at level 70, he forcibly awakened Weapon Master at level 95, also an S rank. Both offensive and defensive, his strength is terrifying. When he steps out, the air grows heavy. Above level 95, it's a qualitative change. The other is the second head of the Fengqing family, Fengqing Erlang, level 95. His talent is Shadow Assassin, with the second talent being an offensive enhancement support, greatly boosting his own and his teammates' combat power. These two almost represent the strongest combat power of the island nation. Fight or not? Chadman asked in a low voice. They hadn't even reached level 95. With the level gap and double talent suppression, the chances of winning were extremely low. Fight, Roger said coldly. At our own guild entrance, we can't lose face. A flash of lightning exploded. Thunder flash. Roger's figure turned into a flash of lightning and vanished in an instant. The next second, he had already appeared behind the Hikawaka version. Lightning Spear. A black lightning spear condensed in his hand, electric arcs jumping wildly. This was his ultimate skill, highly effective at piercing armor and with a paralyzing effect. Once it hit, the target would be unable to use their abilities for a short time. His first strike was locked onto the Hikawaka version. Earth-type speed was slow, making it the perfect target for an ambush. If facing Toyoki Jiro, who could split shadows, it would be difficult to hit. At the same time, Chadman also moved. Years of fighting side by side allowed him to see through Roger's intention at a glance. Wind and thunder, 10,000 blades. The power of wind and thunder intertwined, blade-like air currents filling the sky, forming a combined attack with Roger's lightning spear, pressing directly on the Hikawaka version. This is originally an area attack. First, paralyze the Nichikawa version with the lightning spear, then finish him off in one go. Petty tricks. 2 attacks approached, but he looked disdainful, not taking them seriously at all. Not even level 95, and yet you dare come to die. He suddenly stomped his foot, unleashing his earth element talent, instantly mobilizing the power of the earth. Boom! A massive earth element shell wrapped around him. As long as he stood on the ground, he could continuously draw earth elements. making his defense nearly impenetrable. Bang! The lightning spear fiercely stabbed into the shell. But the level difference was obvious, and with the terrain advantage, the lightning spear couldn't break the defense at all, only detonating on the surface and turning into a few flickering arcs of lightning. Next, the wind and thunder blades swept in. Pa pa pa. The combined martial skill was more powerful, but it only shaved off one layer of the shell. Completely shattering, it was almost impossible. How can this be? Chadman and Roger's faces changed abruptly. Our attacks are mainly magic-based. Isn't the Earth element shield supposed to only block physical attacks? They were originally confident because the lightning and wind elements lean towards magic damage and also cause paralysis. But now, they have no effect at all. The Nikawaka version removed its shell and sneered. Earth elements have strong physical defense, but weak magic resistance. So I prepared a 9th level magic resistance item. Combined with the shield, it can negate 90% of your damage. Even so, the electricity still left a trace of an electric arc on him, but it was far from enough to paralyze him. As long as it's not complete immunity, I can break through, Roger said in a deep voice. His methods were not limited to these. Thunder Domain. Supernatural talents occasionally evolve into domain skills, with power far surpassing normal abilities. Roger obtained a strand of divine thunder in the American Thor dungeon, perfectly matching the domain. In an instant, dark clouds rolled overhead above the islanders. The strands of lightning within the clouds, though thin, radiated a destructive aura. Even level 95 elites like the Nikawaka version and Toyoshiro Jiro couldn't help but feel a tightening in their chests. It is a relic left by the gods. Nichikawa Okaban's expression darkened. It seems we have to get serious. Strength and talent are advantageous, but the divine relic must not be underestimated. Everyone remained vigilant and fought with all their might. Spring Blossoms. Toyoshiro Jiro activated his support talent. Without any defensive ability himself, he could only entrust defense to Nichikawa Okaban. With the blessing received, Nichikawa Okaban's aura surged dramatically. A massive earth elemental barrier rose instantly, protecting everyone. Activate all magic resistance items, stack them up. Emperor Minglishu ordered urgently. The thunder domain thundered down. Divine lightning struck the earth barrier, cracks appearing everywhere, nearly collapsing. But the divine lightning was only a single strike, and with no one amplifying Roger's attack, the defense ultimately held. Roger gasped heavily, repeatedly unleashing his domain and divine lightning. His supernatural energy was already more than half depleted. He could only rely on Chadman. Divine thunder is impressive, but unfortunately, you're too weak, sneered Nichikawaka version coldly. Chadman stepped forward with the wind, facing Toyoshiro Jiro. Wind and shadows are essentially a contest of speed. Chadman's wind blade swiftly slashed, striking in shadow, but it dissolved into black water. In the next moment, the original self swung the knife down. Chadman narrowly avoided it. His speed was slightly faster. Toyoshiro Jiro snorted coldly. At level 95, he still couldn't suppress his opponent. Obviously, the rival was extraordinary. He focused his mind, and the original self and 10 shadows simultaneously launched a pincer attack, freely switching between real and fake. Shadows destroyed could still regenerate, pressing layer upon layer. The blades and wind cutters clashed continuously, sparks flying everywhere. One person fought alone against 11 figures. Despite having a speed advantage, he was gradually getting exhausted. Chadman couldn't hold on anymore and was soon driven back step by step. At this moment, a large mass of shadows descended. When everyone looked up, it was a huge meteor. It was a finishing move formed by mobilizing earth elements, a technique of the Rikawaka style. Earth-type powers have strong defense but limited offense, only able to summon meteors and require long charging time. Clearly, he had prepared well in advance. This meteor was 5,000 meters in diameter, the maximum he could summon so far. Once it crashed down, the Wambao merchant's defense array would be destroyed and everyone there would perish. So he was hiding behind the crowd to charge up, Park Guchang said grimly, looking at Jiang Tian. Jiang Kaching, can you stop it? He didn't disbelieve it. It was just that his opponent was already a strong fighter above level 95, a level far beyond those previous gangs. Not to mention the meteorite weighed as heavily as a mountain. Don't worry. Jiang Tian's tone was calm. With his current strength of tens of millions of pounds, combined with martial skill amplification, smashing it was not difficult. The shadow pressed lower and lower, and the surrounding spectators were completely panicked. Run! The islanders are going to destroy the city. How is this different from an asteroid hitting the Earth? The Wanbao Trading Association is finished. Everyone withdrew beyond the attack range, and after confirming their safety, stopped to watch. In their eyes, the Wanbao Trading Association was destined to lose. Once it fell, everyone would want to take a share of the territory left vacant. But Jiang Tian didn't move at all. He had already seen that the opponent was charging up and deliberately waited for him to finish. Because of this meteorite, he had another purpose. Using artificial intelligence for positioning, he had already locked in the location of the island nation's first line of defense. This meteorite was perfectly suited as a grand gift to the enemy. As long as it struck the defense line, it would inevitably tear a gap. Once the defense was broken, the beasts would swarm in. Thinking of this, he finally made his move. Jiang Tian leaped into the air, rushing beneath the meteorite, and caught it with both hands. The giant rock, which had been rapidly falling, was forcibly stopped in midair by him. The entire scene fell into sudden silence. Stop! The Ichikawa version looked shocked. This meteorite weighed 8 million jin, and he barely managed to control it using Earth-type abilities. Jiang Tian actually caught it barehanded? A force of 8 million jin. Even a god-level talent might not be able to withstand it. Ming Lixio and the others finally realized just how terrifying Jiang Tian was. This was the strongest move of Nichikawa, yet he easily countered it. Everyone watching was stunned. The supreme guest officer of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is indeed fierce. Originally, some thought the Chamber of Commerce was finished, but now it seemed that with Jiang Tian around, who would dare to make a move? Unless a deity personally appeared. The next second, an even more shocking scene unfolded. Jiang Tian swung the meteorite around like a bowling ball a few times, then suddenly threw it forcefully. Immediately after, he punched out, the huge fist shadow smashing onto the meteorite, instantly accelerating its speed. The meteorite blasted through the air and vanished in the blink of an eye. Its direction was straight toward the island nation's first line of defense. Who would have thought one day a meteorite would fall on their own heads? This is bad. Nichikawa, Okaban, and the others turned pale, only able to pray it would land in an uninhabited area. Dare to mock the emperor, and I will kill you. Dark Shadow Toyomori Jiro leapt into the air, splitting into 11 figures, surrounding Jiang Tian. Shadow Razor. Jiang Kaching, watch out. Chadman urgently warned. He had just taken this move head-on, and both of his 9th-ranked defensive artifacts were shattered. But Jiang Tian had already gauged his opponent's speed, about 3,500 meters per second. If he wanted to dodge, the other wouldn't even be able to touch his shadow, but he was too lazy to move. With 175,000 armor points, not even an evil god's corporeal form could break through it. Why worry about this little physical damage? Not to mention, there was also a 10% true damage reflection. Hitting him is like hitting yourself. It's over, Jiang Kaching's been hit. Chapman's heart sank. As everyone knew, Jiang Tian was famous for his strength. His speed and defense might not be top tier, so he probably couldn't withstand this blow. Park Guchang and the others also wore anxious expressions. Haha, my attack is so fast, can you dodge it? Supreme Guest, the Wanbao Trade Association is nothing more than this. Fengcheng Erlang laughed proudly. The others followed with wild laughter. Haha, Shadowblade has made his move. He has level 97 S-grade defense talent and is wearing 9th level armor. Otherwise, he would have been killed by armor penetration already. Our armor penetration is nearly 3,000 points. Killing Jiang Tian would be even better. He is a key talent nurtured by Xiaogua, and his death would be a heavy loss for them. Look, he's standing still, scared out of his wits. Everyone was certain Jiang Tian was doomed. Shadowblade crashed down with a roar. The sound of shattering exploded. The next second, poof. The one coughing up blood was Fengcheng Erlang. He watched helplessly as the attack struck Jiang Tian, but he himself suffered a backlash, not even getting the chance to use his item, dying on the spot. Ming Lixio and the others were still waiting for Jiang Tian to fall, but saw Fengsheng Erlang fall straight down. The Imperial Guard's healing psychics tried their best to save him, but to no avail. Dead. Everyone froze. Fengsheng Erlang was the head of the Fengsheng family and also the top fighter of the island nation. His death not only greatly reduced their combat power, but would inevitably lead to power struggles within the family, delivering another blow to the nation's strength. Jiang Tian. All their anger was directed at him. But the shadow blade that struck Jiang Tian shattered instantly like an egg hitting a rock. Jiang Tian smiled. "Why are you calling me?" Ming Li Xiu was trembling with reason and elegance, but dared not fight anymore. If the Richuan Ridge version died again, the island nation would lose both of its 95-plus level strongmen. Let's go. They could only retreat. As for revenge, they planned to exert pressure at the national level, stir up international public opinion, force Summer Country to hand over the person, and even execute Jiang Tian. Ming Li Xiu was very clear that Summer Country cared about its international image, unlike their island nation, which just discharged nuclear wastewater without fear of criticism. Thinking of this, a sinister smile curled at his mouth. "Stop!" Jiang Tian's voice exploded from behind. "Come when you want, leave when you want. Do you think this is your home, the Emperor's palace?" Park Gukchang also said coldly, "Anyone who injures someone from my Wanbao Chamber of Commerce won't leave without paying a price." Myong Isu's expression darkened. "Jiang Tian, you dare to detain me? Do you know the consequences of kidnapping a national leader? Can you handle it? Can you withstand the international pressure?" He knew very well that kidnapping a wealthy merchant was common, but kidnapping a national leader meant making an enemy of an entire country. Once war breaks out, no one can stop the retaliation, whether overt or covert. Jiang Tian just laughed. "I don't dare. This is a city of crime where there are no rules. Besides, your island nation is currently overwhelmed. Do you think I'm afraid of your revenge? The 8th level exotic beast's demon nest has already been sent over, and you still have the energy to settle scores with me?" He stepped closer to Ming Li Xiu step by step. This time, not only are they going to disable the island expert, but they also want to drain their resources. Earth element, earth barrier. With a gritted teeth, Rikawa Okagami launched an attack, and a heavy earth wall appeared in front. All defensive tools and amplification abilities were fully committed, with armor stacked over 25,000. Jiang Tian sneered coldly. "Is it enough?" In a flash, his figure was already pressed against the barrier. No fancy moves, just a punch. Boom! The earth wall instantly shattered, breaking apart like paper. With 20 million gene of force crashing down, the mere armor couldn't withstand it at all. The punch didn't stop, heading straight for the Nichikawa version. He was the island nation's last trump card, their hope against the 8th level beasts. Jiang Tian's punch aimed to completely crush that thin hope. Slowly feel the helplessness of the homeland falling. 10th level item, Earth Spirit Armor. It's simply impossible for a warrior above level 95 not to have at least one top-tier 10th level item. The island nation is resource poor, but with the financial backing of the Emperor, they can still buy from other countries. The Earth Spirit Armor is a single-target defense item. It doesn't boost the wearer's attack, but can withstand 10 attacks from warriors below level 100. It has 10 layers of protection, each layer blocking one attack. Its function is simple but terrifying enough. Retreat. Seeing Hikawa Oka version Liang unveil his last card, Emperor Mei Xiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The time granted by those 10 attacks was enough for them to board the special plane and fly back to the island nation. Ha ha ha. Jiang Tian, you still want to keep us here? Dream on. When I return to the island nation, what can you do to me? Can you break through the billion-volt electric grid? When the time comes, you're welcome to visit. I'll treat you to tea. Mei Xiu grew more and more smug, and all the frustration in his heart was swept away. Other people also started to heckle. Jiang Tian, sayonara. I'm right here, come and hit me. I jump over, then jump back. What can you do? Several officials even twisted their hips provocatively. Come on, hit me. If you don't make a move soon, we're leaving. It's not that he won't hit. He just can't break through. Lord Nichikawa's tools can block him 10 times. The group laughed wildly. Jiang Tian coldly watched them, having already instructed Bard to record everything. Since you beg me to take action, don't blame me for granting your wish. 10th tier item. He didn't use any martial skills, just punched the light shield. The 10 layers of protection trembled instantly. Boom! A loud bang. All 10 layers of the light shield shattered simultaneously. Even the item in Rikawa Okaban's hand turned to powder. What? Rikawa Okaban's face turned pale as he stared fixedly at the fragments. This was a 10th-tier top-level defensive item, tested by the Wanbao Guild. The tester was Yorick, the #1 supreme guest, a level 99 psychic, who needed 10 full-powered strikes to break through all 10 layers. But Jiang Tian only used one punch. Nichikawaka version's throat went dry. This is no longer a matter of strength. This is complete domination. This kind of power is simply beyond the scope of humans. On the other side, the Emperor, Ming Lixiu, and others hadn't boarded the plane yet, standing there waiting to see Jiang Tian embarrass himself. But they were the ones who panicked first. A group of Japanese people broke out in cold sweat, frozen in place. No one dared to move, afraid of being beaten to death the next second. Jiang Tian stepped forward, slapped out a palm. One person's head flew off on the spot. Blood spilled on the ground. Everyone's legs turned weak. You were quite arrogant just now. His tone was icy. Someone hurriedly begged for mercy, but before finishing, Jiang Tian tore him in half with his bare hands. Another person, terrified, pulled out a bank card and a space watch, begging for his life. Jiang Tian slapped him dead with one hand and took the items. Killing you means these belong to me too. Someone tried to act tough, shouting, "A soldier may be killed, but not humiliated." Jiang Tian sneered, ordering someone to strip him and throw him into the Yin-Yang Beast dungeon. That person fainted on the spot, and the others all wet themselves. Someone else also made a fierce threat, saying that even if he dies, there are thousands upon thousands of him. Jiang Tian raised his hand and slapped again. The Nipponoka version finally collapsed, roaring as he lunged forward to grab Jiang Tian's thigh. "I will avenge my compatriots." Park Gukchang's face changed drastically. He's going to self-destruct. The self-destruction of a level 96 powerhouse is enough to destroy heaven and earth. The Nipponoka version laughed maniacally, ready to die together with Jiang Tian. "My thigh. Is that something you can hold?" Jiang Tian kicked the Nichikawaka version straight into Wanmi High School. The next second, a thunderous explosion rang out, the supernatural power detonating in the air, dazzling like New Year's fireworks. Jiang Tian even thought about gathering a group of young ones someday, just to set off fireworks. Only 2 people from the island nation remained, Emperor Mirishu and Yamegawa Leiku. Jiang Tian deliberately kept them, one to return and gather resources, the other as a hostage. The Emperor was their spiritual pillar. They wouldn't dare not bow before him. Go back and bring 3 10th-level artifacts, 30 9th-level artifacts, and 1,000 9th-level beast cores to ransom them. Jiang Tian spoke as if digging into the island nation's deepest reserves. Without this foundation, the island nation would struggle even to resist the exotic beasts, let alone turn the situation around. Meichuan Leiku dared not say much and could only return to his country. The emperor felt bitter in his heart. With resources depleted, how could the country develop? But as long as he was alive, he still held on to the idea of a comeback. Jiang Tian ordered the emperor to be detained and to be released once the resources arrived. Park Guochang was full of admiration, evolving from mere respect for strength to complete submission. What he dared not do, Jiang Tian did on his behalf. After the matter was resolved, Jiang Tian was about to return to the manor. News came simultaneously from Shiqiang and Bade. The domestic leader Xia Jie announced that the International University Student Martial Arts Tournament would begin. This tournament is related to the quota for the Thor instance. There are divine crystals in the instance, but no one has ever taken them. It is a God-given instance, with levels that are almost unsolvable. To be safe, the Xia country specifically named Jiang Tian to participate. Because for these impossible levels, only he can break through. Xia Jie did not force Jiang Tian. He only requested his involvement. With him on the team, there is an extra layer of security. Back then, when going to the US for a competition, they were attacked multiple times along the way. Even with experts escorting them, they couldn't stop those desperados. This time, inviting Jiang Tian is partly to fight for the championship and partly to ensure everyone's safety. Jiang Tian was not surprised. The International University Martial Arts competition had long been rumored. Although freshmen were discouraged from participating, he was different from the start. Moreover, he was still missing one divine crystal. As long as he obtains it, he can gather all three and repair the shadow divine mirror. At that time, he would split into three clones identical to the original, doubling his combat power. Meanwhile, the Wanbao Merchants Association headquarters also sent a mission. They wanted him to go to the American Thor instance and take back Thor's hammer. Jiang Tianyi agreed immediately. Since it was beneficial and also a convenient chance to see America, he was naturally happy to go. He had heard that the bustling city center of Nyonyo was full of powerful figures and packed with major guilds. He had long wanted to check it out. As for the industries in Sin City, he temporarily left them in the hands of Pu Guochang. Once everything was arranged, he took Annie and boarded the Rolls-Royce goddess to return to the country for the gathering. 100 contestants from each country. In the summer country team, he saw Mei Qingqing, Xiong Er, Zhang Tian, Qin Jun, and Xiao Wenjing. They had gone through the dungeon together before, so they were old acquaintances. He didn't know the others well, but the look in their eyes was full of admiration. Jiang Tian is here. This time we're sure to win. With him here, can the first place still be let go to America? America is a superpower of special abilities and also the host country, enjoying every advantage. Summer country has been second for years, just one step behind. This time, they all wanted to turn the tables. In everyone's mind, as long as Jiang Tian made a move, he was 9 times out of 10 the champion. Even if something unexpected happened, first place would still only be his. Xia Jie gave a few last pieces of advice. The plane took off immediately, heading straight for the United States. This world is much larger than Blue Star. From Xia country to the United States is nearly 1,000,000 kilometers. Fortunately, technology was advanced, and it only took a day by plane to reach Nyonyo City in the US. On the plane, a group of college students surrounded Jiang Tian, making it impossible to get close. Even the usually proud students of Heavenly God University became fangirls and fanboys. Jiang Tian, what is the secret to your success? How did you train your supernatural abilities? He doesn't have supernatural abilities. He's an ordinary person. Then how did you train your physique to be so strong? Jiang Tian was too embarrassed to pretend to be aloof and could only respond with a smile. 1 minute on stage takes. Before he could finish, someone else chimed in. 10 years of practice before the stage? Haven't we worked hard enough? Everyone's faces were full of anticipation. Jiang Tian cleared his throat. 1 minute on stage, 60 seconds off stage. I don't get stronger by working hard. I take shortcuts. The air instantly fell silent. He shrugged. Talent determines the ceiling. Effort just makes you more tired. Everyone was speechless, but they felt he was even more unfathomable. At this moment, someone came across international news. Jiang Tian is on the headlines. The news was overwhelming, all official accusations from the island nation. They claimed he kidnapped Emperor Minglishu and killed officials with countless crimes. But not a word was mentioned about the Nikawaka version and Toyoshiro Nijo, because they represent the island nation's strongest forces. Admitting their deaths would mean telling the whole world that they no longer have top-tier experts. Another piece of news was even more direct. It was said that Jiang Tian was blackmailing island nation resources, bringing shame to Xia country. They demanded an official explanation from Xia country and pressured him to release the person. For a time, public opinion surged. Jiang Tian became an international focus. Jiang Tian's crimes were heinous. If Xia country did not punish him, we would sever diplomatic ties with Xia country. Similar messages flooded in by the hundreds. Both the teacher and students were stunned upon seeing this. Kidnap the emperor, kill the ministers, and even extort compensation. Each act more outrageous than the last, yet somehow oddly satisfying. Is this for real? Xiao Wenjing couldn't help but ask. She had long disliked the island country and was now clapping her hands in delight. Several teachers also gathered around. You're really bold. The emperor never leaves the country. How did you get him out? The more questions everyone asked, the more excited they became. Jiang Tian spoke calmly, recounting the entire process. As the news spread to the international public opinion arena, it immediately exploded. Netizens from Xia country rushed to the island nation's forum to leave comments. Jiang Tian made my dream come true. Why didn't you bring me along for such a good thing? How much per punch? I'll pay. Come on, even if I have to sell everything I own, I'll throw a punch. The comment section was full of cheers and jokes. Neither the island nation nor the Summer Nation's officials could silence it. The senior leaders of the Summer Nation had already seen the news. The usually steady leaders couldn't help but laugh out loud. The public was even more excited. Some people set off firecrackers. Some people hung banners. All drinks are free today to celebrate the emperor getting beat up. The Chamber of Commerce is giving out free healing potions. Supermarket lottery. Win a luxury car for just a dime, celebrating a great event. The whole city is as lively as a festival. Don't just be tempted, act quickly. Beetle nuts at 20% off, free drinks included. The streets are full of celebration. Merchants are voluntarily lowering prices, making the city as lively as a festival. The authorities are not intervening, since it's the merchants willingly giving discounts, and the public is happy. The atmosphere is heated domestically, and the international scene is also buzzing. Netizens from various Asian countries are wildly flooding social media. What? The island nation's emperor was kidnapped by Jiang Tian? This is crazy. Netizens from Han country immediately liked the post. Merchants in Xia country are giving a 20% discount to celebrate, but we only get 10% off? That's so stingy. Xia country hasn't responded yet. They wouldn't actually condemn Jiang Tian, would they? If this happened in our country, the person would already be hailed as a hero. Many foreign netizens even worried that Jiang Tian might face punishment and spoke up on his behalf. The island nation originally wanted to use public opinion to apply pressure, but the comment sections were almost unanimously mocking them. But some were angry. Kidnapping a head of state is a serious matter, and if no one is held accountable, anyone could become the next target. Occident and the US were the first to speak out, publicly demanding Xia country make a statement. The island nation is their ally, so naturally, they must support them when something happens. It must be strongly condemned. This is a challenge to the international order. Is Xia trying to take this opportunity to expand its hegemony? To counter them, you are welcome to join our camp. An abduction sparked a global standoff. America's spokesman was the harshest, throwing buckets of mud one after another. In the high-level office of Xia Jie and others were also watching that chaotic international forum. Should we respond? Respond to what? Everyone knows how Xia operates. America's smear campaign won't work. With our current strength, why fear a few idle words? Suyan's aura was fully unleashed. Now, in the Xia nation, whether it was the number of top-level ability users or the equipment and tools, they were all among the world's best. Strength was the best counterattack. Everyone nodded. No one feared anyone in Xia nation now. Then send out a notice. The whole country celebrates and takes a 7-day holiday. Jiang Tian remained calm. This little turbulence was nothing. The real shock would come when the island nation was completely overrun. He wanted to see where those people would go without their homeland. He believed that day was not far off. The 8th ranking was not just decoration. Jiang Tian, you really are? What the hell, what's going on? Why is the plane shaking so much? Xia Wenjing hadn't finished speaking when the plane suddenly jolted violently, and she swore outright. With a loud bang, the plane shook violently. Everyone was stunned. With current technology, the fuselage was made of high-strength alloy and powered by the latest conversion system, making failure almost impossible. The outer layer was also equipped with a microelectric grid and ability shield. Even hitting a bird wouldn't cause shakes like this. Shiqiang, check the surveillance. Look below. The teachers immediately gave orders. The screen quickly appeared. They were flying over a small island in American waters, Wei Island. It had been under American jurisdiction in earlier years, but was occupied by sea beasts after the outbreak of monstrous creatures. Located near the deep sea, those sea monsters could harness the power of the ocean, making them extremely difficult to deal with. The US once sent troops to encircle and eliminate them, but either they couldn't defeat them or couldn't kill them. When the monsters were outmatched, they directly dove into the deep sea, making them untouchable. Over time, America simply gave up on this palm-sized place. Now, it had become a paradise for sea beasts. On the screen, The island was teeming with sea beasts. Some were sunbathing, some chasing each other, and some laying eggs, a scene both wild and peaceful. But the ones truly attacking the plane were not them. On the sea surface, a huge whirlpool was forming. At the center of the whirlpool, a dragon-shaped beast glowing with golden light was thrashing. Golden armored sea dragon beast? As soon as the teachers saw the golden dragon-shaped sea beast, their faces immediately darkened. "Teacher, is this sea beast very powerful?" A student couldn't help but ask. "Powerful, extremely powerful." Back in the day, the thing America had the hardest time dealing with was this golden armored sea dragon beast. It's level 99 at its peak and possesses multiple innate skills. The most terrifying part is its layer of golden armor. Those aren't scales. It's its innate ability to convert other elements into a special metal that covers its entire body. When America tried to capture it back then, they brought back a small piece of that golden armor. After research, they discovered that this metal simply does not belong to Earth. Its defense is astonishing. More than a dozen level 90 psychics attacked it together, but none could harm it even slightly. Instead, it killed 3 of them in retaliation. America suffered heavy losses and had to give up. The teacher's voice tightened as he spoke, clearly indicating they were extremely unlucky to have encountered it this time. "So terrifying? Can we still fly over?" As Mei Qingqing finished speaking, the plane violently shook and suddenly broke apart in midair. Several teachers immediately deployed defensive tools, shielding the students in the middle. Very few students could fly, and flying martial skills were at least rank 6, which was extremely difficult. A handful with innate flying talent could only protect themselves, while the rest relied entirely on the teacher's flying devices to descend slowly. Everyone disembarked from the plane and descended toward Wei Island. Sea beasts below became restless upon seeing humans falling. At this moment, as the distance closed, everyone finally got a clear look at the creature. The golden armored sea dragon beast was nearly a kilometer long, its entire body gleaming with golden light, resembling a moving metal mountain. It churned the sea near Wei Island, creating giant whirlpools on the surface. At times it dived into the deep sea, other times it surged out of the water, exuding a terrifying aura. Seeing Jiang Tian and the others land, it immediately soared into the air and charged forward. It could not only roam the sea freely, but also fly through the air. "Damn, it's coming straight at us," a teacher shouted, unleashing their full power as various magical tools ignited simultaneously. "I'm trying to contact reinforcements back home." Someone tried to call for help, only to find there was no signal on the island. Everyone's expressions grew even grimmer. "Jiang Tian, can you handle this guy?" Everyone knew he was strong, but the opponent was level 99 at the peak, with dragon horns growing from his head, clearly about to transform into a dragon and break into level 100. Such strength was enough to rank among the top 3 in the world. What made it even more troublesome was that his defense was unbeatable. He was in his home sea territory, and all around were his sea beast minions. If a fight broke out, they would be at a disadvantage everywhere. Jiang Tian looked at the approaching golden giant shadow and said calmly, "Should be able to." Jiang Tian sneered. No matter how strong this guy's defense was, he couldn't withstand his 10 million gene of force, combined with full critical hits and martial arts bonuses. He could still break through. During these past few days resting in Sin City, he had accumulated over 8 million points without spending a single one. Plus his abnormal stamina recovery, he could just wear the opponent down until he died. The Tongtian fist technique can be unleashed hundreds of times in a row with a 100-fold amplification. Can the golden armored sea dragon beast really withstand it? "Are you sure?" The crowd was half doubtful, but seeing his confidence, their hearts calmed. This guy never fights battles he's not confident about, and he always manages to surprise people. "The other sea beasts are up to you all. This little dragon is mine." Jiang Tian stepped into the air, charging straight at the golden armored sea dragon beast. The students also formed up to face the battle. They were all elites around levels 50 to 60. Even on the sea beast's home turf, they were not to be underestimated. The gold-armored sea dragon beast was momentarily stunned to see a youth charging at it. The old one didn't show up, sending a younger one to die. They wanted to hold it off to escape, but the surroundings were all its territory, so escape was impossible. Forget it, just ram it to death. Its golden armor reaches 150,000. Without using skills, it can crush any power user below level 90 just by ramming. Moreover, no trace of power fluctuation could be detected on Jiang Tian. The next second, the two collided fiercely. Jiang Tian didn't use any combat techniques, relying purely on his physical body. With a loud crash, both were pushed back simultaneously. Jiang Tian retreated due to his smaller size. The golden-armored sea dragon beast retreated, but was left numb all over from the impact. It was completely stunned. The golden-armored, who claimed to have the world's best physical defense, actually couldn't beat a human. 150,000 armor was actually forcefully broken through by the opponent's momentum. The physique of the exotic beast was naturally stronger than humans, but now it was completely outmatched. Impossible. The golden-armored sea dragon beast shook its head and charged at Jiang Tian fiercely once again. Come on. Jiang Tian increased speed. Since he didn't have the advantage in strength, he would suppress with speed, unleashing all 20,000 points of speed. Bang! A huge explosion rang out as he directly slammed the kilometer-long golden-armored sea dragon beast, flying over 10 meters. The people and strange beasts below all stopped, dumbfounded. To knock back such a giant beast, both speed and defense must be stronger. Could it be that Jiang Tian's armor was already strong enough to ignore all physical attacks worldwide? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, yet they couldn't understand how he was even tougher than the strange beasts. The golden-armored sea dragon beast's expression grew grave, feeling threatened for the first time, even sensing the aura of death. Take a taste of the fierce dragon's tail sweep. A mid-level 9th-rank skill erupted, its giant tail sweeping horizontally. Jiang Tian did not use the Tongtian fist technique, but only unleashed the 100 strikes fist with a 5-fold enhancement. 10 million gene of strength doubled to 20 million, then accumulated to 100 million gene. Boom! The roar was deafening. The golden-armored sea dragon beast flew backward again, a piece of its golden armor falling off and taken by Jiang Tian into the spatial watch. This metal can be made into the world's top-grade material. He needed to take more of it back to Xia country. The sea surface churned as the golden-armored sea dragon beast reappeared, the gap in its tail rapidly healing, the metal regenerating. The battle was not over yet. After this strike, the golden-armored sea dragon beast was completely afraid of Jiang Tian. Its body strength was 7.5 million gene, and combined with the dragon swingtail attack, it could unleash 75 million gene. That move had once killed a level 92 American superpower. Even the world's strongest power-type genius could not withstand that strike. But Jiang Tian not only caught it, but also cracked its golden armor. This means that kid has at least 100 million gene of strength. The golden-armored sea dragon beast did not believe humans could become infinitely stronger. It was certain that 100 million gene was Jiang Tian's limit, so it decided to fight desperately. Ultimate Wave Cannon. It opened its mouth and blasted a dazzling ray of light, its strongest trump card, with a force of 1 billion gene. It did not believe Jiang Tian could still block it. Feeling that oppressive force, Jiang Tian no longer held back. The Tongtian fist technique erupted, amplified 100-fold, starting from 10 million gene, crit doubling, then stacking another 100-fold, soaring directly to 2 billion gene. She threw a punch. The fist shadow crushed the beam, and with residual power that was undiminished, it heavily struck the golden-armored sea dragon beast. With a boom, its body instantly shattered, the golden armor scattering, and its corpse fell onto Wei Island. Surrounded entirely by that mysterious metal, Jiang Tian collected while shouting for help. Only then did everyone come back to their senses. Even the sea beast that the United States was helpless against was punched to death just like that. The other strange beasts fled as soon as they saw their leader die tragically. Jiang Tian wouldn't let them go. Those were all energy points. Shadowless Palm. Palm shadows flooded the sky, striking over 10 times per second, harvesting in waves. The system prompt sounded frantically. 6th rank, 7th rank, one after another. Energy points surged dramatically. Jiang Tian was stunned. Wasn't it only a little increase per 1st rank before? How come now one single beast's energy points tripled at once? Ding! Sea beasts are naturally powerful and have the home field advantage in the sea domain, so the rewards are tripled and given to the host. After hearing the system's words, Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. The golden armored sea dragon beast is the ruler of this ocean. To be precise, it is the largest ocean in the world by area. Oceans cover over 70% of the Earth's surface, and the number of sea beasts far exceeds that of land beasts. As soon as it gives a command, countless subordinates will come running on their own. Those are all pure energy points. You might even level up several times in a row. With that thought, Jiang Tian ordered the teachers and students to collect metal and walked up to the dragon head of the golden armored sea dragon beast. Hey, aren't you the boss here? Call your subordinates over. The golden armor sea dragon beast's golden armor shattered, but its vital parts were unharmed, and it still had the strength to summon its kin. Good. It agreed decisively. Jiang Tian frowned instead. Shouldn't you have fought desperately? Shouldn't you have protected your little brothers? The golden armor sea dragon beast rolled its eyes. Didn't humans say something? Those who understand the times are heroes. I'm about to transform into a dragon. My life is more important than theirs. Besides, there are terrifying numbers of sea beasts in the ocean, reproducing by the billions every day. Even if you kill, you can never finish them all. Resources are limited. When some die, it just balances out. These words sound cold-blooded, but they make sense. Jiang Tian suddenly realized that this was simply a shortcut to leveling up, even faster than grinding at the 8th-tier demon nest. Killing exotic beasts in the sea zone also grants triple rewards. Roar! The golden-armored sea dragon beast roared toward the sky. The sea surface churned, with huge waves rolling. Countless sea beasts broke through the waves, densely packed, covering the surface of the sea. But this was only a corner of the ocean. Shadowless Palm. Jiang Tian showed no mercy, unleashing the AoE martial skill directly. Ding! Killed a level 7 sea beast, gained 21 energy points. Ding! Killed a level 8 sea beast, gained 24 energy points. The notification sound is going off like crazy. Most of these sea beasts were above level 60, with quite a few at 70 or 80. Energy points surged rapidly. With the golden armor sea dragon beast continuously summoning, Jiang Tian hardly needed to move. In just 1 hour, the system level shot up from 35 to 37. It now takes nearly 2 million energy points to level up. At this rate, it's terrifying. Meanwhile, everyone else has finished collecting the metal. The plane is gone, the signal unclear. Return to the country, or continue to the US to compete. Everyone is waiting for Jiang Tian's decision. This place is too far from home. Even if flying back by air, the powers wouldn't hold up, let alone flying to the US. It's simply not realistic. Now we can only see what Jiang Tian will do. But he was killing the beasts wildly, and no one dared to interrupt. Teacher, does Jiang Tian especially like killing beasts? A student whispered. It's the same in the live stream. Whenever he sees a beast, he acts like he's on an adrenaline rush. Could he really have a grudge? Young people have a lot of anger. They need to vent. The plane was shot down. Anyone would want to explode. Then let's wait. Wait until he gets tired of killing. Everyone was starving, took out their potions and drank them, waiting in place. They thought it would take at most 15 minutes. 8 hours later. It's already dark, and he still hasn't finished killing? The sea beasts are almost wiped out. Still not done venting? His energy is ridiculous. He's using only large area martial techniques, which consume so much energy. How can he be getting more energetic the longer he fights? The crowd grew more and more bewildered the longer they waited. The next morning, upon waking, Jiang Tian was still slaughtering on the sea surface. The golden-armored sea dragon beast was close to collapse. Big brother, aren't you going to sleep? I've been yelling at you for 16 hours straight. My throat is wrecked. Can you let me take a break? Jiang Tian kicked forward. I'm not sleeping. Why should you? Keep going. One person, one dragon, had to keep fighting. Everyone was still waiting in place, but it wasn't for nothing. The sea beasts had inner cores, which were more effective than those of land beasts. Jiang Tian frantically collected them, picking suitable ones to distribute to students and teachers. 7th tier, 8th tier, 9th tier inner cores, once extremely rare, now stuffed into mouths like snacks. Level increased, superpower limit soared, and physique was also soaring. Anything that couldn't be finished was stored in the spatial watch. But they originally didn't bring many watches. A few hundred pieces filled them up. The remaining inner pills piled up into a small mountain. Here, eat more, it's beneficial. Jiang Tian brought over another pile. I really can't eat anymore. I swallowed over 1,000 pills in an hour, more extreme than eating, need to digest. I'm full too. Everyone touched their swollen bellies, each looking like they were pregnant. The treasures that used to be scarce throughout the year are now piled up right before my eyes. I simply can't eat them all. Only 4 days remain until the international competition in manhwa. Everyone has tasted success and no one wants to leave, so they decide to stay for 3 more days. It's not as comfortable as home here, nor is there a big bed or delicious food, but the speed at which strength improves is incomparable to anywhere else. 3 days later. Huff, huff. The golden-armored sea dragon beast, with dark circles under its eyes, was panting like an old bellows. It hadn't slept for 3 days, constantly summoning minions for Jiang Tian, its throat hoarse. That's enough, right? If you don't let me sleep soon, I'll report you for abusing your spirit beast. It looked utterly defeated. Jiang Tian was also on the verge of collapse. After 3 days and nights of non-stop killing, his head was throbbing and his eyelids kept fluttering. But it was all worth it. The system leveled up to 70, earning 70 points per second, and unlocked new attributes. Ding! System reached level 70, unlocked Spirit Power modification. Spirit Power? Jiang Tian instantly cleared his mind. Spirit Power is extremely rare. Ordinary people don't have it. And even among superhumans, you might not find one spirit user out of 100,000. The effects of Spirit Power are even more extraordinary. First, it enhances comprehension. The stronger the spirit power, the faster one learns martial techniques, making the efficiency several times that of others. Second, it is the core ability of item makers and alchemists. Without strong spirit power, it's impossible to create advanced equipment and potions. This is also why these professions hold high status. Third, it allows the cultivation of spirit-type martial skills that directly attack the opponent's consciousness, bypassing physical defense. In simple terms, it's magical damage. Jiang Tian has long been lacking in this area. His physical output is strong enough, but he lacks mental attacks and means to defend against mental assaults. Especially when facing the evil thoughts of the evil god. Having no mental power is a vulnerability. Advanced mental martial arts require extremely high mental strength. For example, at the 7th level, a minimum of 2,000 mental power points is needed. The higher the mental power, the stronger the control. He opened the panel. Strength amplification, 10 million gene, 1 point equals 1 gene. Defense amplification, 175,000 armor, 50 points equals 1 armor. Mental power amplification, 500 points equals 1 point. Available points, 20, 327, 900. 3 days of frantically grinding monsters, plus the original more than 8 million points. His points directly broke through 20 million. The real surge has just begun. Jiang Tian didn't know much about spiritual power, only that increasing it would definitely help. Let's try adding 10,000 first. The next second, his spiritual power skyrocketed directly to 10,000 points. His perception instantly extended to an extreme distance. He could clearly see how many fish were mating and how many eggs had been laid even thousands of meters deep in the ocean. Only then did he realize that spiritual power was the true trump card. From now on, entering dungeons and searching for treasures would all be advantageous. After finishing adding points, there was only 1 day left until the competition in America. He must go this time, not only to bring honor to the country, but also for the mission of the Supreme Guest Minister. The Shadow Mirror also needs to be repaired. Golden Armored Dragon. How long does it take to fly to America? An hour is enough over the sea. Jiang Tian nodded. Rest for a few hours, then take us there. What's flying by plane? He directly rode the level 99 golden armored sea dragon beast. After more than 7 hours, it was already 6 in the evening. The competition is tomorrow, and both the teacher and the students are a bit nervous. If Xiaohua backs out, the United States will definitely take advantage of the situation. Ready to go. Jiang Tian stretched lazily. The golden armored sea dragon beast lowered its massive body. Everyone was stunned. This sea beast could easily kill them with a flick, but now it had become a mount. Or would you rather swim over? Jiang Tian said coldly. The golden armored sea dragon beast broke through the waves, moving faster and faster. The ocean provided it with a continuous source of power. What was originally an hour-long journey was completed in 50 minutes. The group landed on the coast of Nyonyo City in the United States. In the distance, the U.S. Navy could be seen patrolling offshore. The ocean had long been controlled by strange beasts, and even the so-called world's top U.S. Navy dared not venture further. Jiang Tian smirked. He deliberately had the gold-armored sea dragon beast stir up massive waves, charging toward the U.S. offshore waters. Back then, they repeatedly harassed the summer nation's waters, and this debt had to be partially repaid. This is what they call an eye for an eye. Jiang Tian was not sure if anyone was injured, but nearly half of the U.S. Navy fleet and aircraft carriers were destroyed by the golden armored sea dragon beast. Enemy attack. The alarm exploded across the sea. Everyone stared at the giant waves and the colossal beast. Taking advantage of the chaos, Jiang Tian and his group quietly landed and successfully entered Nyoni City. But trouble followed one after another. With the international competition approaching, teams from all countries gathered, hotels were already fully booked, and even countryside inns had no vacancies. What should we do? Someone checked the information and looked grim. Follow me. Jiang Tian's tone was calm. He closed his eyes and suddenly spread out his mental power. This was the headquarters of both the Pharmacists Guild and the Item Masters Guild, filled with the strong, yet he insisted on giving it a try. 10,000 points of mental power radiated outward from him, controlling everything within a 10,000-meter radius, with all auras clearly entering his mind. With a hum, an invisible wave swept across the city. Inside the guild headquarters, the two leaders simultaneously changed color. Someone dared to spy on us. In Nyonyo City, unauthorized mental probing is taboo. The two immediately decided to counterattack and make the other party pay the price. I'll handle it. Bells, the head of the Item Makers Guild, struck first, his psychic power piercing straight at Jiang Tian like a sharp blade. On the other side, Jiang Tian slightly frowned. Someone is attacking me. He felt for a moment, only sensing like a small pebble dropped into the sea, not even causing a ripple. It should just be a clash of mental forces. He didn't take it seriously and continued to expand his perception. But Bales kept sneering coldly. Under my impact, that guy's brain should have been shattered by now. A few minutes later. Wait, how is that mental force still active? Didn't you hit him just now? Aaron, the Alchemist Guild leader, frowned. Are you kidding? My mental power is top 3 worldwide. It can't be ineffective, Bales retorted stubbornly. Yet the power still hovered without dissipating. Clearly someone was deliberately provoking. The two exchanged a glance and struck simultaneously. Hum. 2 mental shocks hit Jiang Tian directly. Jiang Tian sighed. He suddenly sensed ripples rising in his spiritual sea, as if someone had thrown 2 stones. Is someone really looking for trouble? He sneered coldly and suddenly unleashed a burst of mental power. 10,000 points of intensity swept out, instantly overpowering the pressure. Bang! Belle's and Aaron's heads shook violently. Their vision went black, and they collapsed on the spot. Fortunately, there was no one in the office, or else they would have utterly lost face. Jiang Tian withdrew his mental energy and instinctively scanned the surroundings, quickly locking onto 2 familiar auras. Annie. Lena. Annie was the one he had arranged in advance to meet him in Nyoni City, responsible for taking him to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce headquarters manor. As the supreme guest official, she naturally lived in the best place. As for Lena, he had met her during the last mission handover. Why was she here too? Soon, the two walked up to him. Each had her own charm, with a sizzling figure. Guest Officer Jiang, greetings to all teachers and classmates. I'm Annie. The headquarters has already arranged accommodation. Please follow me. Thank you for your hard work. Only then did everyone remember that Jiang Tian was the supreme guest officer of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. That was the highest honor. The standards of his manner were unimaginable. Looking at Annie, with her top-tier looks and figure, everyone envied her even more. While they were still worried about where to stay, she had already been taken away by a beautiful woman. Comparing oneself to others really makes one angry. Guest Officer Jiang. It's been a long time since we parted in Sin City, Lena said with a smile as she stepped forward. Indeed, your summer language has become more fluent. I heard you were coming, so I specially prepared the family's most luxurious manner. I wonder if you'd be willing to honor us with your presence. She stepped closer as she spoke, holding on to Jiang Tian's arm. The soft touch made his heart skip a beat. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Your family's manner? Jiang Tian only knew that Lena came from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, but was unclear about her true background. Forgot to mention, my name is Lena Smith. She looked proud, holding him tighter, making Jiang Tian's heart race uncontrollably. Seeing this, Annie grabbed his other hand, sandwiching him from both sides, creating an atmosphere that was both ambiguous and tense. When Lena announced her family name, everyone was stunned. Among the 4 major business families in the United States, Smith ranks second. The family head, Bells, is also the president of the Props Guild, and even political heavyweights have to show him respect. Lena was very pleased with everyone's reaction. She came this time to take Jiang Tian away. Jiang Keqing, are you going or not? She shook his arm coquettishly, her attitude both assertive and ambiguous. Jiang Tian looked at everyone, and they all indicated he could decide for himself. Following him wouldn't lead to any loss. Then I'll go visit the Smith family. You all go with Annie to the Supreme Guest Manor. He agreed because he wanted to investigate if the Smith family had any divine crystals. If they did, he was willing to exchange a 6th-level divine bestowed spirit pearl and a transformation fruit. However, everyone showed a meaningful smile, obviously thinking something else. Boys envied, girls felt down. Xia Wenjing was even more complex, feeling suffocated in her heart. Annie took everyone into the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's special car. Lena grabbed Jiang Tian and got into the Smith family's car. The Smith family owns their own technology and automobile brand, Light, with performance no less than Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. This kind of car is top-tier globally, even used by major political figures. Jiang Tian and Lena sat in the most expensive model of the Light series, the Light Angel. Priced the same as Jiang Tian's goddess-exclusive car. 10 billion rice gold, converted into Xia currency, equals 70 billion. The car was extremely fast, and in less than 15 minutes, the two had entered the Smith family's territory. It was a vast estate. The car drove all the way to the main building, and Lena got out with Jiang Tian. Come on, I'll take you to meet my dad. He knows the family resources best. I've heard him mention divine crystals, so there should be some, Lena said quietly. If there really are, it would be a huge help to Jiang Tian. The favor of a supreme guest is no small matter. In critical moments, it can even save lives and save a family. As the two of them just entered the main villa, a row of maids came to greet them. Miss hello, guest hello. They recognized Lena but didn't recognize Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian's reputation hadn't spread in the US yet, and the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce wouldn't advertise their trump cards everywhere. The maids quickly whispered among themselves. He doesn't look like a local. Looks like someone from the Xia Nation. Miss is actually holding his arm? When young masters from the Robin family came before, she wouldn't even let them touch her hand. But now she's this close. This guy looks like a college student. Don't talk nonsense. He is quite handsome, but who knows what his actual strength is. If the Robin family found out, this guy would probably be in trouble. Before the words finished, a commotion stirred outside. The butler hurried in with others, carrying an unconscious person. It was the head of the family, Bells Smith. He suddenly collapsed in the office and didn't move for a long time. When the attendants went in to check, both chairmen were unconscious. Dad, Lena's face instantly turned pale as she rushed over. The honorable guild master of the Prop Makers Guild. Who would dare to lay a hand on him? Miss, don't panic, the butler said in a low voice. The head of the family has suffered a powerful mental shock and is temporarily unconscious. At this level of severity, he should wake up in 3 to 5 days. But he knew clearly that the consequences of such a mental attack at this level were unpredictable. Impossible, Lena's voice trembled. Dad's mental strength ranks 3rd in the world. Who could deal him such a heavy blow? Could it be Uncle Aaron Chris? Lena frowned and said, that night her father was doing business with Aaron Chris, whose mental strength was even slightly stronger than her father's. The butler whispered, Chairman Aaron had also suffered the same mental shock. Lena was stunned. The mental strength of the top three was roughly the same, yet someone was able to simultaneously shake two chairmen. She couldn't understand it and assumed it was the work of a hidden expert. The butler looked at Jiang Tian with a polite tone. The family had always forbidden outsiders from entering the house, so the fact that the young lady personally brought someone meant that person was definitely no ordinary individual. At that moment, a man's voice came from outside the door. Lily Robin walked in. He was from the Robin family and had been publicly claiming that Lena was his fiancée, even asking his father to propose marriage. However, Lena disliked him, finding his character vile. The Robin family was ruthless in business, which she despised even more. Luli pretended to be concerned, storming in with a medical team and having someone examine Bells. On the surface, he appeared kind-hearted, but his intentions were sinister. He was desperate for Bells to die early. As long as this pillar fell, Smith's enterprises and Lena would fall into his hands. When he learned that Bells had fainted, he was even glad and drank a few more glasses, then hurriedly sent people over. Having fake doctors in the team was just an opportunity to strike. Thoroughly investigate my future father-in-law, he provoked on purpose. Lena trembled with anger and told him to shut up. But Luli grew more and more arrogant, planning to seize the family fortune first and then trample her underfoot. He was confident that the Robin family's strength was not weak and that annexing the Smiths would not be difficult. There were people from the Robin family mixed into politics. Luli's uncle, Mike Robin, was already a five-star admiral in the U.S., having influence in both political and military circles. What are you waiting for? Go up, Luli urged his subordinates. Lena thought he was really there to treat her father's illness, so she didn't stop him. The Robin family's medical system was very renowned, and she even hoped her father would wake up early. However, Jiang Tian sensed something was wrong. Using his powerful mental force to scan, he found that among them, two had abnormal minds and carried strange toxins. Once these invaded Bell's consciousness, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, the others were completely unaware. Don't let them get close to your dad, Jiang Tian whispered a warning. Lena immediately stopped them. Everyone, step back. They didn't dare to be forceful on the Smith family's territory. Lu Li's face darkened. I'm trying to help with the treatment, and you refuse? Get lost, Lena said without any courtesy. Lu Li pointed his spear at Jiang Tian. Seeing he had no abilities and was Asian, his eyes were full of contempt. In his view, white supremacy meant everyone else was inferior. Kid, who are you? He is my boyfriend, Jiang Tian. Lena linked her arm with Jiang Tian's. Lu Li was burning with anger. I've chased you for so long, and you didn't agree, but you find an ordinary person to piss me off? And a yellow-skinned pig at that. He really is my boyfriend. We're already together. Lena's face blushed slightly. This sentence completely ignited Lu Li. He had always seen Lena as his prey, even if just for fun. The first time should have belonged to him. But now someone he looked down on had taken her away, right in front of everyone, causing him to lose face completely. Is what she's saying true? He stared at Jiang Tian, his face dark as iron. True. Jiang Tian smiled and nodded, then kissed Lena in front of him. Pissed off, Lu Li immediately exploded, waving his hand to call over a few bodyguards at levels 60 or 70. Take him down. Several bodyguards showed signs of hesitation. They were quite influential in their circle, and it would be humiliating for them to deal with an ordinary person who appeared to have no cultivation. What are you standing there for? Lu Li shouted angrily. The men had no choice but to toughen up and step forward. Stop. Experts from the Smith family arrived. Leading them was Wilson, a level 93 ability user with beast transformation talent, responsible for guarding the family's core. Lu Li sneered coldly. Wilson, your brother still has 10 years left on his sentence, right? If you pledge allegiance to the Robin family, I'll have my uncle release him early. Wilson's expression changed. He had a deep bond with his brother, and this condition hit the key point. With Mike's abilities, rescuing people was not difficult. After a moment of silence, he walked over to Lu Li's side. I promise. Wilson, are you crazy? Lena shouted angrily. Are the resources we've given you still not enough? I've guarded you all for so many years and took what I was supposed to long ago, Wilson said coldly. Whoever gives more, I side with them. Lily laughed heartily. The strongest people you have are already on my side. So how can you still fight? His eyes were cold and cruel. Take that kid out first. The bodyguards immediately surrounded Jiang Tian. Lena stepped back to the side. Luli looked at her with ridicule. Not bad. Someone who knows the situation. You sold your boyfriend pretty decisively. He then looked towards Jiang Tian, trying to live off others, but ended up being discarded like a pawn. Pathetic. As soon as the words fell, bang, 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 Luli watched helplessly as a dozen bodyguards were kicked away like balls, smashing hard into the Smith family's courtyard wall, instantly leaving a row of human-shaped holes in the wall. So they do have some strength, but no superpowers. No matter how strong, it's limited. After speaking, he ordered a few level 80-plus men to surround him again. The next moment, those few people were thrown even farther, creating several more holes in the wall. Jiang Tian sneered. Is this all the third commercial family has? Luli gritted his teeth and said, if I had brought level 90 experts, you'd be dead already. Wilson stepped forward. Young master, I'll go. He had just joined the Robin family and was eager to prove himself. This battle could not be lost. Go, kill him, Luli shouted. Wilson was full of confidence. He was level 93, completely on a different tier from a level 80. He let out a roar, transforming into a 4-meter-tall chimpanzee, and swung a punch toward Jiang Tian. Scared stiff? I'm a strength-type orc, he laughed wildly. The fist came down, but it felt like hitting an iron mountain. Jiang Tian simply raised a pinky finger and easily blocked it. The entire venue was silent. Wilson's face turned pale, and Lena was stunned in place. Level 93, and this is all the strength you've got, Jiang Tian said calmly. Wilson was unwilling to accept this and tried to strike again. Jiang Tian's figure flashed. Bang! Wilson only felt a powerful force pierce through his chest. Looking down, he saw that his heart had actually been ripped out and was still pounding wildly on the ground. It was a living, beating heart. Am I going to die? His consciousness gradually blurred, as if he saw Jesus beckoning him, inviting him to have a drink with God. Wilson did not resist, allowing himself to fall into the darkness. Wilson is dead. Only then did Lu Li and a few medical team members react, cold sweat breaking out on their backs. Instantly killing a level 93 psychic? This is an ordinary person? No wonder Lena chose him as her boyfriend. This guy is practically a monster. Don't kill me. I'm a son of the Robin family. If you harm me, you'll be in big trouble. Jiang Tian sneered and stepped closer. Not killing you is fine too. I heard your family is wealthy. Transfer 50 billion miles coins to me first, and I'll consider letting you go. Blatant extortion. Lu Li's face went pale, but he had no choice but to comply. He pulled out a bank card. There are 50 billion miles coins on here. No password. Slap. Jiang Tian slapped him. Do you think I'm stupid? The card can be frozen anytime. Transfer it yourself, he said while giving the account number. With global banking connectivity, transfers arrive in seconds. Beep. Your account has received 50 billion miles coins. A prompt sound played. The money's transferred. Can you let me go now? Don't rush. 50 billion is nothing to you. Transfer another 50 billion, then I'll release him. I really have nothing left. This is all my savings. Luli was almost in tears. 50 billion had already drained him. Taking more would mean asking his family for help. Is that all? Jiang Tian frowned, looking disdainful. Lena saw his frown and, thinking he found it too little, quietly advised, that should be enough. What watch? I never said watch. As soon as the words came out, Jiang Tian was reminded. A space watch. Lu Li is the family's heir. There must be plenty of good stuff inside. Hand over the watch. Lu Li's face darkened. The watch was full of precious materials, worth a fortune. But refusing to hand it over meant death. He grit his teeth, took off his watch, and handed it over. Survive first, then return to the family to seek revenge. Jiang Tian took the watch, but had no intention of letting Lu Li go. Let him go back to bring reinforcements? He wasn't afraid of numbers, but since Lu Li had companions nearby, there was no need to leave a hidden threat. He recalled the third-level psychic martial technique he had seized in Sin City and immediately activated it. This technique specifically attacks the mind, and with his current 10,000 points of mental strength under the impact, Lu Li instantly lost his sanity and became an idiot. Psychic damage can be healed, but the healer's mental strength must surpass his. meaning it must exceed 10,000 points. Even if someone can manage that, restoring sanity would take at least 7 days. Luli slurred and ran out. Lena called a servant to send him back to the Robin family. Next, only the matter of the divine crystal remained. Jiang Tian and Lena approached Bells, who was lying quietly. "Who is so heartless as to beat your dad like this?" Jiang Tian frowned. Since the man was unconscious, how could he inquire about the divine crystal? It would take at least a few days for him to wake up. His mental power was strong, but he was not a healer, so all he could do was wait. "Since your dad is unconscious, I'll head back first. I'll see you off." "No need." Jiang Tian had barred open the navigation. This was the United States. The Xiqiang from the summer country wouldn't work here. He walked on air, teleporting consecutively for 20,000 meters, and soon returned to the Supreme Guest Manor. "Jiang Tian, you're back." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and a few female students couldn't hide their worry in their eyes. "Finished so quickly?" Xiao Wenjing asked tentatively. "No. Lena's dad was knocked unconscious, so I came back." "Thank goodness." Several girls patted their chests and whispered softly. "Dinner's ready, come eat." Annie called out with a smile. "Go." Northern Yonyo City, Robin Family Manor. The main hall was resplendent with gold and jade, resembling a palace even more. Family head Shiba Robin stared at the idiot Luli, his face turning ashen. "Who dares to touch my son? Find out, and I'll chop him down with my own hands." He came from a gangster background and had always had a violent temper. Family head, the young master's incident happened at the Beals family. Could it be that old man behind it? A subordinate cautiously speculated. "Are you an idiot too?" Shiba roared. Shiba roared. Beals was already knocked out by a psychic attack. Luli arrived later. How could it have been him? Maybe that guy was pretending to be unconscious. Even the pharmacist chairman Aaron has fallen. The whole city knows, and it's been personally confirmed. Can you use your brain for once? At this moment, a subordinate rushed in, face full of excitement. Family head. Today I saw Lena bring home a strange yellow-skinned person. The young master's madness is probably related to him. Should we capture him for interrogation? Sure. Several informants saw him. He seems to be a summer national participating in the International Martial Arts Competition, last seen outside the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. The Chris family. Shiba's eyes turned cold. I've always disliked them, arrogantly bullying others as the top commercial family. My son's incident is most likely their revenge. Send someone to fetch him. But that is the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. I will inform my brother Mike. He knew clearly that he couldn't suppress them alone. Having official backing was the only way to have confidence. After making the call, Mike was furious, threatening that anyone who dared to harm his nephew would pay the price. Two groups of people headed straight for the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce headquarters. The convoy was vast and mighty, causing a stir throughout the city, and President Hill's activated satellite surveillance. The Robin family is mobilizing all forces. They intend to strike the Chris family. Over there, Mike General's armed helicopters have even brought laser cannons. Is war really going to break out? This is going to be a show. Stop setting up your stalls and hurry up to watch. Where there is excitement, there are always onlookers, and the United States is no exception. As soon as the two groups moved, a large crowd immediately followed behind. The news spread rapidly across the internet. Within minutes, the entire city knew something was happening. Those who could squeeze and watched on the spot, while those who couldn't followed via satellite and live streams on their phones. All eyes were focused here. The two groups marched grandly to the entrance of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. President Bailey Chris and Vice President Gilly Chris were already waiting. They had only heard that Westbar and Mike had arrived, but didn't know the reason. Reluctantly or not, they had to come out to greet them. "Master Shiba, what wind has blown you here?" Bailey was polite with his words, but did not let him in. He glanced at the helicopter and soldiers, his tone turning serious. "Bringing such a big entourage, are you trying to make a move against us? What crime has Wanbao Commerce committed?" Shiba snorted coldly. "Enough nonsense. My son has been beaten into a fool. I'm here to get the culprit." Bailey raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? I advised you long ago to keep your son in check, but he didn't listen. Now that something's happened, and he's your only son, it's really a pity." His words were full of sarcasm. Shiba suppressed his anger. He knew very well that the Chris family had political backing and could not act rashly. In the United States, politicians need campaigns and speeches that burn through money. Every top figure has a big corporation backing them. The Chris family was among the most elite. Is this person from your commerce association? Shiba stopped beating around the bush and directly showed the image of Jiang Tian. Bailey nodded. He is our distinguished guest. What? Has he broken the law? Bring him out. I suspect he is the one who beat my son into a vegetable. You only suspect, no evidence. Why should I hand him over? He is our distinguished guest. Shiba gritted his teeth. Lena brought him into the Smith family, and my son went too. Soon after, my son went crazy. If not him, then who else? Bailey sneered coldly. Did anyone see him lay a hand on him? If not, then this is just speculation. Geely interjected, with a harsh tone. Or maybe I'll just casually take some photos, say what you did to my old sow. And would that count as evidence? The onlookers burst into laughter. The scene turned noisy. Exactly. The Robin family has always been arrogant and ruthless. It's one thing to bully us without connections normally. Now they're even daring to slander the Chris family. That's too much. They never need evidence when they do things. Back then, when they annexed those small and medium families, their methods were one scheme darker than another. Exactly. Shiba's words just sound like made-up nonsense. The wind of opinion completely turned against the Chris family. Shiba frowned, but didn't care at all. In his eyes, what these people said wasn't worth mentioning. Bailey, be sensible, hand the person over, and I'll confront them face to face. If I'm wrong, I'll apologize. If you refuse, I'll block the doorway and make sure you can't do any business for a day. Suit yourself. Stay standing as long as you want. We're going in for a late-night snack. Shiba's face turned dark as iron. He thought threatening with profits would force the other side to back down, but he didn't expect the Chris family to refuse outright. The more you protect that kid, the more it proves something's wrong. Don't push me. Hand him over, or I'll open fire. Shiba waved his hand, and Mike immediately ordered the helicopter to stand by. Do you dare get serious? Enough talk. Hand him over. I refuse to hand him over. Dare to try firing. Bailey sneered. They also had generals backing them up, and the vice president was on their side. In Congress, nearly half their supporters stood with them. If things really escalated, Mike wouldn't even keep his position. I heard you're looking for me. Jiang Tian stepped out. He had just finished his late-night snack and happened to see the scene, so he came out to check out the commotion. You little brat, you finally dare show yourself. Tell me, was it you who knocked my son into a vegetable? Shiba gritted his teeth in anger. Everyone's gaze instantly fell on Jiang Tian. Shiba, show some respect. Jiang Tian is our honored guest. Bailey stood in front of him. Kid, do you dare to test your mental power? My son was crippled by a mental attack. If you don't dare, then you're guilty. Who do you think you are? You say test, then test. If you don't dare, then you're the murderer. Jiang Tian smiled faintly. Fine. If we're playing, let's play big. I'll test. If I have no problem, you kneel right there, kowtow 100 times, and call me grandpa 100 times. Dare to. What if you lose? Do as you wish. All right, it's a deal. Bring the tester. Shiba sneered. His son only had contact with a few people, and the only one who could do this was this kid. This tester was developed by the organization behind him. It's the most advanced in the world and can measure strength without deliberately releasing mental power. As long as it detects abnormal mental power in Jiang Tian, it would prove he is the culprit, and they could also suppress the Chris family, killing two birds with one stone. Come on. Jiang Tian walked up calmly. He wasn't worried at all. The tester only works when in contact with superpowers, and he had none. His mental power was system-altered. As long as the system was turned off, the device couldn't detect anything. You're a dead man. Shiba sneered. The beeping sounded as the device began operating. The moment Jiang Tian made contact, he felt a familiar fluctuation, just like the two people beside Lu Li. This spiritual power was off, but he was too lazy to investigate further. Shiba and Mike stared intently at the screen, ready to act as soon as the numbers fluctuated. But the screen showed no response. The spiritual power value was 0. No abilities. Shiba's expression changed drastically, and the cigar in Mike's mouth even fell out. Impossible. Test it again. The result was still 0. The instrument could not be wrong, So there was only one conclusion. Jiang Tian was just an ordinary person. But this doesn't make sense. Lu Li was driven insane by over 9,000 points of spiritual power. The top 3 strongest in the world only have about 3,000 points. The organization's people definitely wouldn't target the Robin family. Things have completely fallen apart. Before they could even sort things out, Bailey, president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, stepped forward. Everyone can see clearly, our honored guest is just an ordinary person, without any spiritual power. Yet the Robin family publicly slanders him. Everyone knows what kind of tactics they use. The scene instantly exploded. Right. He doesn't even have any special abilities. How could he have turned Lu Li into an idiot? Believe that if you want. This is clearly the Robin family causing trouble again. Awakening abilities is 1 in 100,000. How could an ordinary person do that? This is just throwing dirt. I advise everyone to remember the Robin family's true colors and never buy their products again. The reporters spoke out on the spot. The news quickly spread, and the whole of the United States was in an uproar, with the Robin family becoming the target of public criticism. Master of the Shiba family, you lost. Kneel down and call me Grandpa, Jiang Tian said coldly. Don't try to renege on the deal, with so many people watching. Shiba's face turned ashen, and Mike was full of murderous intent, but he didn't dare to make a move. Acting now would only make the family more disgraceful. With a plop sound, Shiba knelt down, kowtowed, and called him Grandpa. After 100 kowtows, he left with Mike in disgrace, glaring viciously at Jiang Tian before leaving. Jiang Tian smiled faintly, having already sentenced the Robin family to death in his heart. Even if he acted tonight, no one would suspect him. For an ordinary person, what does destroying a family have to do with him? After Shiba left, Bailey personally invited him. Tonight, Jiang Kaching was startled. I'll take you into the Supreme Warehouse. Pick anything you like. Everyone was shocked. Resources in the Supreme Warehouse often cost millions of points, while Jiang Tian only earns 2,000 per mission. This gift was astonishingly generous. Jiang Tian felt a surge of excitement. The third divine crystal was within reach, and the shadow-sharing divine mirror could also be repaired. Entering the warehouse required passing through more than a dozen checkpoints, with high-tech gates verifying multiple layers. Both the president's and vice president's fingerprints and pupil scans had to be authenticated simultaneously. Anyone who dared to break in forcibly would trigger the headquarters' defensive electric grid, releasing 10 billion volts instantly, enough to reduce a person to ash. Upon entering, Jiang Tian looked at the room full of rare resources and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The world's #1 guild truly lived up to its reputation. He scanned the room calmly. Where are the divine crystals? Just ahead. I'll personally take you there, President Bailey said with a smile as he led the way. This scene caused the expressions of the few supreme guest ministers nearby to change. They had never enjoyed such treatment and naturally felt displeased. Isn't he just a person from the Xia Kingdom? Is it really necessary to hold him in such esteem? In their eyes, Jiang Tian was just a bit stronger. But now is the era of supernatural powers. What does strength matter? What truly determines status is supernatural ability. Only Yorick had witnessed Jiang Tian's methods and remained silently quiet. At the end of the corridor, Bailey directly took out the chamber's only divine crystal and handed it to Jiang Tian. Since guest minister Jiang needs it, this divine crystal is yours. The divine crystal is only useful for repairing divine-level artifacts. The chamber had no treasures of that level. Keeping it was just for show. It was better to trade it for a favor. Thank you, Chairman. Jiang Tian took the divine crystal, excitement uncontrollable in his eyes. He could no longer wait to repair the Shadow Division divine mirror. After visiting the headquarters, he returned to the manor. Split Shadow Divine Mirror, repair. He took out 2 other divine crystals from the spatial watch, and the power slowly infused. Meanwhile, at the Robin family estate, make me kneel in public. This summer kingdomer must die. Shiba sat in the main seat, his face gloomy. Head of the family, the envoy sent by the organization has arrived. Mike reported quietly. Quick, invite them in. Shiba's expression changed instantly, a smile spreading across his face. He sought help from the organization and brought in a top mental therapist. Within the organization, this person ranked in the top 5 in mental power, specialized in treating mental attacks, and had never failed. The figure in the black robe entered the hall, wrapped entirely in the robe, face indistinguishable. "Welcome, honorable envoy." Shiba and everyone bowed in unison. Although the Robin family was the third commercial family, before that vast organization, they were insignificant. "The organization acknowledges your loyalty, which is why I was sent." The black-robed man's voice was low. "My personal involvement shows the importance. My subordinate will definitely be even more dedicated." Shiba nodded repeatedly. After exchanging pleasantries, the group arrived at Luli's courtyard. To prevent him from wandering off, Luli was kept locked alone in a separate courtyard. Once a prodigy, he now had a vacant look and appeared mentally dull. He squatted on the ground, defecating messily, and poked around with a stick, filling the courtyard with a stench. Hee daddy daddy. While poking at the dirty mess, he drooled and tried to pinch it with his fingers, as if playing with mud. Shiba's heart bled watching this. His own son was once a gifted supernatural ability user, but now looked like this. Once the envoy healed him, they would surely find out who was behind this. No matter who it was, he would tear them to pieces. Slap. Just as Shiba was thinking this, Luli grabbed a clump of filth and threw it directly at his face. "Luli, what are you doing?" Shiba shouted angrily. The dignified head of the family was actually being humiliated by his son in public. He got it right, yay. Luli clapped his hands and laughed loudly. "Bayu." The black-robed envoy raised his hand, and a wave of spiritual power struck Luli. Luli immediately fell to the ground. "Head of the Shiba family, I'll first use spiritual power to stabilize him. Send someone to clean him up, and then I'll treat him. You should go wash up too. It's too smelly." Yes. The father and son were soon cleaned thoroughly. Luli remained unconscious, placed on the big bed. The black-robed envoy carefully examined him with instruments. "Is this a third-level spiritual martial skill?" After checking for a moment, his tone became serious. "What's wrong, envoy?" "A third-level mental martial skill would only cause a brief dizziness to an ordinary person. It's impossible to beat someone like this. But the traces inside his body are indeed third level." The black-robed envoy frowned. Then suddenly his expression changed. Could it be? He immediately activated his talent, his mental power transforming into a sharp arrow, shooting straight into Luli's mind. The arrowhead wandered inside the mind but saw only a blank space, eerily silent. The next second, slap, a terrifying counterattack suddenly erupted. The black-robed envoy fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. A few minutes later, he staggered to his feet. I've been hit. Ha ha ha. He gesticulated wildly, his eyes vacant. Siba and Mike were completely dumbfounded. Has the envoy also gone mad? It's important to know that his mental power was as high as 4,000 points, even stronger than the leaders of several major guilds. Yet he was instantly turned into an idiot by backlash. What they didn't know was that Jiang Tian had already planted a mental trap in Luli's mind. Anyone who dared to forcibly probe, it would suffer backlash. If one's mental power was below 7,500 points, they would collapse on the spot. Between 7,500 and 8,500, they would fall into a month-long coma. Between 8,500 and 9,300, they would be unconscious for 7 days. Only those exceeding 9,300 points could barely hold on. The black-robed envoy was obviously far from enough. Before long, he also began to lose his sanity, rolling on the ground, babbling nonsense, completely becoming a laughingstock. Jiang Tian set the trap precisely to prevent anyone from curing Luli. He couldn't accurately gauge how strong his own mental power was now. Although he had 10,000 points, he was uncertain. To be safe, he had to keep a backup plan. Nothing else happened. He also became an idiot. A voice suddenly echoed into the manor. Siba and Mike's faces changed drastically, and they immediately summoned the Robin family's experts. Who's there? Don't hide. I see you. They spoke boldly, but inside they were frightened. The manor was equipped with high-tech surveillance. Even from 1,000 meters away, the system could clearly identify the clothing of men and women. Yet now, someone had broken in, and the system showed no response. This could only mean the intruder was a top-level powerhouse, at least level 90 or above. Who are you, sir? That voice sounds so familiar. Head of the Siba family, have you forgotten me so quickly? As the words fell, Jiang Tian's figure appeared before everyone. Not just one, but three. They were the clones released after he repaired the shadow split mirror. Each one possessed the original's combat power. With this, there's no need to personally take action when wiping out entire families or clearing areas in the future. What's even more ruthless is that the clones automatically disperse after 15 minutes, leaving no trace. So you're the one who attacked my son? Enough talk, die. The three clones attacked simultaneously. The several level 90 bodyguards and a group of level 80+ experts opposite them were powerless to resist. Jiang Tian's strike was an instant kill. The entire Robin family, without even having time to scream in terror, was completely wiped out. There was only one order: leave no survivors. The unconscious Lu Li and the rampaging cloaked emissaries all failed to escape. After the killing, Jiang Tian began looting resources. The warehouse was cleaned out completely, yielding a huge haul. On the cloaked emissary, he found a medal. Psychic Society. The three characters were engraved on it. Jiang Tian didn't understand, planning to take it back to the Wanbao Merchants Guild for investigation. The extermination took only 2.5 minutes, and the looting took 7 minutes. Then the three clones gathered the supplies. One of them took them back to the original body, and the other two stayed behind to wait for dispersal. Soon, the original body received the items. He had pretended to go to the restroom earlier. Now he came out of the bathroom and walked to the hall of the Supreme Guest Pavilion. No one had slept yet. They were still discussing tomorrow's international martial arts competition, the atmosphere lively. Did you hear? I went out for a walk tonight and gathered quite a few pieces of information. I got profiles of geniuses from various countries. Want to take a look? Fire Elementalist Jiang Tian looked very proud. He loved to dig up inside information the most. Stop hiding it. Just say it quickly. Yo, Jiang Tian is here. Come sit down. Everyone immediately gathered around. Jiang Tian didn't beat around the bush and directly took out the resources he had brought back from the Robin family. Anything they couldn't use, he gave to them all. Everyone was fighting for the Xia Nation's cause, so having even a bit more strength was beneficial. The international martial arts competition was teeming with experts, and top-tier prodigies were abundant. The next second, he emptied all the resources from his space watch. The ground was covered with potions, treasures, and various items. Everyone was stunned on the spot. This is an ability development potion, and at 7th rank. Xiao Wenjing held the potion, her voice changing. One vial costs 3 million Mi gold. Even she, the daughter of the leader, had seen very few of these. One reason was that her level wasn't high enough, and the other was that they were truly expensive. There are over 200 vials here, at least 2 per person on average. Jiang Tian said casually. Damn, this is a 7th rank defensive item. The one from the last Chamber of Commerce auction? Wasn't it bought by the US? Sold for 30 million Mi gold. It provides a fixed 3,000 armor, top defense among 7th rank items. I'm an offense type. I'm a recovery type, and I also have active healing. Everyone completely exploded with excitement, even more thrilled than when discussing the international martial arts competition. With so many resources, who wouldn't be envious? Jiang Tian waved his hand. Divide it among yourselves. 70% of the Robin family's remaining resources were still with him. He couldn't use these. He already had one 7th level battle suit and couldn't stack them. The superpower potions had no effect on him either. Jiang Tian, where did you come from? Xiao Wenjing stared at him. Guess. You didn't really go to rob the Robin family, did you? Mei Qingqing half joked. Jiang Tian said seriously. Am I that kind of person? It really wasn't stolen. Just passing by, saw no one around, and casually picked up some. Probably exchanged for the sea beast's inner core, someone guessed. Speaking of inner cores, we still have several space watches filled with them. Don't sleep tonight. Focus on absorbing them and leveling up. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Jiang Tian stood up. You guys split them up? I'm going back to rest. Back in his room, he activated the AI Bard. Bard, check the Synergy Society. Since it's a knowledge base, the Wobeo Guild should have recorded a lot of information about organizations. A few beeps. Quickly, the results popped up. The Synergy Society is one of the largest secret organizations in the world. Rumor has it that they swear allegiance to a certain deity, recruiting talents and gathering resources worldwide. all to awaken the deity as soon as possible. Deity awakening? Jiang Tian saw these 4 words again. Last time we dealt with the avatar of the evil god, they mentioned that the gods have long been asleep. These deities don't show themselves, but are all lying low, playing dead. But that's fine too. It gives him time to grow. When they wake up, we'll take care of them one by one. Bard, which god does the Psionic Society worship? Not clear for now, but the Psionic Society is powerful, full of experts, specializing in recruiting geniuses, and offers good treatment. You could give it a try. Give it a try? Jiang Tian frowned. He just killed that black-robed messenger and still wants to join them? Trying would be like looking for death. But from another perspective, since they value talent, he is much stronger than the black-robed messenger. Maybe their intention to recruit him is stronger than their desire for revenge. The question is, how can they be sure that he was the one who did the killing? Forget it. Jiang Tian directly shut down Bard. The urgent matter is to finish the international martial arts competition, then clear the Thunder God dungeon, and then go to the sea area to grind monsters and level up. To be honest, farming sea beasts is much easier than breaking into the 8th level demon nest. Sleep. Early the next morning, Jiang Tian arrived at the hall. The students were still refining the sea beast inner core, having gone 2 days and 2 nights without sleep, yet they remained full of energy. He was truly envious. Having supernatural abilities was a source of confidence. Unlike him, who had nothing except the system. Good morning, Jiang Tian. Morning. Annie walked over wearing a tailored professional outfit, her curves distinctly outlined. Her long legs and black stockings were straight and slender, exuding a strong presence. Many boys secretly glanced a few more times. But they also knew that the threshold for becoming a guest official of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce was extremely high. Not to mention a supreme guest official. Even bronze level was difficult. By the way, what time does the International Martial Arts Competition start? Jiang Tian asked. At 2 p.m. The venue will be set up in the morning. After breakfast, you can go to the square and take a look. There is a technology tower from the United States there. Technology tower? Jiang Tian heard about it for the first time. After breakfast, several teachers led the team. Escorted by a Wanbao Chamber of Commerce special vehicle, the group arrived at Times Square. On the other side of the square was the entrance to the martial arts competition. It is not open yet. The staff are busy with the final arrangements. Jiang Tian and his group came to Times Square for a walk and stopped by the technology tower on the way. I heard this is the check-in spot for the world's elites. Supernaturals from various countries come here to challenge. The so-called check-in means entering the tower to take on the trials. The US leads the world in technology, and this tower gathers top-tier tech. The ranking inside the tower is almost equivalent to the global elites list. Making it into the top 100 counts as being top-notch worldwide. As for those secret organizations, they never participate in the competition. Let's go. Let's give it a try too. Everyone arrived at the entrance. The technology tower was built by powerful experts in the spatial field. It appeared small from the outside, but was vast on the inside, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of people without any problem. Zhou Ping volunteered proactively. He had an A-level swordsman talent and was originally level 52. Relying on the sea beast's inner core, he surged to level 60, rising 8 levels in just a few days. Although his level had increased, he still lacked practical combat experience. He entered the tower alone. People outside watched through electronic screens. Zhou Ping directly challenges the 100th ranked player. The leaderboard only ranks the top 100, so he can challenge anyone he wants. But he still doesn't dare to touch the first place. The 100th ranked player is named Visenmo, level 62, with an A+ beast taming talent. Inside the tower, it's just a projection, but it possesses the strength of the real body. As the battle begins, Visenmo summons a leopard-patterned exotic beast. The leopard is incredibly fast and exudes a strong sense of pressure. Zhou Ping swung his sword to face the battle. At first, he was still able to maneuver, but soon he was overwhelmed by speed and steadily forced to retreat. In the end, he had no choice but to admit defeat. A difference of 2 levels makes all the difference. Zhou Ping smiled bitterly. If it weren't for relying on the sea beast's inner core, I couldn't have even lasted a few moves. Just as the words left his mouth, someone else stepped forward. Let me try. Fire-type ability user Zhang Tian, level 64, S-rank talent, brimming with confidence. As soon as he entered the tower, he immediately challenged Wizemo by name. The first leopard was summoned, but hadn't even stabilized on its feet before being burned to ashes by Zhang Tian within 2 minutes. However, Wizemo had more than one summoned beast. He possessed A+ talent, level 62 strength, and could summon 3 exotic beasts simultaneously. The next second, a blue lion and a giant snake appeared at the same time, radiating an imposing aura. The battle was once evenly matched. The blue lion pounced and bit. The giant snake coiled to kill, creating a perilous scene. But Zhang Tian's level was higher, his talent stronger, and his flames fully dominated the fight. In less than 5 minutes, Wizemo was completely defeated. The 100th place on the Technology Tower Prodigy list changed hands on the spot. Congratulations to the Xia country contestant Zhang Tian for reaching the 100th spot on the Technology Tower Prodigy list. The grand voice echoed through Times Square, instantly attracting a large crowd. Many contestants from small and medium countries came rushing over at the sound, and passers-by also stopped to join the excitement. Is that the Xia Kingdom team? They just succeeded in their challenge. The Xia Kingdom always ranks second in the international martial arts competitions every year. Their strength has always been solid. Making it into the top 100 is no surprise. Let's go take a look. The crowd grew larger and larger. Those who couldn't squeeze in simply took out their phones, connected to the Technology Tower network, and watched the broadcast directly. The high-tech era is just convenient. Even if you can't see it live, it's just as clear on the screen. The footage of Zhang Tian and others' challenge quickly spread inside the U.S. official channels. The prodigies competing on behalf of the U.S. were also watching simultaneously, wanting to gather intel on their opponents in advance. This is also one of the purposes of the Technology Tower, to familiarize the country's geniuses with the enemy. At this moment, inside the White House of the United States, President Hills was watching the projection with several top-tier prodigies. This Zhang Tian has some strength, but when facing me, it'll be over within 3 moves. Karafi, an A+ ice element talent, spoke lightly. At level 70, having entered the top ranks at just 20 years old, he was naturally full of pride. 3 moves? 1 move is enough for me. The one speaking was Blen, an S-level thunder element talent, level 72, a monstrous figure among the top 3 in the US. Hills frowned and warned, "Don't underestimate them. Xia has always been tough to deal with." Blen sneered, "This time at the international competition, I'll be targeting Xia specifically to keep them out of the top 10. Want to enter the Thunder God dungeon? Dream on." Arrogance and hostility spread through the conference room. The United States has been instilling hatred towards Xia Nation in its people. Because Xia Nation is rising too quickly and will eventually surpass the US, America suppresses it at every turn. In the Technology Tower, Zhang Tian defeated the 88th ranked player but lost to the 87th, so he had to leave the arena. His opponent was 1 level higher, and their talents were similar, so his loss was not undeserved. He was actually quite happy, since he had made it onto the leaderboard. Xiong immediately took the stage. His talent was stronger, and his level was 3 tiers higher. Everyone placed high hopes on him. As soon as he entered the tower, he challenged the 87th ranked player and won within 4 minutes. Then he fought his way up to the 72nd rank. His opponent was Ward Tian, a top US genius from the previous generation, 25 years old, who had set records 5 years ago. The two battled fiercely, and Xiong narrowly won. But he voluntarily withdrew, knowing his chances of winning further were slim. Xiong asked Xia Wenjing and Mei Qingqing if they wanted to go up. They were Xia Nation's seed players, uninterested in revealing their hand early. Making it onto the leaderboard was not important. The international competition was the key. The spectators debated. Some were confused, while others pointed out, "Challenging now is like exposing your cards. Who would be that foolish?" In the White House, the president and US geniuses were very displeased. Without seeing Xia Nation's abilities, they could not prepare countermeasures. But Bullen was arrogant, saying he could crush them even without familiarity. The president praised him repeatedly. Suddenly, someone shouted that another challenger from Xia Nation had entered the arena. Everyone immediately focused on the screen. Upon seeing the challenger, the entire room went silent. The person who went up was actually Jiang Tian. The technology tower showed that he had no special abilities. He was just an ordinary person. Is he crazy? Ordinary people who enter the tower get killed by projections. I remember him. Last night, the Robin family came looking for him, saying he had beaten Lu Li into a fool. Yes, I heard that too. He made the Robin family lose all face. But the technology tower isn't a place anyone can just cause trouble in. The president's face turned ashen with anger. Are these Xia people provoking us? Sending an ordinary person to storm the tower is too arrogant. The ones truly restless were Hills and his group in White Palace. They were itching to rush over and give Jiang Tian a good beating. How dare they humiliate the technology tower they are so proud of? If it weren't for concerns about international repercussions, they would have taken action long ago. Look, that guy. Everyone was still angry when another incident occurred on the screen. Jiang Tian spoke as soon as he entered the technology tower. I want to challenge the first place. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear. He was too lazy to fight through each level one by one. It would be a waste of time. He just wanted to take down the first place directly. The moment he said this, everyone inside and outside the technology tower was stunned. What did he say? He wants to challenge the first place? I heard it right, it's the first place. An ordinary person entering the tower is one thing, but daring to name the first? Does he want to live forever? I've seen people courting death, but never someone so eager to send themselves to death. George has dominated the rankings for years, and no one has ever challenged him. What makes him think he can? Voices erupted in discussion. At this moment, Jiang Tian was already standing in the challenge space. George's projection slowly appeared. SS-level Thunder Elementalist, level 75. At the age of 20, almost at the peak. The Thunder element inherently combines speed and burst. George is nearly invincible under the age of 20. As the shadow took shape, George immediately activated Thunder Release, his figure vanishing in an instant. Jiang Tian was well aware. A speed close to 2,000 points, 2,000 meters per second, truly terrifying. No wonder he's called a prodigy. Unfortunately, he met Jiang Tian. Bang! Jiang Tian spread out his psychic power, and George's movements appeared as slow as a snail in his eyes. George just moved, but Jiang Tian was even faster. Teleporting right up close, he threw a punch. The projection shattered on the spot. The speed was so fast that even the technology tower's recording system couldn't capture it. Less than a second. In the challenge space, only Jiang Tian remained. A cold prompt sound rang out. Congratulations to Jiang Tian from the Xia Nation for topping the talents ranking. Those outside were still stunned. Has it started? It's over. What? Are you kidding? Why did George's shadow disappear? Didn't he activate the lightning speed? Jiang Tian didn't move at all, and it's over just like that. Could it be a malfunction with the technology tower? Nonsense. The technology tower represents our highest technology. It can't possibly malfunction. Everyone was stunned. In the White House, President Hills and a group of prodigies also stood frozen. Vice President Pence whispered, "Slow down the video and take a look." All right. Hills accessed the permissions and slowed the footage to 10,000 times slower. On the screen, George surged toward Jiang Tian, surrounded by arcs of electricity. Halfway through the charge, a shadow flashed by. The next second, George's projection shattered instantly. The scene came to an abrupt halt. Play it again, over and over. But no matter how it was viewed, only that shadow could be seen. The space was too small, the distance too short. Even at 10,000 times slow motion, it was still impossible to see clearly. Brun gasped sharply. This speed is terrifying. The system analysis shows his speed is at least 10,000 points. What? Yorick's lightning release is only 9,000 points. Does that mean he's faster than the world's number one? Someone shook their head. Not only over 10,000 points, his strength is ridiculously high too. I suggest testing again. Everyone nodded in agreement. They must figure out Jiang Tian's true stats. Hills immediately began operating. The technology tower was not only a symbol of American technology, but also capable of setting up various testing challenges. For example, tests on strength, speed, and other data. The first thing Hills wanted to measure was strength. Using his authority, he generated a strength tester inside the tower. Just one punch could accurately measure the value. Jiang Tian was about to leave when he suddenly noticed the surroundings had changed. A huge technological wall stood right in front of him. What's going on? He had no idea this was a testing device and simply saw it as an obstacle blocking his way. Since it was blocking the path, he decided to smash it. Jiang Tian threw a punch. Ding! Triggered 10,000-fold critical hit. The system alert tone had just ended. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, even more shocking than when the superpower organization blew up the international building. The towering tech tower instantly shattered. Like broken glass, the entire tower collapsed with a rumble. Run! The tech tower is collapsing. The quick-witted scrambled away desperately, while those a step slower were directly buried under debris. The loud blast spread throughout Uni City, and everyone looked over. Another terrorist attack. Some people watched via satellite, some monitored remotely, and some live-streamed. All the eyes of the city were focused here. Foreigners saw the commotion and thought it was definitely another terrorist attack. But the Americans exploded. After the international building was destroyed last time, they spent a fortune building the technology tower, spending even more than before, all to save face. After the tower was completed, the Americans finally stepped out of the shadow and felt proud again. But now it's gone again. What's even stranger is that this time there was no thick smoke. Last time, the entire city could see black smoke billowing into the sky, but this time it was clean and clear. The public was frantically questioning the authorities online. Hills, Pence, and the others were stunned for a long moment before coming to their senses. What happened? The tech tower is gone. Pence rubbed his eyes and then slapped his assistant. His hand hurt for real, confirming it wasn't a dream. It's over, it really collapsed. In the satellite images, the landmark of Times Square was completely reduced to ruins. How did it collapse? Was it knocked down by that kid's punch? The assistant's face turned pale. He was also present during the last explosion at the international building, but that incident was nowhere near as terrifying as this one. The technological level back then simply couldn't compare to today's technology tower. The entire tower was made of superalloy, with an enchantment array reinforcing the outer layer, providing dual protection from both technology and supernatural powers. Even if dozens of experts above level 90 attacked it, it might still take 10 days or half a month to bring it down. That was America's pride. But now just one punch. The whole tower was gone. Who exactly is this person? A god incarnate? Onlookers recorded the collapse of the technology tower and immediately uploaded the footage to the global network. Such explosive news instantly went viral, with billions of views not a problem, like skyrocketed beyond belief. Soon, various headlines flooded the screens. Shocking. American technology tower destroyed. Suspected terrorist attack. Method unknown. Technology tower collapse. Accident or conspiracy? Is retribution coming? Hegemony unrelenting. Disasters unending. Some remain neutral, others sneer. After all, in recent years the US has imposed blockades and sanctions everywhere, offending too many people. The accumulated hatred erupting is not surprising. The post's popularity soared, with likes even surpassing views. Only then did President Hills and others receive the news. The destruction of the technology tower had already become a global trending topic. How should we handle this? Hills frowned deeply. The technology tower symbolizes the pinnacle of US technology. If it was blown up with a single punch, the hegemony's prestige would completely collapse. One can only imagine what countries would be saying behind the scenes. It must never be admitted. The video is in their hands, and as long as it's not made public, no one can prove anything. Even if the Xiaogui side leaks information, it won't outweigh the official narrative. Vice President Pence spoke up. Just say the technology upgrade was successful, the old tower was dismantled voluntarily, and preparations are underway to build a more advanced one. Many nodded. All right, let's release it to the public like that. But a more troublesome problem lay ahead. The Xiaogui youth who punched and destroyed the technology tower was scheduled to participate in the international competition that afternoon. If he got to compete, the title of America's #1 could no longer be maintained. As soon as this was mentioned, the other prodigies immediately nodded. Jiang Tian's strength was terrifying. If he entered the arena, even their combined efforts might not win. Even top American prodigies like Bren had to keep a low profile. Because deep down, they knew that compared to that youth from Xia, they were simply not on the same level. Why don't we just ban that Xia national from competing? Brin suggested in a low voice. That won't work. He was officially sent by the Xia government, so according to the rules, he's qualified to compete. Targeting him individually wouldn't hold up. Besides, if Xia takes this opportunity to lash out internationally, it would damage America's reputation. At this moment, someone suddenly spoke up. Isn't that kid a normal human? Why don't we just ban regular humans from competing altogether? Hill's eyes lit up, and he suddenly slammed the table. Exactly. The international tournament is supposed to be a stage for superpowered individuals. It's too dangerous for ordinary people to participate. Lives could be at risk. If we use safety as the reason, no one can fault us. That's decided then. Soon, Hills used his power to temporarily add a clause to the competition rules. Ordinary people are prohibited from participating. Jiang Tian still didn't know what had happened. He was just savoring the burst of power from earlier. Another trigger of the 10,000-fold critical hit. The last time was during the Wanbao Guild test, when a single punch shattered the defense system. Back then, his strength was nowhere near as terrifying as it is now. Jiang Tian, the entrance to the International Martial Arts Competition is now open. Get ready to enter, the teacher called out ahead. Everyone entered the arena one after another. This place was also an independent space created by spatial ability users, incredibly spacious inside. Each country had its own designated area, fully equipped. Teams from various countries entered one after another. Tianju, Famiang, Sunset. All of them now closely following the United States. Strangely, this time there was no sign of the island nations team. In past events like this, they never missed an appearance. But it's not hard to understand. Jiang Tian released the 8th-level beast demon nest and also kidnapped the emperor to extort resources, severely draining the island nation's energy. Now the entire country is clearing out the demon nests, and the elites have all been dispatched to the front lines. About half an hour later, teams from various countries had arrived. The official American host stepped onto the podium and cleared his throat. Welcome everyone to this international martial arts competition. I am the host Ward Tian Wizemo Lamashwai Biobuyid, but you can call me Wei-sen. Without further ado, I will now announce the competition rules. Everyone has basically seen the rules. Each person has a manual. But there was one newly added rule that even the host only found out about after receiving a last-minute notification from the president's assistant. The last rule, ordinary people are prohibited from participating to avoid accidental injuries caused by superpowered individuals. As soon as the host finished speaking, the people from other countries paid no attention. This rule sounded quite normal. Ordinary people wouldn't be competing anyway. But over in Xia's camp, chaos erupted. Isn't this obviously aimed at Jiang Tian? Everyone complained indignantly. Jiang Tian understood clearly. It was most likely because he had smashed the tech tower with a single punch, making the US nervous, fearing he would take first place, so they added the restriction at the last minute. But do they really think that without him competing, Xia has no chance? He was not the only formidable character on the team. Xia Wenjing and Mei Qingqing had long been the trump cards, nearly level 70 when they arrived. These past few days, they treated the Sea Beast core pills like food, and with the resources gathered by the Robin family, their levels surged directly to 76, with their magic power limits far exceeding others of the same level. All of this was inseparable from Jiang Tian. Doesn't matter. Jiang Tian sat down, his expression calm. Not competing was more relaxing. He was just waiting for the Thunder God instance to open. Don't worry, we'll take first place. The two women said firmly. Jiang Tian smiled and nodded. The two blushed, their thoughts in complete turmoil. He turned his head and took out the inner elixir to continue refining. There was more than enough in the spatial ring to last a lifetime. Any increase, no matter how small, was a gain. The host spoke again. This year's International Martial Arts Competition has been changed to a battle royale on the arena. Teams from various countries immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. Changing the rules at the last minute was clearly bullying. But the United States had always been like this, relying on their dungeon resources to change rules however they pleased. This change was deliberately orchestrated by Hills and others. They want to force out the true strength of Xia country's prodigies through the chaos of the melee. especially those female players who haven't challenged the technology tower. The draw had already been rigged. 100 numbers correspond to 100 arenas. And Xia country's 100 players were deliberately dispersed across 100 different arenas. The United States intends to dig out all their trump cards match by match. On these 100 arenas, almost all have follower countries of the United States. They had long agreed to jointly attack Xia country's players as soon as they stepped onto the field. The United States is very confident that with their overwhelming numbers, Xia country's trump cards will definitely be forced out. The drawing ended, and Xia Wenjing and the others each stepped onto their respective stages, realizing there was not a single companion around them. They immediately understood that there was something fishy about this round, but they couldn't back down. If they withdrew, the United States would certainly make a big issue of it on the international stage, claiming that Xia was afraid. Not participating would be equivalent to forfeiting the competition, and they would be mocked even more. So they could only grit their teeth and go on. Even if they only took second place, they would still earn a spot in the Thor raid. That was a God-given dungeon, and they might even get divine spirit pearls or even God-level items. The teachers below the stage looked on with worry, their eyes on Jiang Tian. "What do you think?" Jiang Tian said in Dondud. "Sit and watch. The situation is already like this. Being nervous is useless. Besides, Xia Wenjing and the others are not weak. It's just that compared to the monster Jiang Tian, they seem ordinary. Among the world's prodigies, they are still top-notch." The arena free-for-all begins. At the referee's command, nearly 400 participants from various countries began fighting simultaneously. Each country sent 100 people, and each arena had a full 400 people fighting. The worst-case scenario had indeed occurred. We in the Do team received instructions from the Bigua to focus fire on that player from Shagor first and take him down. If we can eliminate him, even better. If not, we still need to force out his trump cards. RU also received orders to join the attack. Back when Yu provoked Shaguo and was almost unable to defend their capital, they are now unusually proactive. Wu Jilan is joining. Yi Daili also counts as one of us. Originally hostile players from various countries instantly formed an alliance. There is only one target, the Xia Kingdom. On some fighting platforms, hundreds attack simultaneously. On others, even more exaggerated, over 300 strike at the same time. Attack. Take him down first. At the command, all kinds of skills rained down on the Xia Kingdom's contestant. WTF. The Xia Kingdom's contestants were all taken aback. Even Xia Wenjing was struggling slightly under the pressure of being assaulted by hundreds. Those who stand here are the top geniuses from various countries, mostly above level 45. Being attacked by hundreds at once, even if she is over level 70, it is very hard to come out unscathed. Fortunately, they have high talent, decent levels, and have absorbed the power of the Sea Beast core, still capable of fighting, so they won't give up easily. Some countries close to Xia also sensed something was wrong and immediately sided with the Xia contestants. Staunch supporters like Baba Yang openly expressed their support for Xia on the spot. "This is clearly targeted at Xia. We demand a redraw." Before the Xia teacher could speak, teachers from countries like Baba Yang protested first. Someone edited the drawing process together with the siege footage into a video and posted it on GlobalNet, directly accusing the US of covert manipulation. The video's popularity skyrocketed, almost unanimously condemning the act. Shocking, the US deliberately scattered Xia contestants, aiming for a group wipeout in the first round. Questioning. If no foul play occurred, please provide a global explanation. Disappointment. Withdraw from the Ability Alliance after the competition ends. The Ability Alliance was originally established to deal with the Beast Crisis, led by the US, and claimed to be cooperative. In reality, it used the opportunity to control resources. Many countries were forced to join, worsening their situations. Once the withdrawal statement was made, many countries followed suit, demanding to break free from US control. Naturally, the US camp also fought back online. Clarification: the lottery is random. Don't slander the US. Justification: the US has always supported the weak and has no selfish motives. Counter-question: the divine gifted dungeons even open spots, yet there's no gratitude. Global public opinion quickly split, with continuous debates. Top leaders of various countries also urgently took notice. Xia Jie, the head of Xia, held a video conference and reached consensus with friendly countries. After the international competitions and the Thor dungeon conclude, they will collectively withdraw from the Psychic Alliance and establish a new mutual aid alliance, led by Xia. The news has been finalized internally, only awaiting the right moment to announce. The dungeon hasn't opened yet. If the US officially declares early, they will definitely block Xia's quota. That way, Jiang Tian won't get in, and the top resources of the divine gifted dungeon will be out of reach. So Xia Jie and the others could only temporarily suppress the news, not daring to make it public. The arena had already become a chaotic mess. The small allied nations of the US had overwhelming numbers, and even with supporters from the Xi'an nation rushing forward, they simply couldn't hold back. Some arenas had a few people fighting against hundreds, and some were even besieged by several hundred. The scene was chaotic, but it also dispersed the attack power. The underlings went up first to wear them down, while the US prodigies watched the show from behind. Saving effort, who would want to risk their life? Soon, all 8 of Zhang Tian on arena number 1 were knocked down. Zhang Tian himself was kicked off the stage. Next came arena number 2 and number 3, cleared one by one. After more than 10 minutes, only Xia Wenjing and Mei Qingqing remained standing. Even Bear 2, an S-level earth element, was besieged and knocked down. Those underlings, wanting to win, threw out all their hidden props and potions. The competition limited each person to using 3 items at most, but when there were many people, the props piled up. Recovery, burst items, all were thrown onto the stage. On Arena 67, Xia Wenjing fought back desperately, blasting each person who charged at her off the stage. There were only 12 people left on the platform, but her powers were running low. On Arena 54, Mei Qingqing was much steadier. She had the highest level and was wood type, with incredible recovery abilities. Her powers consumed only half, while her opponents were close to exhaustion. After more than 10 minutes, the two finally cleared all their opponents off the stage. They hadn't revealed any of their true trump cards. The foundation of the Xi'an nation was incomparable to these vassal states. No matter how many people there were, they couldn't be overwhelmed. The host announced the end of the first round. The challenge competition would begin the next day. Everyone dispersed. At the Wanbao Commerce Association headquarters, Zhang Tian's residence. Zhang Tian was pounding the table in frustration. Today he had been surrounded and beaten badly. Although his wounds were treated, the indignation was hard to swallow. They'll do anything for first place. If they dare arrange things like this today, tomorrow's challenge competition will definitely be even more insidious. The drawing lots will most likely be rigged. It's possible that Wenjing and Qingqing will be matched against each other in the first round and then be challenged one after another. If the wheel battle drags on, no matter how strong they are, they will be worn out. A teacher said in a deep voice. Also, those American prodigies rely on their subordinates to drag us into a wheel battle. We don't even know what their talents are, and we've suffered a big loss. After everyone finished complaining, they all looked at Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian said calmly, "There's a way. They play dirty. We just crush them head on. As long as the strength is enough, the wheel battle won't matter." Crush them? They are at least level 70, and 2 of them have S-level talents. It's too hard to overpower them. Mei Qingqing frowned. The United States has a large population, so it's normal for them to have several top talents. Same level and quality, winning isn't easy. Jiang Tian didn't say more and directly took out the space watch, dumping all the resources inside. Everyone was stunned instantly. All the top-tier resources were laid out on the ground. Devil fruit? You actually still have 36. Xia Wenjing was shocked. This item isn't limited by level. The higher the level, the better the effect. They are now over level 70, so eating them would definitely create a big gap. Water Spirit Beast Core. It can also slightly increase water-type talents. Mei Qingqing's eyes lit up. She had just awakened her second water element talent, and if the upgrade succeeded, her combat power would double immediately. There was also an 8th rank Refined Blood. The next second, everyone stared at the 2 glowing pearls. 6th rank God-bestowed Spirit Pearls. Jiang Tian nodded and handed over the pearls. First, improve the talent quality. The 2 women took them, their eyes reddening. The god-bestowed spirit pearl can only strengthen one talent, and they did not hesitate to choose the strongest one. Mei Qingqing strengthened her wood element. Xiao Wenjing enhanced her swordsman talent. The next moment, the aura surged wildly. Boom! As soon as the divine spirit pearl was used, the aura of the two women changed immediately. Jiang Tian casually activated the protective shield, sealing off all their auras, preventing even the slightest leak. Everything was happening in secret, unnoticed by anyone. With a buzz, a burst of light exploded. Xiao Wenjing's swordsman talent skyrocketed from S-level straight to SS-level, with all attributes surging. Her attacks became fiercer, her speed faster, and her presence overwhelming. Mei Qingqing's improvement was even more dramatic, leaping from S-level wood elementalist directly to SSS level, as if singled out by the goddess of luck. Her recovery ability greatly improved, her power consumption drastically reduced, and she even awakened a completely new talent skill. This water spirit beast inner core has also been consumed. Even if the chance is low, it's worth trying, Jiang Tian urged. Mei Qingqing swallowed it in one gulp. With a bang, her A+ level water element talent surprisingly rose to S level. If she got another divine blessing pearl, she might jump another level. After enhancing their talents, Jiang Tian stuffed all kinds of rare resources into their mouths. Transformation fruits, high-level exotic beast essence blood, not leaving any behind. The two women had strong foundations and absorbed everything quickly. Their supernatural ability limits soared, attributes improved comprehensively, and their levels shot up directly to level 80. With their current strength, even if they were besieged in a battle of attrition tomorrow, Jiang Tian was confident he could surely secure first place. Jiang Tian, thank you. The two women felt the earth-shaking changes inside their bodies. Their eyes reddened. Sixth-grade divine blessing pearls themselves were priceless treasures, let alone these top-level resources. In this era, as long as one could enhance their talents, many were willing to give up everything. What Jiang Tian gave them was an opportunity to rewrite their lives. Everyone go rest and heal your wounds. Except for Xiao Wenjing and Mei Qingqing, almost everyone else was severely injured. It's not that they weren't strong, but there were too many enemies. Fortunately, Jiang Tian has connections. The healers sent by Wanbao Commerce Association are all at least level 80, and the team leader is even level 90, so recovery isn't difficult. Elsewhere, in President Hill's conference room, the atmosphere was cold and tense. The vice president and a group of American prodigies gathered together. Today's victory was easy. Tomorrow, we'll continue to rig the lottery and wear them down with a war of attrition, the vice president sneered. They no longer intended to confront Jiang Tian's group head-on, but planned to exhaust them. The public opinion online is very unfavorable to us. What does public opinion matter? It's not like we have no one. Just send someone to steer the narrative. Let's get down to business first. Should we let Jiang Tian into the Thor instance? At the mention of Jiang Tian, the expressions of several people changed. The person who knocked down the science and technology tower with one punch. If he enters the Thor instance, would there be any treasures left for others? We've tried so many times and failed to get the Thor artifact. It's better to let him go. After all, anything he gets will still belong to us. What if he refuses? Refuse? Can he even leave the US? With the ocean separating Xiao's country, it would already be too late to rescue him. But Xiao's country is part of the superpower alliance. If things seriously go wrong and they quit, taking a batch of countries with them, we'd lose at least half of our members. By then, resources will be hard to grab. Just find an excuse. There are so many guilds in the dungeon. Conflicts are inevitable. If something happens, pin the blame on him. It makes perfect sense. Just let him be the tool. The group grew increasingly smug, as if Jiang Tian was already trapped in the palm of their hands. This time, he wouldn't be leaving the United States. At that moment, Hill's AI sounded. Mr. President, the Robin family has been wiped out. What? Everyone's faces changed simultaneously. The Robin family was full of experts. There were 4 above level 90, yet they were completely annihilated overnight. Preliminary judgment is that death occurred last night. The movement was too slight, so it was only discovered today. The meeting room fell into silence. It must be Jiang Tian, someone said coldly. Only he has this strength. Perfect. We now have a reason to keep him. The Robin family will be sacrificed for the country. The next day arrived quickly. Jiang Tian and the teachers and students entered the arena. After yesterday's chaotic battle, 10 people were left on each ring, totaling 1,000 people. But today, there were only 10 rings left. In other words, 10 people would guard the rings first. Let the draw begin, the host announced. Xia Wenjing and Mei Qingqing were drawn for the first batch, assigned to rings number 1 and 2 respectively. Several players from countries friendly with Xia Nation were also arranged in the first batch. Hill's intention was clear: total suppression. All right, let the defense begin. The host could hardly wait, sending the scheduled challengers onto the stage one by one. The other 8 rings quickly produced winners, leaving only ring number 1 and 2 as the center of attention. The prodigies from America stood behind, sneering coldly. They were the final act, hoping the cannon fodder ahead would wear out those 2 women. Winning outright would be best, but it didn't matter if they couldn't. After fighting so many, how much strength could they still have? By then, a few moves from them would end it. In fact, they had already thought about using this opportunity to incapacitate them. Their performance yesterday was too impressive. If these 2 women continued to grow, they would definitely become a serious threat. On the arena, the contestant from Tianju, Asan, challenges you. A man dressed in Tianju clothing stepped onto the stage, level 54, talent grade B. He gave it his all from the start, unleashing his strongest skill combined with a tool, not giving his opponent a moment to breathe. Slap. The gap in strength was too great. He couldn't hold on even for a second and was kicked off the stage by Xiao Wenjing. Although he was kicked away, he was laughing. That last wave of attacks had drained some of her powers. His mission was accomplished. It was just that the kick was too fierce, almost catastrophic. I'm coming. Another contestant from the Tianju country rushed forward with an even higher level. Below the stage, 2 teams were packed tightly, each side with at least 300 people. Xia Wenjing and Mei Qingqing looked at the long line and grit their teeth. The 2 deliberately put on looks of anger and exhaustion, their movements slowing down, their breathing growing erratic, as if they could collapse at any moment. The American prodigy looked more and more smug. If this dragged on a little longer, they would break on their own. Challengers were knocked down one after another. The 2 women were covered in sweat, panting heavily, as if pushed to their limits. But in reality, both possessed at least S-grade dual talents and were level 80 in strength. Not to mention hundreds of people. Even if another round came, they would still have half their powers left. Dealing with those Americans at over level 70 was more than enough. Time passed bit by bit, and after hundreds of matches, it took a full 2.5 hours. It's my turn. The speaker was the American prodigy Karafi, a level 70 A+ ice elementalist. His target was Xiao Wenjing. Ice Spike. He didn't waste words and directly used his talent skill. The moisture in the air instantly condensed, the temperature of the entire arena dropped sharply, and ice spikes formed from all directions. 3 thick ice pillars formed instantly, piercing towards Xia Wenjing with a cold gleam. Sword Chi. Xia Wenjing had the swordsman talent, but didn't even bother to draw her sword. She simply raised her hand to condense a sword chi wave, shredding the ice pillars on the spot. In her eyes, Karafi wasn't worthy of her taking it seriously. Interesting, but how will you dodge this move? Mystic Ice Spike Formation. Karafi sneered coldly. He boasted an ability value as high as 8,000 and believed he could exhaust his opponent by outlasting her. He didn't know that after being enhanced by Jiang Tianxiang, Xiao Wenjing's psychic power had reached 23,000. She had just used nearly 9,000, leaving 14,000, far above his level. The ice formation instantly spread out, a massive freezing magic array hovering in midair, almost covering the entire arena. White mist rolled, and the cold was bone-chilling. In my icy aura, your psychic power will slow down, and your speed will be suppressed. Enjoy it. Kalafii laughed proudly. This move had a large range, strong killing power, and could weaken opponents, his trump card. But there was a whole 10-level gap between them. Level 70 versus level 80. The difference in the later stages was like a chasm. That bit of cold air had almost no effect on Xiao Wenjing. Ice crystals shot down like rain, sharp as daggers, radiating a murderous aura. However, as the ice rain fell, Xiao Wenjing's figure became blurry and elusive. The swordsman's speed was extreme, and she moved freely within the formation. For a full 2 minutes, the ice formation poured down wildly, yet it didn't even touch the hem of her clothes. Instead, Kalafiai's psychic power plummeted, his face turned pale. He was about to withdraw his attack. Slap! A figure suddenly rushed forward. Xiao Wenjing pressed up against him and kicked hard. Intense pain exploded. The next second, Kalafi was kicked flying off the ring, landing heavily on the ground, curled up like a shrimp, clutching his groin and screaming in agony. Healer, quickly come. He was in so much pain, he was nearly unconscious. Trash. The American prodigy Bruin stepped forward, taking the opportunity to kick him again, face full of disdain. If you've made it this far, you've got skill, but this is where it ends. Bren draped a black cloak over his shoulders. It was a thunder cloak, perfectly attuned to his lightning elemental talent, boosting all attributes by 20%. He was already an S-rank talent, and this battle was one he was determined to win. Body technique, lightning release. Bren's figure flashed, his speed skyrocketing, the lightning element in his hand forming an electric blade as he suddenly closed in on Xiao Wenjing. He had natural talent and body techniques, while Xiao Wenjing was a swordsman, also known for speed. The two were evenly matched for a moment. Let me show you lightning release. Bren sneered, accelerating again, his figure so fast it was hard to distinguish with the naked eye, the arena filled with afterimages. Lightning slash. He ambushed from behind, the electric blade slashing straight down. The crowd gasped, convinced Xiao Wenjing was done for. But the next second, the body hit by the blade turned into a black tide, seeping into the ground. Decoy. Bren's heart sank as he quickly drew out his defensive device. Too late. 2 cold flashes of light passed by, and his arms were both severed. Just as the screams began, 2 more sword shadows swept by, and both legs were also cut off. Blood gushed out, and Bren fell to the ground a cripple. Xiao Wenjing appeared slowly. Her second talent was Shadow, S-rank, able to split shadow bodies and switch freely with the original body, with equally astonishing speed. With double S-rank talents and a 10-level gap, Bren was simply no match. On the other side, Mei Qingqing's arena was equally intense. 2 battles became the focus of the entire arena. Many of the eliminated contestants simply started live streaming. Hello everyone, I'm Kyle, now live broadcasting the International Martial Arts Competition. Tips kept pouring in, and the camera kept zooming in. Anyway, since they were eliminated, they had nothing else to do, and they could make money just by holding their phones. On arena number 2, Mei Qingqing was facing the American prodigy Samir. This person was stronger than Bren, with a level as high as 75. He also possessed dual A+ talents, with his main talent being a wind elementalist and his secondary talent a knight. Wind element, fierce wind. Samir's very first move was a killer technique. A fierce wind exploded around him, sweeping forward wrapped in sharp wind blades, like a high-speed meat grinder in operation. Wood element, wood shield. Mei Qingqing immediately formed a thick wooden wall, blocking head-on. Do you think it's over just like that? Samir sneered, pulling out a red box. As soon as the box opened, a scorching wave of fire surged forward. I knew you were a wood element master yesterday. How could I not prepare? He had already seen Mei Qingqing's S-rank wood talent and knew he couldn't win head-on. So he simply borrowed a high-level fire tool to take advantage of fire overcoming wood. Flames instantly engulfed the wooden shield, the fire raging fiercely. Mei Qingqing's heart sank. This power was definitely not 7th rank, at least 8th, possibly even 9th. To win, the Americans had already resorted to illegal tools. Even if reported, the detection authority was in their hands, so no result could be found. She could only defeat Samir head-on. Fortunately, the opponent was only level 75, unable to fully unleash the tool's power. Moreover, water overcomes fire, and her second talent was water element. Water and wood intertwined, steam surged, the flames were gradually suppressed and eventually extinguished. How is this possible? Samir's smile froze on his face. An 8th level fire elemental item, yet it couldn't burn through the wooden shield. Could she possibly have a second talent that counters fire? He no longer hesitated and directly activated his knight talent. Knights excel in mental offense and defense, which happens to counter the elemental mage's weakness. The corner of Samir's mouth lifted again. His mental power was as high as 900 points, and he had even earned a 5th-level apothecary certificate, having learned quite a few mental attack techniques. Roar! He suddenly shouted angrily, and a mental shockwave instantly spread. Many around the arena went blank in their minds and lost focus on the spot, with only a few people strong in mental resistance able to stay steady. Mei Qingqing also felt the shock in her mind. In the past, she would have been suppressed immediately. She originally did not have a mental power talent, but in recent days, she had been continuously refining sea beast inner cores, some of which inherently possessed mental power. During the refining process, her mental strength quietly increased. Mei Qingqing's mental power had improved considerably, and she had gained resistance. Samir's strike had almost no effect on her. Knight's spear. Thinking she was stunned, Samir raised his hand to unleash his strongest killing move. The spear's armor penetration was extremely strong. Even a same-level defense would suffer serious injury from a single hit. Water element, hydration. Mei Qingqing activated her second talent in her first real battle. Her body instantly transformed into a water shadow, becoming immune to physical attacks. The spear passed straight through her. Samir's face changed drastically. The next second, 2 thick vines burst up from under the arena, tightly binding him and lifting him into the air. The vines whipped furiously. Wood elements specifically counter supernatural powers and damage the foundation. After several strikes, the structure inside his body was completely shattered and could no longer be repaired. He was crippled in this battle. Stop! The American teacher couldn't hold back and tried to rush onto the arena. Trying to break the rules? The side from Xia country immediately blocked him. The global live broadcast was still ongoing, and everyone could see everything clearly. The United States can only endure. The challenge competition lasted for more than an hour and finally came to an end. First place went to Xia Wenjing and Mei Qingqing. Xiagua topped the list. The two were extremely excited, but they also knew that without the resources Jiang Tian invested, they wouldn't have won at all. The U.S. officials had no choice but to announce the results. But Jiang Tian couldn't smile. He had a premonition that the United States would not let this go easily. Everyone immediately returned to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Since the Thor dungeon opens tomorrow, he decided to send everyone else away. The United States will definitely play dirty in the instance, targeting Summer Nation's prodigies. He alone is enough to go into the instance. If others go in, they will only become targets and might get blocked on their way out. Acting alone, he is actually more free. Even if the United States throws the entire nation's strength at it, they won't be able to hold him back. If truly pushed to the limit, he wouldn't mind letting them change their president. Just as he was about to send people away, Summer Nation's leader, Xia Jia, personally made a call. Summer Nation announced its withdrawal from the Superpower Alliance. The embassy has already been evacuated. Now only they remain. Have them return to the country immediately. Upon hearing the news, everyone evacuated at once. This place was very close to the coast of Nyonyo City, and Jiang Tian had the Wanbao Trading Company use spatial tools to silently arrive in the sea area without anyone noticing. Jiang Tian summoned the golden armored sea dragon beast to escort Xia Wenjing and the others back safely. Jiang Tian, take good care of yourself, the group said, still somewhat worried. The golden armored sea dragon beast scoffed. Don't you guys know the boss's abilities yet? By the time he clears the Thunder God dungeon, I'll have already sent you back. When he gives the order, I'll directly assault the American coast and keep them busy. It was already completely loyal to Jiang Tian. Everyone thought about it too, since not even the evil god avatar could stop Jiang Tian. The US was even less likely to hold him back, so they returned to port with peace of mind. Jiang Tian then returned to the Wanbao Trading Company residence. Jiang Kuching, the chairman is calling you to the conference room, Annie said. Jiang Tian guessed it was about the Thor dungeon. He had already accepted the supreme mission to obtain Thor's hammer. Since the chairman and others were locals, they might provide intelligence. Soon, he arrived at the headquarters conference room, where the chairman and others were waiting. Welcome, Supreme Guest Jiang Tian. Today's meeting is to prepare you for entering the Thor dungeon tomorrow. Now, let's have Yorick speak. He is the Thor agent, Chairman Bailey said. Jiang Tian was slightly taken aback. To become a divine agent, one must have at least an SS grade talent and be above level 95 in strength. Are you an SS grade lightning elementalist? Jiang Tian asked. No, I am SSS grade, though I have never made it public, Yorick said with a proud expression. Jiang Tian replied calmly. Even if you are god level, I still don't take you seriously. A single sentence made Yorick's smile stiffen. He suppressed his annoyance and said that the last time he entered the Thor instance, he became an agent and released a trace of divine power aura. That aura was purer and more oppressive than ordinary superpowers. This is the power I obtained in the Thor temple. Yorick began to recount his experience at that time. A few years ago, the United States also opened a Thor instance. That time, almost all the top experts nationwide entered, with major guilds and families mobilizing their entire forces. Yorick was recognized as the strongest, so naturally, he entered as well and broke through to the core area, the Thor temple. There was the ultimate place to obtain the Mjolnir. He saw the Thor avatar with his own eyes and was chosen as the divine agent. But precisely because of this, the other experts at that time all turned envious. Jealousy led them to form an alliance and secretly ambush him, severely injuring Yorick, and as a result, the Mjolnir could not be taken out. Jiang Tian, they will definitely come in again this time, just with a new appearance. You need to be careful. Here is the information I have organized. Yorick handed over a list, which detailed the talents, skills, and items of the major experts, analyzed very thoroughly. This time, quotas for other countries have also been opened up, so other organizations must be guarded against as well. Don't worry, but since you are the God's agent, why don't you go in personally? They are already fully aware of my trump cards. Going in would only lead to being besieged, not worth it. Also, there is a secret phrase to enter the Thunder God Hall, but I will only tell you one person. That strange secret phrase, Jiang Tian repeatedly memorized it several times until he had it down cold. To ensure you get the Thunder God's hammer, you can choose from all the Wanbao merchants' items, including top-level 10th-tier treasures. I have also recalled the other 7 supreme guest officials. Except for Yorick, the other 6 are at your command, President Bailey said. He took out a spatial watch. Neatly arranged inside were 16 10th-level items. 10th-level items are extremely rare, requiring not only top-tier spiritual power, but also stringent materials, with a pitifully low success rate. Any one of them is enough to shock the world, let alone presenting 16 at once. This trust carries significant weight. Giving me so many, aren't you afraid I'll take them and run? Jiang Tian laughed. You can take them right now. We won't stop you, Bailey answered calmly. So much trust in me. Everyone just looked at him, saying nothing more. All right, but the other supreme guest officials don't need to come with me. What do you mean? Looking down on us? Several people's expressions darkened slightly. I'm not looking down on you. First, with 10th-tier items at full power, my combat strength is not inferior to yours. Second, with many people, the target is bigger, and I prefer to act alone. With my strength, I alone am enough. You all stay here and wait for me to come back to celebrate. The group exchanged glances and finally nodded. That makes sense. The others said that there were too many experts in the Thor raid, and there were definitely quite a few above level 90. Going in would be suicidal, so it was better to wait outside for news. Then we won't go. We'll wait for your good news. The supreme guest officials were always obedient and retreated on the spot. The next morning, under the escort of the Wanbao Merchants Association, Jiang Tian once again arrived at the Nyonyo City Times Square. A huge black fissure hung in the sky, with lightning wildly flashing along its edges. The square was already packed with people, with forces from all sides gathered together. Countries that won the international combat had slots, and the domestic forces of the United States also had their share. After all, they set the rules. Among the crowd, there were also quite a few unknown characters mixed in. Jiang Tian released his mental energy to scan, immediately detecting something unusual. Several old men used devices to conceal their aura, but they couldn't block his powerful mental energy. There were also people disguised as young individuals, but their features matched exactly with the list Yorick had given. These people all posed threats, but Jiang Tian was too lazy to bother with them. They have a grudge against Yorick. It has nothing to do with him. As for the matter of the technology tower, the U.S. government publicly claimed it was dismantled voluntarily. No one knows it was his doing. He hasn't appeared in international competitions either. Very few people who know him exist. The dungeon entrance hasn't fully opened yet, and countries are starting to form temporary teams. Spots are limited. Each country can only send 3 to 5 people. The dungeon is dangerous, so sticking together is safer. Only the US has no limit on numbers. The rules are only meant to restrict others. Brother, want to team up? An old man approached. Jiang Tian's spirit brightened. The other was level 89, a domestic US faction member. I am also just one person. Why not together? The old man said as he probed Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian sensed his spiritual power, about 2,500, which counted as strong. The old man frowned. Ordinary people dare to enter the dungeon. After probing, he found that Jiang Tian had no special abilities and immediately showed a look of disdain. He had thought Jiang Tian was a hidden expert, but it turned out he was just a loser. The old man snorted coldly and turned to leave. Waves of spiritual power kept coming from all directions, all unfamiliar faces. It was standard practice to assess who was dangerous before entering the dungeon. Jiang Tian originally didn't care, but a gaze was particularly sharp, filled with amusement, staring straight at him. Boom! Thunder roared, and the Thunder God dungeon officially opened. The entrance was huge, and despite the crowd flooding in, it did not feel crowded. I'll go ahead first and seize the opportunity. Someone summoned a flying tool, unleashed their full agility, and their figure disappeared instantly. Want to be first? Dream on. Various factions revealed their trump cards one after another, rushing in desperately. Jiang Tian, however, was not in a hurry. He had the map Yorick gave him and was not afraid of getting lost. The real treasures weren't necessarily for whoever entered first. After most people had entered, he stepped into the air. With a burst of 20,000 speed points, his figure turned into an afterimage and dashed straight into the dungeon. After passing through the spatial channel, he landed in a dense forest. Dark clouds pressed down overhead, thunderclouds rolled, lightning struck occasionally, and the air was filled with a sense of oppression. First, confirm the location. Jiang Tian took out the map to check the direction, but realized he was not alone nearby. The closest were the Fasemian country squad. A few with small mustaches stared at the map in his hand, their eyes instantly lighting up. Maps of the Thunder God dungeon are extremely rare. Whoever has one becomes the target of all. Boy from the Xia country? Not very old, but quite bold. Hand over the map, and I can. Slap. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Tian slapped out his hand. The leader's head flew off immediately, spinning several times in the air before crashing to the ground. The remaining 3 just realized what happened. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled thuds, and all were down. Fasemian country has always been allied with the Mi country, and they specifically target the Xia country in the dungeon. Since they crossed paths, Jiang Tian naturally wouldn't hold back. In the dungeon, life and death are always on one's own responsibility. This scene was too brutal, and the 2 squads around were stunned on the spot. After a brief silence, someone laughed and spoke. Brother, well killed. These dogs from the Do Nation deserve to die. Good skills, we admire you. Do you want to join our squad? We're just short of people. The 2 squads were still praising Jiang Tian, but the next moment, they became dead men. Jiang Tian did not hesitate to act and dealt with them all. When they saw the map in his hand just now, their eyes were full of greed, but they didn't dare to make the first move. Since they had such thoughts, they could not be spared. 12 people were all wiped out. Jiang Tian collected 12 spatial watches, which contained plenty of resources, including supernatural potions and 7th-level tools, as well as 2 8th-level pieces of equipment and several sets of battle armor. But all these were fixed bonuses and couldn't compare to his Patian battle armor. There was also 6th-level exotic beast essence blood, but it was almost useless to his current strength. At least 9th level was worthy of him. After tidying up the spoils, he continued forward according to the map. Next stop, Thunder God Mountain.